I, Lin Dong, have risen from the fallen Lin family of Qingyang Town, as a mysterious stone talisman paves the way for my extraordinary journey. Through body tempering and the forging of my life talisman, I shall exact vengeance upon Lin Langtian with thunderous might, achieving fame in a single battle. By absorbing ancestral talismans to harness the spiritual power of heaven and earth, the Azure Dragon Transformation technique shatters myriad shackles of the laws. From champion of the 100 Dynasties war to a paragon of the Dao Sect's abandoned hall, I shall shake the Xian realm with my birth into the profound realm and wield the wheel mirror to slay the aberrant demons. With unwavering resolve, I traverse the Tianxuan Continent, utilizing the power of reincarnation to ascend into the Ancestral Realm, founding the Martial Realm single-handedly, battling the Heavenly Sovereign, and slaying the Demon Emperor. At the pinnacle of martial arts, I shall not yield. Henceforth, within the vast universe, only I, the Martial Ancestor, shall reign supreme. Chapter 1. A simple awakening of the Reincarnation Seal. In the vast world of the Tianxuan Continent, within the Great Yin Dynasty, lies Tiandu Prefecture. Mu family village is nestled in a secluded corner of this prefecture, while the nearest bustling town, Qingyang Town, is 100 miles away. In such a remote locale, resources are scarce, and thus the number of formidable individuals is limited. True powerhouses regard this place as a desolate backwater and are reluctant to set foot here. Although the Mu family village commands a 10-mile radius, its strongest inhabitant is merely at the initial stage of the Tianxuan realm. Is this starting point even lower than Lin Dong's? A young girl lamented. She appeared to be around 13 years of age, with fair skin. Despite her youth, she already possessed a graceful stature. What made the girl most captivating were her eyes. Clear and bright, they were filled with a remarkable liveliness. In her gaze, an astonishing insight seemed to encompass all of creation. These were eyes of wisdom. The girl's transformation began 3 days ago, during which she secluded herself in her room to integrate her memories, neglecting all else. Now, she has finally completed the integration. She has traversed realms. More accurately, it was not an ordinary traversal. She has awakened the memories of her past life. With a shift of her brow, the girl concentrated her spirit, and a talisman appeared upon her forehead. This talisman was profoundly enigmatic. Anyone who gazed upon it would feel a sense of dizziness. Upon the emergence of the talisman, the girl's expression turned somewhat indifferent, her bright eyes seemingly devoid of any emotion, instilling a chill in those who beheld her. Relaxing her spirit, she concealed the talisman, restoring her animated demeanor. As she absorbed the information within her mind, she sighed, her expression complex. This must be the Reincarnation Seal. The Reincarnation Seal, in the Tianxuan Continent, exists almost solely in legend. A superpower at the Reincarnation Realm, if gravely injured or on the brink of death, or having failed the reincarnation tribulation, may employ extraordinary abilities to preserve a fragment of their essence, thereby reincarnating, awaiting the opportune moment to activate their spirit and be reborn amidst the cosmos. Upon awakening their past life memories, these reincarnators would possess the Reincarnation Seal, making it an epithet synonymous with the Reincarnation Realm strong. Yet the girl knew that in her previous life, she was not a powerful being of the Reincarnation Realm, but merely an ordinary person from Blue Star. Though perplexed as to why she possessed a Reincarnation Seal, she realized that this question was beyond her current comprehension. Since pondering would yield no benefit, she accepted the reality. Since traversers can augment their soul strength in the Duki continent, awakening a Reincarnation Seal in the Tianxuan Continent seems reasonable, does it not? The girl mused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Given that she has awakened the memories of her past life, the notions of possession or original body cease to exist. They are merely one and the same. The Ice Sovereign from the original text exemplifies this. Today I realize I am I. I am Mu Zi of Mu family village. When Mu Zi was very young, her parents perished in a beast attack during an outing. Upon learning of this tragic event, her parental cousin, Mu Yun, took her in. Having lost his wife early on, Mu Yun had only one daughter, named Mu Ling Sha. Although raising 2 girls alone could have posed a burden to Mu Yun, it did not weigh him down. As one of the few individuals in the late stage of the Deyuan realm within Mu family village, Mu Yun held considerable influence. Consequently, Mu Zi's life, while not opulent, was certainly comfortable. Perhaps due to the memory of his deceased brother and sister-in-law, Mu Yun treated Mu Zi as his own, often being stricter with Mu Ling Sha. In her heart, Mu Zi had long regarded Mu Yun's family as her own kin. Speaking of her cousin Mu Ling Sha, Mu Zi had some recollections from her past life. In the original text, she participated in the hunting competition alongside Lin Dong and collaborated with Wu Yun of the Crazy Blade Martial Hall to seize 3 fire python tiger cubs. Sister has already reached the 8th level of body tempering. She set off this morning to participate in the hunt. It seems the plot has already been underway for nearly a year, Mu Zi thought to herself. The span from Lin Dong obtaining the stone talisman to the hunting competition was a total of 10 months. In just 10 months, Lin Dong advanced from the third level of body tempering to the Deyuan realm, an astonishingly rapid progression. Of course, possessing the Ancestral Stone, the foremost man-made divine artifact of the Tianxuan Continent, Lin Dong's speed of cultivation is understandable. Even if the Ancestral Stone has not awakened, it can still provide significant assistance in cultivation. The thought of seizing Lin Dong's Ancestral Stone had not crossed Mu Zi's mind. Regardless of whether one possesses the strength to accomplish it, even if it were possible, it remains unfeasible. The Ancestral Stone coming into Lin Dong's possession was no mere coincidence. It was the Talisman Ancestor's choice. To be precise, the Talisman Ancestor likely lacks the ability to select individuals from future generations across the eons. Based on the original text she had read in her past life, Mu Zi speculated that the true choice of Lin Dong was made by the will of the realm. Throughout the entire Tianxuan Continent, there has never been an individual possessing the so-called ancestral symbol affinity physique, not even the ancient 8 masters, the most formidable natives. Furthermore, ancestral symbols are not mere celestial artifacts. They are divine entities birthed by the very realm itself in response to the invasion of extraterritorial evil clans, a means of self-preservation. Lin Dong's ability to resonate with the 8 ancestral symbols, which are specifically tailored for combating, is undoubtedly no mere coincidence, but rather a selection by the will of the realm. In other words, Lin Dong is a person destined to face tribulation. The symbol Ancestor may have acted in accordance with this trend, utilizing ancestral stones to assist the tribulation bearer. Thus, the appearance of the Ancestral Stone in Qingyang Town may not be a mere happenstance. If this hypothesis holds true, then even if others were to acquire the Ancestral Stone, they would likely receive only limited assistance. The Ancestral Stone will not actively aid them, as it did Lin Dong in the original narrative. The example of the little weasel in the original tale illustrates this point. It could only become a user of the Ancestral Stone, not its master. Consequently, it reaped minimal benefits and instead attracted peril to its own life. Despite lacking a stone talisman, Lin Dong continues to garner the favor of the realm's will, earning the title of the genuine child of the realm. To incite enmity with him would indeed be an unwise decision. Moreover, Mu Zi, having read the original work, holds Lin Dong in high esteem and has no desire to engage in any acts of thievery. The reason Mu Zi can afford to be so willful is due to her reliance on the Reincarnation seal. Perhaps because Mu Zi was not a true Reincarnation realm powerhouse in her previous life. This Reincarnation seal possesses unique attributes. It does not confer direct power, but rather offers various auxiliary functions. Extracting a parcel from beneath her bed, Mu Zi unfurls it, revealing 5 snow-white little fruits, each no larger than a thumb. A waft of fragrant aroma fills the air, prompting Mu Zi to inhale deeply, her petite nose twitching in satisfaction. These are first-grade spiritual herbs known as snow fruits, reportedly prepared for Mu Zi by Mu Yun upon her initiation into cultivation. He expended considerable contribution points to exchange for them from the estate. The Mu family estate possesses lesser strength than the Lin family of Qingyang Town, and resources are exceedingly scarce. Such spiritual herbs that aid in cultivation are incredibly precious. Had Mu Yun not been a core member of the Mu family estate, he would have lacked the qualifications to exchange for them. Mu Zi is well aware of these circumstances, feeling a surge of gratitude. She had previously hesitated to consume these snow fruits, but now, as a reincarnator herself, Mu Zi resolves to treat herself more kindly. Regaining her composure, Mu Zi retrieves 1 snow fruit, carefully storing the rest away. After meticulously cleansing this particular fruit with pure water, she opens her small mouth, poised to take a bite, when suddenly her expression shifts, deep in thought. "Hey, Reincarnation seal, can you partake?" she inquires, pressing the snow fruit against her forehead. A barely perceptible ripple manifests, causing the fruit to vanish upon her pristine brow. "Oh, you truly can consume it? I never knew you were so polite." Although a tad surprised, Mu Zi finds this within the realm of possibility. A wave of energy emanates from the Reincarnation seal, tendrils of power surging into Mu Zi's body, causing her delicate face to flush. With no time to continue her musings, she swiftly centers her mind. The energy is remarkably pure, as if all impurities have been meticulously eliminated, enabling Mu Zi to absorb it with almost no waste. This efficiency surpasses that of directly ingesting spiritual herbs by a significant margin. Within 10 minutes, the flow of energy ceases, prompting Mu Zi to conclude her cultivation. Upon inspection, she notices a marked improvement in the resilience of her skin. Mu Zi is astonished. This is a clear indication that she is nearing the 4th stage of body tempering. It is worth noting that she had only recently broken through to the third stage, making this pace of cultivation quite impressive. A satisfied smile blooms on Mu Zi's face, but before long, her joy fades, replaced by furrowed brows. The abruptness of her change in expression is indeed remarkable. While the cultivation speed is commendable, my skin has become rather stiff. It turns out that the young lady is dissatisfied with the physical changes resulting from her training. Oh well, once I reach the 6th stage of body tempering and my body generates elemental power, it will revert to normal. After mulling over this for a moment, Mu Zi dismisses her concerns and begins to assess the effects of her recent training. If I continue to cultivate like this a few more times, I will surely break through to the 4th stage of body tempering. This speed is not slow. However, during the body tempering phase, there are limits to physical capabilities, so I should proceed gradually, allowing my body to adapt. From now on, I will consume spiritual herbs every 2 days. Having concluded her reflections, Mu Zi begins to contemplate the other functionalities of the Reincarnation seal. Upon awakening the seal, she perceives a significant enhancement in her cognitive agility, indicating an elevation in her comprehension. Additionally, activating the Reincarnation seal further amplifies this insight, albeit temporarily. Once the seal ceases to be activated, her abilities revert to their previous state. It seems that activating the Reincarnation seal demands a certain cost. Each activation consumes energy accumulated within the seal, and as one's cultivation level increases, the energy expenditure also escalates. However, as Mu Zi is only beginning her cultivation journey, currently at the 3rd stage of body tempering, she has yet to cultivate the elemental power seed and cannot directly absorb elemental energy from the world. Therefore, the energy within the Reincarnation seal can only be replenished through spiritual herbs. After utilizing a 1st-grade spiritual herb, Mu Zi senses a slight increase in the energy within the Reincarnation seal. Relying on spiritual herbs to restore energy is rather extravagant. It appears that until I reach the 7th stage of body tempering, I should refrain from utilizing the Reincarnation seal to enhance my comprehension. With this realization, Mu Zi feels a twinge of regret. Fortunately, she has an inkling that even without employing the Reincarnation seal, her comprehension is already quite elevated. Yet, she cannot ascertain its precise level. My elder sister promised that once I break through to the 3rd stage of body tempering, she would teach me martial arts. Perhaps this opportunity could serve as a means of assessment. The thought of martial arts fills Mu Zi with anticipation. After all, martial arts encompass a myriad of profound and extraordinary powers. Who wouldn't yearn for such knowledge? Having ventured to the Tianxuan Continent, she too wishes to witness the breathtaking vistas of martial prowess. Although Lin Dong is revered as the Martial Ancestor in the original tale, it seems he predominantly employs martial arts created by others. The title of Martial Ancestor appears somewhat misaligned. With this thought, Mu Zi's lively eyes sparkle with mischief. With a sly grin, she muses, "Lin Dong, the title of Martial Ancestor is too profound for your grasp. Allow me to take the reins." Chapter 2, Mu Lingsha. In the Mu family council chamber, nearly all core members had gathered. At the head of the table sat a robust middle-aged man, his broad shoulders and muscular physique accentuated by his dark skin. However, he held a teacup in his hands, occasionally sipping from it, striving to project an air of refinement. Yet, this semblance of gentility appeared somewhat incongruous on such a formidable figure, eliciting suppressed amusement among the onlookers. Nevertheless, no one dared to mock him, for the potent aura emanating from the man revealed his strength at the initial stage of the Tianxuan Realm. This man was Mu Tao, the head of the Mu family estate and its sole Tianxuan Realm powerhouse. "Mu Yun, I have heard that Lingsha has returned to the estate. Why has she come back before the hunt has concluded?" Mu Tao inquired. Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their gazes toward a middle-aged man who occupied a prominent position, indicating his significant standing within the Mu family. Mu Yun responded, "Chief, there were some unforeseen circumstances during this hunt." "Oh, what transpired? Has Lingsha suffered a setback and been eliminated prematurely?" Mu Tao asked, concern etching his features. "Lingsha is the strongest candidate among our younger generation. Despite only having reached the 8th level of body refinement, her agility allows her to escape even from ordinary 9th level practitioners. It would not be an easy feat to eliminate her. Could it be that the forces from Qingyang Town have intervened? I have heard that Lei Li of the Lei family has recently broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. Has he ascended to the Earth Origin Realm?" At this point, a fierce glint flickered in Mu Tao's eyes, shattering the facade of gentility he had attempted to maintain. The aura belonging to the Tianxuan Realm surged forth, sending tremors of apprehension through the council chamber. Fortunately, Mu Tao quickly reigned in his imposing presence, allowing the others to breathe a sigh of relief. "Mu Yun, sensing the misunderstanding, quickly interjected, "Chief, my daughter was not eliminated. Rather, she encountered an opportunity during her expedition and chose to withdraw from the hunt to avoid drawing attention." "What opportunity?" Mu Tao asked, astonished. A smile crept onto Mu Yun's lips as he recalled Mu Lingsha's encounter. "While participating in the hunt, my daughter stumbled upon a severely injured fire python tiger on the brink of death. Most importantly, this fire python tiger had just given birth to a litter of cubs. Lingsha collaborated with the younger members of the Lin family and the Qingdao Martial Arts Academy to secure one of the cubs. To prevent complications, she hastily returned to the estate." "What? A fire python tiger cub?" The moment these words left his mouth, the members in the hall collectively gasped in astonishment. Once matured, a fire python tiger could attain the strength of the Tianxuan Realm. However, due to the ferocious nature of such beasts, only by taming them from a young age could one hope to cultivate their loyalty. Thus, acquiring a cub signified the potential to gain a companion rivaling a Tianxuan Realm master. If the Mu family estate was to acquire a fire python tiger cub, the news would undoubtedly incite envy among the various factions of Qingyang Town. After all, even the most formidable Lei family had only managed to nurture 5 Tianxuan Realm members despite their extensive development over the years. Not to mention the Mu family estate, which paled in comparison to the Lei family, currently boasted only Mu Tao as its Tianxuan Realm powerhouse. By securing a fire python tiger cub and nurturing it meticulously, the Mu family strength would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. The intention behind participating in the hunt was merely to achieve a respectable ranking to elevate the Mu family's reputation slightly. They never anticipated such a bountiful reward. In comparison to the fire python tiger cub, the hunt itself seemed trivial. The assembly, composed of the Mu family's senior members, understood the implications, and their breaths grew heavier. Mu Tao, unable to contain his excitement, leapt from his seat and exclaimed, "Is this true?" Mu Yun affirmed, "Absolutely. I have personally seen the cub. It is currently in my daughter's possession." Upon hearing this, Mu Tao erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Lingsha has performed splendidly. The Mu family has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. She has achieved a significant feat, and the estate will not treat her unjustly." Mu Yun smiled with satisfaction. "On behalf of my daughter, I thank the chief for the reward." "Elder sister, is this the fire python tiger?" Mu Zi inquired curiously as she gazed at the small creature nestled in Mu Lingsha's arms. The cub, still with its eyes closed, emitted soft sounds, resembling a kitten more than a tiger. Yet, Mu Zi thought to herself, this was merely an ordinary fire python tiger whose potential capped the Tianxuan Realm. That Lin Dong fellow truly is remarkable. He possesses the rare, mutated constitution of a fire python tiger selected by the stone talisman. As he matures, his bloodline may eventually evolve into the legendary dark sacred tiger, a lineage powerful enough to rival the likes of the celestial demon Martin and dragon clan. Indeed, it is a fire python tiger. I witnessed that magnificent creature give birth to its young. The speaker was a girl clad in a fitted leather outfit, her figure accentuated by the snug attire, exuding an alluring and vigorous charm. Her skin bore a healthy bronze hue rather than the typical pale complexion of most women, radiating an enticing wildness, akin to a small female leopard brimming with explosive energy. At that moment, Mu Lingsha's smile faded as she cast a worried glance at Mu Zi. "Little sister, are you all right? You've secluded yourself in your room for days, leaving me and father quite anxious." Mu Zi felt a twinge of guilt at her elder sister's concern, lowering her head as she admitted, "Elder sister, I'm sorry for worrying you and uncle." Mu Lingsha replied, "Little sister, if you encounter any difficulties, you must share them with me." Touched, Mu Zi smiled and changed the subject. "I'm fine. In fact, I've broken through to the 3rd level of body refinement these past few days. You promised to teach me martial arts." Seeing that her sister did not wish to elaborate, Mu Lingsha decided not to press further. "All right, when would you like to start learning?" "Right now. How about that?" Mu Zi exclaimed excitedly. Mu Lingsha, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, "You truly are impatient. Older sister, you cannot go back on your word." Mu Zi insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Lingsha relented. "What can I do with you, you little rascal?" Seeing Mu Zi's eager eyes filled with anticipation, Mu Lingsha cautioned, "Little sister, practicing martial arts carries certain dangers. Are you truly sure about this? Even if you do not pursue martial arts, elder sister and father will protect you." Upon hearing this, Mu Zi's expression turned serious as she gazed into Mu Lingsha's eyes, declaring earnestly, "Elder sister, I am not afraid of danger, nor do I wish to spend my life as a sheltered bird beneath someone else's wings. How can the pinnacle of martial arts be complete without my presence? As she spoke, an unparalleled confidence ignited in Mu Zi's eyes, an indescribable aura enveloping her. It was a resolute aspiration to seek the path of martial arts, unwavering even in the face of calamity. Observing the transformed Mu Zi, Mu Lingxia found herself momentarily dazed. How swiftly time has passed. That little shadow has grown so much in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3. The 9 Echoes of Tongbei. Regaining her composure, Mu Lingxia carefully settled the fire python tiger cub before commencing her lesson. In the realm of martial arts, there are 9 grades and 3 tiers. The first, second, and third grades are considered lower tier, while the subsequent grades constitute the middle tier, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades represent the upper tier. Little sister, today I shall teach you a lower tier, first grade fist technique known as Tongbei Fist, Mu Lingxia stated. Tongbei Fist, you say? Muji pandert fotfeli. It was indeed Lin Dong who first practiced this martial art in the original tale. Perhaps the Tongbei Fist is widely known. As if she could hear Mu Zi's inner monologue, Mu Lingxia explained, Tongbei Fist, with its adhering and releasing techniques, requires the use of clothing during practice. There are 9 forms, also referred to as the 9 echoes, because each form, when executed, produces a crisp sound. Each level surpasses the previous one, and upon completion of the 9 echoes, its power rivals that of second-tier martial arts. This martial art is clearly structured, moderately challenging, and offers substantial room for advancement, making it ideal for beginners to build a solid foundation. Mu Zi nodded and inquired, then, sister, how many echoes can you produce now? I can produce 8 echoes. Mu Lingxia replied with a hint of pride, a feat that distinguished her among the younger generation of the Mu family, and even within 100 miles. She was a rarity in the body refinement realm. Oh. Mu Zi nodded, displaying little reaction. Noticing this, Mu Lingxia raised an eyebrow and retorted, you little girl, do you look down on your elder sister? Mu Zi's small face froze momentarily before she quickly clarified, no, that's not what I meant. With a sigh, Mu Lingxia elaborated, although Tongbei Fist is merely a first-tier martial art, achieving mastery is exceedingly difficult. An individual of average talent may only manage to reach 7 echoes in their lifetime. Do not underestimate its intricacies. Allow me to demonstrate once more. Watch closely. With a firm exclamation, Mu Lingxia suddenly unleashed her limbs, her movements fluid as she resembled a leopard in motion, her arms swinging gracefully, echoing with the sharp sounds of adherence. Mu Zi immediately focused, her lively eyes reflecting Mu Lingxia's actions. Upon completing the demonstration, Mu Lingxia was about to repeat it when a crisp voice interrupted, sister, I've memorized it. Mu Lingxia's expression grew serious. Mu Zi, the path of cultivation abhors a restless heart. If you continue in this manner, you might as well abandon martial arts altogether. Initially, she thought Mu Zi was merely displaying youthful exuberance, believing that once she witnessed true martial arts, she would understand its seriousness. However, seeing Mu Zi remain so indifferent after witnessing the art, she worried that such a mindset would hinder her progress on the martial path. But I truly remembered. Mu Zi protested helplessly. In truth, Mu Lingxia misunderstood, and Mu Zi could empathize. It was akin to the calisthenics of her previous life. Upon first exposure, few could memorize an entire routine after a single demonstration. Tongbei Fist was far more intricate than mere gymnastics, and it was fanciful to expect anyone to recall it flawlessly after just one viewing. After all, at the 3rd level of body refinement, one had yet to generate inner strength, merely existing as a mortal body. Then show me your attempt, Mu Lingxia said, raising an eyebrow as she noticed Mu Zi gazing up at her with wide, earnest eyes. Nodding, Mu Zi assumed her stance, her fists extending as she executed the forms with commendable semblance. Mu Lingxia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her eyes. Why is there no sound? Mu Zi murmured. Mu Lingxia's lips twitched. She thought to herself, did you expect to produce sound on your first attempt? I practiced for 8 days before I achieved my first echo. As if sensing her thoughts, Mu Zi contemplated for a moment before reassuming her stance and attempting again. This time, her movements were even more graceful, her arms flowing as if they were those of a lively monkey. As she neared the completion of her sequence, Mu Zi finally grasped the essence of the technique, adhering to her clothing and exerting a slight force. Crack! Mu Lingxia's face exhibited a look of disbelief, her mouth agape, yet she remained speechless for a moment. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the courtyard. Mu Lingxia walked toward the door, her mind somewhat hazy, and before she realized it, she had opened the door. Miss Lingxia, The master requests your presence in the assembly hall. Suddenly regaining her senses, Mu Ling Sha murmured in a daze. Am I dreaming? Huh. The guard delivering the message looked puzzled. Miss, please don't keep the master waiting, he urged, giving her a curious glance. Oh, and the master asked you to bring that item. All right, just a moment. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling Sha returned to the courtyard, picked up the young fire python tiger, cast a deep glance at Mu Ji, and, disregarding the guard's bewildered expression, set off with long strides. At this moment, Mu Ji had immersed herself in Tongbei Fist, her small figure darting about in the courtyard as she practiced the forms repeatedly. With each execution, the crisp sounds grew increasingly frequent. 1 echo, 2 echoes, 3 echoes at last. After the span of an incense stick, Mu Ji had successfully produced 7 echoes. Practicing martial arts seems quite simple, Mu Ji mused. She had merely begun her practice, yet she could already achieve 7 echoes. Others would likely need to toil for half a year to reach such progress. It appeared that even without activating the reincarnation seal, her comprehension was commendable. A smile crept upon the corners of Mu Ji's lips. However, she did not allow herself to become overly complacent. The path of martial arts demands perseverance. Extraordinary martial prowess cannot be attained without daily dedication and effort. Regardless of one's talent, each step must be taken firmly. Mu Ji's journey in martial arts had only just commenced, and she resolved to maintain a humble heart. Moreover, she was curious to see how far her understanding would take her. Settling her mind, Mu Ji continued practicing Tongbei Fist, her petite figure glistening with sweat. Unbeknownst to her, time slipped by as the sun began to set, nearly 2 hours having passed. Crack, crack, crack. The figure in the courtyard danced, and had anyone been observing, they would surely have been astonished. For upon close inspection, the sounds resonated with a total of 9 echoes. The 9th and 8th echoes indeed proved to be challenging, far beyond the earlier 7. In the courtyard, Mu Ji contemplated. At this moment, her clothes were soaked with sweat, yet her lively eyes shone bright. From her initial attempt to mastering the 7 echoes, she had taken merely the span of an incense stick. However, grasping the latter 2 echoes took her over an hour. Certainly, this achievement was already astonishing. At least in the Yan dynasty, it would be hard for anyone to believe such a feat. It is worth noting that in the original tale, Lin Dong, even with the guidance of the stone symbol's teachings, had to practice diligently for 10 days before he could barely achieve 9 echoes. Moreover, Mu's movements flowed gracefully, imbued with a sense of vitality and possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. Clearly, she had refined Tongbei Fist to its utmost. Yet, the frown adorning her forehead indicated a lingering dissatisfaction. Ordinary 9 echoes are simply insufficient, Mu Ji murmured. Chapter 4. Improve Tongbei Fist under normal circumstances. Tongbei Fist is merely a first-tier martial art, and upon achieving mastery, it consists of only 9 echoes, a common understanding among those who embark on the path of cultivation. As for the notion of stacking 9 echoes to rival second-tier martial arts, it is merely an embellishment for one's own reputation. Those seasoned practitioners who have endured the rigors of martial arts for years would recognize that the claims of various techniques and manuals comparing themselves to others are nothing but grandiose illusions. Perhaps, in the hands of the martial arts creators, these comparisons might transform into reality, but such aspirations are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. However, should anyone possess the martial prowess to enhance the Tongbei Fist, they would undoubtedly transcend the limitations of this particular grade of martial arts. Armed with the memories of a past life, Mu Ji understood that the enhanced Tongbei Fist, refined by the ancestral stone, could manifest the elusive 10th strike. When all 10 strikes are unleashed in unison, there might ranks amongst the foremost in second-tier martial arts. Recognizing that 9 strikes were not the ultimate boundary, Mu Ji was naturally compelled to pursue further mastery. After all, she was not devoid of resources. With a determined spirit, Mu Ji began to practice. Her form fluid and unwavering. She elevated her elbows slightly higher here, adjusted the speed of her kicks there. Too rapid, she mused, for excess can be as detrimental as deficiency. It was not enough. She needed to harness the strength of her entire body. As she practiced, she became attuned to the flow of power within her, making subtle adjustments that gradually honed her movements to perfection. Unbeknownst to her, another hour slipped away, the sky now enveloped in darkness. Yet Mu Ji showed no inclination to rest. Taking a deep breath, she swung her fists once more. If an observer had witnessed the entirety of this process, they would have noted a significant transformation in Mu Ji's actions compared to before. With a series of sharp sounds, the 9 strikes erupted forth, predictable yet exhilarating. By this time, Muzi had closed her eyes, her focus sharper than ever. She immersed herself in the sensations within her mind, summoning every ounce of strength, feeling the extraordinary energy traverse through her muscles and bones. As she sensed this energy, her body subtly swayed in harmony with its flow, even the delicate skin beneath her garments emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Every muscle seemed to awaken, propelling layer upon layer of power until it swiftly coalesced in her arms. With a decisive crack, as the energy reached her fists, Muzi's tightly shut eyes sprang open, releasing a faint, crisp sound from deep within her. This sound, though not resounding, brimmed with an undeniable potency. The 10th strike had been successfully unleashed. Yet, as Muzi opened her eyes, her expression bore little joy. Instead, a profound confusion danced in her lively gaze. Why? A sense of dissonance lingered within her. Logically, breaking through the limits of a first-tier martial art should result in a substantial increase in power, leading to a feeling of perfection during execution. However, Muzi felt no such exhilaration. Although she had undeniably achieved the 10th strike, the sensation was marred by a pervasive sense of imbalance. There must be something amiss. Lacking tangible evidence, it was merely an instinct. Yet for someone of her exceptional insight, intuition seldom faltered. Where had the flaw arisen? Suddenly, Muzi adjusted her stance and unleashed the Tongbei fist once more. With a series of sharp sounds, this time only 9 strikes emerged, although fewer than before. There was an inexplicable rhythm to her movements, as if this iteration of the fist was custom-tailored for her. Confusion reigned within Muzi as she pondered the validity of these two approaches. After a moment of contemplation, she ceased her thoughts, not out of clarity, but because hunger gnawed at her. Having devoted an entire afternoon to martial study, her stomach had long been empty. Yet, to halt now felt unsatisfactory. However, such trivialities posed no challenge for a reincarnator. With a slight smile curving her lips, Muzi felt a surge of eagerness. Reincarnation seal, reveal to me your limits. Concentrating her spirit, she gathered it at her brow, the mysterious symbol re-emerging. As this occurred, the lively expression on her face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling indifference. In that moment, her eyes ceased to sparkle, resembling a deity surveying the multitude from the heavens. Wisdom radiating from her gaze, as if nothing within the world could escape her penetrating insight. Thus it became clear. With brilliance igniting her eyes, Muzi resumed her stance. The sequence of the Tongbei fist unfolded with a fluidity surpassing all previous attempts. With a series of sharp sounds, curiously, this time only 8 strikes manifested. Yet, Muzi could feel that their potency eclipsed that of the 9 strikes executed earlier. The mark upon her forehead glimmered, wisdom illuminating her gaze as she continued to refine her technique. 7 strikes, then 6, 5, 4, 3, each iteration diminished in sound, yet accelerated in power. At last, after the passage of a single incense stick, it seemed she had finally breached a certain limit. With a particularly clear crack, the 9 strikes coalesced into a single, resonant sound, 1 strike surpassing 9. Though diverging from the path of the ancestral stone, its might was assuredly on par with the 10th strike of the Tongbei fist. More importantly, the Tongbei fist enhanced by the reincarnation seal flowed effortlessly from her, avoiding the cumbersome accumulation of strikes, granting her a distinct advantage in combat. In the time it took for you to throw a punch, I have already unleashed several. As she dissipated the reincarnation seal, Muzi remained in place, savoring the sensations of her recent experience. Moments later, she emerged from her reverie, a satisfied smile adorning her face. In an instant, it was as if the ice and snow had melted, the surrounding night transformed into hues of joy. So it was. She understood it all. The learner lives, while the imitator perishes, Muzi reflected. Her initial misdirection stemmed from the influence of the original narrative. The protagonist, Lin Dong, cultivated the 10 strikes of the Tongbei fist, leading her to subconsciously follow that path. Yet Muzi overlooked the fact that each individual is unique. What works for others does not necessarily apply to oneself. Only that which aligns with her essence could be deemed the best. Perhaps the martial arts demonstrated by the ancestral stone in the original narrative were exclusively tailored for Lin Dong. How foolish I was. With the mist cleared and misconceptions shattered, Muzi's thoughts became remarkably lucid. She was herself, with her own path to traverse. If her journey merely replicated that of Lin Dong, it would be dreadfully mundane. Her extraordinary insight allowed her to learn and innovate martial arts with ease. Her expansive mindset, bolstered by her past experiences, prevented her from being confined by this realm. With a touch of assistance from the reincarnation seal, she was poised to carve out a martial path unprecedented in history. Perhaps due to a transformation in her mindset, Mu Zi's aura began to shift. Previously, though confident, she exuded a restless energy that felt somewhat unreal. Now, her presence was more grounded. To the casual observer, she appeared as an ordinary, lively girl next door, full of spirit. Yet beneath the surface lay a unique brilliance, a burning ambition, and an unfathomable depth of potential akin to the vast ocean. If one day she were to be released, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, someone approached, chatting and laughing. The courtyard door swung open, revealing Mu Yun and Mu Lingsha. "Sister, uncle," the young girl exclaimed with delight. "Xiao Zi, still practicing at this late hour?" Mu Yun inquired, a warm smile gracing his face as the flicker of concern in his eyes gradually faded. He had been quite anxious about Mu Zi's condition in recent days, and seeing her unharmed at this moment brought him a sense of relief. "Uncle, martial arts are exceedingly challenging. I must delve deeper," she replied. "Your determination is commendable, far surpassing my own at your age. However, do take care of your health. Balance is essential." Mu Yun felt a wave of satisfaction, believing that Mu Zi, having endured the trials of training, would surely achieve remarkable feats in the future. The spirits of his brother and sister-in-law could finally rest in peace. Yet, he remained oblivious to the strange glint in Mu Lingsha's eyes at that moment. "Martial arts are difficult to practice? I doubt your words." Chapter 5, The Bath. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the interior. Behind the curtain stood a wooden basin crafted from sandalwood, exuding a fragrant aroma. The water within had long been infused with medicinal herbs, making it ideal for soothing muscles and massaging the skin. At that moment, a young girl shed her garments, revealing skin as fair as snow, which glimmered softly in the faint moonlight. She stepped into the bath, the water at a comfortable temperature. After a day of rigorous training, her somewhat weary body found exquisite relief in this moment. Leaning against the edge of the basin, Mu Zi gently caressed her skin, her mind still lingering on the experiences of earlier. Having only spent an afternoon on martial arts, she had already perfected the Tongbei fist, and with the aid of the Reincarnation seal, she even surpassed its limits. If others were to learn of this, they might well deem her a monster. Yet, she resolved to remain discreet. The young girl stretched her body in the water. Though still in the early stages of development, she had already begun to take shape. The buoyancy eased the tension in her shoulders considerably. As she recalled the state she had entered upon activating the Reincarnation seal, Mu Zi fell into contemplation. At that moment, she felt as though the entire world had quieted, her thoughts racing with unparalleled speed, effortlessly resolving the challenges that typically troubled her. Her perception had also significantly heightened, allowing her to sense the flow of energy within her body. Moreover, her control over her own form surpassed anything she had previously experienced. However, what was this emotionless state she had encountered? Mu Zi remembered her experience while activating the Reincarnation seal, during which she felt devoid of any emotion. Although she retained her sense of right and wrong, it seemed more akin to a detached observer scrutinizing everything around her. Logically speaking, the awakening of a reincarnator should not necessarily lead to emotional numbness. Mu Zi was not the Ice Sovereign, nor had she previously suffered from emotional deficiencies. The activation of the Reincarnation seal ought not to render her an emotionless entity. The original tale's master of life and death, Jiang Yining, served as an excellent counterexample. Reflecting on her previous state, Mu Zi experienced a moment of clarity. Perhaps it was not merely an absence of emotion, but rather a state of extreme rationality. Intensely focused on her objectives, devoid of any distractions. This enabled her to maximize her cognitive abilities, which might indeed be the source of her formidable insight. This state felt oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it before. As she delved deeper into her past memories, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. The Supreme Heart Demon Sutra. She recognized the source of this familiarity. It was not in the Tianxuan Continent, but rather in the Grand Thousand Worlds. The protagonist of the Grand Thousand Worlds, Mu Chun, had once obtained an ancient legacy known as the Supreme Heart Demon Sutra. In the original story, when Mu Chun employed the Supreme Heart Demon Sutra, he entered a state of minor heart demon. In this state, he possessed absolute rationality, able to block out all external distractions and perfectly utilize every ounce of his strength. Notably, Mu Chun had only acquired fragments of the Supreme Heart Demon Sutra in the original narrative. It was said that the ancient Lord of Thunder God had cultivated the complete text, enabling him to contend with beings of heavenly sovereign level despite only possessing the cultivation of a half-step heavenly sovereign. This was truly extraordinary. One must understand that all beneath the heavenly sovereign were but ants. Even when Mu Chun reached the pinnacle of Earth Sovereign, wielding 2 of the 36 unparalleled divine abilities, he found himself at a disadvantage in battle against the Blood Demon Emperor, an incomplete heavenly sovereign. It was difficult to fathom how the mere possession of the supreme Heart Demon Sutra could allow one to genuinely rival a heavenly sovereign. If this were true, the complete version of the Supreme Heart Demon Sutra would likely be equivalent to at least the 36 unparalleled divine abilities, perhaps even surpassing them. Setting aside these thoughts, the state induced by the Supreme Heart Demon Sutra bore a resemblance to the one Mu Zi experienced upon activating the Reincarnation seal. Mu Zi's eyes sparkled with uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely a similarity. It would be futile to dwell on such matters now. She could not abandon the use of the Reincarnation seal out of fear of potential consequences, for it was her greatest reliance at present. However, I truly must be cautious in its usage. Previously, while deducing martial arts, I employed the Reincarnation seal. It was exhilarating, yet it drained all the energy contained within it. It seems I will need to rely on spiritual herbs for replenishment afterward. Contemplating this, Mu Zi felt a pang of frustration. Truly, it is a gold-consuming beast. Oh well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Why overthink it? The young girl dismissed her concerns and focused on her bath. Suddenly, the door swung open. Mu Lingsha entered, wrapped in a bathrobe, her gaze sweeping across Mu Zi's figure in the basin. Mu Zi's face flushed crimson. Sister, what are you doing here? Em Beifeng. Mu Lingsha smiled as she approached Mu Zi. Of course, I'm here to bathe with you. It's rather inconvenient to do so alone. Mu Zi felt a bit flustered. This was her first time openly facing her sister since awakening her past memories. Amused by her reaction, Mu Lingsha teased, "Oh, you little one, are you shy now? For all these years, I've been the one helping you bathe." Since Mu Yun became a widower, Mu Lingsha had taken care of such personal matters for Mu Zi as she grew up. A sister is like a mother, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet, now that Mu Zi had awakened her previous memories, she was no longer merely an innocent girl. And facing Mu Lingsha, who was only a few years her senior, she could no longer remain indifferent. Mu Zi stammered, her voice barely audible, "I have grown up." "Oh." Mu Lingsha's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Where have you grown up? Let me see." As she spoke, she reached out her hand towards Mu Zi. Mu Zi gasped in alarm, her eyes widening as she shouted, "Sister, no." However, being confined within the basin, her attempts to resist against Mu Lingsha's playful advances proved futile. Mu Lingsha's hands roamed over Mu Zi's body, occasionally squeezing, prompting muted sounds to escape from Mu Zi's lips. Mu Zi yearned to retaliate, but alas, against Mu Lingsha, whose strength reached the 8th level of body refinement. Her efforts were like that of an ant being subdued. "Just wait until I break through." Mu Zi gritted, härtigt. Never before had her desire to grow stronger felt so intense. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. After a playful bout, Mu Lingsha finally withdrew her mischievous hands. "All right, enough of the nonsense. Gather your hair up. I shall assist you with your bath." With a huff, Mu Zi emitted a cold snort, warning in a tone laced with authority. "Make sure you wash properly, and do not engage in anything else." Mu Lingsha chuckled heartily, nodding as she replied, "I understand. Now hurry and tie it up." Upon hearing this, Mu Zi chose not to dwell on it any longer. She gathered her lustrous raven hair, revealing her smooth, jade-like back. Mu Lingsha ceased her playful antics and began earnestly washing her. A slight tremor coursed through Mu Zi, rendering her somewhat awkward. However, feeling the meticulous dedication in Mu Lingsha's actions, she gradually relaxed. "Look at you, your arms are all red," Mu Lingsha spoke softly. After practicing martial arts for an entire afternoon, even with Mu Zi's remarkable aptitude, her body inevitably bore the marks of her efforts. At this moment, several faint red impressions appeared on her skin, which resembled the finest mutton fat jade. Mu Lingsha gently massaged with her fingers, and against the backdrop of her bronze skin, Mu Zi's complexion appeared even more porcelain-like. As she felt the sensation on her back, Mu Zi fell into silence. The contact revealed that Mu Lingsha's fingers were somewhat rough. Mu family village was not isolated from the world, aside from trading timber and minerals. The primary source of revenue stemmed from escort missions. Naturally, such undertakings were fraught with peril. It was conceivable that one day, Mu family village could be obliterated by bandit forces. With feeble strength, survival was never guaranteed. Yet, within the village, no extraordinary talents emerged. Mu Lingsha was the most gifted among the younger generation in the past decade. One could surmise that she had been diligently honing her skills all these years, hoping to shoulder the weight of Mu family village. However, from this day forth, I shall not allow my elder sister to bear this burden alone. The girl secretly vowed within her heart, as long as I am here, Mu family village shall remain untroubled. Under the moonlight, the room fell into a momentary silence, with only the soothing sound of flowing water filling the air. Chapter 6. The Family Assessment. Once their bathing was complete, both young women felt utterly refreshed. Today marked the first day of the new year. Strolling through the estate, the residences within view were adorned with colorful lanterns, aglow with light. Muzi gazed upon this scene, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. This life was bestowed upon her by Mu family village, granting her protection and warmth. She wished fervently for this tranquility to remain undisturbed. It was time to accelerate her training. Elder sister, I wish to participate in this year's family assessment. Mu Lingsha, lost in thought, was suddenly roused by the voice of the girl. Isn't it a bit early? The assessment only requires you to participate before turning 18. Mu Lingsha responded, somewhat astonished. The family assessment of Mu family village was aimed at the younger generation within the clan, since each individual could only participate once. It could also be regarded as a rite of passage into adulthood. Successful candidates would receive rewards, with the quality of the assessment determining the scale of the rewards. To maximize their benefits, most individuals opted to participate at the ages of 17 or 18, with few choosing to undertake the assessment early. At merely 13 years of age, Muzi found that many of her peers had not yet begun their training, let alone consider participation in the assessment. Your talent for cultivation is quite commendable. You reached the 3rd level of body refinement after just over a month of practice. In 2 years, you might even break through to the 9th level of body refinement, at which point you could achieve the highest rating, Mu Lingsha encouraged. Curious at Mu Lingsha's appraisal, Muzi inquired, what are the criteria for the assessment ratings? Mu Lingsha elucidated, in our Mu family village's family assessment, age is irrelevant. Only achievements matter. The ratings are classified as excellent, good, pass, and fail. Achieving the 4th level of body refinement qualifies as a pass. The 5th level is rated as lower good, while the 6th is upper good. Levels 7 to 9 receive excellent ratings, categorized from lower excellent to middle excellent to upper excellent. For example, during my assessment last year, I reached the 8th level of body refinement and received a middle excellent rating. The reward was a 3rd-tier spirit herb, the Reincarnation root. Reincarnation root? Muzi pondered, recalling that among 3rd-tier spirit herbs, it was considered the least valuable. In the original text, Lin Dong was able to exchange 2 drops of diluted spirit stone essence for a Reincarnation root at the underground trading market. The fact that Mu Lingsha received such a meager reward for a middle excellent rating indicated that Mu family village's resources paled in comparison to the Lin family of Qingyang Town. Recalling that the Lin family's top 3 rewards in the original narrative included the 3rd-tier spirit herb, blood-quenching Zhu fruit, which possessed healing properties and was more potent. Muzi realized that despite being the same tier, the value of the Reincarnation root was significantly lower. Moreover, it was worth noting that the Lin family provided rewards annually, whereas Mu family village did not consistently produce younger members with middle excellent ratings. In comparison, the disparity between Mu family village and the Lin family was stark. Mu Lingsha, at 17, had cultivated to the 8th level of body refinement, surpassing her peer Lin Xia, showcasing considerable talent. Is the highest rating indeed the 9th level of body refinement? Muzi asked, her curiosity piqued. Mu Lingsha nodded, indeed. Achieving the 9th level of body refinement by 18 grants you the highest rating. It is unlikely that the family harbors any hopes for such genius to emerge. As she thought of this, a particular figure flashed through Mu Lingsha's mind. Lin Dong of Qingyang Town, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, had already broken through to the Earth Origin realm, an impressive feat. However, considering that her little sister reached the 3rd level of body refinement in merely 2 months, could her talent not be considered nearly as remarkable? Unbeknownst to Mu Lingsha, she mistakenly believed that Muzi had consumed those 5 first-tier spirit herbs, leading to her misjudgment. Muzi continued her inquiries, and what is the reward for the highest rating? Snapping back to reality, Mu Lingsha replied, the reward for the highest rating is truly extraordinary. It consists of 3 Reincarnation roots. Observing the excitement and longing on Mu Lingsha's face, Muzi felt a pang of discomfort. The young girl's eyes sparkled with dreams of 3rd-tier spirit herbs, while those from the clan could likely treat such items as mere sweets. After calming her emotions, Mu Lingsha continued, but that's not all. Should someone achieve the highest rating, the family will designate them as a seed candidate for core cultivation. Most importantly, all martial arts within Mu family village would be accessible to this seed. Oh, at this, Mu Zi's interest was piqued. Her aptitude for martial arts was exceptional, bolstered by the assistance of the Reincarnation seal. If she could explore the martial arts of Mu family village, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Mu Lingsha advised, "Little sister, there are only 3 months left until this year's assessment. You're currently at the 3rd level of body refinement. If you train for 2 more years before participating, you might achieve the highest rating." Mu Zi furrowed her brow in silence. Only 3 months? That seems rather tight. Lin Dong possessed the Spirit Stone, which essentially provided unlimited supplies of spirit herbs in the body refinement realm. It took him nearly 10 months to break through to the 9th level, even with Lin Dong's average innate talent. Shortening this timeline to 3 months was a feat beyond Mu Zi's current capabilities. Must I truly wait another year? The plot had already commenced, and Mu Zi was reluctant to squander a year. It was imperative to recognize that a single misstep could lead to compounded failures. Perhaps lacking that year's time would render her nothing more than an ant when facing the Demon Emperor in a decade or so, unable to effect any change. Having lived a second life with formidable insight, Mu Zi was unwilling to accept such a fate. By the way, aside from the cultivation assessment, there is also a practical combat assessment, Mu Lingsha suddenly added. A practical combat assessment? Mu Zi questioned, perplexed. Mu Lingsha elucidated. To prevent individuals from becoming overly engrossed in their cultivation and failing to manifest the combat prowess befitting their current realm, the family dispatches examiners to assess the practical capabilities of the candidates. Generally speaking, it is not necessary to defeat the examiner. Gaining their approval suffices. The final evaluation rating is determined by the amalgamation of 2 assessments. Although the cultivation level carries significant weight, should someone manage to defeat an examiner of a higher tier, they will naturally receive the corresponding rating. However, such an endeavor mandates that the challenger must indeed vanquish the examiner. Mu Zi's eyes sparkled thus. If anyone can defeat an examiner at the 9th level of body refinement, regardless of her true cultivation level, she may attain the highest rating. At this, Mu Lingsha shook her head. This is merely a theoretical possibility. Each level within the body refinement realm exhibits considerable disparity, making it exceedingly difficult to challenge above one's tier. Moreover, the examiners are all adept practitioners within the Mu family estate, having honed their skills over many years. The martial arts they command, both in rank and proficiency, far exceed those of the younger generation. To defeat them at a higher level is virtually impossible. Mu Zi remained non-committal, yet her mind was occupied with contemplating whether, in 3 months' time, she could possess the strength to overcome an examiner at the 9th level of body refinement. Observing Mu Zi's silence, Mu Lingsha assumed she had relinquished the idea of participating in this year's assessment. With a sigh of relief, she felt her persuasion had successfully dissuaded her younger sister. The family assessment serves as a rite of passage into adulthood. At 13, it is indeed a tad premature, and she wished for Mu Zi to refrain from haste, allowing her to enjoy a few more carefree years. Little sister, you must be hungry. Today is the first day of the new year, and it's rare for father to cook for us. We must indulge in a splendid feast. Mu Zi exclaimed in delight. Really? Uncle is usually so busy. It's a rare treat to savor his cooking, and I intend to relish it fully. Mu Lingsha chuckled. Hee, father's culinary skills are unparalleled. If his talent for cultivation matched his culinary prowess, he would have already ascended to the Yuan Dan realm. The 2 sisters walked away, laughing and chatting. Yet Mu Zi kept the family assessment in 3 months' time at the forefront of her thoughts. Chapter 7, Body Refinement, 5th Level. In the courtyard, several stones were arranged, and a figure extended her fists. Crack, crack, crack. 9 sounds echoed as the figure struck the stone, leaving a distinct imprint. Adjusting her stance, she punched again. Bang! This time, only a sharp sound resonated, and her speed had significantly increased. Crack! The stone finally succumbed, shattering into pieces. Having a firmer exterior indeed has its advantages. Mu Zi dusted off her hands, nodding inwardly. At the 3rd level of body refinement, she would never have dared to attack a stone directly with her fists. Such a reckless act would surely result in injury. It had been over 20 days since her idle conversation with Mu Lingsha. Since then, she had devoted all her thoughts to her cultivation. With the aid of the 1st-grade spirit herb, Snow Fruit, Mu Zi broke through to the 4th level of body refinement in just 7 days, a day ahead of her expectations. However, this came at the cost of exhausting her stock of spirit herbs, leading to an inevitable slowdown in her bone-tempering speed at the 5th level. Yet, even without the assistance of spirit herbs, her cultivation progress remained steady. 20 days had passed, and her bones were nearly fully tempered. Based on her estimations, with just over 10 more days, she would be able to advance to the 5th level of body refinement. Moreover, during these days, she had not neglected her martial studies. With her gaze sharpened, Mu Zi took a step forward. As she moved, her actions rhythmically adjusted, her strides following a pattern, as if she were gliding. That cadence, in both speed and agility, far exceeded mere sprinting. The flowing body step was the second martial art Mu Zi had mastered, a second-grade technique. After practicing the flowing body step, her steps became instinctual, and her movements flowed with the spirit. Such agility rendered her nearly invincible in combat. Furthermore, upon reaching mastery, she could traverse several yards in a single step, effectively shrinking distances. Of course, Mu Zi regarded this notion with a hint of skepticism. The idea of shrinking distances seemed like mere self-aggrandizement, likely to fool novices in martial arts. Nevertheless, it was indeed a rare technique, valuable beyond other martial arts of the same grade, second only to some secret methods. Mu Lingsha had also trained in the flowing body step, which served as one of her advantages. During the recently concluded hunting competition in Qingyang Town, she fought alongside Lin Dong, utilizing her 8th level of body refinement to hold off over a dozen opponents, creating an opportunity for Wu Yun to seize the fire python tiger cub. It was precisely due to the speed and agility afforded by the flowing body step that she could confidently contend with so many adversaries. Naturally, her commendable archery skills also played a significant role. This sufficiently demonstrated the efficacy of the flowing body step. Judging by Mu Zi's recent performance, her proficiency in the flowing body step had surpassed that of her elder sister, Mu Lingsha, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. If Mu Lingsha were to learn of this, one could only speculate on her reaction. However, mastery represented merely the limit of martial arts, not the limit of Mu Zi herself. Suddenly, she expanded her stride and surged forward once more with astonishing speed. To the naked eye, her movements were almost imperceptible. As Mu Zi traversed the courtyard, her turns carried an ethereal quality, akin to leaves swept by the wind, yet her speed showed no sign of deceleration. In an instant, she dashed out of the courtyard, reminiscent of a nimble swift, weaving through the back mountains of the Mu family estate. Touching down soundlessly, she occasionally passed by patrolling guards, who remained blissfully unaware, mistaking her for a mere gust of wind. Before long, the gentle sound of flowing water reached her ears. After rounding a hill, a stream came into view. Posen, Mu Zi exhaled deeply. After a brief adjustment, she once again executed that elusive step, racing toward the water surface. Finally, her feet made contact with the water. In an unexpected turn of events, Mu Zi did not submerge, but instead stood firmly, the water barely brushing the tops of her feet. She advanced, treading the surface, appearing from a distance as a spirit dancing upon the water. Returning to the shore, Mu Zi steadied her breath, a look of exhilaration illuminating her face. The improved, flowing body step had achieved this remarkable feat, and she felt thoroughly satisfied. Originally a second-grade martial art, through her enhancements, it had undergone a transformation, verging on being classified as an entirely new technique. This technique, which allowed her to glide over the waves without wetting her clothes, she aptly named the wave-walking step. With renewed enthusiasm, Mu Zi christened her upgraded martial art. Although the wave-walking step remained a second-grade technique, it could truly rival third-grade martial arts, perhaps even standing out amongst them. Most importantly, the energy expenditure required to execute the wave-walking step was merely within the realm of second-grade techniques. Low consumption, high power, truly an exceptional martial art. Moreover, this modification of the technique was nearly entirely the result of her own comprehension. During the process, she briefly activated the Reincarnation seal to discover the pathway for improvement. But ultimately, it was her hard work that fully realized this potential. This also encapsulated Mu Zi's insights on the application of the Reincarnation seal. Through its exploration of thought, such intermittent use can significantly diminish energy consumption. Moreover, delving into it with one's own insight can serve as a means of training. The Reincarnation seal acts as a mentor, solely responsible for inspiration. In this process, it continually accumulates profound understanding for Mu Zi. Once a certain threshold is reached, even without the Reincarnation seal, Mu Zi will be capable of achieving this on her own. Although the Reincarnation seal is commendable, personal growth remains paramount, Mu Zi concluded. Of course, the key factor is still poverty. Upon returning to her abode, Mu Zi retrieved a jade box. Upon opening it, she discovered 5 earth yellow fruits. Gazing at these third-tier spiritual herbs, Mu Zi's thoughts drifted back to that morning. Clap, clap, clap. Mu Zi executed the 9 echoes of the Tongbei fist, while opposite her, Mu Lingsha wore a complex expression. Little sister, your martial talent is truly astonishing. Awe filled Mu Lingsha's eyes. When Mu Zi first encountered the Tongbei fist, she had managed to produce a single echo in a remarkably short time, which had greatly impressed her. Subsequently, Mu Zi's progress accelerated immensely, and within a mere month, she had mastered all 9 echoes, honing the Tongbei fist to its pinnacle. Such martial prowess was indeed breathtaking. I can only manage 8 echoes. Mu Lingsha's heart roared, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. However, this was still a result of Mu Zi's concealment. Had Mu Lingsha known that Mu Zi had improved the Tongbei fist, what a splendid expression would grace her face. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Lingsha sighed, finally making up her mind. She produced a jade box and handed it to Mu Zi. What is this? Mu Zi inquired, puzzled. Do you remember the last time I participated in the hunt? Mu Lingsha asked, but before Mu Zi could respond, she continued, I managed to obtain a young fire python tiger. This was a significant accomplishment, and the village chief rewarded me with 5 earth yellow fruits. She gestured towards the jade box in Mu Zi's hands. Sister, what is this? It's for you. Mu Lingsha exhaled in relief. As Mu Zi looked at the gift in her hands, ripples of emotion surged within her. Mu Lingsha had been fervently training, which she had observed closely. Yet, at this moment, she was giving away the precious spiritual herbs she had labored to obtain. Do not refuse. Once I have made this decision, there is no turning back. This choice had not come easily for her, and she had been conflicted for quite some time. At this instant, Mu Lingsha seemed to have finally laid down her burdens, her entire demeanor considerably lighter. I am not far from the 9th level of body refinement. Lacking this will not affect me much. Mu Zi replied, had excitement palpable. But if you possess these 5 earth yellow fruits, sister, you could swiftly break through to the earth origin realm. Although this realm is not particularly high, it signifies a considerable advancement. After all, the Mu family only had 8 individuals at the earth origin realm. If Mu Lingsha were to break through, she would become a cornerstone of the family. Mu Lingsha smiled slightly, speaking earnestly, little sister, my talent cannot compare to yours. I may reach the heaven origin realm, but that will be my limit. You, however, are the true prodigy. Whether in the cultivation of elemental force or martial comprehension, you excel in every aspect. I may only guard the Mu family estate in this lifetime, but you are different. You have the opportunity to venture forth, to explore a broader world, and to compete with true geniuses. In recent days, the events of the hunting competition had stirred quite a buzz, spreading throughout the Mu family estate. Lin Dong from Qingyang Town had broken through to the Earth Origin Realm and had wagered against the Lei family in a public spectacle. His opponent, Lei Li, had not only achieved the Earth Origin Realm, but had also unleashed the 4th-tier martial skill, Thunderbolt Light. Despite this, Lin Dong easily defeated him. Remarkably, Lin Dong was not yet 16 years old, and his future was indeed limitless. I wonder how my little sister compares to such a genius, Mu Lingsha pondered. Mu Zi accepted the jade box, feeling its weight in her hands. Thank you, sister. Shaking off her reverie, Mu Zi sat cross-legged and took one of the earth yellow fruits, bringing it close to her forehead. Moments later, the fruit transformed into a handful of powder. Mu Zi entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the energy that the Reincarnation seal provided. Under the influence of the energy from the 3rd-tier spiritual herb, the bottleneck that would have taken over 10 days to break through began to loosen gradually. Accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain, Mu Zi's bones were being slowly reinforced. Beads of sweat emerged on her smooth forehead, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. In terms of willpower and resilience, she would not yield to anyone. At last, the agony subsided, and a crisp cracking sound emanated from within her as her height subtly increased. Opening her eyes, Mu Zi was filled with exhilaration. Is this the 5th level of body refinement? Chapter 8. The new abilities of the Reincarnation seal. Having broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, Mu Zi sensed that both her physical strength and power were incomparable to the 4th level. However, the 6th level represents a watershed moment. Upon reaching the 6th level, a seed of elemental force will be born within, allowing for the absorption of energy from the heavens and earth for cultivation. Though this absorption is quite weak, it is still better than nothing. Thus, it is only upon attaining the 6th level that one can truly embark on the path of cultivation, with elemental force residing within her. The potency of her every action would vastly surpass that of the 5th level. Therefore, in combat, the former would overwhelmingly dominate the latter. Of course, this is the norm. Mu Zi had mastered the Tongbei Fist, comparable to 2nd-tier martial arts, and the agile movement technique, Lingbo Step, comparable to 3rd-tier martial arts. She was confident that even against an opponent at the 6th level of body refinement, she could emerge victorious. Yet that was not sufficient. Mu Zi was acutely aware that with her current strength, she was still no match for someone at the 9th level of body refinement. A month had already passed, and in 2 months, the family assessment would take place. Now is not the time to relax. The 3rd-tier spiritual herbs were indeed extraordinary. They not only enabled her breakthrough to the 5th level of body refinement, but also left residual potency within her that had yet to be absorbed. The remaining potency would linger within her for several days and must not be wasted. It was time to intensify her training. Without pausing for rest, Mu Zi pushed open the door and continued her relentless practice day after day. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The earth-yellow fruits were all consumed. Mu Zi murmured. During this half-month, she had taken 1 earth-yellow fruit every 3 days. Such extravagant consumption was likely beyond the means of most in Qingyang Town. Yet, after breaking through to the 5th level of body refinement, even 3rd-tier spiritual herbs could no longer yield the same effects as before, and the pace of her cultivation inevitably slowed. The earth-yellow fruits were somewhat lacking in potency. In the original narrative, Lin Dong had consumed 7 or 8 drops of spirit liquid from stone talismans at the 5th level of body refinement. The potency of the spirit liquid prior to dilution is incomparable to any ordinary 3rd-tier spiritual herb. Moreover, it only equates to 2 drops of diluted spirit liquid from the earth-yellow fruits. Although the Reincarnation seal could also purify the medicinal properties, it too had its own deductions to consider. Fortunately, Mu Zi's innate talent for elemental force seemed to surpass that of Lin Dong. After exhausting the 5 earth-yellow fruits, she could already sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. Just 1 more 3rd-tier spiritual herb would suffice. With the consumption of another 3rd-tier spiritual herb, Mu Zi was confident she could break through to the 6th level of body refinement. Where might one seek out spiritual herbs? Mu Yun. She shook her head. Although Mu Yun held a prominent position within the Mu family estate, it was already quite challenging to provide for her sister's cultivation needs. The Mu family was not a power that could demand at will. Without rules, there could be no order. Despite the Mu family's relatively modest influence, basic principles must be upheld. Even as a senior member, Mu Yun could not simply bypass regulations, for such an act would dishearten the clan's members. This is precisely why Mu Zi must pass the assessment and achieve the highest commendation. Many elders within the clan have dedicated their lives to the family, accumulating contribution points to exchange for the martial arts they desire. She feared she lacked the qualifications to peruse the Mu family's martial arts so casually. The Mu family had survived in Tiandu County by adhering to rules. The unity of the clan's members enabled them to withstand challenges from all directions. Furthermore, the family's resources were meager, and spiritual herbs were particularly scarce. Only core members of the family were entitled to exchange contribution points for these herbs, while others could only seize opportunities to obtain them during certain clan events. For instance, the annual clan assessment was one such occasion. With the route of obtaining resources from the family closed off, Mu Zi had no choice but to devise her own methods. As she strolled through the dense forest on the back mountain, Mu Zi meticulously observed her surroundings. Even when she encountered suspicious shrubs, she would diligently turn them over. Indeed, foraging for herbs in the wild was her chosen approach. In truth, it was a last resort. Most lucrative endeavors came with inherent risks, and her current cultivation level was regrettably insufficient. Only the fortune-based activity of herb gathering seemed to hold some promise. A smile graced the dust-covered face of a young girl. Surely, my luck cannot be that poor. However, as if to mock her optimism, after searching for over an hour, Mu Zi found herself empty-handed. Though the risk of herb gathering was low, the accessibility was too broad. Many others likely harbored the same thoughts as she. The forest near the Mu family estate had been thoroughly explored, leaving little behind. Perhaps I should venture deeper, Mu Zi pondered. Yet, while the depths of the forest might harbor spiritual herbs, they could also conceal ferocious beasts. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Zi chose to press on into the woods. She understood that in this world, nothing comes without a price. Risk and reward are intertwined. To expedite her cultivation, she was willing to accept a measure of danger. What is there to fear? Let us proceed. Moreover, she felt reassured, as her decision was not made impulsively. Mastering the swift and agile Lingbo step, which rivaled 3rd-tier martial arts, made it difficult for ordinary beasts to keep pace with her. as long as she did not encounter a formidable demon beast. Her safety was assured. Leaving the confines of the Mu family estate, Mu Zi ventured deeper into the forest. After another half-hour of searching without success, she remained unfazed. After all, spiritual herbs were not easily found. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation emanated from the reincarnation mark on her forehead, a sensation so delicate that it might have been overlooked had she not been attentive. Focusing intently on the vibrations of the mark, Mu Zi sensed it was a form of guidance. Curiosity piqued, she followed the direction indicated. After walking for over 10 minutes, doubt crept in as she questioned whether the sensations were mere figments of her imagination. Then her eyes brightened. Beneath a patch of grass ahead, something caught her attention. Approaching, she confirmed it was a first-tier spiritual herb, Qishan. Suddenly, a nearby bush rustled violently, revealing a large snake. The serpent hissed menacingly at Mu Zi, as if warning her to keep her distance. Casting a glance at the creature, she noted it was merely an ordinary beast, and a smirk curled her lips. Finally, a breakthrough. With a graceful leap, she dashed toward the Qishan, swiftly plucking it from the earth. Before the snake could react, Mu Zi had already distanced herself, leaving behind only a small hole where the herb once lay. Not far off, Mu Zi gazed thoughtfully at the spiritual herb in her hand. Could the reincarnation mark possess treasure-seeking capabilities? Following its guidance had led her to the Qishan, which seemed more than mere coincidence. It appeared the mark was not so simple. Perhaps it harbored other functions yet to be discovered. I shall find time to explore this further. For the next half hour, the reincarnation mark pulsed twice more, and based on its guidance, Mu Zi located one each of first-tier and second-tier spiritual herbs. With such abundant examples, she finally confirmed that the reincarnation mark indeed possessed some treasure-seeking abilities. Elated, she realized that with this newfound power, she could uncover numerous spiritual herbs, greatly aiding her cultivation. However, upon reflection, Mu Zi understood the necessity of keeping this ability well concealed. Should some powerful individuals learn of it, they might capture her and turn her into a personal treasure-hunting companion. A vivid image flashed through her mind, a gaunt old man pointing at her, declaring, "You shall do. Angzi, go fetch me all the treasures in this vicinity." She envisioned herself appearing behind the old man, vacant-eyed, a collar adorning her neck. "Yes, master." A shiver ran down her spine, and she hastily banished that absurd vision from her thoughts. This matter must remain a secret. Yes. The girl clenched her fist resolutely. Returning to the present, she surveyed the expanse of the forest before her. Time to continue gathering herbs. Chapter 9. The First Battle. An hour had passed, and Mu Zi's haul was considerable. 5 first-tier spiritual herbs and 3 second-tier herbs. Regrettably, she had yet to find any third-tier herbs. Though slightly disappointed, she reminded herself to remain grateful. It was time to return. Dusk had begun to settle, and if she did not hurry back, Mu Yun and the others would surely become concerned. Just as she prepared to retrace her steps, another surge of energy pulsed from her forehead. This fluctuation was more intense than before, easily perceptible without careful discernment. Curious, she decided to investigate. Utilizing the Lingbo step, Mu Zi swiftly navigated through the forest and finally spotted her target after cresting a small hill. A peculiar little plant, encircled by several trees, caught her eye. Its leaves bore vibrant crimson patterns, radiating a potent energy. A third-tier spiritual herb, leongrass. Beside it stood a vine-like plant, bearing a fiery red fruit at its tip. Huiyan fruit, another third-tier spiritual herb. The spiritual herb she had failed to find all afternoon had suddenly appeared together. Before Mu Zi could revel in her good fortune, a commanding roar resonated through the air, causing the nearby foliage to tremble. A colossal beast revealed itself before her, its gray-brown body reminiscent of a lion. But what drew the eye was its crimson mane that stood erect like steel, emanating an imposing aura. The Qi lion, a creature of fierce ferocity, was notoriously difficult to contend with. Upon reaching adulthood, the crimson lion harbors a faint potential to transform into a demonic beast. Should this metamorphosis succeed, it would become the blazing flame lion, a creature formidable enough to rival the fire python tiger. Fortunately, the crimson lion before her does not yet appear to have reached maturity. Nonetheless, it remains a formidable adversary. Even an individual who has attained the 6th level of body tempering and has birthed elemental force within may find it challenging to subdue this beast. Sensing the presence of a formidable opponent, the crimson lion fixates its fierce gaze upon Mu Zi, letting out a menacing growl from its throat, attempting to intimidate her into retreating. An instinct, albeit vague, informs it that once it matures, it will be able to devour the two plants before it, thereby achieving a transformation of its bloodline. Until that moment arrives, it cannot allow others or beasts to covet them. Gazing at the beast, whose limbs tower over her, Mu Zi feels a weight of seriousness. In truth, she need not engage the Crimson Lion in battle. She could easily employ the ethereal wave step to pluck the two third-grade spiritual herbs without confrontation. Despite the lion's formidable prowess, it would merely trail behind her, left in the dust. However, Mu Zi, having practiced diligently thus far, has yet to experience genuine combat. Encountering a worthy opponent stirs a thrill within her. Great Lion, indulge me in a playful spar. Her voice, bright and lively, carries a hint of irresistible authority. Sensing Mu Zi's defiant. The Crimson Lion emits a low growl and lunges at her, raising a forepaw to strike. Mu Zi deftly sidesteps, evading this powerful blow, which crashes into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. As the Crimson Lion prepares to attack again, it realizes it has lost sight of its foe. A series of crisp sounds echo as Mu Zi appears silently behind it. In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to return your greeting. With a playful shout, she delivers a punch to the back of the lion's head, striking before it can react. With a dull thud, Mu Zi leaps back to assess the impact of her strike. The Crimson Lion stumbles, but quickly regains its footing, seemingly unharmed beyond a twinge of pain. Mu Zi's gaze sharpens, remarkably tough-skinned. Provoked by Mu Zi's audacity, the Crimson Lion roars in fury and launches a frenzied assault. It lunges, bites, slashes, sweeps, and charges, stirring clouds of dust in its wake. With an air of calm, Mu Zi employs the ethereal wave step, effortlessly evading each attack. Her movements are graceful, akin to a butterfly dancing amidst the towering beast. In that moment, the formidable Crimson Lion finds itself utterly confounded. Let us see how you fare against this. Suddenly, Mu Zi pivots sharply, her form becoming ethereal. The lion falters, losing its balance. Now is my chance. A brilliant light ignites in her eyes as she lowers her stance, instantly appearing beneath the Crimson Lion. Universal feast. This time, she does not hold back, unleashing the full force of her technique. The 9 strikes coalesce into one powerful blow, landing heavily against the beast's abdomen. The Crimson Lion emits a pained howl, clearly wounded by Mu Zi's formidable strike. She deftly avoids its counterattack, flowing gracefully behind it to deliver another punch to its vulnerable underbelly. In agony, the lion spins around, yet once again, it cannot locate Mu Zi. Thus, Mu Zi dances around the bewildered beast, occasionally landing powerful punches to its tender abdomen, inflicting considerable damage. However, being a wild beast, the Crimson Lion grows increasingly enraged from the relentless assault. Despite failing to touch the hem of Mu Zi's garments, it continues to attack with fervor, as if it cannot rest until it rends its opponent apart. Mu Zi, too, grows weary of the lion's relentless retaliation. Her thoughts drift to her dinner, and she wishes to conclude this encounter swiftly. Such beasts are prone to bully the weak. Their tenacity in battle often stems from a misconception of their own strength, believing they can drive off their adversaries as long as their injuries are not severe. It seems it is time for a decisive blow. Her expression turns serious as she prepares her most potent attack, with a rapid succession of 4 punches, each resonating with the power of 9 strikes. She targets the same spot repeatedly. The destructive force generated approaches that of third-grade martial arts. After enduring this onslaught, the Crimson Lion finally succumbs, collapsing to the ground with a mournful cry. Despite its attempts, it cannot rise again. Stretching her arms, Mu Zi feels a slight fatigue in her muscles. Yet she has triumphed over the beast before her. Ha! The strength of the 6th level of body tempering is hardly impressive. Although the beast is comparable to that level, it proves far more challenging than a human opponent. One must acknowledge that the Crimson Lion boasts a thick hide and a robust constitution. She has no idea how many strikes it took to bring it down. A human of the same level would likely not endure such a prolonged confrontation. While humans possess intelligence and flexibility beyond that of instinct-driven beasts, such qualities pale in comparison to Mu Zi's ethereal wave step. To her, humans are far easier to handle. Disregarding the moaning Crimson Lion, which has merely lost its fighting capability and will soon recover, Mu Zi steps forward, retrieving the sunfire grass and flame fruit beneath the lion's watchful gaze. With these spiritual herbs in her possession, she can finally break through to the 6th level of body tempering. She is eager to witness the power of elemental force. Chapter 10, Spirit Sword Pointer. The following day, at the rear mountain of the Mu family estate, my skin has finally returned. Thanks to the spiritual herbs she acquired yesterday, she has successfully broken through to the 6th level of body tempering, her strength penetrating to the core, birthing elemental force. The skin, once hardened by her previous training, has been rejuvenated, becoming even fairer and more delicate under the nurturing of elemental force. With elemental force enveloping her, a faint glow emanates from Mu Zi's body as she strikes out with a powerful punch. Bang! A stone the size of a grinding wheel shatters into countless fragments. Is this the elemental force? Truly extraordinary. Eager to experiment with the might of elemental force, she is astonished by the results. The punch she just executed, fueled by elemental force, surpasses the power of her previously unleashed universal fist. Moreover, if she were to enhance her martial arts with elemental force, the potential for destruction would be even more significant. While Mu Zi managed to defeat the Crimson Lion at the 5th level of body tempering, it was primarily through her superior agility, as she had avoided direct confrontation to prevent taking damage. Now, should she encounter that Crimson Lion again, she could easily subdue it in a direct clash. With a swift motion, she finds herself at the edge of stream. With a delicate tap of her toes, she stands upon the water's surface. Before her breakthrough, although she could traverse the water using the ethereal wave step, her feet would sink, inevitably soaking her shoes. With the enhancement of elemental energy, she traversed the terrain with effortless grace. Perhaps at this moment, the Lingbo step truly lived up to its name. Gazing at her reflection, Mu Zi fell into contemplation. Upon the rippling waters, a radiant beauty stood poised, resembling a celestial nymph. Alas, this enchanting scene was destined to remain unseen by any fortunate soul. Mu Zi reflected upon the battle from the previous day. Although she emerged victorious with poise, there were still areas for improvement. The duration of the skirmish was somewhat prolonged, which left her feeling dissatisfied. Faced with such a tough opponent, she lacked a decisive technique to finish the encounter swiftly. After all, the Tongbei Fist was merely a first-tier martial art with limited potential. Even with modifications, the foundational constraints remained. The enhanced version of her Tongbei Fist, culminating in 9 strikes fused into one, may have surpassed the original's 10 strikes. Yet it still fell short of the realm of third-tier martial arts. It was time to acquire new techniques. A ripple danced across the surface of the water, and the figure standing upon it had departed unbeknownst to her, leaving only a faint whisper behind. Mu Zi strolled along the path within the estate, where an ancient pavilion came into view, the martial arts hall. At the entrance, a guard stood watch. However, the sentinel was not a sleepy-eyed elder, but a robust middle-aged man, brimming with vitality. Upon noticing Mu Zi approaching the hall, the man greeted her with a booming voice. Whose daughter is this? Quite the beauty. Mu Zi felt a hint of exasperation. Uncle Mu Tian, please refrain from jesting. You truly have too much time on your hands. She was well aware that this guardian was a friend of her Uncle Mu Yun and a formidable warrior at the late stage of the Earth Element realm. Though he appeared somewhat eccentric, he was indeed reliable. Did I speak incorrectly? Mu Tian retorted with a chuckle. If I had a son, I would certainly seek a match with your Uncle Mu Yun. After retracting his earlier remarks, he raised an eyebrow at Mu Zi, causing her lips to twitch slightly. This gesture, if found on the handsome face of Mu Yun, might have been charming. Yet, when paired with Mu Tian's rugged visage, it became less than flattering. Mu Zi stamped her foot in irritation. If you utter any more of these ridiculous remarks, I shall summon Uncle to give you a thrashing. Do you not have any awareness of why you remain childless? Mu Tian smiled faintly at her reaction. Look at you all flustered. As she began to emanate a murderous aura, he forced a chuckle and swiftly changed the subject. Are you here to select a martial art, little Z? Mu Zi nodded. Mu Tian's demeanor turned serious. This is your first visit to the martial arts hall. Therefore, you are entitled to choose one martial art for free. Here is the catalog, which contains some brief descriptions. He handed her a booklet. According to family rules, all formal members of the Mu family were granted one complimentary selection of a martial art. The Tongbei Fist and Yu Shanbu had both been taught by Mu Ling Sha, and Mu Zi had yet to claim this benefit. Flipping through the catalog, numerous martial arts names captured her attention. First-tier martial arts, Tongbei Fist, Falling Rock Fist, Cracking Stone Leg, Mountain Opening Palm. Second-tier martial arts, Cracking Wind Claw, 8 Desolations Palm. Yushin Bu, Iron Mountain Lean. Why are there no third-tier martial arts? Mu Zi inquired, puzzled. Mu Tian explained. Third-tier martial arts within the clan are hard to come by and are not included in the free exchange. Disappointed, Mu Zi internally puted. There was no choice but to select from this list. Carefully examining the descriptions, Mu Zi searched for her desired technique. She needed a martial art with fierce offensive capabilities, which, after modification, could potentially compensate for her weaknesses. After a thorough search, Muzi finally pinpointed her target. I'll take this one. Mu Tian glanced at her long, delicate finger, pointing to the spirit sword finger in surprise. This martial art requires elemental energy to practice. It may not be suitable for you. Perhaps you should consider another. This technique would train the fingers to become as sharp as blades, allowing for attacks during combat. However, fingers were one of the more vulnerable parts of the body. Using them as weapons meant that without elemental energy to bolster them, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Mu Tian understood that Mu Zi had been training for less than half a year and likely did not possess elemental energy. Thus, the spirit sword finger was too impractical for her. Mu Zi shook her head defiantly. I will choose this one. Furrowing his brow, Mu Tian was about to persuade her further when she continued, my uncle and sister can teach me. I am not particularly lacking in martial arts. This one seems intriguing, and I want to practice it for fun. Besides, I will eventually cultivate elemental energy, and at that time, it will prove useful. Mu Tian considered her reasoning. The girl indeed had support and did not need to be overly frugal. If she enjoyed this martial art, he decided to let her have it. Furthermore, with Mu Yan already in the family elite and Mu Lingsha's potential, she would surely have a place in the future, with those two backing her. Mu Zi did not need to resort to violence. Being a young lady was perfectly acceptable. Very well, wait a moment. Having come to terms with his thoughts, he ceased his persuasion and turned to enter the pavilion. Shortly after, he emerged with a weathered tome. Handing the manual to Mu Zi, Mu Tian cautioned, be sure to take good care of this and remember to return it. Accepting the spirit sword finger, Mu Zi waved her hand. Iemof Unkel Mu Tian. As she skipped away, Mu Tian chuckled and shook his head. That girl. In her room, Mu Zi set down the booklet. With her keen insight, having a photographic memory was merely the foundation of her abilities. Carefully absorbing the details within the martial arts manual, the nuances of the spirit sword finger flitted through her mind. With her innate understanding, it felt as though a small figure in her consciousness was practicing the technique. Moments later, Mu Zi opened her eyes, and a radiant glow emanated from her fingertips, its intensity far surpassing that of the elemental energy at the 6th level of body tempering. This martial art seems even simpler than the Tongbei fist, Mu Zi murmured. After acquiring the martial art, she required only a brief moment to master the spirit sword finger. The swiftness of her learning was significantly greater than when she first learned the Tongbei fist. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of the spirit sword finger, as it did not have a distinction between minor and major successes. Once mastered, its full potential could be unleashed immediately. Truly straightforward and unrefined, Mu Zi remarked. Of course, if others were to hear her thoughts, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Where's the simplicity? They had to toil for extended periods to grasp the intricacies of condensing elemental energy. Mu Zi Sigid. I hope the modified version of the spirit sword finger does not disappoint me. After scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, Mu Zi focused her mind. Reincarnation activate. Chapter 11. Body Tempering 7th Level. Various insights coursed through Mu Zi's mind. After a moment, she withdrew the reincarnation seal, her eyes gleaming with realization. So that's how it is. Thanks to the inspiration from the reincarnation seal, she now understood how to upgrade the spirit sword finger. The next step was practice. With a clear direction, perfecting it would merely be a matter of time. Drawing from her previous experience in upgrading the Yushin Bu, Mu Zi was confident she could accomplish this before the family assessment. With a month and a half remaining until the evaluation, her current cultivation at the 6th level of body tempering was still insufficient. It would be best to achieve another breakthrough beforehand. It seemed that her herb-gathering endeavors could not cease. Whether she could break through depended on the gains made during this period. With a well-defined plan in hand, Mu Zi devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation once more. Amidst the monotonous rigors of daily practice, a month and a half swiftly elapsed. As spring blossomed, the air filled with the melodies of birds and the hum of insects, heralding the revival of life under the gentle caress of the warm breeze. During this time, Mu Zi celebrated her birthday, marking her transition into the age of 14. The developing young girl transformed almost daily, and she now radiated an even more captivating charm than before. At this moment, several precious spiritual herbs were meticulously arranged beside her. Yet only one was of the 3rd grade, the others merely of the 1st or 2nd. For Mu Zi, the efficacy of the 1st and 2nd grade herbs had diminished significantly. The reason for her gathering these herbs in bulk was that the family had run short on supplies. Despite her fortuitous luck in treasure hunting, the resources on the earth were finite. In the beginning, her foraging yielded abundant results, but as time passed, the spiritual herbs became increasingly elusive, particularly the third-grade herbs, which she encountered only sporadically. In the past half-month, the rarity of these herbs reached a critical point, and on several occasions, she returned empty-handed. After all, the Tianxuan Continent was not a game world, and rare materials would not respawn at regular intervals. Mu Zi's exhaustive search had nearly stripped the nearby forests of the Mu family village bare. With the absence of spiritual herbs, many wild beasts ceased their wandering, opting instead for distant territories. Interestingly, the significant decline in the beasts attracted the attention of the Mu family, prompting several meetings to investigate the phenomenon. However, with no clear explanation, the matter eventually faded into obscurity. It is worth noting that spiritual herbs are often guarded by wild beasts, and Mu Zi took the opportunity to select suitable sparring partners while gathering herbs. Over this month and a half, her combat experience had significantly improved. Nonetheless, the wilderness was not Mu Zi's backyard, and she narrowly avoided disaster on one occasion. She stumbled upon a crystal red fruit, curiously devoid of any beastly guardians nearby. In her excitement, she hastily collected the fruit and set off, only to be pursued shortly after by a silver-backed ape. Remarkably, while there were no wild beasts present, a formidable demon beast had appeared instead. Fortunately, the silver-backed ape possessed only the strength equivalent to the Earth origin stage, and its lack of speed allowed her to escape without severe repercussions. Mu Zi could not help but feel exasperated. Why was it that Lin Dong encountered merely a scorpion tiger with the same crystal red fruit, which was weaker than the previous red lion, while she faced an actual demon beast? The disparity was striking. Was this the treatment reserved for a chosen one? In summary, after her relentless foraging, the spiritual herbs in the vicinity had been completely exhausted. Perhaps a few stragglers remained in obscure corners, but finding a third-grade herb again seemed impossible. The one she currently had was one she had deliberately saved for her breakthrough at the 7th layer of body refinement. Calming her thoughts, Mu Zi consumed the spiritual herb, focusing on refining its medicinal power. After a month and a half of diligent cultivation, she could distinctly sense the seed of elemental energy within her bones growing increasingly robust, occasionally hinting at a breakthrough. This sensation intensified under the influence of the herb, as if it might burst forth at any moment. Yet it was still not quite enough. With a slight furrow of her brow, Mu Zi grasped the remaining spiritual herbs and refined them all at once. Finally, the energy reached a critical point, and a deep, almost imperceptible voice resonated from within her body. Mu Zi's vision darkened, and her consciousness delved into her inner self, where she beheld a luminous orb the size of an infant's fist, flowing gently within her. Was this the seed of elemental energy? Mu Zi pondered curiously, but it appeared rather large. Typically, such seeds are no bigger than a pinky finger. Lin Dong's seed, aided by the stone talisman, was walnut-sized. Yet the seed within her was as large as a baby's fist, even thicker than her own meridians. Would this not harm her body? After observing it for a while, Mu Zi noted that the seed seemed ethereal, flowing within her, yet not making contact with her meridians. Remarkable, confirming there was no harm. Mu Zi controlled the seed to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth. As the orb emitted a pulling force, energy from the surroundings surged toward her. Mu Zi quickly centered her thoughts, refining the influx of elemental energy into her body. If anyone were nearby at that moment, they would be astonished by the efficiency with which Mu Zi absorbed energy, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Such was the advantage of her innate talent. With a thought, Mu Zi directed the elemental energy within her toward the Reincarnation seal, which welcomed the energy without hesitation. She sensed a slight increase in the energy within the seal. It seemed my hypothesis was correct. After reaching the 7th layer of body refinement, I could replenish energy from the heavens and earth to empower the Reincarnation seal. This indicated that even without spiritual herbs, the Reincarnation seal would not become unusable. Perhaps in the future, using the Reincarnation seal would not require such stringent measures. Mu Zi even dared to contemplate maintaining the activation of the Reincarnation seal continuously. She decided to give it a try. Quietly, Mu Zi activated the Reincarnation seal. However, after sensing it for a while, her expression darkened, and she halted. The energy consumption had increased. During her previous upgrade of the Spirit Sword, she had sensed a hint of this. This attempt, after reaching the 7th layer of body refinement, solidified her understanding. With her increasing cultivation, the consumption of the Reincarnation seal had risen significantly, and the rate of increase was not negligible. If she recklessly activated the Reincarnation seal, the energy she had accumulated would soon dwindle. Indeed, it would not allow me to exploit loopholes. Although disappointed, Mu Zi had anticipated this outcome. If the consumption of the Reincarnation seal remained constant, could one not use the energy of a single first-grade spiritual herb to deduce the heavenly martial arts? Such fortune was hardly realistic. Mu Zi was neither greedy nor impatient. She quickly adjusted her mindset and focused on the changes following her breakthrough. Compared to the sixth layer of body refinement, her elemental energy had surged several-fold, and her physical strength had also significantly increased. Considering the martial arts techniques she had mastered, she now possessed the capability to contend even with those at the ninth layer of body refinement. With this thought, confidence filled Mu Zi's bright eyes. How could a mere family assessment pose a challenge to her? Tomorrow's assessment would be her first opportunity to shine. The path to immortality would commence from here. One day, her brilliance would illuminate the vast world, banishing all evils, vanquishing demons and gods, and commanding the submission of myriad paths. Chapter 12. The assessment begins. As the first rays of dawn broke across the horizon, the atmosphere in Mu family village began to stir with excitement. Accompanying Mu Yun and Mu Lingsha, Mu Zi arrived at the entrance of the assessment hall, gazing in astonishment at the throng of people. Why are there so many? She inquired. Besi deher, Mu Lingsha a planet. After all, it is the annual assessment. It is only natural that it attracts such a crowd. In their daily lives, the majority of the members of Mu family village are engaged in the relentless pursuit of livelihood, often dispersing to various locales to undertake different tasks. Seizing this rare opportunity, the villagers seldom gather together. Barring those particularly reclusive individuals, at least everyone would come to partake as spectators. As three figures stepped through the entrance, the liveliness within the hall intensified. Seated prominently was a man clad in a flowing white robe, whose robust and muscular physique rendered the garment somewhat cumbersome. Mu Zi was taken aback. Has even a village head graced us with his presence? The man in the white robe was none other than Mu Tao, the sole celestial realm powerhouse of the family. At that moment, he surveyed the animated atmosphere of the trial hall, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that the cohesion of Mu family village was indeed on the rise. Upon noticing the arrival of Mu Yun and his family, Mu Tao nodded towards them, striving to project an air of cultured ease. However, combined with his straining white robe, the effect was quite peculiar. Mu Yun had long since grown accustomed to the idiosyncrasies of their village head. Ever since Mu Tao had encountered the Lord of Flame City years ago, he had been so taken by the latter's refined demeanor and formidable strength that he began to emulate him deliberately. As they made their way toward the central dais, Mu Yun politely acknowledged the respectful greetings from fellow clansmen. Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out. "Ha, Brother Mu Yun, you've come too." Following the source of the voice, Mu Zi beheld a jovial, burly man rising from his seat at the dais. Mauriciten, Malasia de Abruta. Are you not here to join the revelry as well? The boisterous man was none other than Mu Tian, whom Mu Zi had encountered previously at the Martial Arts Academy. Mu Tian, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Indeed, I can only join in the merriment, but you, my brother, are quite different." Ling Sha's performance in last year's assessment earned her an excellent rating, breaking the record of Mu family village. With such an outstanding descendant, we are envious of you. While Mu Yun feigned modesty, his heart swelled with pride at the praise of his daughter. After a while, another figure approached the dais, a venerable old woman accompanied by a youth of approximately 16 or 17 years. Upon seeing the elderly matriarch, Mu Yun and the others hastily rose to greet her, and even Mu Tao stood in respect. Observing this scene, Mu Zi inquired in surprise, "Who is this venerable matron?" Mu Ling Sha whispered, "I am not entirely certain, but I have heard father mention that she is an elder of Mu family village, older than the village head and my father." Pausing for a moment, she added, "By the way, this matron is at the late Earth origin realm." Realizing the significance, Mu Zi understood that Mu family village had 3 members at the late Earth origin realm. She had previously only known Mu Yun and Mu Tian, and today, she was finally meeting the last one. Such a small family assessment. How could it summon you, esteemed elder? Mu Yun expressed his astonishment. The old woman smiled gently, glancing at the youth beside her, and said, "He has made commendable progress in his cultivation, so this old woman brought him to broaden his horizons." Oh, upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the young man accompanying the elder. Mu Yun recognized him as an orphan the old woman had adopted a few years prior. Given the elder's high standing and her declining combat prowess due to age, she no longer managed the family's affairs. However, all present understood her identity as the widow of the first village head, who had co-founded Mu family village decades ago. In essence, without her, there would be no Mu family village. Therefore, despite her inability to cultivate in recent years, the clan continued to allocate some resources for her. It was likely that these resources had been used to nurture promising descendants, which meant this 16-year-old youth might possess considerable strength. Muye, come forth and pay your respects to your clan uncles, commanded the elder. The youth named Mu Yi approached Mu Yun and Mu Zi, bowing slightly and stating, I have the honor of meeting my two clan uncles. His demeanor was indeed commendable. Nodding in approval, both remarked, truly, heroes emerge from youth. The elder chuckled. He cannot compare to Ling Sha, my granddaughter. Ling Sha has brought honor to Mu family village by capturing the fire python tiger. I would like to express my gratitude here. Mu Ling Sha waved her hand repeatedly. The village head has already rewarded me. The elder nodded and turned her gaze towards Mu Zi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Nephew Mu Yun, your adopted daughter is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Just as Mu Yun was about to express his gratitude, the elder continued, half a year ago, you met your daughter and fell head over heels for her. Since then, he has been utterly infatuated, neglecting food and drink. I wonder if I might take the liberty to propose a match for ye. Initially feeling a bit bored, Mu Zi was taken aback by these words, uncertainly pointing to herself. Me? The elder nodded once more. Mu Yun's expression changed dramatically as he interjected. But Zir is still young. Such a thing is rather inappropriate, is it not? The elder smiled. Ah, ye is indeed a fine young man. Why not inquire about the young lad's own thoughts? I do not agree. Mu Zi immediately rejected the proposal. What a joke. How could I possibly accept this? Was this a forced marriage? Originally harboring some fondness for the elder, Mu Zi's feelings evaporated in that instant. Turning, she glared at Mu Yi. This pretentious fellow dared to set his sights on her? Feeling the intensity of Mu Zi's glare, Mu Yi grew flustered, tugging at the elder's sleeve. Grandmother, perhaps we should let this matter rest. The elder regarded the youth thoughtfully and said, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Once the assessment concludes, you may come to see Yi in a different light. Trying to showcase strength through the assessment to sway my opinion? How naive. Mu Zi squinted her eyes slightly. I fear you have miscalculated. Calming herself, she gazed at the youth who stole glances at her, suddenly finding amusement in the situation. Let us see what you have to offer, Yi. She flashed a radiant smile at Mu Yi, a sight akin to 1,000 blossoms blooming, captivating all who beheld it. Mu Yi was momentarily entranced. Having lived a sheltered life, he had never encountered such a dazzling smile. Particularly, the girl's lively eyes ensnared him, leaving him utterly spellbound. Surprised by his unabashed gaze, Mu Zi swiftly retreated behind Mu Ling Sha. Realizing his blunder, Mu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. He opened his mouth to explain, but no words emerged. His sheltered upbringing left him lacking in conversational skills. In resignation, he took refuge behind the elder. Casting his gaze downward, too ashamed to look at Mu Zi. Suppressing a laugh, Mu Zi nearly burst into giggles. Internally, she scoffed, what a little brat. The atmosphere at the dais grew tense, casting a shadow over the hall. The previously vibrant ambience began to wane. As everyone took their seats, the trial hall gradually fell silent, with all eyes converging on Mu Tao at the forefront. Mu Tao leisurely set down his teacup and rose to declare. The family assessment officially commences. In an instant, the atmosphere at the venue became electrifying. Mu Zi cast a glance at the eager Mu Yi. Ha! Let me see what gives you such confidence. I shall indulge you in this little game. I hope you're not too weak, or else you will bore me. She was known for holding grudges. Chapter 13, Assessment of Cultivation. The evaluation consists of two parts. First, the examination of cultivation level, followed by a practical combat test. This year, the younger generation participating in the assessment was invited to demonstrate their cultivation. As Mu Tao's words echoed, a young man and woman, both appearing to be around 17 or 18, stepped forward from the crowd. They were Mu Tai and Mu Jing. An elder at the initial stage of the earthly origin realm produced a ledger, preparing to record their results. Another clan member, at the 9th level of body refinement, acted as the examiner, responsible for assessing the tester's cultivation levels. Mu Tai was the first to undergo the examination. The examiner began to probe him, occasionally pinching him, causing Mu Tai to grimace in pain. Mu Zi was momentarily stunned. Was this really an assessment? Surely, she must still be dreaming. Mu Ling Sha leaned over, seemingly anticipating Mu Zi's reaction, and explained, ahem, though it appears rather peculiar, this is indeed how cultivation levels are assessed, until one reaches the 6th level of body refinement. An individual's body lacks any elemental energy, making it impossible to gauge their cultivation based on energy fluctuations. However, the physical strength varies with different cultivation levels. and this can serve as a criterion. The examiner is confirming Mu Tai's skin toughness and bone density to determine his cultivation level. At Mu Ling Sha's explanation, the corners of Mu Zi's mouth twitched slightly. She watched in disbelief as the examiner manhandled Mu Tai in front of everyone, feeling as if 1,000 demonic beasts were rampaging within her. Mu Zi's petite face twisted in conflict. If such physicality were necessary, perhaps it was better to forego the assessment altogether. Sister, were you also subjected to such treatment during last year's evaluation? Suddenly recalling something, Mu Zi regarded Mu Ling Sha with a peculiar expression. Mu Ling Sha rolled her eyes, delivering a light smack to Mu Zi's head. She retorted, "What are you thinking? I'd already reached the 8th level of body refinement by then, allowing me to directly harness elemental energy, so such measures were unnecessary." Pausing for a moment, Mu Ling Sha added earnestly, "Thus, one must not slack in their training. If your cultivation level is insufficient during the assessment, the consequences will be dire." Although that possibility no longer existed, Mu Zi still shivered at the sight of Mu Tai's awkwardness under the public gaze. Minutes later, as Mu Tai's expression turned increasingly despondent, the examiner finally nodded and announced the results. Mu Tai, body refinement, 5th level grade, below average. Just as Mu Tai breathed a sigh of relief, he heard the examiner lean in and whisper, "Young man, you have quite a physique." His face changed dramatically, and Mu Tai hurriedly returned to his seat. From the main seat, Mu Tian commented, "The youth of today truly lack composure. If they cannot withstand this minor test, how can they contribute to the family?" Upon hearing this, both Mu Tao and Mu Yun twitched at the corners of their mouths, and even the elderly matriarch's wrinkled face seemed to shift. Next, the elder presiding over the assessment declared. The girl named Mu Jing stepped forward, trembling with fear as she gazed at the examiner. After a brief moment of eye contact, the elder's voice finally eased Mu Jing's anxiety. "Mu Gang has just returned. Mu Yu, please conduct her assessment." A female clan member at the 9th level of body refinement stepped forth to assess Mu Jing. Fortunately, this examiner was rather professional. After a firm pinch of her wrist, she announced, "Mu Jing, body refinement 4th level grade, qualified." After Mu Jing returned, the elder inquired again, "Is there anyone else wishing to participate in the assessment this year?" After a brief pause flipping through the ledger, he soon found another name. "Where is Mu Fei? If you do not participate this year, you'll be too old. Come forth for your cultivation assessment." Moments later, a chubby boy, his face filled with despair, was pushed forward by his scolding parents. Upon being pinched by the examiner, the chubby boy cried out in pain. "Mu Fei, body refinement 2nd level, grade, unqualified." Shaking his head, the elder stated, "Mu Fei has failed the assessment. His formal clan membership is hereby revoked, and he is no longer eligible to receive resources from the Mu family estate." Hearing the elder's pronouncement, Mu Fei's gaze became vacant, and he sank to the ground, clutching his head in tears. The hall was soon filled with murmurs. As previously mentioned, the assessment at the Mu family estate is akin to a coming-of-age ceremony. Failure to pass means being relegated to the secular industries under the Mu family, forever distanced from the cultivation world. Observing Mu Fei's plight, while many felt sympathy, no one spoke on his behalf. Even his biological parents remained silent. Typically, individuals in the Tianxuan Continent begin to cultivate body refinement at around 13, as their bodies reach a preliminary development stage. The first 3 levels of body refinement are not particularly challenging, even without the aid of spiritual medicines. An average person can achieve them within 2 years. At 18, Mu Fei had only reached the 2nd level of body refinement, likely due to sheer laziness. In a world where the strong thrive and the weak perish, no one is willing to squander precious family resources on such individuals. As the chubby boy was escorted away, the assessment continued. "Is there anyone else wishing to be assessed?" From the main seat, Mu Yi stood behind the elderly matriarch, having waited long enough, and now slowly approached the testing area. However, as he passed by Mu Zi, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and quickened his pace. The matriarch frowned at this display, impatient and reckless. What sort of conduct is this? Upon reaching the testing ground, Mu Yi finally regained his composure, surveying the surroundings with a calm demeanor, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Who is this? I don't recall seeing him before. I don't know, but this boy's expression seems rather infuriating, doesn't it? No joking, let us see how he performs." Mu Yi, having kept a low profile, was largely unrecognized by the majority of the clan members, who began to murmur amongst themselves. "Oof." Mu Yi snorted coldly and addressed the elder. "Shall we begin?" The elder replied leisurely. "Examiner Mu Yi, age 16, confirming participation in this year's assessment. Seeing Mu Yi impatiently nod, the elder continued, Mu Gang, please conduct his assessment. Just as Mu Gang was about to approach Mu Yi, the latter stopped him. No need for such trouble. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, Mu Yi concentrated, and a dense aura enveloped his body. Elemental energy manifestation. At this sight, the spectators erupted in exclamations. The ability to manifest elemental energy indicated that Mu Yi possessed at least the 6th level of body refinement. Among the younger generation of the Mu family, achieving such a feat during the assessment was exceptionally rare. At the main seat, Mu Tao, who had been sipping tea leisurely, spewed it out in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. With his discerning eye at the Tianxuan realm, he could naturally discern that the elemental energy fluctuations surrounding Mu Yi were far beyond a mere 6th level of body refinement. Can we declare the results? A proud smile graced Mu Yi's face as he glanced confidently at Mu Zi, locking eyes with her calm gaze. The elder, regaining his composure from the astonishment, took a deep breath. Mu Yi, body refinement 8th level, grade, above average. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with astonishment as gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the venue. How could this be possible? The 8th level of body refinement. Surely I must be dreaming. This evaluation is on par with that of Miss Mu Lingsha, is it not? Moreover, during last year's assessment, it seems that Mu Yi was a year older than Mu Lingsha. On the main platform, Mu Tian also expressed a hint of astonishment. Achieving such a feat at this tender age is remarkable, even considering the resources provided by the elder. He glanced at Mu Yun, who wore a worried expression due to Mu Ye's displayed prowess, and sighed inwardly. I never anticipated that the jest I made with Xiao Zi would come to fruition today. The elder regained his composure and continued presiding over the assessment. Are there any more candidates this year? For a moment, no one responded, and just as the crowd assumed the assessment had concluded, a clear voice rang out. I am here. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Mozi maintained an impassive demeanor. However, beneath that calm exterior, her heart had already ignited with fervor. Chapter 14. Shocking the entire venue. I am here. Mu Zi's sudden declaration was unexpected. Beside her, Mu Lingsha hastily grasped her arm. Little sister, what are you doing? Don't take that person's words to heart. If you don't wish to comply, both father and I will support you. There's no need for impulsivity. Mu Lingsha assumed that Mu Zi was provoked by Mu Yi, acting out of impulse, and hurriedly dissuaded her. She was aware that Mu Zi had recently broken through to the 4th level of body refinement, and with the 5 Earth Huang fruits she had gifted, it was likely that Mu Zi had advanced to the 5th level during this period. Even though Mu Zi possessed remarkable martial talent, it was improbable that she could defeat someone at the 6th level of body refinement with the 9 Echoes backstrike. Therefore, she could at most achieve a satisfactory evaluation. Attaining such an accomplishment at 14 was undoubtedly commendable. Surely, Mu Yi at that age would have been less impressive. Perhaps, little sister wishes to prove that her potential surpasses Mu Yi's, Mu Lingsha used. Yet, this notion was somewhat naive. Potential does not equate to strength. Even if one's potential is greater, it does not guarantee successful realization, while a strong person's power is tangible. The boundless potential that draws admiration does not provide a fair advantage over those who wield power. In contrast, Mu Yi, at the 8th level of body refinement, undoubtedly belongs to the ranks of the strong. Mu Yin also attempted to persuade her. Little Z, rest assured, as long as you do not wish to, no one can force you into agreement. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the elder, who remained unperturbed, observing the subtle sorrow behind Mu Yun's domineering exterior. Mu Zi felt a surge of gratitude, despite knowing that they had misunderstood her intentions. I understand. However, uncle, this will surely place great pressure upon you, will it not? Although she was unclear about the elder's precise identity, Mu Zi had gleaned some understanding from the Lord's respectful demeanor towards him. Even if Mu Yin could forcibly refuse the marriage arrangement, it would likely lead to considerable complications. With a confident smile directed at both father and daughter, Mu Zi declared, Do not worry, I am assured of my capabilities. She deftly maneuvered past the obstructing figures of her father and sister, resolutely advancing towards the assessment arena. Alas! What shall we do? Mu Yin appeared somewhat flustered. Watching Mu Zi's retreating silhouette, Mu Lingsha pondered and comforted him. Father, perhaps little sister has her own resources. Compared to Mu Yin, she possessed a deeper understanding of Mu Zi's abilities. Perhaps, Mu Yin seemed to harbor little hope. As Mu Zi emerged, whispers filled the air. Who is she? How beautiful! She seems to be the second daughter of elder Mu Yun's family. Isn't she too young? With such delicate skin, she appears to have never trained. Is it not folly to participate in the assessment? Do you think there is any possibility that she has already cultivated her elemental energy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If she has cultivated elemental energy, I will eat this table on the spot. Upon hearing this, many turned to the speaker, who suddenly felt a pang of guilt under the scrutinizing gazes. Yet, reassured by the improbability of losing the bet, he regained his composure. If you believe she possesses elemental energy, you might as well believe I am the Emperor of the Great Flame. Mu Zi's abrupt decision evidently caught the presiding elder off guard. He hurriedly flipped through the roster before asking, Candidate Mu Zi, age 14. Do you confirm your participation in this year's assessment? Under the bewildered gaze of Mu Yun and the worried expression of Mu Lingsha, Mu Zi nodded. I confirm. Just as the elder prepared to assign an examiner, Mu Zi interjected, There is no need to trouble Sister Mu Yu. I shall handle it myself. The elder was momentarily puzzled, but a sudden realization struck him, sending chills down his spine. Could it be? Before the eyes of the gathered crowd, Mu Zi concentrated her spirit, elemental energy enveloping her. With a resounding roar, the scene erupted in chaos. Elemental energy. Another instance of elemental energy. The earlier astonishment over Mu Yi reaching the 8th level of body refinement was now eclipsed by the revelation that this second daughter possessed at least the 6th level of body refinement. What was happening in this year's assessment? Elemental energy, which was rarely seen in past years, now seemed to be appearing in abundance. Moreover, while a 16-year-old at the 8th level of body refinement was within the realm of comprehension, a 14-year-old at the 6th level felt almost surreal. After all, the majority of individuals at this age were merely beginning their training. Am I dreaming? Alas, I regret attending this assessment. This is utterly disheartening. Who was it that boasted about eating the table? The crowd turned their gazes towards that individual, whose expression had turned vacant, overwhelmed by the multitude of eyes upon him. He felt as though he might weep without tears. I was just joking. Do you believe me? The individuals seated in the main area were equally astounded. With a crack, Lord Mu Tao, in shock, crushed his teacup, losing all semblance of his usual refined demeanor. His heart was in turmoil, although Mu Ye's prowess had also been unexpected. Considering he was the favored protege of the widow of the first-generation lord and had ample resources for cultivation, such an achievement was somewhat acceptable. However, Mu Zi's performance left him at a loss for justification. Mu Tao understood Mu Yun quite well. While he would wholeheartedly care for his juniors, he would never sacrifice his own cultivation. Observing the poised Mu Zi, her composed demeanor stirred something within him. Mu Tao thought to himself, It seems I must reconsider my stance. He had been keeping an eye on the previous marriage proposal. Although he disapproved of the elder's approach, he had refrained from intervening due to her status. Now, with Mu Zi's talent far exceeding his expectations, his perspective began to shift. This might not be so bad. That old fellow had long been insufferable, relying on her seniority and status. Mu Tian, too, was left speechless in shock. Yet, he quickly recalled, previously, Mu Zi had chosen the spirit sword finger despite his warnings during her selection of martial arts. At that moment, he felt a twinge of strangeness, but now, in light of the current circumstances, everything made sense. Was this all part of your grand design, Xiao Zi? You've certainly given Uncle Tian a tremendous surprise. Bang! Mu Yun stood up in astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on the young girl in the arena, struggling to comprehend. Since when did Xiao Zi attain such a remarkable level of cultivation? He realized that he hardly knew his adopted daughter at all. At this moment, Mu Lingsha's heart was also tumultuous as she questioned, Is the effect of the Dihuang fruit truly this remarkable? Could it genuinely be the result of the spiritual medicine I presented? Yet, she had consumed the Dihuang fruit before, and it had not yielded such potent results. Mu Yun, taken aback, inquired what Dihuang fruit. Mu Lingsha hesitated before responding, It's the reward given to me by the owner of the estate. I passed it on to my younger sister. Mu Yun was even more astonished. Why would you do such a thing? With a sigh, Mu Lingsha replied, From the beginning of her cultivation to breaking through to the 4th stage of body refinement, my younger sister has only taken 2 months. Her innate talent is extraordinary. These spiritual medicines benefit her immensely. Moreover, her martial arts aptitude is truly exceptional. Mu Yun barely registered the latter part of her statement, his expression complex as he muttered. 2 months, 4th stage of body refinement. Brother, sister-in-law, you truly have a remarkable daughter. Chapter 15, Practical Assessment. The elder in charge, having regained his composure from the shock, found his heart still unsettled. Under the calm gaze of the girl, he stammered his announcement. Mu Zi, 4th stage of body refinement, rank, lower excellence. Upon hearing Mu Zi's true level cultivation, The onlookers were left in a state of shock, though they had begun to numb to the astonishment. Was there truly a significant difference between the fourth and fifth stages of body refinement for a girl who had only recently begun her training? Regardless, both levels were beyond what ordinary people could fathom. At this moment, Mu Yi stared blankly at Mu Zi, still unable to believe. He had initially thought Mu Zi was merely an ordinary neighbor girl, captivated by her exceptional beauty. Of course, Mu Yi believed that beauty was not of utmost importance. He simply appreciated her purity and kindness. He had envisioned a scenario where he would display his strength, and Mu Zi would develop admiration for him, leading to a budding relationship, gradually falling for him over time. Yet he had never anticipated that his proud talent would pale in comparison before Mu Zi. Finally, Mu Yi awoke to reality, and simultaneously, his pride began to shatter piece by piece. Observing Mu Yi in such a despondent state, the old woman scoffed. "Look at you. So disheartened by a setback. What can you possibly achieve?" Mu Yi looked up bewildered. "But what hope do I have left?" The old woman replied nonchalantly. "I too did not expect this girl to possess such formidable talent. However, she is still not as skilled as you. As long as you excel in the practical assessment, I shall set aside my dignity to help you secure this union." Mu Yi felt a pang of reluctance, but such pressure will only make her dislike me. The old woman I twitched slightly, realizing that this lad still harbored hopes for mutual affection. With a tone tinged with disappointment, she remarked, "She already harbors no fondness for you. Just look up and see for yourself." Upon hearing this, Mu Yi turned his gaze to Mu Zi, only to find her looking at him with indifference, completely devoid of the previous warmth in her smile. His heart twisted painfully as he recognized that he had been indulging in wishful thinking all along. The old woman's raspy voice echoed, "Perform well in the practical assessment. You still have a chance." Mu Yi lowered his head, lost in his thoughts. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mu Zi returned to Mu Langtian's side, offering her a faint smile. "I told you I was confident. Do you believe me now?" Mu Langtian exclaimed in awe. "You have certainly given us a tremendous surprise." Shifting her tone, she asked, "But don't you owe us an explanation?" "Here it comes." Mu Zi maintained her impassive expression while her thoughts raced. "What explanation?" Seeing her calm demeanor, Mu Langtian felt a flicker of doubt. "I mean your cultivation. How did you manage to break through to the fifth stage of body refinement in just 5 months?" Upon hearing this question, several individuals seated at the head table perked up their ears. Mu Zi, unfazed, replied, "I'm not quite sure what happened. After consuming the spiritual medicine you gave me, it felt as if my usual training yielded much better results. Could it truly be the Dehuang fruit?" Mu Langtian was utterly bewildered. Mu Tian, contemplating, asked owner, "Was there anything special about the 5 Dehuang fruits you rewarded Ling Sha last time?" Mu Tao, recalling, replied uncertainly, "Nothing particularly special, as far as I remember." After discussing for a while, without reaching a conclusion, everyone gave up on pondering. "Perhaps Xiao Zi possesses a unique physique. I have heard that some individuals are remarkably gifted, their bodies absorbing spiritual medicines far more effectively than average." Mu Yun speculated, though somewhat incredulous. The undeniable evidence of Mu Zi's prowess led the others to accept this explanation. Breathing a sigh of relief at having evaded scrutiny, Mu Zi felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. The assessment continued, transitioning to the practical evaluation. The presiding elder gestured, and several men brought forth a platform. The practical assessment would take place there. "Who will step up first?" the elder inquired. Noticing that neither Mu Yi nor Mu Zi responded, Mu Tai and Mu Jing stepped forward. Perhaps, in this assessment, they were merely there to fill the numbers compared to those two. Exchanging glances, they shared a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. An examiner at the 8th stage of body refinement ascended the platform and approached the two. "I will not use my elemental energy, and I will suppress my strength to the 5th stage of body refinement. You two may come at me together." Taking a deep breath, Mu Tai and Mu Jing assumed their stances and charged forward. Falling stone fist, whirlwind leg, the two unleashed their signature martial arts moves, coordinating their assault against the examiner with surprising synergy. However, the examiner was, after all, at the 8th stage of body refinement. Even with his strength suppressed, his ability to withstand blows far exceeded that of Mu Tai and Mu Jing. He deftly countered their techniques, neutralizing their martial arts attacks with nothing but his fleshly palm. Mu Tai exchanged a glance with Mu Jing, who understood implicitly and ceased to engage in a direct confrontation, instead opting for a grappling strategy. Seizing the opportunity created by Mu Jing, Mu Tai executed his strongest martial arts move. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Zi raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Mu Tai's hidden card was the Tongbei fist. As their fists and palms collided, The examiner was finally pushed back a step, but by this time, both Mu Tai and Mu Jing were panting heavily, unable to pursue the attack further. Is the gap truly this vast? Mu Tai felt a sense of despair. Unexpectedly, the examiner did not launch a counterattack, but instead smiled. The 5 strikes of the Tongbei fist, quite impressive. Mu Jing's performance was commendable as well. Most importantly, you both demonstrated excellent teamwork. If I were truly at the 5th stage of body refinement, you would have defeated me by now. For the practical assessment, you have passed. The presiding elder announced. Mu Tai and Mu Jing have gained the examiner's recognition, successfully passing the practical assessment, with their ratings remaining unchanged. Upon receiving this favorable news, Mu Tai and Mu Jing breathed a sigh of relief, cupping their fists in gratitude to the examiner before returning to their seats. At the main seat, Mu Tao remarked, "These two are commendable. They are not mere pretenders." The examiner, however, did not vacate the arena and instead directed his gaze toward Mu Yi, who stood behind the elderly woman. Next, Mu Yi rose, casting a deep glance at the expressionless Mu Zi, then leaped onto the stage. The examiner addressed Mu Yi. "Your cultivation talent is quite impressive, but I wonder how your combat prowess measures up?" Mu Yi remained impassive. "You shall witness it soon enough." No sooner had he spoken than he charged toward the examiner with swift strides, his internal energy surging. 8 Desolation's palm, sensing the fierce wind rushing toward him. The examiner did not dare to underestimate his opponent and similarly executed his martial art. 8 Desolation's palm. To their astonishment, both employed the same martial technique. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, their palms collided. Bang! A deep, resounding noise echoed as their hands met, the formidable force scattering dust from the nearby arena. With a jolt, both combatants staggered slightly backward, revealing a stalemate. The examiner, somewhat taken aback, found Mu Yi's 8 Desolation's palm more powerful than he had anticipated. At the main seat, Mu Tao expressed his astonishment. Mu Yi's proficiency with the 8 Desolation's palm is remarkable, although both were at the 8th layer of body refinement. The examiner had significantly more years of training than Mu Yi. Nevertheless, he could not gain the upper hand in this martial confrontation, indicating that Mu Yi's martial talent is indeed considerable. What I value most in Yi is precisely this point. His martial training is commendable, making him the foremost among those I have taught. The elderly woman praised. The crowd was taken aback. It was known that in her youth, she was responsible for instructing the clan in martial arts. To receive such commendation from her suggests that Mu Yi is indeed a promising candidate for martial cultivation. As the two continued to engage, Mu Yi's practical experience steadily improved. Initially somewhat clumsy, his techniques gradually matured with each exchange, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Finally, as Mu Yi's strikes accelerated, the examiner could no longer withstand the onslaught and was knocked off the stage. The onlookers erupted with astonishment at this outcome. Few candidates ever directly defeated an examiner, especially one as formidable as an 8th layer body refinement expert. Even Mu Ling Xia had merely achieved a draw in her assessment. Below the stage, Mu Tai and Mu Jing wore expressions of bitterness. They had exerted all their effort, yet failed to compel their opponent to utilize their martial skills. While Mu Yi had decisively vanquished the examiner, was the disparity truly so vast? The presiding elder announced, "Mu Yi has defeated the examiner and passed the assessment." Considering the results of both evaluations, Mu Yi's final rating is intermediate excellence. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Mu Yi lifted his gaze toward Mu Zi, only to find mockery dancing in her eyes. "Have you had your fun? Now it's my turn." Chapter 16, Overwhelming Dominance. With the announcement of the assessment results, a wave of astonishment swept through the trial hall. A 16-year-old at the 8th layer of body refinement, coupled with considerable martial talent. Many in attendance envisioned Mu Yi as the rising star of the Mu clan. Perhaps Mu Yi is indeed the clan's foremost genius. Such thoughts flickered in many minds. However, not a moment passed before Mu Zi swiftly approached the arena, her presence silencing the crowd. The presiding elder wore a smile. Perhaps relieved that the assessment was nearing its conclusion, his tone considerably lighter. The examiner Mu Zi, at the 7th layer of body refinement, shall now be arranged. Yet, the decision made by the young girl stirred a tempest. What? Upon hearing Mu Zi's declaration, the elder's heart raced. Could these candidates not behave themselves? His heart struggled to bear the weight of the moment. Mu Zi's sharp gaze fixed upon the youth, whose face displayed surprise. The audience buzzed with speculation. What is happening? Is there a challenge segment in the practical assessment? Their ISNT. It seems the second miss is acting on her own. Hey, did I hear that right? She intends to challenge an opponent of a higher level. At 14, she is already at the 7th layer of body refinement. How could she have time to cultivate martial arts? Moreover, Mu Yi has just defeated an 8th layer expert. He is no pushover. I have my doubts. I believe she is overestimating herself. The elder looks sternly at Mu Zi, confirming. If you fail this challenge, your rating will decrease by 1 level. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I'm certain. Candidate Mu Yi, do you accept the challenge? After a moment of surprise, Mu Yi smiled. Sister Zi, you're not my match. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. I would prefer not to harm you. Who is your sister Zi? Mu Zi's brows furrowed as she glared at Mu Yi. Caught off guard by the public embarrassment inflicted by the young woman, Mu Yi felt a surge of indignation. Very well. I hope you won't be crying afterward. I accept the challenge. With the duel confirmed, the crowd's anticipation skyrocketed. It appeared there was some unresolved tension between the two, making this clash all the more captivating. Positioned on opposite sides of the stage, they faced each other. In Mu Ye's pupils reflected the girl's indifferent gaze, igniting a fire within him as he assumed a stance and charged at Mu Zi. 8 Desolation's palm. At the main seat, Mu Tian clicked his tongue. To start with a second-tier martial art, this lad truly has a ruthless heart. TSK, how harsh. Ignoring Mu Tian. Mu Yin gazed at the girl with deep concern. Unmoved by Mu Yi's onslaught, Mu Zi waited until he approached within 10 feet before calmly counterattacking. Slap, slap, slap. The arena echoed with 9 crisp sounds, followed by the collision of fists and palms. Bang! After a dull thud, both retreated 3 steps simultaneously, revealing an unexpected parry. Impossible. The connecting back fist is merely a first-tier martial art. How could it possibly rival my 8 Desolation's palm? Gazing at the girl's placid eyes across from him, Mu Yi incredulously questioned it. Casting a cold glance at Mu Yi, Mu Zi smirked. While martial arts have their strengths and weaknesses, the key lies in the practitioner's mastery. To deal with you, a first-tier martial art suffices. Without waiting for a response, Mu Zi unleashed her connecting back fist towards Mu Yi. Slap, slap, slap. Her movements were effortless and graceful, embodying a unique rhythm that resonated through the audience. Mu Yi hurriedly countered with his 8 Desolation's palm, yet in his flustered state. He found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend. Why is her connecting back fist so powerful? Mu Yi roared unyielding. From the main seat, spectators were filled with astonishment. Little Z has actually mastered the 9 Echoes connecting back fist. Mu Yin could hardly believe it. Not only had she reached the 7th layer of body refinement, but there were still surprises awaiting him. Mu Tianhua pondered deeply. This was not merely a typical 9 strikes. There was an indescribable momentum to it. I felt as though I were witnessing a martial arts master demonstrating the Tongbei fist. The master of the manner, Mu Tao, remarked, although the Tongbei fist is categorized as a first-tier martial art, legend has it that when perfected, its 9 strikes possess a might comparable to that of a second-tier martial art. I have encountered numerous practitioners who have honed the Tongbei fist to the 9 strikes. Yet in their hands, it lacked the power of a second-tier martial art. I once thought this was an exaggeration. Little did I know that today I would behold a Tongbei fist that truly rivals a second-tier martial art. What a prodigy. Little Z is indeed extraordinary. Observing the skeptical expressions of those around her, Mu Lingsha suddenly felt a subtle sense of superiority. At long last, it was your turn to be astonished. Gazing at Mu Yi, who was struggling on the arena, the old woman felt for the first time that the situation was slipping from her grasp. With a hoarse voice, she called out, "Year, steady yourself. If you can outlast her, she will falter before you." After all, Mu Yi was at the 8th level of body tempering, possessing more inner strength. If he could endure, it would indeed be more advantageous for him. Hearing the old woman's words, Mu Zi let out a cold laugh. What a clever calculation. But do you possess the strength to outlast me? Despair. With that, Mu Zi executed the shadow step, her form becoming ethereal as she darted around Mu Yi, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. The Tongbei fist, Mu Zi's offensive greu increasingly rapide. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sound of resounding strikes. The audience below was utterly dumbfounded. The perfected shadow step. Mu Yun could no longer remain seated. How much more had little Z concealed from him? Another perfected martial art. This was truly overwhelming. How could Mu Ye's martial talent even compare to Mu Zi's? As she executed the shadow step, Mu Yi found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Mu Zi's movements dazzled him, and had he not surged to a higher level in that moment, he would have surely been defeated. Just as Mu Yi was barely holding on, a waft of fragrance unexpectedly entered his nostrils. His body trembled, and he momentarily forgot to defend himself. Noticing his bizarre reaction, Mu Zi furrowed her brow. What was this fellow up to? However, She had little time to ponder as she swiftly raised her foot and sent the unguarded Mu Yi tumbling off the stage. Boom! With a dull thud, the outcome was determined, and the result was beyond belief. Mu Zi had actually defeated Mu Yi, who was at the 8th level of body tempering, despite being only at the 7th level. The key was that she had maintained the upper hand throughout the entire confrontation. As they beheld the composed Mu Zi and the disheveled Mu Yi, all present realized that this was a complete and utter domination. Casting a calm glance at the officiating elder, Mu Zi said, "Please announce the result." The elder, still recovering from his astonishment, proclaimed, "The victor is Mu Zi." After the referee announced the result, the old woman could no longer maintain her calm demeanor, her expression darkening instantly. Chapter 17. Confronting the 8th level of body tempering. The old woman glared fiercely at Mu Zi on the stage, her martial talent leaving her shaken. Having spent half her life teaching martial arts, she took considerable pride in her accomplishments. The people of the Mu family were courageous and skilled in battle, but she did not voice it. The old woman had long since taken credit for their successes. After discovering Mu Ye's martial potential, she devoted herself entirely to his training, essentially placing all her hopes upon him. The higher Mu Ye's achievements, the more her own glory would be proclaimed. Yet now, the very Mu Yi who was meant to carry her honor had suffered a crushing defeat, and his conqueror was merely a girl in her early teens. Mu Zi's outstanding performance seemed to render the old woman's lifelong pride utterly worthless. She refused to acknowledge that the girl had achieved victory purely through her martial talent. For if that were the case, then the old woman, who had relentlessly pressured Mu Zi, would become an absolute fool. Thus, her emotions spiraled out of control. With a wrinkled visage, she extended a bony finger, pointing at Mu Zi on the stage. "You cheated just now? How could a first-tier martial art suppress a second-tier martial art? You must have employed some underhanded tactics. I propose that her examination results be nullified." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's expression darkened instantly, and he furiously retorted, "You slander her." Everyone witnessed that little Zi defeated Mu Yi fair and square. The old woman, now somewhat deranged, countered. Yi was on the verge of turning the tide. Had it not been for her enchanting influence over him, how could he have lost? "Enough. Be silent." Mu Tao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly shouted. The old woman glared at him in fury. "Mu Tao, how dare you speak to me like that?" Mu Tao, unable to endure any longer, unleashed his aura as a heavenly origin realm expert, pressing down upon the old woman. "Do not forget, I am a manor master." The old woman, frail and aged, could hardly withstand the pressure of a heavenly origin realm warrior, collapsing to the ground in a panic, her eyes filled with terror. After years of leveraging her age, she finally recalled the principle of the survival of the fittest. Observing the ensuing farce below, Mu Zi remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat amusing. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Narrow-minded views can only glimpse the surface. Some people's perspectives are limited to a mere fraction of the world, living amidst trivialities. Yet Mu Zi was different. The vast Great Yin dynasty could not obscure her vision. Her hypothetical adversary was the demon monarch, and her pursuit was the pinnacle of martial arts. How could a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? However, this did not mean that Mu Zi would remain indifferent to such affronts. "You accuse me of cheating?" At the sound of the girl's calm voice, the old woman felt a sudden chill, lifting her gaze to meet Mu Zi's eyes. The old woman seemed to perceive a divine presence from the heavens, a being whose insight rendered her every action transparent. Yet in a moment of confusion, when she looked again, Mu Zi had transformed back into the visage of an ordinary girl next door, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, the fear of Mu Zi had already taken root deeply within the old woman's heart. She trembled as she opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, Mu Zi broke into a smile, as if the storm had just cleared. Although she had dealt with the old woman, there might still be others influenced by her earlier words. To prove her innocence and secure the highest rating as a seed candidate, today could not end here. Turning to the officiating elder, she declared, "I wish to challenge the 9th level of body tempering." The elder, already dulled by the day's events, responded, "Whom do you wish to challenge?" With a keen gaze, Mu Zi turned to the man who had previously meddled with Mu Tai and the others. "I humbly request your guidance." The crowd, which had fallen silent due to the strange atmosphere on the main stage, erupted into commotion once more upon hearing Mu Zi's decision. "Did I hear correctly? She wishes to continue? No need for further battles. We believe in you, second miss, that you did not cheat. 7th level against the 9th level. Am I witnessing a miracle? Could it be that today, someone will finally achieve the highest rating?" As Mu stepped onto the arena, His gaze fell upon Mu Zi with a mix of complexity. This 14-year-old girl had astonished him profoundly today. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Mu Zi could surpass him. The gap between the 7th and 8th levels of body refinement was not excessively vast, yet the chasm between the 8th and the 9th was nearly insurmountable. Achieving the 9th level of body refinement meant the ability to open the Dantian, which could hold far more than merely a seed of elemental force. With the augmentation of a more potent elemental force, every movement bore a power that far exceeded that of the 8th level. In the original narrative, when Lin Dong was at the 8th level, he had crossed swords with Lei Li, who was at the 9th level at the time. Despite Lin Dong unleashing 10 strikes of the Thunderclap Fist, he still suffered a minor setback against Lei Li's ordinary blow. Had Lei Li truly employed martial arts, it was likely that this chosen one of his realm would have faced a dismal defeat. If the 8th level was thus, one could only imagine the fate of those of the 7th. However, Mu Zi's eyes brimmed with confidence. This was not a challenge beyond her grasp. Standing opposite her, Mu said, "Second miss, I shall refrain from using martial arts for now. If you cannot endure, then concede." Mu Zi remained non-committal. "As you wish." Whoosh. Mu advanced towards Mu Zi, his fist enveloped in elemental force, striking out. Mu Zi's gaze sharpened as she twisted her waist, channeling her power into the Thunderclap Fist, merging 9 strikes into one. Crack! Accompanied by a remarkably crisp sound, their fists collided. Staggering slightly, Mu merely took a step back to regain his balance, while the young girl retreated 3 steps. Despite this, the spectators were filled with astonishment at the outcome of the clash. She managed to block it. Mu Tian expressed confusion. Why was there only 1 strike? Furthermore, the force of that strike seems rather unusual. Indeed, facing a more formidable opponent, it made little sense for Mu Zi to respond with an incomplete Thunderclap Fist. This cannot simply be an ordinary strike. Suddenly, a hoarse voice interjected. The elderly woman's eyes widened in shock, seemingly realizing something. Though she could not fathom the reason, it appeared that this singular strike of the Thunderclap Fist was even more powerful than 9 strikes. Struck by Mu Zi's prowess, the elderly woman reassessed her prejudices. Her years of martial arts instruction began to bear fruit. On the arena, Mu was equally astonished. He had not held back, and the girl's attack exceeded his expectations. Yet, before he could comprehend, Mu Zi had already closed in, exerting her strength through her arms. Bang, 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 with 5 strikes compounded. Mu Zi's elemental force-imbued fist struck fiercely at Mu, who hastily met her with his palms. Boom! A deep, muffled sound resonated as their fists met. Mu Zi staggered back 3 steps to steady herself, gazing across at Mu. This time, Mu retreated repeatedly until he was nearly at the edge of the arena. Gasps of astonishment erupted, as even the examiner of the 9th level was at a disadvantage. Rubbing her somewhat sore arms, Mu Zi smiled brightly. "Don't underestimate me, uncle. If you continue to avoid using martial arts, you might just lose." The youthful exuberance of her voice sent the entire testing hall into a frenzy. Chapter 18. The Martial Arts Prodigy. Mu was on the verge of being defeated. At the main seat, the patriarch Mu Tao's expression turned grave. What exactly was that attack from Little Z? Its power could rival that of a 3rd-tier martial art. The elderly woman's pupils constricted as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The crowd turned to her as she continued. Although it appeared that second Miss Mu only delivered 1 punch, a closer examination reveals that she unleashed 4 or 5 punches in that brief moment. The unique sound from that single Thunderclap Fist was already formidable. With multiple bursts layered, its might was elevated further still. Yet, could such a feat truly be accomplished? The level of control over martial arts required for this was terrifying. Could it genuinely be achieved at the body refinement realm? Upon hearing the elderly woman's assessment, several exchanged glances, witnessing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. On the arena, Mu, barely managing to stabilize himself, looked at Mu Zi in horror. The immense power transmitted through their arm during the collision nearly sent him flying. "Use martial arts, or you'll lose." Reflected in his eyes was the image of the young girl's poised figure, and he recognized the truth in her words. Second Miss S' strength was indeed astonishing. "I must employ martial arts now, so be careful." Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to address her with respect. Rock-shattering fist. With a burst of speed, Mu unleashed a 1st-tier martial art. As the gust of wind rushed toward her, Mu Zi understood. This strike bore far greater power than the previous. Not daring to underestimate it, she executed the Thunderclap Fist to its utmost limit. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the air. Listening closely, one could discern 6 distinct sounds. Under Mu Zi's formidable control, 6 strikes landed in succession against the incoming fist. Bang! Mu felt a slight tremor in his upper body as he steadied his stance, not having budged an inch. In contrast, Mu Zi was sent flying backward. Mu Tao clenched his fists tightly. Had the miracle ultimately failed to materialize? Lowering his head to wipe the sweat from his palms, he exhaled deeply. Suddenly, a wave of gasps arose from the audience, prompting Mu Tao to quickly glance at the arena. There, Mu Zi's form appeared almost ethereal, her feet dancing with an unusual rhythm. Her entire body seemed to defy gravity, suddenly and bizarrely reversing direction, charging towards the now stabilized Mu. Rock-shattering fist. As they clashed once more, Mu Zi was once again propelled backward, but the spectators were astonished to see that this time Mu had also retreated a step. This abrupt shift in the situation left Mu Tao and the others bewildered. Turning their gaze to the elderly woman, they found her visibly excited, even the wrinkles on her face quivering. If I am not mistaken, the second miss is employing a powerful footwork technique. With this skill, although she appears to be retreating, she is effectively neutralizing the force. No, perhaps it is not merely neutralization, but rather a further step, leveraging the opponent's force. Leverage? Mutao pander deeply. Indeed, by utilizing the counterforce from the opponent, she augmented her subsequent strike's power, returning the favor with their own force. What an extraordinary martial art. What remarkable control. Mu Tao and the others were taken aback. No wonder Mu was pushed back. It was the art of using force against force. To execute such a maneuver would necessitate an extraordinary level of bodily control. Even contemplating the difficulty sent shivers down their spines. Yet, this exquisite operation was unfolding right before their eyes. A prodigy. Mu Tao was completely in awe. The elderly woman added, "Have you all noticed? This footwork technique seems somewhat familiar." The crowd paused, then began to contemplate. Mu Yin tentatively suggested, "The flowing body step?" "Yes," the elderly woman nodded, her voice trembling slightly. "The thunderclap fist from earlier. And now, this flowing body step? I suspect that the unfamiliar martial arts being employed by the second miss are perhaps her own innovations." "What?" Upon hearing the elder's conjecture, the crowd was enveloped in shock. How could this be possible? Why would it be? The old woman trembled with excitement. "I have heard tales of individuals who possess a remarkable innate talent for martial arts, allowing them to cultivate their skills with extraordinary efficiency. Such individuals are often referred to as martial prodigies. If she were indeed a martial prodigy, it would not be surprising for her to possess such abilities." Martial prodigy. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fully grasp the notion. Could it be that Mu Zi also harbors this legendary gift? "Young sister truly grasped martial arts with remarkable speed," Mu Lingsha murmured. During her initial encounter with martial arts, she executed the Tongbei fist merely twice before producing a sound. It was not merely fast, it was positively monstrous. At these words, Mu Tao and the others felt their eyelids twitch violently, their palms pressed against their chests as they gasped for breath. Was it possible that the Mu family was on the verge of producing a prodigious genius? In the original narrative, Lin Dong had enhanced the Qingyang seal with a stone talisman and was also hailed as a martial prodigy. Yet, in comparison to Lin Dong, Mu Zi was far more deserving of such an accolade. The elder's eyes were filled with bitterness as she hoarsely lamented, "I truly lack discernment. The second young miss possesses such talent. She is the future of our Mu family." On the platform, after being struck back by her opponent, Mu Zi spun gracefully, her feet gliding over the ground as she charged towards her adversary, her fists still infused with residual momentum. Following yet another collision, Mu Gang stumbled back once more. The exchanges continued, and as time passed, the examiner at the 9th level of body refinement was gradually forced to the edge of the platform. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience upon witnessing this turn of events. "If this continues, I shall surely face defeat," Mu Gang thought anxiously. Logically, Mu Zi's ability to reach this point was sufficient proof of her prowess. All he needed to do was await his inevitable fall from the platform, marking her assessment as a success. Nonetheless, Mu Gang felt a sense of frustration. While battling above his level might be a spectacle appreciated by many, it was a bitter pill to swallow if one found oneself on the receiving end. Resolutely, Mu Gang decided to cease holding back, suddenly curling his palm into a claw, a potent surge of energy radiating from him. Second-tier martial art, splitting wind claw, feeling the fierce gust approaching her. Mu Zi was taken aback and chose not to engage directly. Instead, she employed the Lingbo step to evade. The crowd erupted in jeers upon witnessing Mu Gang resort to a second-tier martial art. To strike with full force against someone of a lower tier was indeed disgraceful. Mu Gang felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he pressed on with his assault against Mu Zi. Splitting Wind Claw. Faced with the second-tier martial art, Mu Zi dared not confront it head-on, deftly maneuvering with the Lingbo step. As she danced between the attacks, Mu Gang's strikes consistently missed their mark, opting for complete evasion. The true prowess of the Lingbo step was unveiled. Even a 9th level of body refinement could not touch the hem of her garment. On the platform, accompanied by the sounds of slicing air, Mu Gang's assaults followed in quick succession. Yet, Mu Zi remained remarkably composed, her figure flickering around Mu Gang. Each attack narrowly missing her, ultimately passing her by. At that moment, Mu Zi exuded a dreamlike beauty, as if she were not engaged in combat, but rather performing an exquisite dance. As they created distance, the two stood facing each other on the platform, both slightly out of breath. Mu Gang spoke, "Second young miss, your footwork is exceptional. I find myself powerless against you. However, employing such a technique must surely be taxing. If this continues, you will find it impossible to defeat me. Perhaps we should call a draw." Indeed, the energy expenditure of the Lingbo step was comparable to that of a second-tier martial art, and prolonged engagement would not favor Mu Zi. After all, footwork martial arts were heavily restricted in platform contests, and normally, a 9th-level opponent would merely be a source of dust in Mu Zi's wake. Yet, who said this was all she was capable of? With a slight upward curve of her lips, Mu Zi extended her delicate, pale fingers. Chapter 19. The Treasures of the Mu Family. Observing the impasse on the platform, Mu Tao felt a twinge of regret. Alas, even a second-tier martial art has been unleashed. Little Z has no chance now. Mu Yun sighed as well, acknowledging the substantial gap in strength. Compared to ordinary spectators, their discerning eyes were sharper. Recognizing Mu Zi's slim chances of victory, upon hearing the judgment of the family head, Mu Ling Sha lamented, "If only my sister could participate in the assessment next year. By then, I estimate she would have at least reached the 9th level of body refinement. With her mastery of martial arts, she would have no rivals beneath the Earth Origin realm." However, Mu Tian was somewhat perplexed. Unlike the others, Mu Tian was aware that Mu Zi had borrowed the Lingjian finger manual from him, yet she had not utilized it even once thus far. Could it be that she had not yet mastered it? That could not be. For an ordinary person, this duration would indeed be insufficient. But Mu Zi was no ordinary talent. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The disparity between Mu Zi and the 9th level of body refinement was vast, compounded by the fact that her opponent had unleashed a second-tier martial art honed over years of practice. The gap in strength was likely insurmountable, even by a 3rd-tier martial art, let alone the Lingjian finger, which was merely an ordinary second-tier technique. On the platform, the two locked eyes for a moment before Mu Zi suddenly broke the silence. "You are correct. This cannot be prolonged any further." She extended her snow-white finger, declaring, "Let us determine the victor with a single strike. If I can withstand this blow, I shall accept my defeat in the assessment." The girl's unabashed assertion irked Mu Gang slightly. This audacious individual believes she can defeat me with a single move? With a surge of determination, Mu Gang summoned all his energy. The fluctuations of his power intensified around his clawed hands, ultimately producing a terrifying aura. Splitting Wind Claw. Hiss! Hiss! The air emitted a mournful wail as Mu Gang unleashed his full force, lunging fiercely towards Mu Zi. Just as he was about to close the distance of a yard, Mu Zi made her move. Gathering all her energy, an intense radiance surged at her fingertip, swiftly condensing until it focused at the tip of her delicate, petal-like finger. Sensing the surge of power emanating from her fingertip, Mu Gang's hair stood on end. Yet, before he could react, a beam of energy shot forth from Mu Zi's fingertip, traversing the distance and colliding with Mu Gang's claw, enveloped in energy. Boom! The clash released a shockwave, sending dust swirling and obscuring the crowd's view. A figure was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Who is it? The audience turned their gaze towards the platform, eventually uncovering Mu Gang's disheveled form, his eyes still reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. The entire trial hall fell into silence in an instant. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld the composed figure of the young girl on the platform, their hearts unable to find calm for a long time. Our Mu family has truly produced a genius. The following day, at the Mu Family Martial Arts Academy, upon observing the numerous martial arts tomes on the shelves, Mu Zi's heart soared with joy. After her victory over Mu Gang, she had naturally become a seedling of the Mu family. The family head, Mu Tao, had almost eagerly handed her the key to the Martial Arts Academy. So many martial arts for me to peruse at my leisure. How blissful. At this moment, Mu Zi's heart brimmed with excitement, akin to a distinguished scholar from a past life, discovering an unprecedented set of exercises. unable to resist the urge to delve into the experience and test the sensations. Alas, the joy of mastering martial arts is a delight that those lacking in comprehension cannot fathom. Her eyes gleamed as she surveyed the myriad forms of martial arts, resembling a treasure hunter cataloging her riches. 100 volumes of first-tier martial arts, 20 of second-tier, and 8 of third-tier. Regrettably, there were no fourth-tier martial arts, a fact that left Mu Zi slightly disheartened. However, this was understandable. Even the prominent families of Qingyang Town possessed only 1 or 2 volumes of fourth-tier techniques. The Lin family, despite its relatively shallow roots, had secured their fourth-tier martial art, the pure Yuan finger, through surreptitious means by Lin Langtian from their ancestral clan. Given the strength of the Mu family estate, acquiring fourth-tier martial arts was indeed a formidable challenge. Fourth-tier arts belong to the realm of intermediate-level martial techniques. Their value incomparable to lower-tier ones, and their power undeniably formidable. One wonders if the upgraded Spirit Sword Finger has reached the fourth tier, though merely a second-tier martial art. The Spirit Sword Finger possesses considerable potential for enhancement due to its unique characteristics. Mu Zi had chosen this technique precisely for its promise of growth. The core of this martial art lies in a method of condensing elemental energy. Through Mu Zi's refinement, this simple and pure technique underwent a qualitative leap. She compressed the elemental energy repeatedly, ultimately condensing it within an exceedingly small space, resulting in terrifying offensive power. Concentrating that energy to perfection. Under such extreme condensation, the Spirit Sword Finger could even achieve the separation of elemental energy from the body, an ability typically reserved for fourth-tier martial arts. However, given that the Spirit Sword Finger is inherently a second-tier technique, even after Mu Zi's enhancements, it remains limited, allowing the elemental energy to separate only within a radius of 10 feet. Beyond that distance, the attack would dissipate significantly. In her earlier confrontation with Mu Gang, Mu Zi had deliberately held back. She controlled the release distance of the Spirit Sword Finger, ensuring that by the time the attack made contact, it had already begun to disperse. Had she been any closer, Mu Gang would have experienced far worse than merely being knocked back. He might have sustained a grievous wound. Perhaps the upgraded Spirit Sword Finger could be viewed as a limited fourth-tier martial art. In simpler terms, its power may have reached that level, yet its overall proficiency still lags behind. Not only is there a distance limitation, but it also requires the user to possess exceptional control over their elemental energy. Such high demands could only be met by Mu Zi herself. Even if she were to pass on the upgraded Spirit Sword Finger, it is likely that others would struggle to wield it successfully. Oh, how she yearned to witness the true essence of fourth-tier martial arts. Mu Zi Sigid. While the Spirit Sword Finger is indeed formidable, it is not her original creation. She merely refined it, standing upon the shoulders of giants. To conceive a fourth-tier martial art from scratch remains beyond her reach. The accumulation of experience is still insufficient, Mu Zi realized. While comprehension is undoubtedly vital, it is not the sole factor. What one can grasp is contingent upon their vision and foundation. Currently, Mu Zi has only encountered 3 forms of martial arts. So even if presented with a volume of celestial martial arts, she would be unable to improve it. A grand edifice cannot rise without a solid foundation. Though her comprehension is remarkably high, she must still accumulate her foundational knowledge step by step. Presently, she finds herself in an opportune moment for such accumulation. Gazing at the dazzling array of martial arts manuals, Mu Zi felt a surge of anticipation. After perusing the texts within, would she be able to genuinely create a martial art that belongs solely to her? Chapter 20. The Heavy Element Seal. Immersed in the world of martial arts, time passed swiftly, and a month had flown by in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the rear mountains of Mu family estate, Mu Zi was engaged in her daily martial practice. Whirlwind leg, wind-splitting palm, mountain crumbling fist, iron mountain lean. As her figure danced, sets of martial arts were unleashed, each reaching a level of great accomplishment. After adjusting her stance, Mu Zi extended her arms, executing 2 sets of martial arts, one left and one right. Falling rock fist, 8 desolation palm. Such multitasking, executing both techniques simultaneously, posed no challenge for her. Next, she turned to third-tier martial arts, returning wind soft hand, traceless claw, shadowless sword technique. Mu Zi moved nimbly among the trees, her figure weaving in and out, stirring up dust and debris. As the gusts of wind she generated caused leaves to scatter all around. Each third-tier martial art had been mastered by her to a level of great accomplishment. With a mere flick of her hand, she could reach the typical limits of an ordinary practitioner. Now, having perfected over 100 martial arts collected by the Mu family estate, Mu Zi's mastery had deepened further through daily practice. Consequently, her understanding of the previously learned martial arts had also elevated. With a light touch of her toes, Mu Zi activated the wave-like steps. Her body flew with grace, as if gliding like a divine creature. With movements akin to a startled swan and a drifting dragon, the young girl moved with such lightness that her steps resembled a leisurely stroll in a garden, devoid of any trace of earthly burdens. Mu Zi nodded to herself, noting that the energy consumption of the wave-like steps had significantly decreased. Even within the realm of second-tier martial arts, such consumption was exceptionally rare. Moreover, the energy expenditure of movement techniques is generally lower than that of comparable attack techniques. Thus, initiating the wave-like steps now demanded even less energy than certain first-tier arts. Previously, Mu Zi had refrained from utilizing her movement technique recklessly, but now she felt unencumbered. In fact, this technique could even be employed for long-distance travel without issue. Not only the wave-like steps, but also the Spirit Sword Finger had witnessed improvements. The enhancement in this martial art manifested in the speed of execution. Previously, the Spirit Sword Finger required a brief charging period. Although this time was minimal under Mu Zi's formidable control, it was not instantaneous. Now, however, the Spirit Sword Finger had undergone subtle adjustments, allowing for immediate execution. While this may slightly diminish its destructive capability, it compensated with a higher release frequency. The original charging method of the Spirit Sword Finger had not vanished. It simply offered an additional option. At this moment, Mu Zi had commenced her practice, gracefully employing the wave-like steps as she navigated the forest, akin to a fleeting specter. Simultaneously, she raised her hand, unleashing waves of finger energy that pierced through the air, striking the tree trunks with precision and leaving a trail of fine, deep holes. As Mu Zi halted her movements, the peculiar scene before her struck her as oddly familiar. With the wave-like steps beneath her feet and the Spirit Sword Finger in her hand, the imagery evoked a strong sense of déjà vu, yet she had not intended it. Moreover, unlike a certain unnamed air from Dali, Mu Zi's wave-like steps could genuinely glide upon water. After undergoing a series of refinements, these two martial arts continued to shine brightly. However, the Tongbei Fist struggled to keep pace with Mu Zi's rapid progress. Despite the formidable power of the Tongbei Fist after multiple overlays, rivaling even that of third-tier martial arts, it merely represents a superficial display of skill. The execution is not only cumbersome, but also demands considerable energy. Given this, would it not be more prudent to utilize third-tier martial arts directly? However, Mu Zi did not easily abandon the Tongbei Fist. Instead, she extracted its essence and adapted it for her own use. With deft movements, Mu Zi swiftly formed hand seals, causing her inner energy to surge like a tide, ultimately coalescing into a semi-transparent light imprint before her. Moments later, her hand seals shifted again, and two additional light imprints materialized instantaneously. These two imprints then flowed seamlessly into the original one, merging into a singular entity. As the fusion progressed, the semi-transparent light imprint gradually solidified, eventually revealing a mysterious pale white hue, radiating a potent wave of energy. Suddenly, Mu Zi raised her palm, and the pale white light imprint shot forth, striking a large tree. With a resounding crash, the tree was severed in two. "Thank you. That was impressive," the tree seemed to exclaim. Observing the scene before her, Mu Zi nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the recent attack marked her most significant achievement thus far. The third-tier martial art, Zhongyuan, was born from her creative endeavors, during which she drew inspiration from several third-tier techniques and incorporated elements of the Lingjian finger, allowing this martial art to achieve the remarkable feat of externalizing energy even at the third-tier level. Crucially, Mu Zi adeptly integrated the principle of power accumulation from the Tongbei Fist into her own martial art. While a single light imprint exhibits notable strength among third-tier techniques, it still falls short of the fourth tier. However, after layering 3 light imprints, the power of Zhongyuan becomes truly terrifying, likely ranking among the most elite even within the realm of fourth-tier martial arts. Perhaps in terms of penetrating power, it may slightly lag behind the Lingjian finger, but in overall destructive capability, it far surpasses the latter. Notably, this martial art, derived from the Reincarnation seal, retains its hallmark characteristics of low energy consumption coupled with high power. Even with the triple imprint overlay, it remains within the consumption limits of third-tier martial arts, which is astonishing. Typically, a cultivator at the body refining stage lacks the capacity to endure the energy demands of fourth-tier techniques. Yet, Zhongyuan defies this norm, enabling its execution at a comparable level to fourth-tier martial arts even at the body refining stage. After a month of diligent study and practice, although Mu Zi has yet to break through to the 8th level of body refinement, her strength has seen a significant enhancement. The three Mu brothers are no longer her match. However, this progress came at a cost. During this period, Mu Zi's sporadic consumption has depleted the energy accumulated within the Reincarnation seal. The nearby spiritual herbs had already been exhausted by her earlier endeavors. Although the Mu family estate has allocated some resources for her, they are woefully insufficient. The resources of the Mu family estate are too scarce to sustain Mu Zi's consumption. Fortunately, she has now attained a level of self-protection. It is time to explore some profit-making ventures. Throughout her martial arts research, Mu Zi's gains were not limited to the creation of zhongyuanin. In her quest to develop this technique, she undertook numerous experiments, yielding several supplementary discoveries. As a byproduct of her martial arts research over the past month, Mu Zi also devised a dozen or so martial arts techniques, some of which even reached the 3rd tier. However, these techniques are merely ordinary and do not possess the potential to transcend tier limitations. Following the successful creation of zhongyuanin, these techniques have become of little use to her. Therefore, if she can exchange them for some cultivation resources, it would be a wise utilization of what would otherwise be waste. In the vicinity of the Mu family estate, the most suitable trading location is undoubtedly the trading square in Qingyang Town. I shall visit Qingyang Town tomorrow, Mu Zi mused. Chapter 21. Qingyang Town. As the morning sun bathed the streets in golden light, Qingyang Town appeared to be enveloped in a radiant halo. The trading square at the northern plaza bustled with activity. Vendors lined the streets, showcasing an array of goods, their calls blending into a vibrant symphony of commerce. Amidst the throng, a young girl approached. Dressed in an elegant yet understated gown, her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply tied back with a modest hair tie, exuding an air of natural purity. The girl possessed a strikingly beautiful face, and despite her tender age, she already exuded an otherworldly charm, leaving one to ponder how breathtaking she would become in adulthood. Most captivating were her lively eyes, deep and bright, as if they could peer into the hearts of others, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, radiating wisdom and mystery. How lively Qingyang Town is, Mu Zi remarked, curiously surveying the bustling street, a scene rarely witnessed in the Mu family estate. However, a sparsely populated area has its advantages. The Mu estate, being expansive yet sparsely inhabited, afforded ample housing. Each of the 3 Mu family members resided in their own secluded courtyards, providing sufficient personal space for Mu Zi to engage in private matters. Let me explore first. Having arrived in Qingyang Town for the first time, Mu Zi intended to wander about and broaden her horizons. As she navigated through the market, her graceful figure caught the attention of numerous onlookers. Upon witnessing her beauty and poise, their gazes were filled with awe. Such a captivating and enchanting young woman was unforgettable. Yet surprisingly, they had no prior recollection of her. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that she was a visitor from beyond Qingyang Town. This was quite normal, as the trading square in Qingyang Town is renowned within 100 miles, attracting not only local townsfolk but also neighboring estates and even unsavory bandit factions who frequently sought to dispose of stolen goods there. Amidst the crowd, Mu Zi overheard snippets of conversation. Have you heard about the situation with the Taimu estate? Yes. The Lin family outperformed the Lei family in hunting and claimed ownership of the Taimu estate. Oh, you're just sharing outdated news. I heard the Lei family, unhappy with their loss, sent people to destroy a large portion of that land. The Lin family is likely in for a rough time. No wonder when I passed by the Taimu estate, I sensed a tense atmosphere. The Lei family is truly ruthless, resorting to such self-destructive measures. That's to be expected. You know the Lei and Lin families are at odds. Previously, Lin Dong embarrassed them during a hunt, and the Lei family would never willingly hand over the Taimu estate intact. Sigh, these big family members have such dark hearts. The Lin family is likely to be disappointed this time. Isn't that the truth? Listening to the discussions around her, Mu Zi felt a strange sensation. Possessing memories from her past life, she knew that the Lin family had actually struck a lucrative deal. Although the Lei family had damaged the Taimu estate, Lin Dong uncovered a vein of Yanyuan stone in the mountains behind it. The value of this vein far surpassed that of the timber, allowing the Lin family to profit handsomely by selling Yanyuan stones to Yin City. Moreover, the Yanyuan stone vein had become Lin Dong's early treasure trove. With the aid of the Yanyuan stones and stone talismans, he had access to ample cultivation resources before breaking through to the Yuan-Dan realm. The thought of having to toil endlessly for money brought tears of envy to Mu Zi's heart. How remarkable it is to have a mine at home. With this in mind, Mu Zi lost her desire to continue wandering aimlessly and resolved to expedite her business. She made her way to a secluded loft deep within the trading market, her destination. The underground trading house was the only place where one could exchange items of considerable value. In a small shop, Muzi purchased a conical hat to don before entering the underground trading house. The dimly lit corridor was lined with numerous doors, each leading to a trading space. Muzi casually pushed open a half-closed door and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, the faint light rendered the space somewhat murky. A large table dominated the center, separated by black iron bars, beneath which lay a window several feet in size. Please take a seat. If you have anything to trade, simply place it beneath the window. An aged voice called out from behind the iron bars as Muzi entered. She couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the air of mystery surrounding the exchange. Suppressing her voice, she mimicked a hoarse tone. To make her act more convincing, Muzi even channeled her yuan force, as such a deep pitch could hardly be produced by her delicate throat. I possess a third-grade martial art and wish to exchange it for some cultivation resources. As she spoke, Muzi produced a somewhat yellowed manual from her bosom and handed it over, noticing the black gloves on her hands. The old man cast a surprised glance in her direction. Muzi maintained her composure, though her heart raced slightly. She had no desire to masquerade as a shady character, but failing to conceal her delicate, fair hands would expose her. Fortunately, the peculiar clientele was not uncommon, and the old man, not dwelling on the matter, accepted the deliberately aged manual from Muzi. The mysterious step fist, a third-grade fist technique that also incorporates some agility skills, is indeed a commendable third-grade martial art. He assessed. Hearing his appraisal, Muzi nodded inwardly. The old man clearly possessed extensive experience in evaluation and appeared to be a discerning individual, not one to deliberately devalue the item in question. 50 yuan stones. However, upon hearing the old man's offer, Muzi rescinded her earlier approval. Is this old man trying to pull a fast one on me? In that moment, Muzi recognized the depths of his avarice. Typically, a third-grade martial art would be worth at least 100 yuan stones, with some powerful techniques potentially fetching over 150. His nonchalant lowball offer was likely a test of her knowledge. If Muzi were merely a naive individual who stumbled upon a third-grade martial art, the 50 yuan stones might have left her elated, allowing the old man to profit at her expense. Maintaining her facade, Muzi raised her voice, feigning a hoarse tone. 150. Your asking price is excessive. I can only offer you 100 yuan stones. Recognizing that Muzi was well informed, the old man cursed his misfortune inwardly. 145. After a round of haggling, the final price settled at 132 yuan stones. Upon exiting the underground trading house, Muzi sought a quiet corner, discarding the tattered cloth that wrapped the yuan stones and replacing it with a pristine handkerchief she had brought along. Satisfied, she tucked the stones into her bosom. If only I had a Qingyang bag, she mused. The Qingyang bag, with its independent storage space, would have alleviated the hassle. With these yuan stones, she would finally have sufficient resources for the time being. Gently caressing the bundle in her bosom, Muzi felt a sense of ease and satisfaction. She had merely sold one martial art. Selling a few more would ensure she wouldn't have to worry until reaching the Earth origin realm. However, Muzi did not allow her excitement over the yuan stones to cloud her judgment and promptly continued her trading activities. She understood that engaging in too many transactions at once could easily draw unwanted attention. For now, the yuan stones were sufficient, and she could return for more trading later. First, she intended to break through to the 8th level of body refinement. Stowing away her conical hat, she exited the market. The young girl skipped merrily towards Mu family village, her flowing hair dancing in the wind like a jubilant butterfly. Chapter 22. An encounter with danger. A month later. Qingyang Town, here I am again. Muzi reflected as she returned to the trading market. After her last visit to Mu family village, she had successfully broken through to the 8th level of body refinement in just one night, thanks to the yuan stones. In the days that followed, Muzi remained diligent in her training. Each time she fully absorbed the residual medicinal energy, she would immediately utilize several yuan stones. The effects of the yuan stones were remarkable, and within this month, her cultivation had progressed rapidly, bringing her to the brink of breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement. Muzi's delicate hand brushed over her abdomen as she sensed the obstruction within her dantian. Once she overcame it, she would successfully enter the 9th level. However, the more than 100 yuan stones from her previous transaction had been depleted, and her purpose in returning to Qingyang Town was to earn more. This time, she did not linger, but headed straight for the underground trading house. The Reincarnation seal still failed to respond. As Muzi navigated through the trading market, She noticed some shops selling spiritual herbs. Yet, curiously, the treasure-seeking ability of the Reincarnation seal remained unresponsive. Could it be that it only detects unclaimed items? With her past experiences, Muzi had roughly discerned the treasure-seeking patterns of the Reincarnation seal. It seemed to react only to treasures discovered in the wild, while it remained indifferent to items stored by humans. In summary, it seemed to reject ill-gotten gains. As for the underlying principles, Muzi could not quite grasp them, merely speculating that it perhaps related to the Earth's energy. Items with owners were disconnected from this energy, hence the inability to sense them. Who would have thought that the Reincarnation seal possesses a sense of morality? Muzi musid internadi. However, this made sense. If it were capable of detecting any treasure, it would surely trigger incessantly whenever Muzi approached the Qingyang bags of passers-by, or the treasure vaults of various factions. Lost in thought, Muzi arrived at the underground trading house. This time, she deliberately avoided the old man from her last visit and successfully exchanged another third-grade martial art for over 100 Yuan stones, following her previous method. Clutching the Yuan stones, Muzi stepped into an empty alley and discarded her conical hat. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure entered from the alley's entrance. Today is my lucky day. I've tracked a fat sheep, and unexpectedly, there's an extra reward. A middle-aged man, his eyes glinting with malice, fixed his gaze on Muzi, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated that beneath the conical hat and black robe lay such a graceful and enchanting maiden. Muzi furrowed her brow slightly. The aura emanating from the man revealed that he was at the initial stage of the Earth origin realm. The young girl spoke calmly. Could you enlighten me on how you came to set your sights on me? The aura of solar energy emanating from you is so potent that I sensed it from quite a distance. The man smirked mischievously, responding to Muzi's inquiry. Muzi was taken aback, realizing that her possession of numerous solar stones must have been what he sensed. It seems I need to acquire a Qingyang bag promptly. Are you not concerned about a potential misreading? What if I have already attained the celestial origin realm? Muzi progid cautiously. Upon hearing this, the man appeared to find something amusing, scoffing. In such a trivial underground bazaar, would a celestial origin expert hide in the shadows? Who would be so tedious? Lin Dong. With a sly glance, the man leered at Muzi's delicate figure. Moreover, with your petite stature, you could possibly possess celestial origin cultivation? I doubt you have even cultivated your elemental energy. As he spoke, he began to advance toward Muzi, his robust physique subtly blocking the narrow passageway. Clearly, the man intended to leave her no avenue of escape. Muzi retreated step by step, but soon her back was met with a wall. This was indeed a dead end. Gazing at the girl cornered against the wall, the man laughed boisterously. I wonder where you think you're going? Muzi remained composed, yet internally her body was tensed, with elemental energy subtly gathering at her fingertips. As the man stepped within a yard of her, Muzi suddenly raised her delicate finger, unleashing a beam of concentrated elemental energy that shot directly toward the man's head. The sudden surge of power made the man's hair stand on end. Sensing the impending aura of death, he instinctively turned his head. Years of survival instincts honed on the edge of danger had saved him. However, the force still grazed his right ear, leaving a bloody hole. Muzi lamented internally, as she had feigned weakness to lower his guard. At such a close distance, that spirit sword strike could have pierced his skull. Had it landed, he would have surely met his demise. You little vixen, I will make you wish for life, yet find no escape. The man suddenly screamed in agony. His eyes filled with rage as he fixed his furious gaze on Muzi, as if he would devour her whole. Just a moment ago, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Now, amidst his fury, fear and trepidation intertwined within him. What exactly was that attack? How could it possess such formidable power? Seeing that she had not only failed to eliminate the man before her, but had instead incited his wrath, Muzi felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the celestial origin realm was far more formidable than the 9th level of body refinement. Scanning the narrow alleyway she found herself in, the constricted terrain severely limited her mobility. Moreover, having suffered a setback, the man would likely guard the exit closely, denying her any chance of escape. The situation flashed through Muzi's mind, and she quickly made a decision. With swift movements, she formed hand seals, conjuring 3 translucent light seals that coalesced in her palms, merging fluidly like flowing water. After a brief moment of fluctuation, a pale white light seal emerged in her palm, resembling a blossoming white lotus. The heavy element seal. Muzi's gaze locked onto the man just a breath away, and without hesitation, she raised her hand, sending the light seal hurtling toward his chest. Though the man had already been on guard against the girl, the power of that light seal sent shivers down his spine. He sensed that if he failed to withstand it, he would perish here today. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of elemental energy surged into the man's arm. And with all his might, he unleashed what would be the strongest blow of his life. The storm fist. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the man's fist, enveloped in dark green light, collided with the pale white light seal in Mu Zi's palm. Thud, thud, thud. The man was instantly knocked back, his footing unsteady, staggering until he barely regained his balance in the middle of the alley. He raised his head, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the girl before him. In their previous fierce clash, he had nearly succumbed to her onslaught. Now, he felt a tumult in his chest, his vitality surging uncomfortably. Moreover, through their earlier confrontation, he had discerned that Mu Zi was at the 8th level of body refinement, which sent waves of disbelief through his mind. He had broken through to the celestial origin realm many years ago and had always easily crushed those at the body refinement stage. Yet, this stunningly beautiful girl had crossed 2 massive boundaries and had managed to withstand his full force attack. What kind of monster is this? Spitting blood, Mu Zi felt a taste of copper in her throat. Although she had forced him back, the recoil had inflicted some injury upon her. Fortunately, the damage was not severe enough to impair her combat capabilities. The gap between the 8th level of body refinement and the celestial origin realm was still vast, especially since the man had executed a formidable 3rd-rank martial art. Nevertheless, having successfully repelled him, Mu Zi had achieved her objective. With a light push of her jade foot, she suddenly leaped against the side of the wall, employing the ripple step to ascend vertically along the sheer surface. The man reached out, but it was too late to intervene. He had been pushed back by Mu Zi, allowing her the space she needed. The walls of the alley loomed high, and upon witnessing Mu Zi's elevation, he found himself at a loss. As Mu Zi gracefully traversed the rooftops, she turned her head, her expression indifferent, coldly locking eyes with the man below, as if to etch his visage into her memory. I will remember this grudge. One day, I shall repay it 100-fold. She exerted her legs, propelling herself into the air, and astonishingly leaped out of the alley. However, just as it seemed Mu Zi was on the verge of successful escape, the man suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Something's amiss. Mu Zi's pupils contracted. Suddenly, from above the wall, a figure sprang forth, instantly closing in on Mu Zi. With no means to leverage herself in midair, she could not evade. The figure seized her thick, flowing hair, exerting force in his arm, and slammed the girl harshly to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, Mu Zi crashed heavily to the ground, her solar stones scattering around her. The girl's previously immaculate attire was now in tatters, her snow-white skin exposed through the rips to the open air. A figure landed before Mu Zi, radiating a potent aura of elemental energy. Late-stage celestial origin. Mu Zi struggled to rise, feeling the overwhelming presence of this formidable opponent, her gaze heavy with trepidation. This is troublesome. Chapter 23. Slaying the late-stage celestial origin. In the deep alley, Mu Zi regarded the 2 figures opposite her, her expression grave. At this moment, her waterfall-like hair had completely unraveled. The once smooth strands now a chaotic mess. The remnants of the sunset had vanished, casting the alley into a thick shroud of shadow. What is happening? Why has it taken so long to subdue a body refinement expert? The figure in the late-stage celestial origin realm expressed some confusion, laughing heartily. Is it possible you've exhausted yourself at the Li Chun courtyard? Ignoring his taunts, the man in the early stage celestial origin interjected, Brother, be cautious. This little vixen is a monster. I nearly met my match. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, but he quickly shook his head in disbelief, stating, impossible. What prowess could someone at the 8th level of body refinement possess? Surely, you could dispatch her with a mere punch. His words dripped with disdain and skepticism, as if he viewed this seemingly delicate girl as no real threat at all. Nonetheless, being a seasoned veteran in the cultivation world, the man retained a modicum of caution, evidently keeping a wary eye on this so-called prodigy. He scrutinized Mu Zi closely, attempting to discern the source of her alleged brilliance. However, after a prolonged examination, he discerned nothing beyond the girl's striking beauty, which, against the backdrop of her fair, exposed skin, appeared even more enticing. A lewd smile crept across his face as a realization dawned upon him. So this is her form of genius? It is indeed remarkable. No wonder even you're no match for her. As vile words reached her ears, Mu Zi maintained a calm demeanor. Yet a chilling aura began to unfurl deep within her eyes. Observing the girl's composure, The man felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. What are you trying to portray? Soon, I shall take great pleasure in teaching you a lesson. Let us see if you can remain so composed then. At last, his words ignited a spark of fury within Mu Zi, her eyes now completely shrouded in frost, while a mysterious and profound mark manifested upon her forehead. Crack! An intangible sound of shattering resonated within Mu Zi's heart, as if some unseen shackles had been silently broken. Something was amiss. Under the cold, emotionless gaze of the girl, the man finally sensed the ominous turn of events. A wave of indescribable dread surged within him, paralyzing him under the weight of Mu Zi's formidable presence. As if bound by invisible chains that rendered him immobile. Feeling death's approach, the man abruptly steeled himself, biting down on his tongue to dispel the fear coursing through him with a sharp sting of pain, finally liberating himself from the suffocating grip of that uncanny sensation. No matter how sinister you may be, can a mere body refinement practitioner truly turn the tide? Seemingly seeking further assurance, the man fully unleashed his cultivation at the late stage of the elemental realm, executing his most potent third-grade martial art. Red Sand Palm. His pupils reflected the astonishing assault hurtling towards him, yet Mu Zi's eyes remained devoid of any ripple. She extended her palm, exerting a slight force, and an unexpected pull emerged, drawing the scattered solar elemental stones from the ground into her grasp. After a brief fluctuation, the solar stones swiftly disintegrated into dust, cascading from her flawless fingers. With newfound energy surging within her, Mu Zi's hands moved swiftly, her motions graceful yet powerful, as if leaving traces in the air. In an instant, 3 luminous seals coalesced, but this was merely the beginning. As Mu Zi continued to form seals, a 4th translucent light seal emerged, followed by a 5th. Ultimately, a total of 9 luminous seals hovered before her. Subsequently, the 9 seals merged into one, transforming into a resplendent pure white seal that radiated an intense brilliance. Much to the man's horror, Supreme Heavy Element Seal, Mu Zi cast a stoic glance at the man, channeling the seal to meet his blood-red palm. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, the light seal she unleashed shattered the man's arm as if it were brittle straw. It did not cease there. It continued its relentless advance towards his head. It's over. The man's expression turned to one of despair as he beheld the approaching white light seal. Slap! Before he could even react, his head exploded like a ripe watermelon, a nauseating spray of viscera splattering onto the ground, rendering the scene grotesquely horrific. You! Gazing upon this ghastly tableau, the man at the initial stage of the elemental realm succumbed to despair, meeting the girl's cold, unfeeling eyes. All his fighting spirit evaporated in an instant. Monster! You are a monster! No longer harboring any thoughts of resistance, he decisively turned to flee down the alley, desperate to escape this terrifying and suffocating place. I must get away. Fueled by sheer terror, a primal roar surged within him, awakening his latent potential to unprecedented heights, propelling him forward with an unmatched swiftness. Faster, realizing the girl had not pursued him, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Once I reach the street ahead, I will call for help immediately. His eyes widened as the alley exit drew ever closer. If only I can reach that place. Suddenly, a crimson dot appeared on his forehead, and in an instant, the light faded from his eyes, his vitality seemingly drained as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Mu Zi withdrew her jade-like fingers, yet in the next moment, a wave of weakness crash-landed upon her. It felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away in an instant. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the alley, footsteps approaching from afar. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Mu Zi hastily gathered the scattered solar elemental stones, swiftly searched the corpse, then leapt away, vanishing into the night. Among the returning convoy, Lin Dong sat atop his steed, gazing at the familiar streets of Qingyang Town, his spirits buoyed. This journey to Yin City to sell solar elemental stones had greatly broadened his horizons. The splendor of Yin City was undeniable, but more importantly, Lin Dong had taken his first steps into the realm of talismans. He caressed the divine movement chapter nestled in his bosom, a sense of anticipation brewing within him. Let me discover what the world of talismans truly entails. However, as they passed a narrow alley, the convoy abruptly halted. What has happened? Lin Dong inquired curiously as he edged closer. He observed Lin Langtian and Lin Xiao examining 2 corpses. Drawing nearer, he noted that one corpse had a bloody hole at its forehead, its face still etched with an expression of terror, while the other corpse's head had been completely obliterated. A gruesome mixture of red and white splattered across the ground. Witnessing this horrific scene, A wave of discomfort washed over Lin Dong. Nevertheless, being a person of resolve, he quickly acclimated, maintaining a composed expression while listening to the discussions of his elders. Both were at the elemental realm, one at the initial stage, the other at the late stage. Judging by the injuries, it was evident that both had been instantaneously slain without the capacity to resist, indicating that the assailant was at least a formidable practitioner of the heavenly realm. Had a stranger from the heavenly realm appeared in Qingyang Town once more? Reflecting on the recent complexities facing the Lin family, Lin Langtian sighed. What a tumultuous season. The heavenly realm? Lin Dong pondered. Yet as thoughts of his recent progress and cultivation surged within him, a swell of confidence blossomed. I too shall soon reach that level. Chapter 24. A False Alarm. As night descended and thick clouds swirled, the mountain path between Qingyang Town and the Mu family village lay shrouded in profound darkness. A figure struggled to leap through the woods. It was a girl, her steps faltering, as if each stride was a battle against her own physical limits. Her garments were tattered, stained with dirt and blood. How wretched! Mu Zi let out a bitter laugh. This time, she had nearly encountered disaster. The chasm between her and the late-stage Deyuan realm was insurmountable. Had she not resorted to her trump card, Mu Zi might have remained forever trapped in Qingyang Town. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the clouds, and raindrops began to fall silently. Initially sparse, they quickly transformed into a torrential downpour. The large raindrops pelted Mu Zi mercilessly, causing her already injured body to tremble even more under the relentless assault. Moments later, her garments were thoroughly soaked, clinging to her form and outlining her exquisite curves. Feeling her body on the verge of collapse, Mu Zi searched for a nearby cave and took refuge within. Her clothes, drenched by the rain, no longer concealed her figure. Taking a deep breath, she shed her tattered garments. The merciless deluge, while troublesome, also served to cleanse the dirt from her body. At that moment, the young girl's pale, delicate form resembled a finely crafted jade sculpture. The moonlight filtering through the cave's entrance and casting a dappled glow upon her. Bathed in the soft illumination, her skin appeared as if it were made of moonlight itself. Though her adversaries in the Deyuan realm proved formidable, they left no marks upon her body. The reason for her physical state, teetering on the brink of collapse, stemmed from severe internal injuries, a consequence of activating her reincarnation seal. As previously mentioned, activating the reincarnation seal did not directly elevate her realm, but rather induced a state of extreme calm within Mu Zi. Typically, she relied on this state to enhance her comprehension. However, it was far from ineffectual in combat. Recalling the sensation of absolute control she had experienced in that state, she could unleash every ounce of her elemental energy and physical strength to its fullest extent. With this state, Mu Zi's mastery over martial arts reached a terrifying level. Under normal circumstances, she could only layer the heavy element seal up to 3 times. Yet, in that emotionless special state, she was able to unleash 9 seals simultaneously. The power derived from this state was extraordinary. After all, even the supreme beings of the vast world found it challenging to perfectly control all their spiritual energy, let alone someone like Mu Zi, a practitioner of the lower realms. However, the acquisition of such power came at a price. Although Mu Zi could exhibit formidable combat prowess by forcefully controlling every strand of her internal strength, this approach posed a significant challenge to her body's endurance. If the instantaneous output of elemental energy were too intense, her meridians would sustain immense damage. Thus, to safeguard herself, Mu Zi deliberately avoided using the reincarnation seal to enhance her combat ability, opting instead to reserve it as a trump card. This time, to vanquish her late-stage Deyuan adversary, she had exhausted every ounce of strength within her. She could faintly sense her meridians approaching the brink of collapse. She needed a solution. Worrying not at Mu Zi, she understood that if she failed to treat her injuries promptly and properly, it could sow the seeds of an irreversible peril, potentially halting her cultivation at the body refinement realm indefinitely. This was a fate she could not accept. What should she do? Spiritual elixirs? Remedies capable of healing meridian injuries were exceedingly rare and not obtainable in a short time. Mu Zi's thoughts raced until a brilliant idea struck her mind. The stone talisman's spiritual liquid. Yes, the spiritual liquid formed from the convergence of heavenly energies and ancestral stones was highly effective for such injuries. Even Lin Xiao had praised its efficacy. But how could she acquire it? Should she simply seize it? The Mu clan was no match for the Lin clan. Requesting the medicine directly? Even less reliable. She could not explain how she knew of the stone talisman spiritual liquid's existence. Any indiscreet revelation could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, even if she managed to deceive them, why would they readily part with such invaluable resources? Did she truly believe herself to be the father of Lin Dong? Not related by blood, and the Lin family was not in dire need of funds. The chances of successfully procuring the medicine were slim. Must she offer her body in exchange? At this thought, Mu Zi's delicate face turned pale, her gaze flickering as she bit her ruby lips, her jade hands clenched, her expression shifting restlessly, seemingly sensing her inner turmoil. The reincarnation seal suddenly vibrated. Following this, a unique energy surged forth from it, entering her body. The damaged meridians within Mu Zi eagerly began to absorb this mysterious energy, akin to parched earth welcoming much-needed rain. As the energy flowed in, an intense itching sensation spread throughout her body, rapidly mending her meridians. This is... Mu Zi was astonished. Such severe injuries had almost completely healed in an instant. According to her estimation, with just a few more days of rest, she would return to her former self. The reincarnation seal can also heal injuries? Mu Zi was pleasantly surprised. It had more capabilities than she had imagined. She let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of liberation gracing her face as she murmured, so it was just a false alarm. Reincarnation seal, why worry? It's quite stable. A radiant smile blossomed once more on Mu Zi's face. In this uplifted mood, she began to inspect her spoils. From the pile of clothes on the ground, she retrieved 2 bundles, treasure she had obtained from the 2D Yuan realm foes. Upon opening the packages and organizing their contents, Mu Zi confirmed her gains. 80 Yang Yuan stones, 5 third-grade spiritual herbs, and most critically, a dozen Yang Yuan pills. How could there be so many? Mu Zi exclaimed. With such an abundance of cultivation resources, how could they still be at the early stage of the D Yuan realm? Were they all obtained through robbery? Mu Zi felt uncertain. If they were truly acquired through looting, then these 2 had been remarkably efficient. But didn't team matter? Now they belonged to her. She smiled, her heart brimming with joy. The D Yuan realm was secured. With so many resources, Mu Zi had enough to cultivate to the D Yuan realm and still have a surplus. Outside the cave, unbeknownst to her, the rain had quietly ceased. The dark clouds completely dissipated, and the bright moonlight flooded the cave interior. Seeing her unclad form, Mu Zi's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly ignited 2 Yang Yuan stones to dry her clothes. Now that she had the means, she was no longer concerned about such trivialities. Swiftly donning her garments, she did not linger and stepped out of the cave. As her injuries had not yet fully healed, she opted for caution, making her way back step by step. Finally, as dawn approached, Mu Zi breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon catching sight of the village at the edge of her vision. Home at last. Chapter 25, Flame City. 1 month later. In her room, Mu Zi sat cross-legged, 3 Yang Yuan stones transformed into pure energy that she was refining. Exhaling gently, she sensed her progress in cultivation and nodded in satisfaction. In just a few days, she would break through to the D Yuan realm. Since returning to Mu Clan village, she had dedicated herself to elevating her cultivation. Now, she could feel the impending bottleneck of the D Yuan realm, just one opportunity away from a breakthrough. Though the harrowing experience from a month ago had been perilous, her gains had been substantial, including the Yang Yuan stones acquired through trade. Mu Zi has amassed a total of 200 Yang Yuan stones and a dozen Yang Yuan pills. This is equivalent to the yield from the Lin family's Yang Yuan stone mine over the course of a month. Indeed, those 2 Earth Origin Realm individuals have bestowed upon her a remarkable gift. Suddenly, a knock echoed at Mu Zi's courtyard door. Approaching, she opened it to find Mu Ling Sha's head peeking in. Observing her exuberant demeanor, Mu Zi inquired with curiosity, "What brings you such joy?" With her hands on her hips, Mu Ling Sha exclaimed, "Haha, I have broken through to the Earth Origin Realm." "Wow, how impressive," Mu Zi responded, giving her a thumbs up. However, Mu Ling Sha's expression quickly fell. "Sister, what kind of tone is that? How dismissive." Seeing her sister's forlorn expression, Mu Zi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In truth, Mu Ling Sha's breakthrough was well within her expectations. During the family assessment, she had already reached the 9th level of body tempering. After all, Mu Ling Sha had been at the 8th level for over a year. And with her commendable performance in last year's assessment, the estate rewarded her with a 3rd-tier spirit herb. Thus, even though Mu Ling Sha had ceded the reward for the Fire Python Tiger to Mu Zi, she successfully attained the 9th level of body tempering. However, her subsequent breakthrough to the Earth Origin Realm in the following 3 months was facilitated by Mu Zi's assistance. Following their trip to Qingyang Town, Mu Zi had acquired ample cultivation resources, and she had not forgotten her sister. After all, Mu Lingsha's timely support had deeply touched Mu Zi. Wealth and nobility should not be forgotten. Now that she had become affluent, it was only natural for her to lend a helping hand to her sister. Mu Zi was well aware of how much Mu Lingsha yearned to break through to the Earth origin realm. Mu Lingsha gazed at Mu Zi with a complex expression. The notion of cultivating in the body-tempering realm using Yang Yuan stones seemed an extravagant indulgence she had never dared to imagine before. Having grown accustomed to a life of hardship, this sudden wealth left her somewhat disoriented. Is third-tier martial arts truly so valuable? Mu Lingsha inquired with curiosity. It's all right, Mu Zi chuckled nervously. She felt a twinge of guilt. She certainly did not wish for her sister to uncover her illicit dealings. After scrutinizing Mu Zi for a moment, Mu Lingsha shifted the topic. I wish to participate in tomorrow's escort mission. Escort mission? Yes, Mu Lingsha explained. Our Mu family village primarily derives its income from escorting goods. Having performed commendably in the past, we have garnered a certain reputation within a 100-mile radius. Recently, a merchant convoy has hired us to escort them to Yin City. With a smile, Mu Lingsha continued. Now that I have broken through to the Earth origin realm, I am considered a pillar of the family and should contribute to the village. Upon hearing this, Mu Zi frowned slightly. But this isn't a task for you to lead, is it? She was not oblivious. The protection required for a convoy heading to Yin City was substantial, and given Mu Lingsha's recent breakthrough, she might find it challenging to cope. Mu Lingsha reassured her. No need to worry. This convoy is somewhat unique. They are operating in two separate teams, one large and one small. The larger group will be protected by Father and the village chief, while I only need to guard the smaller team. Mu Zi nodded in acceptance. Observing her sister's eager demeanor, her mind began to wander. This journey to Yin City could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Mu Zi had long coveted a Qingyang bag. Moreover, Yin City was far more prosperous than Qingyang Town, and perhaps this time she could uncover a fourth-tier martial art. If she could witness a fourth-tier martial art firsthand, her own martial arts proficiency would surely advance, potentially allowing her to create a genuine fourth-tier martial art. The following day, at the Mu family village escort team. Why did you come along? Mu Lingsha asked, surprised to see the young girl, already packed and ready. I have yet to visit Yin City. I wish to see it for myself, Mu Zi replied. Absolutely not. Your cultivation is insufficient. It is far too dangerous. Mu Lingsha shook her head, disallowing Mu Zi from joining the expedition. While her sister was indeed gifted, she had yet to reach the Earth origin realm, making it unsafe for her. Mu Zi pointed to the guards within the team. But there are still those at the 7th level of body tempering, aren't there? Faced with her query, Mu Lingsha found herself at a loss for words. Logically, Mu Zi's cultivation was indeed adequate, yet her youth posed a considerable concern. When the village established the selection criteria, they had not anticipated someone achieving the 9th level of body tempering at the tender age of 14. Noticing the hesitation in Mu Lingsha's eyes, Mu Zi seized the moment, patting her chest confidently. Rest assured, I am no longer a child. Mu Lingsha raised an eyebrow, observing the girl before her. Why does it seem like you've grown even more since last time? With a playful flick to her sister's smooth forehead, Mu Lingsha sighed. Little sister, you are indeed spreading your wings. However, under Mu Zi's hopeful gaze, she relented. All right, mount up. A triumphant smile graced Mu Zi's face as she joined the escort team. After rendezvousing with the merchant convoy, an elderly man approached Mu Lingsha. I am the leader of this merchant convoy. I have long heard of the Mu family village's esteemed reputation, and I hope for a pleasant collaboration this time. This elder was also at the Earth origin realm, with cultivation reaching the mid-stage, indicating that the merchant convoy did not entirely trust the Mu family village. Mu Lingsha responded gravely, we will certainly give it our all. 2 hours later, the convoy had traversed half the distance. Push on. Once we pass through that patch of forest ahead, we will be mostly safe, the elder leader called out. Upon entering the vicinity of Yin City, the number of pedestrians on the road increased, and, generally, bandits were wary of striking in that area. For this reason, the upcoming forest was likely to harbor ambushers. The group was acutely aware of this and heightened their vigilance, carefully scanning their surroundings. The team cautiously navigated through the dense thicket, yet surprisingly, they encountered no disturbances until they were nearly out of the woods. Perhaps nothing will happen after all, the elder sighed in relief. Just as everyone believed they could pass through unscathed, a group of armed men suddenly burst forth from the thicket. Each one brandished weapons and wore menacing expressions. Leading them was a man in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, who grinned wickedly at the caravan. Hand over all your valuables. Seeing that there was only one Earth origin realm individual among them, The elder leader retorted. Have you consumed the gall of a black iron demon leopard? Mu Ling Sha stepped forward, exuding the aura of the Earth Origin Realm. However, the bandits remained unfazed, one of them sneering, "It seems you have misunderstood the situation." Before he could finish, another group of bandits emerged from behind the convoy, effectively surrounding it and cutting off any escape routes. Mu Zi turned her gaze back, her pupils constricting as a grave expression settled on her face. Among the bandits in the rear, there were actually 4 individuals at the Earth Origin Realm. Though all were at the initial stage, they still posed a significant threat. Ha! Brother's strategy of surrounding the enemy from both sides is truly brilliant. Now you have nowhere to run. The leading bandit glared fiercely. Leave behind your valuables and women, and we may spare your lives. Soon, the members of the caravan began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and a wave of panic began to spread through the ranks. Chapter 26. Little Sister Run. In the forest, 2 factions stood at an impasse, the atmosphere thick with tension. The elderly leader, steeling himself, ventured to speak. Ahem, brave heroes, might I implore you, on account of this old man's humble reputation, to spare us? Observing the impatience etched upon the bandit leader's countenance, the elder quickly added, "Of course, esteemed gentlemen, having journeyed such a distance, we wouldn't wish to waste your efforts. I shall take it upon myself to offer you 1/10 of our goods, in hopes of forging a friendship." Though a touch anxious, the elder felt not entirely despondent, for he understood that even those of the underworld adhered to certain codes. Bandits typically sought wealth and would not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. As long as he acted wisely and surrendered a sufficient toll for safe passage, they should be able to traverse unharmed. Indeed, those who discern the times are the truly wise. However, should the bandits before him prove less formidable, he would not hesitate to assert himself. Upon hearing the elder's capitulation, the bandit leader erupted into laughter. "Ah, you are indeed one who knows how to appreciate a favor. In the past, I would not have minded forming such an alliance. But alas, we find ourselves in extraordinary times. Our chieftain has decreed a total confiscation of all goods." The elder was momentarily taken aback. What extraordinary times? To his astonishment, the bandit leader replied, "I shall not conceal the truth from you. Recently, a traitor emerged within our ranks. Those 2 brothers brazenly absconded with our chieftain's life essence elixirs, no less than a dozen of them. Having suffered such a grievous loss, our chieftain is understandably displeased, and thus, we must ask all present to make some sacrifices during this time." Mu Zi, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the reason behind her recent windfall. It was indeed due to those 2 men of the Earth Origin Realm having pilfered from the Yellow Dragon stronghold. She pondered, could today's calamity be connected to her? If those 2 traitors had not been vanquished by her hand, perhaps the Yellow Dragon stronghold could have reclaimed their elixirs, and this ambush would not have transpired. Truly, there are no free lunches in this world. Mu Zi reflected, contemplating the delicate balance of risk and reward that governs existence. One cannot evade the consequences of their actions, except, of course, for the chosen of the realms. Upon hearing the bandits' exorbitant demands, the elder's face flushed crimson, and he indignantly retorted, "You are violating the rules." At this proclamation, the bandits erupted into raucous laughter, with the leader scoffing, "You speak of rules? What are rules? Here in our Yellow Dragon stronghold, we define the rules." With that, a cacophony ensued, the scene descending into utter chaos. It appeared that reconciliation was no longer an option. Mu Ling Sha sighed, realizing that their adversaries had no intention of letting them go. They would have to fight to the death. However, facing 5 warriors of the Earth Origin Realm, their own 2 seemed woefully inadequate, and the hope of escape dwindled. "We may perish here today," Mu Ling Sha despaired, barely 18 years old. Yet, upon glancing at Mu Zi beside her, her eyes welled with resolve. "No, I must find a way to protect my little sister." Thoughts raced through her mind, determination igniting within her gaze. At that moment, the bandits appeared to have lost all patience. Their leader bellowed a cold command that sliced through the silence. Instantly, the bandits lunged at the encircled caravan like ravenous wolves, blades glinting menacingly, intent on cleaving through any obstacle in their path. The mid-tier Earth Origin leader advanced directly towards the elder, who, with no choice but to engage, found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. The other 4 Earth Origin warriors turned their predatory gazes towards Mu Ling Sha. "Little girl, don't resist. You stand no chance against 4. Under the fierce scrutiny of the 4 brutish men, Mu Ling Sha's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Yet, thinking of Mu Zi, she feigned calmness. Though her little sister was a prodigious talent, she remained at the refinement stage. Her strength was only comparable to Mu Ling Sha's. 4 against 2 offered no hope in a direct confrontation. Instead, Mu Lingsha resolved to draw the enemy away, creating an opportunity for her sister to escape. Yes, my sister's agility is remarkable. She will surely evade them. With her mind made up, Mu Lingsha inhaled deeply, her eyes glinting with determination. However, just as she was about to step forward, someone tugged insistently at her sleeve. Turning to see Mu Zi shaking her head, Mu Lingsha heard her sister's urgent plea. Elder sister, don't do anything foolish. Upon meeting the worried gaze of her younger sister, memories flooded Mu Lingsha's mind like a vivid tapestry. The little shadow that had trailed her in childhood, the first awkward attempts to braid her hair, the tender moments of washing together, the first lessons in martial arts. The fear that had gripped her heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of warmth. She wrenched free from Mu Zi's grasp, her expression tranquil as she advanced toward the enemy. Little sister, when I draw them away, make haste and flee. Mu Lingsha whispered to Mu Zi. You must survive. As Mu Lingsha approached, the 4 bandits exchanged glances, taunting her. Why not simply surrender? You might spare yourself unnecessary suffering. Without warning, Mu Lingsha drew her azure wood bow, aiming at them, and released an arrow. The men reacted swiftly, but the arrow's speed was too great, leaving a grievous gash across one man's face. If you have the guts, follow me. I will show you the prowess of the azure wood archery. After her provocation, Mu Lingsha darted into the nearby woods. The wounded man, seething with rage, turned to his companions and shouted, I will make this wench regret ever being born. With that, he stormed after her. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, one leering. Shall we pursue? Fixated on Mu Lingsha as a figure clad in tight leather, another's eyes gleamed with lascivious intent. Of course we shall. A woman like her is far too enticing. Understanding their intent, the other 2 wore sly, lecherous grins as they burst into raucous laughter, then took off without hesitation in pursuit. The branches of towering trees swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound akin to a mournful elegy. The leaves underfoot crunched, as if bidding farewell to the young girl. Elder sister, why must you? Mu Zi murmured, her expression a tumult of emotions as she beheld the unfolding scene. In the face of despair, Mu Lingsha had drawn away the formidable foes, leaving her own chance for survival. It seemed she had resigned herself to a fate of certain death, mentally preparing for the most tragic of outcomes. How could I ever repay this debt of affection? Mu Zi sighed deeply, her gaze sharpening as she coldly regarded the retreating figures of the 4 Earth Origin warriors, as if she were gazing upon the deceased. This forest boasts a lovely scenery, quite fitting as your final resting place. Chapter 27, Earth Origin Realm. These ruffians, have they gone mad with desire? The man engaged in a fierce battle with the elderly leader bore a grim expression. The woman is merely at the initial stage of the Earth Origin Realm. As for the 4 of them acting in concert, surely, at least one must remain to contend with the guards of the merchant caravan. However, faced with the old man's persistent entanglement, he realized he could not afford to be distracted. Both were at the mid-stage of the Earth Origin Realm. Despite the latter's advanced years and slightly waning strength, his battle experience and skills were formidable, rendering it impossible for him to defeat his opponent swiftly. One could only hope that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. With a sigh, the man focused intently on the elderly adversary before him. That woman runs remarkably fast. A burly man panted. Mu Lingsha's agile figure darted through the thicket, having employed a second-tier movement technique, her pursuers unable to keep pace. One individual, his eyes glinting with menace, bellowed, Stop! If you insist on fleeing, we shall not pursue you any longer. Mu Lingsha's provocative tactics were rather crude, and the group quickly discerned her true intentions. Their cooperation stemmed solely from a willingness to engage. Upon hearing the threat, Mu Lingsha resignedly sighed, halting her flight and turning to face her 4 pursuers. Drawing back her bow, Mu Lingsha coldly inquired, Will you come one by one, or shall you confront me together? The man who had previously been grazed by an arrow glared fiercely at her and instructed his companions, Cover me. I shall make her taste suffering first. With that, he charged at Mu Lingsha, launching ferocious attacks. Her expression grave, Mu Lingsha utilized her movement technique to evade him, occasionally loosing an arrow without falling behind in the contest. Although she had recently broken through to the Earth Origin Realm, her strength was hardly inferior to her opponents. After all, she had once been the Mu family's foremost prodigy. Observing their companion's struggle to gain the upper hand, the 3 bystanders were taken aback. This woman is quite formidable. One remarked impatiently. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Let's engage her together. With that, he surged toward Mu Lingsha. Her expression tightened, in a one-on-one confrontation. She felt confident in overcoming her foe, but should they truly attack en masse, she feared she might not withstand the onslaught. Yet in the next instant, a faint hum reverberated through the air, followed by a dazzling beam of elemental energy shooting forth like a meteor. The man, rushing towards Mu Lingsha, had no time to react and was instantly pierced through the skull. Who goes there? Witnessing their companion's gruesome demise, the remaining two were instantly struck with an unnameable fear. A figure descended from the trees, her gaze icy as it fell upon them. Startled by the sudden appearance of this mysterious foe, they instinctively braced themselves. But as they discerned her cultivation level, an absurd emotion welled within them. The body-tempering realm? However, they had no time to dwell on their astonishment as Mu Zi unleashed her spirit sword finger, stepping lightly with a floating wave step, rapidly circling around the two Earth Origin Realm warriors. She darted up and down, left and right, her pointed energy akin to a vast net that ensnared them tightly. Alarmed, they hastily summoned their elemental energy to shield their bodies, yet they lacked confidence in fully withstanding Mu Zi's relentless onslaught. In a life-or-death situation, they could only prioritize protecting their vital areas. Whoosh! After a fierce barrage, several small blood holes marred their bodies. Fortunately, they had managed to guard their critical points, sparing them from a fatal fate. Sustaining heavy injuries, the two felt their fighting spirit rise, charging at Mu Zi from either side. Mu Zi's figure flowed like a leaf, gracefully maneuvering behind them as she unleashed several more strikes. Undeterred, they continued their assault on her. However, her movements resembled a fluttering butterfly, evading their attacks with ease, their strikes failing to graze her attire. As time passed, their wounds multiplied. Were it not for their superior cultivation, they would have long since met defeat. This individual is exceedingly troublesome, one of them exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly shaken by Mu Zi's elusive movements. The other suggested, we cannot afford to engage in a drawn-out battle. We must force her into a direct confrontation. A glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes as he declared, we must attack the enemy to save ourselves. Exchanging a glance, they instantly understood each other's intent. No longer would they squander energy on Mu Zi's peculiar tactics. They concentrated fully on shielding their vital points while launching a fierce assault on Mu Lingsha. Their eyes gleamed with malice, intent on consolidating all their power into this one strike. Mu Lingsha was locked in a fierce struggle with her opponent when suddenly, two powerful gusts of wind surged toward her, causing her heart to race. Just as the two charged at Mu Lingsha, Mu Zi appeared, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, interposing herself before them. Now let us see how you evade. Their objective had always been Mu Zi. Attacking Mu Lingsha was merely a tactic to force her into a direct clash. However, their triumph was short-lived as Mu Zi suddenly spread her delicate hands, and a radiant imprint resembling a white lotus materialized, hovering serenely in her palm. Boom! Following a violent collision, two figures were sent crashing backward, toppling several large trees before landing heavily on the ground, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. This unexpected outcome left Mu Lingsha and her opponent momentarily stunned, as if an invisible force had frozen them in place, causing them to involuntarily cease their battle. From Mu Zi's sudden ambush to the demise of one and the injuries of two Earth Origin warriors, all transpired in the blink of an eye. My sister has grown this formidable. Mu Lingsha's mind reeled, astonished at how swiftly she had defeated three opponents within the Earth Origin realm. Her combat prowess far surpassed her own. At a mere 14 years of age, she had already triumphed over formidable adversaries, achieving a feat 2 years earlier than Lin Dong of Qingyang Town. Mu Lingsha was momentarily overwhelmed by the shock. However, as she regained her composure, an odd feeling washed over her. Had she known her sister possessed such strength? What despair had she to endure? What a waste of emotion. Mu Lingsha gazed at Mu Zi with a lingering sense of resentment. Under Mu Lingsha's watchful eyes, Mu Zi maintained her poised posture, her hands still extended, unchanging. What is the matter? Suddenly, a powerful suction surged forth from Mu Zi's being. The surrounding elemental energy rapidly converged into a vortex, rushing toward her dantian. This scene left Mu Lingsha momentarily dumbfounded. However, she soon felt a chilling aura emanating from the vortex, enveloping Mu Zi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Lingsha's eyes widened in shock. This is the Earth Origin Realm? Chapter 28. Mental Energy. As Mu Lingsha beheld the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding her sister, her heart brimmed with astonishment. After all, she had only just broken through to the Earth Origin Realm and was not unfamiliar with such occurrences. Yet, Why was this energy vortex so much larger than hers? Mu Lingsha's expression turned bitter. Had she truly been overshadowed in such a manner? Meanwhile, the last remaining adversary beheld this scene with a glint of malevolence in his eyes. Having witnessed the downfall of his three companions, despair had nearly consumed him. Yet now, a twist of fate revealed that the prodigy was on the brink of a breakthrough. Should he strike now? Perhaps there lay an opportunity to extinguish this threat once and for all. A deep-seated enmity had already formed between them. And even if he were to escape today by some stroke of luck, he could scarcely withstand the inevitable vengeance of this formidable foe. The prowess of the body refinement stage could only rival that of the elemental stage. What might one expect once the latter achieved a breakthrough? This individual must not be spared. Without hesitation, the man launched an attack against Mu Zi. However, at the very moment he was poised to succeed, Mu Lingsha intervened to thwart his assault. Do not treat me as if I am invisible. Mu Lingsha's brows furrowed with fury. Her eyes ablaze as she glared at him, her voice tinged with wrath. With that proclamation, the two engaged once again in a fierce clash. At this moment, Mu Zi's consciousness had immersed itself in the process of breaking through. As the elemental energy of the world surged into her, a frigid aura, tinted with icy blue, coursed rapidly through her meridians and darted toward her dantian. With the fusion of this cold energy and the elemental force within her, the seed of elemental energy in her dantian transformed into a swirling mass of icy blue energy. She had achieved the elemental stage. Mu Zi focused her mind and delved deep into her dantian. Within her internal vision, an ice blue orb floated serenely, surrounded by strands of chilling elemental energy that entwined like delicate threads. Is this the elemental stage? Mu Zi could sense the immense power thrumming within her, a strength far surpassing that of her previous body refinement stage, now that she had entered the elemental stage. Even in the presence of formidable opponents at the late stages of the elemental realm, she possessed the capability to contend with them. Yet, just as Mu Zi was engrossed in comprehending her transformation, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A resonating hum reverberated in her mind, and after a moment of disorientation, strands of mental energy began to permeate forth, gradually expanding outward. As her mental energy diffused, Mu Zi, with her eyes closed, vividly perceived the scene within the forest, observing Mu Lingsha and the enemy engaged in an intense struggle. Subsequently, her perception expanded further, and her intangible mental energy floated into the sky, penetrating the thicket, vividly reflecting the clash between the caravan guards and the bandits in her mind. Unbeknownst to those embroiled in combat, they remained entirely unaware of this invisible observation. Their current prowess was insufficient to detect Mu Zi's mental energy. She had awakened her mental prowess. Mu Zi felt a twinge of surprise. Under normal circumstances, one could only awaken a pronounced mental force after practicing specific techniques or incantations. Lin Dong was no exception. He had only achieved the projection of his mental energy after cultivating the divine movement bestowed by Master Yin. In contrast, Mu Zi's mental prowess appeared to be a natural gift, awakening effortlessly. Little did Mu Zi know, given her remarkable comprehension, her mental energy was inherently potent. During the body refinement stage, her physical condition had not yet matured, preventing her from fully harnessing this mental strength. Once Mu Zi broke through to the elemental stage, the mental energy she had accumulated would surge forth naturally, akin to water flowing freely. Although she had only recently awakened, the intensity of her mental energy was already comparable to Lin Dong, who had successfully cultivated the first layer of divine movement. Testing the power of her mental energy, Mu Zi concentrated her mind, transforming her intangible mental force into a shockwave that collided with the man battling Mu Lingsha. The sudden onslaught of mental energy struck the unprepared adversary, sending a wave of excruciating pain reverberating through his mind and drastically diminishing the ferocity of his strikes. Seizing the opportunity amid his disarray, Mu Lingsha swiftly ensnared him with an arrow aimed at his throat. Exhaling audibly, Mu Lingsha turned to Mu Zi with a gleam of astonishment in her eyes. "Little sister, have you succeeded in your breakthrough?" A smile broke across Mu Zi's face as she approached Mu Lingsha and embraced her. "Thank you, sister." Just as the sisters reveled in their joy, faint groans emanated from the ground below. They looked down to find the two severely injured elemental stage adversaries, now clawing their way desperately away from them. Witnessing this, Mu Lingsha swiftly drew her bow, and with two arrows, the ground-bound foes fell silent. "They have come to know your strength. They must be silenced." Mu Lingsha's concern was palpable. The astonishing feat of defeating 3 elemental stage opponents in succession was a record so extraordinary that if it were to spread, the Huanglong Bandit clan would undoubtedly seek to eliminate such a talent. Even if the Mu family were unafraid of their retaliation, peace would forever elude them. Mu Zi nodded slightly, then approached the fallen enemies to meticulously scavenge their valuables. Little sister Yu. Mu Lingsha was left speechless as she observed the girl nonchalantly rummaging through the enemy's possessions. Mu Zi looked up with a sweet smile and said, "These spoils of war must not go to waste." Mu Lingsha's expression turned blank, her mind swirling with doubt. "I understand the reasoning, but why are you so adept at this?" Upon their return to the vicinity of the caravan, the enemies had already retreated. The elder leader, drenched in sweat, sighed in relief upon seeing Mu Lingsha, then immediately inquired, "What are the 4 elemental stage foes?" Mu Lingsha replied, "They're dead, I suppose." A black iron demon leopard suddenly appeared in the thicket and carried them away. A black iron demon leopard? The elder was taken aback. An adult black iron demon leopard possesses strength rivaling that of a formidable elemental stage warrior, effortlessly eliminating 4 initial elemental stage adversaries. However, he soon pondered, "But how is it that you two remain unharmed?" Sensing the elder's skepticism, Mu Lingsha shrugged and said, "I have no idea why. Perhaps they truly did fall victim to the black iron demon leopard?" The elder mused silently. Suddenly, Mu Lingsha recalled something and pressed further, "By the way, what the mid-level elemental stage bandit leader?" The elder paused briefly before responding. He seemed to sense that something was amiss and retreated immediately. As he spoke, the elder couldn't help but wonder. That fellow was clearly on the verge of defeating him, yet he withdrew without hesitation. How overly cautious can one be? Regardless, since the bandits had been successfully repelled, the group resumed their journey after a brief period of tidying up. At last, around noon, they arrived at Yin City. Chapter 29. The Qingyang Bag, is this it? Yin City is bustling with people, Mu Lingsha remarked, marveling at the lively scene on the streets. Mu Zi nodded in agreement. Compared to the vibrancy of Yin City, Qingyang Town felt like a mere speck in the grand tapestry. After the escort team successfully completed their handover with the caravan, Mu Zi expressed her desire to part ways. "I shall explore Yin City on my own for a while and reunite with Uncle and the others in the evening." Mu Lingsha nodded reluctantly. Her sister's strength had already surpassed her own, and she needn't worry. Bidding farewell to the main group, Mu Zi made her way toward her destination. After some searching, she finally arrived at the grand and imposing edifice known as the Strange Treasures Pavilion. Mu Zi stepped through the grand entrance, and a vast hall unfolded before her eyes. Within the hall, numerous counters displayed a dazzling array of items: spiritual herbs, elixirs, weapons, monster crystals, and martial arts manuals. To her surprise, in a secluded corner, she even discovered women's garments for sale. Does the Oddity Pavilion also sell clothing? Curious, she approached to take a look. However, upon seeing the peculiar styles, Mu Zi's face flushed crimson, and with a disdainful huff, she hurriedly walked away. Her gaze gradually swept across the counters, and after a brief moment, she finally spotted her objective. A palm-sized azure pouch lay there, its surface shimmering with an unusual luster. The Qingyang Bag, Notiching Mu Zispos. A young attendant in green approached with a beaming smile. A low-grade Qingyang Bag, priced at 48 yuan stones. The attendant's eyes lingered on the young girl before him, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. What a beautiful sister. Having worked at the Oddity Pavilion for many years, he had encountered numerous young ladies from powerful families. Yet none could compare to the girl standing before him. Upon hearing the price of the Qingyang Bag, Mu Zi maintained a calm facade, though her heart ached slightly. With the spoil she had just collected, she realized she had only 100 yuan stones left. This pouch would consume half her fortune. However, she had anticipated this situation. Thus, prior to her arrival in Yin City, she had made ample preparations, ready to reap considerable rewards. Moreover, after experiencing an assassination attempt in Qingyang Town, she recognized the significance of the Qingyang Bag, convincing herself to part with the 48 yuan stones, even if it required some sacrifice. That had been her mindset before setting out. Now, however, she saw the potential to save that money. Having unexpectedly awakened her spiritual power, she decided to attempt crafting a Qingyang Bag herself, stealthily learning. Yet, such endeavors must remain undiscovered by others. In the original narrative, Lin Dong had drawn the attention of the four-print talisman master, Yan Xian, due to a similar incident. Fortunately, while meandering through the Oddity Pavilion earlier, Mu Zi had confirmed that no dozing old man in gray occupied a corner of the hall. With Master Yin absent, her worries dissipated. Resolved, Muzi feigned nonchalance while secretly extending her spiritual power toward the Qingyang bag on the counter. After a moment of sensing, she finally discerned a faint, peculiar rune shimmering on the left side of the pouch. With meticulous care, she focused her spiritual power on the rune, and as her concentration deepened, the hidden symbol became increasingly distinct. After a brief period of contemplation, she commenced her attempt. Invisible strands of spiritual power seeped from her mind, coalescing before her as she began to outline the rune. Under her extraordinary control, the symbol in the void gradually took shape. As time passed, the rune became more complete. If anyone had been able to witness this extraordinary scene, they would have been astounded to find that the rune being drawn was identical to the one on the Qingyang bag. Muzi gazed at the rune before her, somewhat astonished. Was it truly this simple? She hadn't anticipated success on her first attempt. It was merely a trial. Yet, to her surprise, she had smoothly outlined the rune. The entire process felt remarkably effortless. The technical demand seemed rather low. In forming this rune, Muzi expended minimal spiritual energy. The Qingyang bag, was it truly this easy? However, recalling Lin Dong's experiences in the original narrative, she felt a sense of relief. In that tale, Lin Dong had inadvertently sketched half a rune through sheer luck. Now, with her enhanced spiritual power and remarkable control, Muzi had naturally succeeded in this endeavor. Guest. The attendant stared at Muzi quizzically. After he had announced the price of the Qingyang bag, the girl had seemed lost in thought, still in a daze, pondering something. Could it be that she was financially constrained? The notion caused the attendant's smile to falter. How could one manage without funds? How could he achieve his sales targets? Regardless of her beauty, payment was still required. Muzi snapped back to reality, noticing the attendant's change in demeanor, and felt somewhat perplexed. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Suddenly, a somewhat frivolous voice broke in. "My dear lady, do you fancy this Qingyang bag?" Startled, Muzi turned to see a young man clad in luxurious robes striding toward her. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, and while he maintained an air of politeness, his gaze bore an unsettling lewdness that made her uncomfortable. The attendant's expression shifted to one of deference upon recognizing the young gentleman. "Ah, young Master Zhao. What can I assist you with today?" Young Master Zhao ignored the attendant's inquiry and approached Muzi directly. "I would like to present this Qingyang bag to you, my lady, as a gesture of goodwill. Might you honor me with your company for a stroll around Yen City?" Muzi's brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. Yet she responded politely, "Thank you, but no." Upon hearing her refusal, young Master Zhao's expression darkened instantaneously, though he managed to force a smile. "Are you certain you won't reconsider? My father is an elder of the Zhao family in Yen City." Muzi's demeanor grew icy as she retorted, "Keep your distance." This time, young Master Zhao could no longer maintain his facade of civility, revealing his true, brazen nature. "Don't be so ungrateful," he exclaimed, aggressively reaching out to seize her arm. With a cold laugh, Muzi unleashed a surge of spiritual power, transforming it into an invisible hand that struck the young man's face. A sharp, unheard crack resonated through the air as young Master Zhao abruptly stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain. The attendant stood, dumbfounded at the sight. What had happened to young Master Zhao? How had he suddenly fallen? Was the young master attempting to stage a scene? Just then, a middle-aged man emerged swiftly from the depths of the counter, his face betraying a hint of panic. Ignoring young Master Zhao's lamentations, he turned directly to Muzi, speaking with a mix of caution and curiosity. "My lady, are you a talisman master?" "Shapta Tiati, Master Futsu." A talisman master? Muzi certainly was not. Her spiritual power had only recently awakened, and she was far from achieving the level of mastery required to become a talisman master. At best, she was akin to someone at the Earth origin realm. Confused by the middle-aged man's demeanor, Muzi inquired, "Why do you ask?" The middle-aged man pointed to the ground where young Master Zhao lay. His demeanor suggests he has endured a mental assault. Am I mistaken? Noting Muzi's ambiguous response, the middle-aged man continued. Although this young Master Zhao's cultivation is somewhat superficial, he is nonetheless at the Earth origin realm. The kind of mental attack that could overwhelm him in a single encounter could only be executed by a First Seal Master. The middle-aged man's assertion was grounded in sound reasoning. Under normal circumstances, one at the Earth origin realm can begin to cultivate mental energy. However, prior to unblocking the Naiwan Palace, the mental energy remains somewhat feeble. Only upon unblocking the Naiwan Palace can one's mental energy rival that of the Earth origin realm. Despite this, practitioners of mental energy at this stage cannot rely solely on it to contend with powerful individuals of the Earth origin realm. For while the intensity of their mental energy has increased, they still lack control. The vast majority at this stage can only manifest simple mental shocks, which prove ineffective against equals. If the opponent is forewarned with a certain degree of willpower, they can minimize the effects of such mental shocks. The mental attack that Mu Zi just executed directly shattered an Earth origin expert, prompting the middle-aged man to conjecture that she had already condensed her life seal and become a first seal master. Upon condensing the life seal, a master not only enhances the intensity of their mental energy to a level comparable to that of the heavenly origin realm, but also significantly improves their control over it, thanks to the life seal's augmentation. Thus, a first seal master can genuinely contend with powerhouses of the heavenly origin realm. However, this is merely the norm. The world is never devoid of prodigious talents, like Lin Dong and Mu Zi. They possess extraordinary gifts, with mental energy abilities that surpass the ordinary. Awakening with capabilities akin to the Earth origin realm, and, after unblocking the Niwen Palace, they are more than capable of challenging heavenly origin experts. Once they condense their life seals, they may even rival second seal masters. Mu Zi's aptitude for cultivating mental energy is comparable to Lin Dong's, yet her control over it likely exceeds his. Just now, Mu Zi intuitively manifested a phantasmal hand seal with her mental energy, the potency of which far surpassed that of an ordinary mental shock, perhaps even reaching the level of common mental secret techniques. Therefore, although she has yet to condense her life seal, she can still utilize her prodigious mental control to confront adversaries of equal standing. I'm not a master. It is merely that this fellow is exceedingly weak. Realizing the middle-aged man's misunderstanding, Mu Zi attempted to clarify. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, young Master Zhao's willpower is rather feeble, rendering him ill-equipped to withstand mental assaults. Not merely feeble, he is utterly inept, Mu Zi thought, casting a sidelong glance at the youth writhing on the ground in despair. The middle-aged man then shifted his tone, smilingly addressing Mu Zi. Yet even so, for a young lady, such as yourself, to defeat him, you must have unblocked the Niwen Palace, correct? Sensing that the other party was grasping at straws, Mu Zi furrowed her brow in confusion. What are you implying? Her directness momentarily caught the middle-aged steward off guard, yet he proceeded to articulate his intent. I would like to cultivate a friendship with your teacher. Our Qiwalu greatly favors collaborations with masters. If we could have another master on our side, my standing in Qiwalu would surely elevate. Teacher? Mu Zi was perplexed. The middle-aged man nodded. You are so young, yet you have already unblocked the Niwen Palace. And your mental control must be commendable. You are undoubtedly exceptional. The master who could nurture such an outstanding disciple as you must be a formidable master. Mu Zi, though somewhat speechless, could comprehend his line of thought. After all, unlike elemental energy, no one can even approach the threshold of mental energy without guidance. The middle-aged man likely remained unaware that there exist prodigies in this world who can cultivate mental energy independently. Alas, such ignorance is common in lesser regions. Mu Zi instinctively sought to deny the claim, but suddenly a thought struck her. Indeed, there was no need to rectify this misunderstanding. On the contrary, it might present a fortuitous opportunity. If she acknowledged this, she would acquire a powerful master's background out of thin air, which would certainly instill caution in those with ulterior motives. More importantly, it would allow her to engage in lucrative dealings openly. Masters concocting Qingyang bags and other treasures are bound to reap substantial profits. If she could convince others that a master stood behind her, she could secure a place in such enterprises, and before long, earning Yang Yuan stones would be as effortless as eating and drinking. Contemplating this, Mu Zi refrained from refuting the middle-aged man's remarks, tacitly agreeing. Observing her demeanor, the middle-aged steward's eyes gleamed with anticipation. May I inquire about the esteemed name of your master? The middle-aged man, as probing, left Mu Zi momentarily silent. She had no teacher, which made it difficult to respond. Could she fabricate one? Moreover, Mu Zi held her own pride. Not just anyone qualified to be her teacher. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to avoid Master Yen. She could simply become his disciple and wield considerable influence in Yen City. Given Mu Zi's cultivation speed, surpassing a fourth seal master within 2 years seemed plausible, making such a teacher a regrettable choice. Miss, noticing Mu Zi lost in thought, the middle-aged man gently inquired. After a brief silence, Mu Zi snapped back to reality and, almost impulsively, declared, My master is the Seal Ancestor. Seal Ancestor. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. The prestige of the Seal Ancestor was undoubtedly formidable, and Mu Zi did not mind associating herself with such a title. Furthermore, in the Great Yin Dynasty, few would be aware of the seal ancestor's exploits. So she feared no exposure. Martial Ancestor, the middle-aged man replied, astonished. That name is quite unfamiliar. Moreover, is it not somewhat presumptuous to be named the ancestor of seals? What sort of prowess must one possess to bear such a title? Seemingly sensing the man's surprise, Muzi elaborated, my master is a free spirit, hence not well known in the great Yin dynasty. The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging that certain eccentric masters prefer solitude, residing in remote areas where few tread. Presumably, the seal ancestor was one such figure. Seal ancestor. Indeed, I hide within the rifts of dimensions. Seeing that the steward appeared to be accepting this, Muzi quickly seized the opportunity. My master wishes to forge a treasure, but needs to practice with some lower-grade materials first. I have come to procure a batch of materials for him. Upon saying this, Muzi fixed her large, expressive eyes on him. Hearing of a business opportunity, the steward's eyes lit up. What sort of treasure does your master intend to practice with? A Qingyang bag. Oh, at this, the middle-aged man's smile broadened. To practice with a Qingyang bag suggests that this seal ancestor is at least a second seal master. Seal ancestor. The price for semi-finished Qingyang bags is 2 Yang Yuan stones each. Muzi waved her hand grandly, purchasing 50 of them in one go. Having spent this sum of money, Muzi was now impeccably clean from head to toe. Nevertheless, she was confident that her little treasury would soon be replenished. After a delightful exchange with the steward, Muzi bid farewell and exited the Curiosity Pavilion. Observing the young lady's retreating figure, the middle-aged steward stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Although the results of this tentative venture did not meet expectations, it nonetheless established a connection with the talisman master. This was not a loss. Chapter 31. Sudden wealth. As Muzi strolled along the streets of Yin City, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her visit to the Curiosity Pavilion had yielded unexpected delights. Not only had she acquired a Qingyang pouch, but she had also opened a new avenue for wealth. The semi-finished Qingyang pouch was valued at 2 Yang Yuan stones, yet, after the Talisman Master's enhancements, it could fetch a price of 48 stones. The profit margins for Talisman Masters were indeed staggering. Muzi marveled at this revelation. No wonder those Talisman Masters were swimming in wealth. Their trade was immensely lucrative. With the establishment of this financial route, Muzi realized she needed to revise some of her initial plans. Originally, her objective in coming to Yin City was to auction martial arts techniques for Yang Yuan stones. She had simplified the Lingbo step, eliminating its esoteric elements while retaining the requisite speed of a third-tier body technique. Yet, it still possessed irreplaceable advantages. Its low energy consumption akin to first-tier martial arts would likely render it exceedingly sought after. After all, body techniques were already rare, and this modified version of the Lingbo step would prove exceptionally effective for both escape and long-distance travel. Muzi estimated that its value would rival that of some fourth-tier martial arts. However, with a more stable and effortless means of income now at her disposal, she chose to abandon this plan. After all, the Lingbo step was one of Muzi's trump cards, and even in its modified form, she preferred to keep it under wraps. Next, Muzi wandered around the vicinity, skillfully concealing her presence with her mental energy, successfully shaking off several pursuers, before reuniting with Mu Yun and the others. Inside an inn, Mu Yun regarded the sister duo with a sense of pride. The years had flown by, and the two little ones who had once been mere children had now stepped into the realm of the Earth origin. Achieving 3 Earth origin levels was quite remarkable for the Mu family. However, upon learning that they had encountered bandits en route to Yin City, Mu Yun's fury ignited. Huanglong stronghold. How dare these rascals lay a hand on my Mu family members? They shall pay dearly. Mu Lingsha quickly interjected, Father, do not be too enraged. We emerged from this encounter relatively unscathed. After all, Huanglong stronghold was no ordinary bandit force. Their leader, Lin, was a genuine powerhouse in the celestial origin realm. Engaging in a confrontation with Huanglong stronghold could lead to dire consequences for Mu Yun. Shaking his head, Mu Yun replied, Lingsha, you are still young and do not grasp certain truths. One cannot stand firm without being resolute. If our Mu family remains submissive, we will surely invite wolves to encircle us. Thus, we must retaliate. Mu Yun then shifted his tone. However, we cannot act immediately. We still need to remain in Yin City for a while. Stay in Yin City? Muzi quoted in surprise. Mu Yun nodded affirmatively and explained. The merchant convoy we are escorting will not be departing anytime soon. We have decided to wait for them for 2 months. 2 months? Muzi pondered hashfully. This was undoubtedly good news for her, as it meant she could engage in several more transactions with the Curiosity Pavilion. With ample funds at her disposal, Muzi could even purchase several fourth-tier martial arts techniques, significantly increasing her chances of creating her own fourth-tier martial arts. These 2 months would be pivotal for her completion. Upon returning to her room, Muzi retrieved the semi-finished Qingyang pouch and began her enhancements. With waves of mental energy fluctuating around her, she meticulously inscribed rune after rune, mass-producing the Qingyang pouches. The consumption of mental energy was minimal. Muzi estimated that with her current mental strength, she could forge 10 Qingyang pouches in one go. As this particular rune posed no challenge for her, and the risk of failure in concentration was non-existent, thus conserving her mental energy. Once her mental energy was depleted, Muzi felt a slight dizziness. She immediately calmed herself, entering a meditative state to allow her mental energy to gradually recover in tranquility. During this process, Muzi was pleasantly surprised to discover an enhancement in her mental strength. Although the increase was marginal, the cumulative effect was quite significant. Balancing wealth accumulation and cultivation, Muzi gradually immersed herself in the realm of mental energy. Thus, a month passed. During this time, Muzi amassed a considerable fortune, 8,000 Yang Yuan stones. This sum was no trifling matter, comparable to the yield from Lin family's mining operations over 2 years. The earnings of talisman masters were indeed straightforward yet monotonous. However, not all talisman masters could achieve such results. Many lacked proficiency in crafting treasures, opting instead to specialize in combat abilities. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, strength remained paramount. Human energy is not limitless, aside from those who had been trapped at a bottleneck for years. Most talisman masters had to choose between treasure, crafting, and combat. After all, they were not as prodigious as Muzi. It is worth noting that this 8,000 Yang Yuan stones did not solely stem from the sale of Qingyang pouches. In Yin City, the demand for Qingyang pouches was not excessively high, and after completing her second transaction, the middle-aged steward indicated that they would cease their purchases. However, this did not pose a problem for Muzi. She once again seized the opportunity to learn on the spot and acquired some runes to enhance weapons, thus commencing her venture into crafting rune-imbued weaponry. The cost of weapon crafting was remarkably low. The materials for the Qingyang pouch, the Qingyang wood, possessed some value, whereas the raw materials needed for crafting rune weapons could be purchased in bulk at a blacksmith shop, costing hardly a few Yang Yuan stones. However, the pricing of rune weapons was not as stable as that of Qingyang pouches. It depended on the skill of the craftsman. Initially, the weapons Muzi crafted could only be sold for a mere dozen Yang Yuan stones. Yet, as she delved deeper into rune studies and with a little assistance from the Reincarnation seal, the value of her crafted weapons steadily increased. Those rudimentary runes, after Muzi's refinements, transformed into intricate and complex designs, and the combinations of runes began to exhibit a semblance of order. The finest weapon she could currently forge was a short sword valued at 240 Yang Yuan stones. This short sword, forged entirely from tempered iron, bore 8 inscribed runes, significantly augmenting its power. In the hands of a celestial origin powerhouse, it could easily vanquish opponents of the same level. However, this was nearing Muzi's limit. After all, her current mental strength was insufficient to inscribe more or stronger runes. Moreover, relying solely on her self-exploration still left room for improvement. It appeared that she would need to seize the opportunity to acquire some literature related to talisman crafting. Yet, such valuable resources for talisman masters seemed exceedingly rare. For the past month, Muzi had been stationed almost daily at the Wanjin auction house. Yet her only acquisition was a common spiritual technique, which bore little significance for her. However, such matters often hinge on fortune. Although items related to talismans were scarce, Muzi made considerable gains in other realms. During this period, she successfully auctioned 3 4th-grade martial arts texts, which consumed half of her Yang Yuan stones. After diligently studying them, she experienced a breakthrough in her martial arts proficiency. Chapter 32. Breakthrough. A month later, in a mountainous region outside Yin City. Since Muzi had garnered success at the auction, she frequently visited this area to practice her martial arts. Within the bustling confines of Yin City, distractions were plenty, while the wilderness offered her the freedom she craved. Moreover, during her training, she took the opportunity to hunt for treasures. Although she had recently acquired considerable wealth, she still believed that even the smallest rewards were worth pursuing. Utilizing the treasure-seeking capabilities of the Reincarnation seal, she unearthed several spiritual herbs, some of which were even 4th grade. Notably, the Reincarnation seal's treasure-seeking was not limited to spiritual herbs alone. During this time, Muzi also discovered a rare metal, ice mystic iron. This extraordinary metal, born in frigid terrains, naturally exudes a chilling aura potent enough to harm even spiritual energy. Ordinarily, the environmental conditions around Yin City would not support the formation of such a metal. Yet at the base of a mountain, a miraculous spring emitted a continuous stream of icy air, gradually creating a localized area of extreme cold over the years. It was a testament to nature's remarkable artistry. The ice mystic iron lay concealed in this obscure corner. Had it not been for the assistance of the Reincarnation seal, Mu Zi might have missed it entirely. The piece of ice mystic iron she obtained was merely the size of a palm, yet its value reached an impressive 4,000 Yang Yuan stones. However, Mu Zi chose not to sell it. Instead, she planned to use it as material for crafting a runic weapon capable of harnessing spiritual energy. Once successful, its power would far exceed that of Lin Dong's fragmented Yuan shuttle. Nevertheless, given her current strength of spiritual energy, she was not yet ready to realize this ambition. Thus, this piece of ice mystic iron temporarily gathered dust within her Qingyang bag. While her treasure hunting endeavors bore fruit, they were merely a secondary pursuit. Mu Zi's primary focus remained on martial arts. The development of martial techniques is not a solitary endeavor. It requires extensive practical experience. Consequently, she often engaged in friendly sparring with various beasts in this mountainous terrain. These creatures were more than willing to serve as her sparring partners, always fighting with their full strength, never half-heartedly. Witnessing their earnestness filled Mu Zi with gratitude. Should she ascend to the status of a martial ancestor in the future, she would undoubtedly remember their contributions. As she strolled through the forest, Mu Zi soon identified her next target. Before a cave loomed a shadow, resembling a black panther, its entire body an obsidian hue, glistening in the sunlight like it was cloaked in black iron, its emerald eyes radiating ferocity and cunning. The black iron demon panther. This creature was nearly at full maturity, its aura rivaling that of late-stage Earth Yuan realm cultivators. Moreover, the beast's prowess was formidable, surpassing that of human cultivators of the same rank at this stage. Against the black iron demon panther, there were virtually no challengers beneath the Tianxuan realm. Gulme, let's spar. The clear voice echoed before the cave. The black iron demon panther eyed Mu Zi warily, but upon discerning her early-stage Earth Yuan realm status, it lost interest and returned to resting on the ground. Mu Zi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Did the beast look down upon her? However, she had a means to rouse its spirit. With her delicate fingers, she unleashed a sharp finger strike that grazed the fur of the black iron demon panther, creating a hole in the cave behind it. Fourth grade martial art, spiritual sword finger. After Mu Zi's refinement, the flaws of this technique were rectified. Not only had its power increased, but its attack range had also expanded. Provoked by such an affront, the black iron demon panther immediately became enraged. Springing forth like a whirlwind toward Mu Zi, its speed unparalleled beneath the Tianxuan realm. Seeing her opponent finally take her seriously, Mu Zi's lips curled into a pleasing smile. Just as the black iron panther was about to close the distance, Mu Zi calmly executed the wave step, effortlessly evading the attack. When the strike missed, the beast grew even angrier, violently whipping its tail, which was as formidable as a steel whip, toward Mu Zi. With a light push of her toes, Mu Zi leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the assault. However, upon witnessing her ascend, the black iron demon panther's eyes flickered with cunning, and it promptly propelled itself with all its strength, lunging toward the airborne girl with lightning speed. At that moment, Mu Zi found herself suspended in midair, unable to leverage any support, reminiscent of her earlier predicament in the alley of Qingyang Town. As the fierce wind rushed toward her, Mu Zi remained motionless, as if frozen in place. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, she sprang into action. A surge of spiritual energy flowed from her mind, coalescing beneath her feet into an ethereal step. With a gentle tap of her foot, Mu Zi inexplicably altered her trajectory in midair, causing the black iron demon panther to miss its mark once more. As she traversed through the air, accompanied by ripples of spiritual energy, each step she took manifested a new platform beneath her feet. Utilizing these footholds, Mu Zi danced gracefully through the sky, her hair flowing in the wind like a celestial being soaring freely among the clouds. Fourth grade movement technique, Sky Wanderer Step. This martial art could be considered an upgraded version of Wave Step. Mu Zi had infused it with spiritual energy techniques, rendering her movements incredibly agile and unpredictable. With the advantage of the Sky Wanderer Step, Mu Zi could navigate the battlefield with unparalleled ease, whether in combat or retreat, dictated entirely by her will. The black iron demon panther watched in awe as Mu Zi danced through the air, its enthusiasm waning, unwilling to continue the fight. Sensing her opponent's reluctance, Muzi seized her evasions and initiated her counterattack. She descended from air, swiftly forming seals with her hands, and a dazzling white light imprint coalesced before her. The light imprint shot forth into the air, and after a violent surge, the Black Iron Panther was sent hurtling backward. Yet, Muzi remained unsatisfied, furrowing her brow. After days of research, she had upgraded the rejuvenation seal. Ingeniously, she incorporated the intricate layering of light imprints into her sealing process, enabling her to condense a force equivalent to 3 stacked imprints in a mere instant. This enhancement simplified the casting procedure, significantly increasing her casting speed and granting her a decisive advantage in battle. Not only that, but the upgraded heavy element seal has officially ascended to the ranks of intermediate martial arts, its power significantly enhanced, now rivaling certain 5th-tier martial arts. However, this still does not suffice to satisfy Muzi. The heavy element seal is her trump card, and being comparable only to ordinary 5th-tier martial arts is inadequate. Fortunately, Muzi has already conceived a plan and now requires an opportunity to bring it to fruition. Before long, the robust and tenacious Black Iron Demon Leopard stood up. At this moment, it was furious, frantically channeling its elemental power and charging at Muzi with all its might, as if intending to rend its foe asunder. Yet, as the terrifying gust of wind approached, Muzi's heart remained remarkably calm. At this instant, various insights seemed to flow like a river through her mind. Finally, in a fleeting moment, she grasped that glimmer of inspiration. The technique in Muzi's hands suddenly transformed, as the ice-blue energy within her dantian erupted with strands of light. A chilling aura surging forth from her palm, coalescing into an entirely new light seal. The originally pale, white seal now appeared to be enveloped in a layer of ice, radiating a profound blue hue. With a flicker of thought, Muzi directed the light seal towards the oncoming demon leopard. As the deep blue seal drew near, a frigid wind enveloped the Black Iron Demon Leopard, causing icicles to rapidly form upon its body. Under the assault of the cold, its movements slowed increasingly, until it ultimately froze in place, resembling a sculpture of ice. However, just as the attack was about to strike the demon leopard, Muzi suddenly dissipated the light seal. Having achieved the desired result, there was no need to indulge in unnecessary slaughter. Gazing at the immobile Black Iron Demon Leopard before her, Muzi felt a surge of profound joy within her heart. She had finally succeeded. From the elemental power belonging to the Earth origin realm, she had comprehended a sense of chilling darkness and skillfully integrated it into her technique, thereby exponentially enhancing its power. The upgraded heavy element seal could be regarded as an entirely new martial art. 4th-tier martial arts, the Earth origin seal. The chilling essence that Muzi had infused into it, although originating from the Earth origin realm's elemental power, exhibited a might that far surpassed the latter. Once unleashed, it would bring forth an icy chill that could even freeze the spirit. Such a martial art truly deserves the name of Earth origin. Though classified as a 4th-tier skill, it could easily contend with the most elite 5th-tier martial arts. Its power was entirely comparable to the 4th level of the Mysterious Gate seal, and it possessed an additional effect of deceleration. Just as Muzi reveled in the joy of her successful enhancement, an inexplicable wave surged from within her body. Startled, Muzi immediately turned her focus inward to her dantian, only to see the previously tranquil ice-blue energy swirling violently, resembling a tempestuous vortex, releasing an intense aura of cold. Was this a breakthrough? Without hesitation, Muzi retrieved a 4th-tier spiritual herb and refined it into pure energy. Under the influence of the Reincarnation seal, this energy transformed into exceptionally pure dark elemental power, flowing into her dantian like a gentle stream. After a moment of fluctuation, Muzi slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of ice-blue light flickering within them. Mid-level of the Earth origin realm. Chapter 33, The Captured Flame Emperor. The next day, at the Wanjin auction house, 3,000 Yang Essence Stones. The method of condensing the life symbol seal. This esteemed friend has bid 3,000 Yang Essence Stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? As the words fell, the crowd in the auction house turned their gaze toward the figure draped in black robes in the corner. 3,000 Yang Essence Stones. Without so much as a blink. What a formidable person. Never mind. The method of condensing the life symbol seal is only useful to talisman's masters, so we shall refrain from meddling. Indeed, as the auction hammer fell, the item finally found its new owner, hidden beneath the black robes. The girl's face flushed with excitement. Wonderful, It's finally in my possession. During this time, Muzi had longed to acquire some books to guide her in the cultivation of talismans, and now her wish had been fulfilled. Even more remarkably, this item not only contained the unique secret method of condensing the life symbol seal, but also came with a wealth of foundational knowledge for talisman masters, serving as a novice guide for those training their mental strength. This signifies that before Muzi becomes a talisman master, her journey in cultivating mental strength will be smooth sailing. However, such a foundational method can only condense the most ordinary life symbol seal. She merely intends to reference it and does not plan to become a talisman master through this means. After retrieving the auction item in a room, Muzi departed. Today was the day she would leave Flame City to reunite with the main force. As they escorted the merchant convoy, the group began their journey home. The trip was remarkably smooth, with no encounters with bandits, which left everyone somewhat astonished. Hee. It seems this lot from Huanglong village has grown fearful and dares not offend our Mu family anymore. The village chief, Mu Tao, sighed in relief. Mu Yin felt something was amiss, but the absence of banditry was ultimately a good thing, so he too relaxed, laughing and chatting with the two sisters. It's been 2 months. I wonder how much the Flame Emperor has grown? Mu Lingsha suddenly remarked. At her words, Mu Zi felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over her. The Flame Emperor, a fire python tiger. At that time, Mu Lingsha had brought back a fire python tiger cub, and in a moment of excitement, the village chief had granted the naming rights to the sisters. The fire python tiger, a fire attribute demon beast. At that instant, Mu Zi, in a moment of mischief, whimsically named it Flame Emperor. The moment she finished naming it, she regretted it. However, just as Mu Zi was preparing to rename it, Mu Lingsha and the others expressed their satisfaction, declaring no need for a change. Thus, the name Flame Emperor remained, becoming the official title of the fire python tiger. Every time Mu Zi heard others mention this name, her mood would turn peculiarly strange. Xiao Yan, I am truly sorry. At this point in time, the neighboring Xiao Yan had likely already become a Dao Emperor. Surely he would not hold this trivial matter against her. Xiao Yan, actually, it wouldn't hurt to hold it against her a little. Mu Zi, if you have the guts, come to the Tianxuan Continent and confront me. The members of the Mu family bid farewell to the merchant convoy, chatting and laughing until they finally caught sight of their familiar village as the sun began to set. However, as they drew closer, the joyous sounds faded, replaced by an inexplicable tension and confusion. The once familiar scenery now appeared somewhat off, a strange and unsettling aura permeating the air. The group instinctively quickened their pace, and upon closer inspection, their eyes widened in horror. Before them lay a scene of devastation. The once tidy courtyard was now strewn with chaotic footprints, as if a fierce battle had taken place. What was even more shocking was the presence of bloodstains on the ground. Those vivid red marks seared into the hearts of every onlooker like a nightmare. In an instant, the entire group seemed engulfed in silence. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and their own anxious breaths filled the air. What happened? What on earth has transpired in the village? Mu Tao was the first to break the silence. At this moment, his countenance was as grim as a still lake, and although his voice remained calm, everyone could sense the smoldering fury beneath the surface. Mu Yun, as if awakening from a dream, hastily exclaimed, "It is imperative that we first ascertain the safety of our clan members." Spurred by his reminder, the crowd quickly sprang into action, rushing into the manor to search every nook and cranny. As their calls echoed, the tightly shut doors and windows suddenly swung open, and heads cautiously emerged, peering outside. It was the lord of the manor. They have returned. Upon hearing this news, individuals gradually emerged from their hiding places, their faces etched with exhaustion and trepidation. At that moment, a figure approached, clutching their chest, a trace of blood still staining their lips. "Lord, you have finally returned." Seeing the state of the newcomer, Mu Tao's expression darkened further. "Mu Tian, what transpired? Who has done this to you?" Mu Tian raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and replied with a grimace, "Huanglong village." After a brief exchange, the group finally grasped the situation. Somehow, Huanglong village had learned that the Mu family stronghold was almost entirely vacant, with their formidable fighters in Yen City. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a direct assault on the manor. The head of the gang, Lin, led the charge, overwhelming the Mu family with his formidable strength at the initial stage of the Tianxuan Realm. With no one able to withstand his might, they were forced to retreat into their homes. Fortunately, the Mu family's defenses were reasonably well organized, and the members took refuge inside, utilizing their advantageous terrain to retaliate with arrows against the intruders from Huanglong village. In a flurry, arrows rained down, making it difficult for the assailants to advance, allowing the Mu family to hold their ground. Perhaps concerned about his subordinates suffering excessive casualties, or wary of Mu Tao, who had also reached the Tianxuan realm, Li Yin refrained from pressing too hard, while they managed to preserve their lives. The group could only watch helplessly as the treasures within the manor were wantonly plundered by Huanglong village. Upon hearing this, Mu Tao let out a sigh of relief. Patting Mu Tian's shoulder, "As long as you are unharmed, it is well. You did the right thing. Resources can be regained, but lives lost are irretrievable." Mu Tian's gaze dimmed, and he rasped, "Old Madam Bai has died." "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. Old Madam Bai was the venerable matriarch at the late stage of the Earth origin realm. 6 months prior, during the family assessment, she had been harshly critical of Mu Zi. Yet, when Mu Zi displayed her astonishing talent, the old woman had a change of heart. Following the assessment, she had secluded herself in her room for reflection, withdrawing from all affairs. During the attack on the Mu family manor, she was supposed to be safe within her quarters. Thus, the news of her demise struck everyone as incredulous. It was the fire python tiger, Mu Tian explained. During the retreat, we could not take the fire python tiger with us, and Li Yin seized the opportunity to capture it. In a fit of rage, the old madam rushed out to reclaim it, only to be slain on the spot. In my desperate struggle, I could only recover her body. As one of the founders of the Mu family manor, it was understandable that her anger and anxiety would drive her to lose her composure upon witnessing the theft of the fire python tiger. Hearing this, Mu Zi's emotions became tumultuous as she entered the old madam's chamber, where she found the lifeless body and Mu Yi standing vigil beside it. At that moment, Mu Ye's eyes were vacant, devoid of the spirited demeanor he once possessed. Upon seeing Mu Zi enter, there was little change in his expression. He remained in a state of numbness. The sight before Mu Zi ignited a torrent of unexpressed emotions within her, a tempest swirling deep inside her heart. Though she harbored no fondness for Mu Yi, nor for the old madam, they were still members of the Mu family manor, and she could not stand idly by while outsiders besmirched their honor. Without uttering another word, she turned and exited, her eyes growing cold. "Li Yin, Tianxuan realm? You shall not survive the night. Mark my words." Chapter 34. Should they dare to infringe, they shall return in utter defeat. After learning of old Madam Bai's demise, a heavy pall descended upon the spirits of the assembly. Not to mention, the fire python tiger cub had also been seized by the people of Huanglong village. In that moment, a maelstrom of anger and hatred surged within the hearts of the crowd. Lord Mu Tao's fury flared. This grudge must be avenged. Immediately assemble a force to attack Huanglong village. The utterance of this sentiment ignited a chorus of agreement, and the atmosphere within the Mu family manor became charged with fervor. However, Mu Tian interjected, "I believe this to be unwise. The night has fallen, and you, Lord, have just returned from Yin City, not in peak condition. A rash attack could result in grave losses. It would be prudent to rest for a day and launch our assault on Huanglong village tomorrow." Hearing this, Mu Tao gradually regained his composure, nodding solemnly. "Very well, we shall rest for the night and set forth on the morrow." With the decision made, everyone returned to recuperate. Yet, at that moment, Mu Yun suddenly cried out in alarm, "Where is Xiao Zi? Has anyone seen Xiao Zi?" The crowd was taken aback, and Mu Tao, filled with urgency, inquired, "What is the matter? What has happened to Xiao Zi?" Mu Yun's expression was fraught with anxiety. "I don't know. She was just beside me." And in the blink of an eye, she vanished. The Lord furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Mu Zi was the prodigy of the Mu family manor, and nothing must happen to her. At that moment, someone hesitantly spoke up, "I believe I saw the second young miss running in that direction." With those words, all eyes turned to him. Under the weight of so many gazes, the individual appeared increasingly nervous, but continued, "I am not entirely certain. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. She moved swiftly, and before long, she disappeared." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun immediately glanced in the direction indicated. His eyes filled with anxiety, yet a sliver of hope flickered within him. Perhaps Xiao Zi had merely gone out to clear her mind? Mu Tao, however, furrowed his brow, pondering to himself, why would Xiao Zi suddenly leave? Could there be something concealed in this? The crowd buzzed with speculation, conjecturing various possible reasons. Mu Tao waved his hand to silence them. "Do not panic. We shall send someone to investigate. Mu Yun, take a few individuals and head in that direction to find Xiao Zi, ensuring her safety." Mu Yun nodded, swiftly gathering a team. Meanwhile, Mu Ling Sha fell into deep contemplation. Among those present, she had the most profound understanding of Mu Zi's abilities. Thus, a terrifying hypothesis suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be that my little sister is heading to Huanglong Village? At this moment, Mu Zi was indeed en route to Huanglong Village. She had not disclosed her intentions to anyone, for such a revelation would undoubtedly invite obstruction. As for the concerns harbored by Mu Yun and the others, they were of no consequence. Mu Zi was determined to swiftly eliminate Huanglong Village, and with her full speed, she aimed to return with the Yin Emperor before dawn. Wait for me, Mu Zi murmured. Although she was unaware of Huanglong Village's precise location, the ground and foliage bore the unmistakable traces of the departing group. These remnants served as a silent guide, leading her onward. Under the perceptive grasp of Mu Zi's mental fortitude, every trace and clue lay bare, guiding her like a vine leading to its fruit, ultimately directing her to the Huanglong stronghold. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a refreshing aura. Beneath the moonlight, a young maiden flitted through the woods like an ethereal sprite. Yet, to the inhabitants of Huanglong stronghold, this girl who pursued them was akin to a specter haunting their very souls. Simultaneously, within a dimly lit secret chamber of Huanglong stronghold, shadows danced. So this is the young fire python tiger? Truly remarkable. Li Yin played with the small creature before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Initially, his aim was merely to seize some cultivation resources, but he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. The fiery beast before him stood merely at the height of an adult's thigh, an ordinary fire python tiger, unlike Lin Dong's variant with exceptional attributes. Currently, its strength was only equivalent to the 9th stage of body tempering, trembling slightly under the pressure of Li Yin, who had reached the celestial origin realm. What a pitiable fire emperor. In the chamber, another figure was present, a bandit leader with mid-stage earth origin cultivation, the very one who had fled decisively earlier. His expression bore unease. Chief, we have truly offended the Mu family estate this time. That Mu Tao fellow is no pushover. If he comes looking for us, we will be in deep trouble. Li Yin raised his head to regard his subordinate, shaking it in disapproval. Zhang Chong, you possess many commendable traits, yet you're overly cautious. Li Yin's dissatisfaction was palpable, as if he were implying that Huanglong stronghold held any fear of the Mu family estate. However, considering their recent losses, and the fact that Zhang Chong was the only remaining Earth origin expert, he suppressed his irritation and patiently explained, I am currently striving to break through to the mid-stage of the celestial origin realm, desperately in need of cultivation resources. Had those two traitors not stolen my Yang Yuan Dan, I would never have resorted to such risks. You need not worry about the Mu family estate's retaliation. With this recent acquisition, I shall soon achieve my breakthrough, and at that point, I will have no need to fear Mu Tao. As he spoke, Li Yin let out a derisive chuckle. Ha! Should he dare to intrude, I shall ensure he returns in utter defeat. Oh, is that so? A chilling voice suddenly echoed within the chamber. Both Li Yin and Zhang Chong were startled, swiftly turning their gazes towards the source of the sound, where a figure had materialized unbeknownst to them. A stunning young woman, clad in garments as white as snow, with skin as delicate as jade, and long, raven hair that flowed gently, stood before them. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice, with piercing eyes fixed intently upon the two men. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Yan's eyes. He licked his lips and jested. What a beauty! To what do we owe the pleasure of your late-night visit to Huanglong stronghold? Perhaps you wish to become my consort? He burst into raucous laughter. However, at that moment, Zhang Chong cast a horrified glance at Mu Zi. It's you. He recalled her from the time he had personally led an ambush against a merchant convoy. She had left quite an impression on him. Back then, she was merely a body-tempering cultivator. How could she possibly have advanced to mid-stage Earth origin in just 2 months? This was highly suspicious. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Chong silently retreated behind Li Yin. Mu Zi paid no heed to his movements and instead offered Li Yin a smile, her charm momentarily captivating him. I have come to request something from the chief. Oh, and what might that be? Your life. Before her words faded, Mu Zi vanished from her position, and the chamber was instantly filled with a potent surge of elemental energy. As Mu Zi made her move, a wave of frigid air emanated from her, causing both men to shudder. What was the nature of her energy? The chill was overwhelming. Having traversed the world for many years, Li Yin had never felt such a profound sense of threat emanating from a mere Earth origin practitioner. The sinister chill embedded in her energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. What level of Yinsha energy had she refined? In the realm of heaven and earth, Yinsha energy and Yanggang energy were classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Typically, Earth origin experts absorbed Yinsha energy that lingered around the 2nd or 3rd tier. The Yinsha energy Mu Zi had absorbed was bestowed upon her by the Reincarnation seal. She was uncertain of its exact grade, but surmised it was certainly superior to the chill emanating from Qing Tan in the original narrative, indicating it surpassed the 5th tier. However, this came at a cost. Since Mu Zi only absorbed the Yinsha energy from the Reincarnation seal, she had to feed it a substantial amount of resources. A complete 4th-grade spiritual herb would yield only a meager amount of Yinsha energy, indicating that the Reincarnation seal truly demanded a hefty toll. Reincarnation seal. How dare you slander a good seal? Had Mu Zi not previously struck gold, her cultivation speed would likely have suffered. Nevertheless, the rarity of such Yinsha energy indirectly affirmed its high grade. Returning to the confrontation at hand, Mu Zi swiftly formed seals, and, as her elemental energy surged, a luminous white lotus imprint coalesced, hurtling directly towards Lin. Heavy elemental seal. Upon sensing the aura of the light imprint, Lin was taken aback and dared not hold back, hastily employing a 3rd-grade martial art in defense. Mountain Crumbling Fist. As their techniques collided, an explosive wave erupted, sending a fierce gust of wind that shattered nearby tables and chairs. With a resounding crash, as the dust settled, Lin's fist, enveloped in elemental energy, pressed firmly against the dazzling white light, resulting in a stalemate between their attacks. Break for me! A torrent of formidable elemental energy surged forth, igniting a fierce glint in Lin's eyes. Within his dantian, his energy erupted forth without restraint, causing the brilliance atop his fist to swell dramatically. Crack! As the brilliance surged, cracks began to form upon the white light imprint. Mu Zi's gaze sharpened. The strength of a celestial origin practitioner was indeed formidable, capable of resisting her heavy elemental seal. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full power, her internal energy surging forth like a tidal wave, rapidly converging upon the light imprint. In an instant, the fissures that had begun to mar the imprint started to mend themselves. As the cracks gradually disappeared, the heavy elemental seal radiated with even greater brilliance. The continuous influx of energy amplified the imprint's potency. Lin, who had initially held the advantage in their clash, began to feel overwhelmed. Boom! At last, Lin could no longer maintain his stance, staggering backward until his back collided forcefully with the unyielding wall, a mouthful of blood escaping from the corner of his lips. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chang was struck with terror. How could an expert of the celestial origin realm find himself at a disadvantage against an Earth origin practitioner? What on earth was happening in this world? Indeed, there is nothing particularly astonishing about this. Lin Dong, in the late stages of the Earth origin realm, was able to vanquish the initial stage of the celestial origin realm's Wu Sha, employing merely the 3rd level of the Qi Men seal, whose might likely did not even reach the 5th grade. Furthermore, Mu Zi's origin force quality surpasses that of Lin Dong. Although she is in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, her strength is not significantly inferior to that of Lin Dong at that time. While Lin possesses a power somewhat greater than Wu Sha, it is essential to remember that the heavy origin seal was crafted by Mu Zi herself. Naturally, when wielding her own creation, she can unleash its full potential. Hence, even when employing a martial art of the same grade, the power exhibited by Mu Zi far exceeds that of others. The might of her martial skills stands in comparison to those of other creators, rendering those who merely imitate others' techniques utterly incomparable. This was evident when she faced Mu Yi in the assessment. Her 1st-grade Tongbei fist subdued the 2nd-grade 8 Desolation Palm for this very reason. According to Mu Zi's estimation, although the power of the Earth origin seal has not attained the 6th grade, if she were to exert herself fully, it would likely be sufficient to rival those less adept in 6th-grade martial arts. Consequently, this has led to the current outcome. Mu Zi has yet to employ her trump card, and merely by fully unleashing the heavy origin seal, she has rendered Lin incapable of raising his head. It is not that the opponent is too weak, but rather that she is overwhelmingly strong. Feeling the weight of this reality, Lin gazes at Mu Zi in disbelief, pondering what manner of monster she is. However, he quickly regains his composure, sneering, "How many times can you unleash such an attack?" After all, he is a celestial origin realm expert, endowed with an absolute advantage in the reserves of origin force. If Mu Zi's attack cannot obliterate him instantly, he will draw the battle into a war of attrition. Mu Zi, sensing the inexplicable confidence emanating from her opponent, feels somewhat speechless. It is a significant delusion of life. I can turn the tables. If that is the case, let me instill despair in you. With a steely gaze, Mu Zi alters her hand seals, and a chilling aura that sends shivers down one's spine surges forth, ultimately coalescing into a deep blue light seal. The Earth Origin Seal. The frigid air engulfing him causes Li Yan's thoughts to dull. In the next moment, he grits his teeth, biting his tongue, forcing himself to retaliate. The mountain-crushing fist. Yet, although Li Yan possesses the strength to resist, under the onslaught of the cold, the power of his mountain-crushing fist is drastically diminished. He fails to mount an effective defense, and the light seal crashes toward him with unstoppable force. As Li Yan gazes at the enlarging, deep blue light seal before him, despair mingles with profound regret. What kind of person have I provoked? With a resounding boom, Li Yan's life is extinguished. A figure swiftly approaches the exit. It is Zhang Chong. From the very beginning of the confrontation, he had contemplated fleeing. However, everything transpired too swiftly, and before he could regain his bearings, Li Yan was defeated. In this moment, he can only hope that Mu Zi is also at her limits, granting him a chance to escape. As for turning to attack Mu Zi, taking advantage of her weakness to claim her life, that is utterly improbable, far too perilous. The nearing exit fills Zhang Chong with unexpected joy. Yet in the next moment, a sudden, excruciating pain floods his mind, and he collapses to the ground. Watching Mu Zi approach with an impassive expression, Zhang Chong pleads, "Sister, fairy, I beg you, spare me. I have never harmed a soul from the Mu family. Please, show mercy and grant me my life." Mu Zi's response is a sweet smile. However, this enchanting smile only instills fear in Zhang Chong. "I'm sorry, you have seen my face." Upon hearing that melodious voice, Zhang Chong's heart sinks into despair. A single finger thrust ends his life, and as Mu Zi observes the lingering despair etched on his face, she feels a twinge of sentimentality. Even if Zhang Chong is unaware of her identity, she cannot let him go. After all, he is an enemy of the Mu family. If blame is to be assigned, it is because you chose the wrong allies. Mu Zi walks to a corner and finds the fire python tiger. She crouches down, gently stroking its large head, and softly says, "Let us go home, Yin Di." In the Mu family's council chamber, Mu Tao and the others are pacing back and forth anxiously. It has been 2 hours. Why have they not been found? Do you think? Could little Z be? Mu Yun, upon hearing this, trembles and immediately shakes his head repeatedly. No way. Just as Mu Tao is about to speak further, a gentle breeze sweeps through, and a figure materializes in the council chamber. Little Z? Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone exclaims in unison. However, when their gazes fall upon the fire python tiger cradled in the girl's arms, their expressions turn to disbelief. What is this? Mu Zi's lips curl into a smile. "I have brought Yin Di back from Huanglongjai." Hiss. The crowd collectively inhales sharply. Yet the next moment, Mu Yun's expression shifts to one of concern as he gazes intently at the girl. "This is far too dangerous. Do not take such risks again." If Li Yan discovers this, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Mu Yun feels a wave of trepidation. In his view, Mu Zi must have secretly infiltrated Huanglongjai to retrieve the fire python tiger. To succeed in such an endeavor within the territory of a celestial origin realm expert speaks volumes of her fortuitousness. However, the thought of the consequences she would face if discovered sends chills down his spine. Suddenly, Mu Ling Sha inquires, "What has become of Li Yan now?" At this, everyone's gaze shifts to Mu Zi, their concern for the status of the celestial origin realm expert evident. Under their scrutiny, Mu Zi appears remarkably calm. She slightly lifts her head and replies nonchalantly that Li Yan has already been killed by me. As her words echo, the council chamber descends into an eerie silence. Chapter 36. The hero's name resounds. "What? You killed a celestial origin realm expert?" The girl's declaration sends ripples of shock throughout the room. "Indeed," Mu Zi affirms with a nod. "How is that possible?" Mu Tao voices his disbelief. Li Yan's strength was on par with his own, if she managed to slay him. What does that imply? Little Z, surely you must be hallucinating. Mu Tian suddenly regards Mu Zi with an exaggerated expression, even reaching out to touch her forehead. "Are you ill?" Mu Zi, disdainfully avoiding his touch, casually replies, "That fellow Li Yan was somewhat weak. I hadn't even exerted myself before he fell." This. The crowd exchanges bewildered glances, their expressions blank. Observing their incredulity, Mu Zi feels a sense of exasperation. "I spoke the truth. Why do you not believe me?" The room falls silent. "I believe." Suddenly, a voice shatters the stillness. At this proclamation, all eyes turn toward the speaker. Mu Ling Sha inhales deeply and slowly states, "My little sister's strength is indeed formidable, far exceeding my own." Hearing this, Mu Tian shakes his head. "And what of that? How much strength do you possess?" "Niece Ling Sha?" Mu Ling Sha responds, "I have grown stronger. My fists have become hard." Suddenly, Without any forewarning, Mu Tao launched an attack, gathering his primordial energy and striking towards Mu Zi. The corners of Mu Zi's mouth curled into a slight smile as she equally summoned her primordial energy to counter the onslaught. Bang! After the collision, Mu Zi was forced to retreat several steps, while Mu Tao staggered back a half step under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Did she actually manage to block it? Such strength, even Mu Yun and Mu Tian did not possess. Mid-stage of the Earth Origin Realm. Hadn't Mu Zi just advanced to the Earth Origin Realm merely 2 months ago? How could she have broken through again? Master of the estate. Ambushes are not a commendable habit, Mu Zi remarked with a smile after regaining her balance, causing a sense of unease to wash over Mu Tao. In the next moment, a brilliant light seal rapidly coalesced, radiating intense waves that sent shivers down Mu Tao's spine. Little Z, what are you doing? Cough. Quickly retract your attack. He hastily donned a conciliatory smile, attempting to alleviate the tension. Ultimately, under Mu Tao's horrified gaze, the young girl dissipated her heavy primordial seal. This scene undoubtedly stirred a tempest within the hearts of the onlookers. Mu Zi genuinely posed a threat to a celestial origin expert. Little Z, it seems, had only begun her cultivation less than a year ago, right? Upon this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What kind of prodigy is this? Even the legendary genius of the Great Yin dynasty, Lin Langtian, would likely pale in comparison. This matter must not be allowed to spread. Returning to his senses, Mu Tao swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression turning somber as he spoke. Such an incredible talent, once it becomes known, could undoubtedly bring immeasurable trouble to the Mu family estate. Fortunately, Mu Zi's talent had yet to be revealed, although she had shone brightly in the assessment. It was merely a trivial matter within the body refinement realm. Even if other factions became aware, they would hardly take it to heart. The feats of Mu Zi slaying Earth and Celestial origin experts had only one witness, Mu Lingsha. As long as the elder sister kept it to herself, it was likely that the outside world would remain oblivious to the emergence of such an extraordinary talent from the Mu family estate. Mu Zi slightly nodded in agreement with the estate master's perspective. While she would not intentionally conceal her prowess, it was only natural to mitigate some troubles for the Mu family. I shall embark on an expedition, Mu Zi suddenly declared. Mu Yun and the others were initially taken aback, only to reveal expressions of understanding shortly after. With Mu Zi's current strength, remaining in the Mu family estate offered little benefit. It was indeed time for her to venture into the outside world. However, none expected this day to arrive so soon. Mu Lingsha clenched her fists tightly, gazing deeply at the young girl. At this moment, her heart brimmed with joy and contentment. Yet amidst this joy, there lingered an indescribable pang of sorrow. Had the fledgling she had so diligently nurtured over the years finally spread her wings to soar? It was indeed difficult to let go. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the corners of Mu Lingsha's eyes grew moist. Mu Zi sensed the suddenly oppressive atmosphere and felt somewhat bewildered. Did these individuals misunderstand something? I'm not leaving for good, Mu Zi softly reassured. This expedition will only take me around Qingyang Town. I shall not venture too far. How could the strength of a celestial origin expert intimidate me? I can only roam freely around Qingyang Town. Am I to traverse mountains and rivers to join the Jiutian Taiqing Palace? Every risk bears its reward. Some benefits may be tempting, yet without strength, they are merely fantasies. I shall not place myself in overly perilous situations. After all, I am not a child of destiny. This time, I will eradicate all the bandit forces, Mu Zi asserted. Once she accomplished this, the Mu family estate should be able to enjoy a period of peace and tranquility. Upon hearing her words, the oppressive atmosphere began to lighten. However, even though Mu Zi was not departing far, deep down, they understood that the day of parting would inevitably arrive. Mu Zi left behind several fourth-grade martial arts manuals and some Yang Yuan stones before departing from the Mu family estate, embarking on her journey to eradicate the bandit forces. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this time, Mu Zi had obliterated numerous bandit hideouts near Qingyang Town. At each hideout, she executed any strong individuals above the Earth Origin Realm. The remaining body refinement practitioners, lacking a leader, were left with no choice but to disband and seek new paths. Most bandit forces were not particularly strong, only possessing Earth Origin Realm individuals. However, within 100 miles, there were still a handful of hideouts with Celestial Origin experts. In this span, Mu Zi had slain 5 Celestial Origin experts, 4 in the early stage and 1 in the mid-stage. Notably, the strength of the mid-stage Celestial Origin expert was indeed formidable. Mu Zi had to expend considerable effort to defeat him. Each time she struck, She concealed herself beneath a black cloak, leading to the gradual emergence of a legend surrounding a mysterious figure known as the Black Cloaked Hero near Qingyang Town. On this particular day at the trading market in Qingyang Town, Lin Dong strolled leisurely along the bustling streets, casually observing the throngs of people and the myriad of shops. With Lin Langtian currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Origin realm, Lin Dong found himself with some free time. Moreover, having just advanced to the mid-stage of the Celestial Origin realm, his training schedule had also relaxed somewhat, prompting him to explore the trading market in hopes of uncovering some treasures. As he meandered through the crowd, snippets of conversation reached his ears. Have you heard? A Black Cloaked Hero has recently emerged. Of course, who hasn't heard of the Black Cloaked Hero? In just 2 months, they have challenged dozens of bandit hideouts. Truly impressive. Indeed, it's rare for Qingyang Town to be so peaceful. Now one can visit the underground trading market without needing to hide. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong glanced at the conical hat in his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. What do you think the true identity of the Black Cloaked Hero is? One voice queried. I bet it's a brawny man, wielding a large blade, causing bandits to flee at the mere sight of him. Another replied. I think he is a refined scholar from a prestigious family, stepping out to help those in need. Do you think the Black Cloaked Hero might be a beautiful maiden? If so, she will be my dream girl. Enough. You've all been reading too many novels. Interjected another. In my opinion, the Black Cloaked Hero is likely a senior at the Origin realm. Though surprised, Lin Dong quickly dismissed these thoughts. He was practical and uninterested in such matters. He proceeded directly into the depths of the underground trading market, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a tinge of astonishment. The individuals within the market were revealing their true appearances without any pretense. Was this truly the underground trading market? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong removed his conical hat, realizing that concealing himself would only draw more attention. As he walked through the market, his gaze wandered over the various stalls. Suddenly, as his eyes passed over one particular stall, the spiritual energy within his mind subtly stirred. Lin Dong focused his gaze. There lay an ancient piece of wood, covered in moss. In the dim light, he seemed to catch a glimpse of some indistinct runes above, which provided him with a slight revelation. It appeared that these runes were indeed the source of the fluctuations in his mental energy. Lin Dong stepped forward, extending his palm towards the ancient wood. However, just as he was about to make contact, a delicate and fair hand abruptly entered his line of sight, firmly grasping the same piece of wood. Lin Dong looked up to meet a pair of vibrant eyes. Chapter 37. The first encounter with Lin Dong. Upon clearly seeing the countenance of the person before him, a flicker of astonishment passed through Lin Dong's eyes. She was an exquisitely beautiful maiden, dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, skin as smooth as jade, a petite nose, and delicate brows framing pearly teeth. Yet, what captivated him most were undoubtedly her lively, crystalline eyes. The maiden's fair and refined visage seemed akin to a stunning painting, with her eyes serving as the exquisite finishing touch. In that moment, Lin Dong truly grasped the meaning of the phrase bright eyes and articulate expression. Under the scrutiny of such enchanting eyes, he found himself feeling somewhat flustered. He had never encountered such a breathtakingly beautiful girl before. Though Qing Tan was also a rarity in beauty, her familiarity with Lin Dong dulled the impact of her allure. And besides, she was his sister. Mu Zi, noticing his daze, tugged forcefully at the ancient wood, but did not budge. Why are you stealing my possession? The maiden's light rebuke snapped Lin Dong back to reality, redirecting his gaze to the ancient wood in her grasp. You haven't paid for it yet. How can it be considered yours? Lin Dong refused to yield. He examined the surface of the wood, feeling its age and mystery, increasingly convinced that this object was fated to be in his hands. This ancient wood is priced at 50 yuan stones. The stall owner, witnessing the tussle over the wood, was delighted. What a splendid turn of events. How else could he raise the price? I'll offer 60. Mu Zi decisively raised the bid, hoping to deter her opponent. 70. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. Was this a bidding war? Possessing a mine of yuan stones, he was unfazed by anyone in Qingyang Town. 80. 90. Lin Dong stood his ground. Today, this ancient wood was his for the taking. At this point, the stall owner could no longer contain his glee, bursting into laughter. Mu Zi, observing his expression, frowned in dissatisfaction. After a moment's contemplation, she signaled to Lin Dong. Let us talk somewhere private. Lin Dong, eager to spare the stall owner any further amusement, followed her to a secluded corner. Mu Zi broke the silence first. From your earlier demeanor, you must know what that object is, right? Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I just found it appealing. Do you know something more? I am eager to learn. Seeing his reluctance to divulge the truth, Muzi grew impatient and decided to lay her cards on the table. You've cultivated mental energy, haven't you? In Qingyang Town, a boy of 16 or 17, cultivating mental energy, she had recognized Lin Dong. It seemed that the substance within the ancient wood was indeed the ancient swirl rune from the original story, she mused. The ancient swirl rune is a method of condensing one's life spirit talisman. More importantly, this talisman bore a connection to the Devouring ancestral talisman. In the original tale, Lin Dong ultimately succeeded in obtaining the true Devouring ancestral talisman by leveraging this very connection. Upon hearing the girl unveil his secret, Lin Dong was taken aback. How did she know? His mind raced, and with a flicker of thought, a strand of mental energy surged forth, probing toward Muzi. Yet, before his mental energy could reach her, it encountered an invisible force that repelled his attempt. Mental energy. Lin Dong was startled. However, he had no time to react before he noticed the girl glaring at him fiercely. You scoundrel! How dare you intrude upon a girl's mind with your mental energy? Realizing his impropriety, Lin Dong felt a rush of embarrassment. In his moment of urgency, he had failed to consider the implications of his actions. Suddenly, he sensed a strand of mental energy advancing toward him. Fortunately, he detected that the wave was not too strong and posed no real threat. Thus, he swiftly summoned his mental energy to form a barrier before him. As he felt her mental energy being thwarted, he let out a sigh of relief, offering a hint of apology. My lady, I did not intend any offense. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt the previously obstructed mental energy begin to resonate in an extraordinary manner, and to his astonishment, it broke through his mental barrier, ultimately probing into his very essence. TSK. Muzi expressed her admiration. Seizing the opportunity, she scrutinized Lin Dong's arm closely, but found no abnormalities. Clearly, the ancestral stone was beyond her current capabilities to perceive. Lin Dong, having suffered a hidden setback, bore an expression that suggested he was less than pleased. He was uncertain whether she had discerned anything. Yet, ultimately, he knew he had been the one at fault, and thus he had to accept this silent defeat. Lin Dong cupped his fist in apology, saying, Miss, I indeed overstepped my bounds just now. However, can we consider this matter settled? Muzi raised an eyebrow, replying, I had intended to share the cost of the ancient wood with you, but now it seems you will bear the entire expense. Lin Dong pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting we share the secrets of that ancient wood? Muzi nodded. You two have cultivated mental energy. You should understand that the inscriptions on that ancient wood are related to talismans. Seeing Lin Dong acquiesce, she continued, given that there is no need for us to contend with each other. Generally speaking, it isn't like consumable spiritual herbs. We can purchase the ancient wood and explore its secrets together. After a brief consideration, Lin Dong consented. While he would have preferred to keep the secrets of the ancient wood to himself, the mystery surrounding this girl was too profound. Despite her apparent lack of strength compared to his, she had managed to breach his defenses, which instilled a sense of caution in him. The fact that she was willing to share the secret was already a favorable outcome. The two returned to the stall, where the proprietor greeted them with a smile. Have you reached an agreement? Lin Dong nodded and handed him a jade vial. Upon opening it, the stall owner scoffed derisively. 5 yuan pills? Not enough. Lin Dong frowned. Didn't you just say it was priced at 50 yuan stones? The stall owner leisurely replied. But the price was raised, wasn't it? Even if you two have come to an understanding, the price cannot be lowered. Lin Dong felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. How much do you want? The stall owner extended a finger, 10 yuan pills. Observing the cunning smile on the vendor's face, Lin Dong's eyelids twitched, but noticing Muzi's growing impatience, he decided to pay. Come again next time. The stall owner waved cheerfully. Muzi and Lin Dong emerged from the underground market, retreating to a secluded corner, where they produced the ancient wood. How do we proceed? Lin Dong inquired with curiosity. Muzi observed him fumble for quite some time, without any progress, and sighed. Utilize your spiritual power. Lin Dong suddenly grasped the concept. After a moment of contemplation, he subtly stirred his consciousness and gently closed his eyes. A thread of spiritual energy extended from his dantian and finally made contact with the ancient wood. At the moment of contact, the previously inert wood began to tremble slightly. Yet it still did not exhibit any significant changes. The contents within the ancient wood were obstructed by a barrier formed from a layer of spiritual energy. Upon this contact, Lin Dong distinctly sensed that the surface of the ancient wood was enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual energy, which, though exceedingly delicate, had evidently existed for quite some time. Assessing the formidable nature of the spiritual barrier, Lin Dong exhaled in relief. With a flicker of determination, he summoned his spiritual energy from the Dantian, which surged forth with great force, attempting to penetrate the ancient wood. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking through the barrier, Mu Zi snatched the ancient wood from his grasp. Seeing Lin Dong's perplexed expression, Mu Zi's lips twitched. "You reckless fool. You only know how to rely on brute strength. Such a crude approach could very well destroy the ancient wood, rendering it useless. And I would be unable to observe it." Lin Dong frowned, taken aback by the unexpected complexity of the situation. For he had always believed that great strength would yield miraculous results. Mu Zi, fixated on the ancient wood, extended her threads of spiritual energy, delicately adhering them to its surface. After a moment of meticulous concentration, she finally identified a weak point in the barrier. With her spiritual energy coalescing into fine needles, she gently pierced through it. Instantly, the surface of the ancient wood erupted in radiant light, causing the moss to fall away and revealing the runes beneath, which began to shimmer faintly as a mysterious wave of energy radiated outward. Learn from this. Mu Zi cast a triumphant glance at Lin Dong. Yet in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A beam of light suddenly shot forth from the ancient wood, striking Mu Zi's forehead. As the beam dissipated, the ancient wood seemed to lose its vitality, crumbling into dust within the girl's hands. After absorbing the information contained within the beam, Mu Zi opened her eyes. Meeting Lin Dong's gaze, acutely aware of his eager stare, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This was actually an accident. In the alley, the two exchanged bewildered looks, the air thick with an uncomfortable tension. Lin Dong's eyes twitched. Had it not been agreed that they would share this discovery? Why was she hoarding it all for herself? He had spent 10 yuan pills solely to provide her with this opportunity. Had it not been for her being a lady, he might have lost his temper. Mu Zi tentatively proposed, "How about I compensate you with some yuan stones?" Sensing Lin Dong's growing agitation, she quickly reassured him. "I was just joking. Why the panic? I have a solution." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What solution do you have? Just wait a moment." Mu Zi lowered her head and rummaged through her Qingyang bag for a while before producing an object. A jade piece? Lin Dong recognized what she held, utterly confused. Mu Zi carefully guided her spiritual energy to seep into the jade piece, attempting to imprint the information from the beam within. This required immense precision in spiritual control, and Mu Zi could barely manage it. Fortunately, after several minutes, she succeeded. "Here, take this," she said, gently handing the inscribed jade piece to Lin Dong. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she inwardly lamented her lack of spiritual strength. She had nearly failed to complete the inscription. Lin Dong accepted the jade piece, curiosity evident in his voice. "What is this?" "I've copied the contents from the ancient wood for you. See if there are any issues," Mu Zi explained. Lin Dong probed the jade piece with his spiritual energy and accessed the information Mu Zi had inscribed. He was somewhat bewildered upon entering. He sensed a peculiar whirlpool of spiritual energy, which spun in a strange and erratic rhythm. "What is this?" There's not even a hint of explanation, he questioned, glancing at Mu Zi. "You fool." Mu Zi feigned nonchalance, though internally she felt a twinge of guilt. Her spiritual energy was insufficient, thus to ensure successful inscription. She had omitted some less critical explanatory content, leaving only the core method for condensing the runes. Nevertheless, Mu Zi, being magnanimous, patiently began to elucidate for Lin Dong. The ancient spiral rune, a method for condensing a life rune. As long as you rotate your spiritual energy in accordance with this rhythm, you can condense this type of rune. A life rune? Lin Dong asked, intrigued. A life rune is a type of life imprint. Are you familiar with life imprints? Lin Dong shook his head. Mu Zi took a deep breath, casting a somewhat exasperated glance at Lin Dong. How can you be so utterly uninformed? Little ferret, awaken quickly. The caretaker's duties are now yours. A certain celestial ferret chimed in. Given your spiritual strength, it appears you have opened your Dantian. Haven to you? Lin Dong nodded. Your current spiritual energy, while formidable, does not qualify you as a rune master. Without a life imprint, your control over spiritual energy is severely lacking. Once you successfully condense a life imprint, not only will it greatly enhance your control over spiritual energy, but it will also refine your spiritual energy, making it more substantial. Lin Dong nodded, recalling Mu Zi's exquisite application of spiritual energy, which sparked a newfound understanding within him. Miss, your control over spiritual energy is so adept. You must have successfully condensed a life imprint, right? Mu Zi replied, what I mentioned earlier was merely the standard case. In truth, there are exceptions. Some individuals possess an extraordinary talent for spiritual control and can wield their spiritual energy without the need for an imprint. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The majority must diligently condense their imprints. Lin Dong felt a surge of respect and awe as he regarded Mu Zi. Surely, she must be one of those prodigies. He silently admonished himself. Previously, he had progressed swiftly in his cultivation of the divine movement chapter and believed his spiritual talent to be commendable. Yet, upon encountering true genius, he realized how far he still had to go. His spiritual talent may well be unremarkable, and he must avoid complacency. If Master Yin were to learn of such thoughts, he would likely be infuriated to the point of coughing up blood. Your spiritual talent is merely average? What then of the rest of us? The ancient seven masters chimed in. Ah, indeed. Ignoring Lin Dong's contemplative demeanor, Mu Zi continued her exposition. Life imprints also come in varying levels, from lowest to highest. They are life imprint, life rune, and celestial rune. The celestial rune can only be condensed upon reaching the level of celestial rune master, while the life rune is the most powerful imprint that an ordinary person can encounter. The information was acquired by Mu Zi through the method of condensing ordinary talismans she had previously purchased. Although the intrinsic value of such foundational talismans is relatively low, their systematic content renders them an excellent introductory textbook for aspiring talismancers. Some of the knowledge contained within was previously unknown to her, even after perusing the original text. By informing Lin Dong of the value of the life talisman, Mu Zi intended to convey a message. Young man, you've struck gold this time. Do not even think about swindling me. Upon hearing Mu Zi's explanation, Lin Dong felt a surge of delight within him. This all was indeed substantial. Regardless of whether this enigmatic maiden was withholding information from him, the acquisition of such a rare life talisman was already a great satisfaction. Rest assured, I shall not casually divulge the existence of this life talisman. This secret is confined solely to us, Mu Zi assured him. The thought of the ancient spiral talisman being widely circulated sent a shiver down her spine. She could hardly bear to imagine such a scene. After a brief exchange, the two prepared to part ways. Mu Zi was immensely pleased with her gains. Having procured a life talisman without expending a single piece of currency was a remarkable stroke of fortune. While others might need to spend money to find a hidden treasure, she had managed to snatch it without any investment. However, it was Lin Dong who would bear the burden of this transaction. The price had doubled compared to the original text, and he was left with only second-hand options. Seemingly feeling a twinge of guilt, Mu Zi cautioned, "In the area ahead, I sense someone lurking. They may be lying in ambush. Exercise caution as you pass by. These must be members of the Lei family, enduring the sweltering heat to set a trap for Lin Dong." What a laborious endeavor. Upon hearing her words, Lin Dong's heart tightened, and he extended his mental energy outward, indeed detecting several presences, two of which were particularly formidable. Two mid-stage Tianxuan Realm warriors. A sense of gravity settled upon him. "Do you require my assistance?" Mu Zi inquired. Shaking his head, Lin Dong responded with a respectful gesture. "No need to trouble yourself. Thank you for your warning. I shall remember this kindness." Lin Dong had his own considerations. He could handle these adversaries without introducing additional instability into the situation. He remained wary of this mysterious girl. Should she ally herself with the Lei family against him, it could spell trouble. Noticing Lin Dong's refusal, Mu Zi said nothing further. Her offer had merely been a polite gesture. After bidding farewell to Lin Dong, Mu Zi made her way to a cave in Qingyang Town, which served as her temporary stronghold during her training. Aside from the occasional visit to a tavern in town for a bath, she spent the remainder of her time practicing within. It had been 2 months since her last breakthrough. It was time to advance to the late stage of the Earth Yuan realm. Sitting cross-legged upon a stone bed, she entered a meditative state, and the elemental energy of heaven and earth began to surge towards her body. Chapter 39, Ice Spirit Sword. As Mu Zi commenced her cultivation, the elemental energy rapidly converged towards her, and she absorbed it with remarkable efficiency. Should someone have been observing at that moment, they would have been astonished to discover that her absorption rate surpassed that of an ordinary Tianxuan realm expert. This was thanks to her adept use of mental energy. At that moment, a vortex of mental energy coalesced above her dantian, emitting a resonant hum as it spun rapidly, generating powerful suction. Under this force, the elemental energy flowed into Mu Zi's dantian at a visibly accelerated pace. Vitality, refining spiral. After studying the knowledge acquired from her purchased talismancer texts, Mu Zi gained deeper insights into the application of mental energy. The spiral she had devised greatly augmented the speed of energy refinement. This characteristic bore a striking resemblance to the vitality refining spiral taught to Lin Dong by the little weasel in the original text. And Muzi found no need to name it differently. She simply referred to it as such. With the aid of the vitality refining spiral, her absorption of elemental energy could even rival that of some premier cultivation techniques. With this method at her disposal, Muzi opted not to practice any specific cultivation manual. While cultivating techniques could also hasten her progress, they required the opening of meridians, which consumed both resources and time, an endeavor she deemed not worth the cost. Given the time spent on cultivation techniques, she could instead break through to the next realm. During her time in Qingyang Town, Muzi had acquired the ancient spiral talisman, a talisman adept at energy absorption due to its origin from the Devouring Ancestral talisman. After further study, she might enhance the effects of the vitality refining spiral, rendering the need for cultivation techniques obsolete. As torrents of elemental energy flooded into Muzi's dantian, she did not absorb it directly. Instead, with a flicker of her mind, she directed this energy towards the Reincarnation seal. As the energy was absorbed by the seal, strands of exceedingly pure energy were released, which Muzi refined, deepening the color of the ice blue energy mass within her dantian. Suddenly, after an hour of this cultivation, a sharp crack resonated from her dantian as the ice blue energy mass began to spin rapidly. Ultimately, with a wave of energy coursing through her body, Muzi successfully advanced to the late stage of the Earth Yuan realm. Yet, this was not the end. Simultaneously, her mental energy appeared to breach a certain threshold. Surging dramatically, Muzi let out a melodious cry as an overwhelming wave of mental energy erupted from her mind. Boom! The cave trembled at that moment, an invisible wave radiating outward from Muzi in all directions. Frowning, Muzi steadied her mind, controlling the surging mental energy. After a moment, the disturbance subsided, and tranquility returned to the cave. Assessing her mental energy, Muzi smiled. Following this breakthrough, her mental strength was now comparable to that of an early-stage Tianxuan realm expert, and she was but a step away from unblocking her Naiwan palace. Coupled with her late-stage Earth Yuan realm cultivation, she was capable of contending with anyone below the Yuan Dan realm. Furthermore, with the enhancement of her mental strength, the piece of ice profound iron in her Qingyang bag could finally be put to use. Muzi retrieved the ice profound iron, which she had previously forged into the shape of a short sword while in Yin City. Now, she merely needed to inscribe runes upon it using her mental energy to refine it into a weapon capable of harnessing her mental prowess. Given her recent breakthrough in mental energy, she could attempt to sketch even stronger runes. However, Muzi chose not to commence the refinement immediately. Instead, she opted for a more cautious approach. Recently, she had eliminated several bandit camps, and their spoils had naturally found their way into her treasury, including some valuable items. Muzi rummaged through her Qingyang bag and retrieved several rare metals. While these metals did not possess the same value as the ice profound iron, they far surpassed ordinary forged steel, sufficient to accommodate more potent runes. She intended to practice with these before attempting to refine the ice profound iron. Another hour passed. With a flick of her mind, a short sword soared into the air, gracefully flying several circles within the cave under her mental control, ultimately hovering before her. It was a short sword, entirely enveloped in pristine white, adorned with 10 runes that illuminated the blade, casting a delicate layer of pale blue frost upon it. Truly exquisite. Muzi was thoroughly satisfied. Regardless of its power, its aesthetic appeal was unparalleled. Strength may be fleeting, but beauty is an eternal affair. Moreover, the sword's potency was evidently formidable. The ice profound iron perpetually exuded a chilling aura, which intensified alarmingly when Muzi activated the runes on the blade. With this sword in hand, should Muzi encounter Li Yin again, she could very well slay him with a single strike. Given the sword's might, those beneath the Yuan Dan realm would likely find themselves unable to withstand its edge. Even more crucially, that piercing chill possessed the ability to freeze one's spirit, proving extraordinarily effective against spiritualists. After Lin Dong acquired the ancient spiral rune, he would soon consolidate his life spirit rune, becoming a rune master. At that point, with his mental prowess, he could contend with those of the minor Yuan Dan realm. However, should Lin Dong turn against Muzi, the efficacy of his mental strength would be significantly diminished. Lin Dong pondered, is this truly necessary? Muzi scrutinized the azure short sword before her, and a flash of inspiration struck her mind. The spring of extreme cold conceals the ice soul, and a millennium of frozen ice solidifies the blade. This sword shall henceforth be known as the Ice Soul Sword. Stowing away the Ice Soul Sword, Mu Zi gazed towards the cave's entrance. It was time to engage with those beastly creatures. Beasts, please don't come near. Half a month later, in a grove near Qingyang Town, Mu Zi had just concluded her day of play and was now perched atop a sprawling tree, gazing at the distant landscape. Suddenly, a cloud of dust arose on the dirt path beyond the grove, as a group of figures fled in disarray, heading alarmingly close to Mu Zi. Using her mental faculties to probe, she discerned that these individuals bore the insignia of the Lin family. Presently, numerous guards encircled two women at the center of the group, indicating their high status within the Lin family. One of the women, though modestly dressed, possessed a striking figure. Her expression, fraught with anxiety, still bore a hint of grace. Drawing from her previous life's memories, Mu Zi surmised the woman's identity, Lin Dong's mother, Lu Yan. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the grove, as a contingent exuding a palpable aura of malice appeared in Mu Zi's mental perception. At the forefront stood a figure whose yuan force fluctuations caused Mu Zi's gaze to sharpen. The late stage of the Tianxuan realm. This must be Xie Qian, the head of the Xie family in Qingyang Town. Mu Zi frowned, disinclined to intervene. Yet, unexpectedly, the members of the Xie family spotted Mu Zi perched in the treetop, and without a word of greeting, loosed an arrow in her direction. Witnessing this, Mu Zi's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 40, Overbearing. Whoosh. Mu Zi defty filikut had fingers, shattering the incoming arrow into fragments. With a sigh, she leaped down to the ground, coldly fixing her gaze upon the Xie family members. Who are you? Why do you obstruct the path of my Xie family? A warrior of the Earth Yuan realm barked. Noticing their lack of discernment, Mu Zi let out a cold chuckle. And why have you chosen to attack me? The Xie family member, his eyes gleaming with arrogance, replied, To obstruct my family's affairs is a grave offense. Given your furtive demeanor, you may very well be connected to the Lin family. Master, perhaps we should simply capture her. A woman as striking as this. My brothers have yet to experience. Mu Zi's gaze turned frigid as she gathered yuan force at her fingertips, preparing to teach this insolent individual a lesson. However, at that moment, Xie Qian unexpectedly raised a hand, halting his subordinate's provocations. He clasped his hands before Mu Zi, his demeanor turning solemn. It seems my family's members lack decorum and have offended you. Fair lady, please do not take offense. Seeing this, Mu Zi's eyes widened in surprise. You are the head of the Xie family? Xie Qian replied with a smile. Indeed, that is I. Mu Zi nodded, then bluntly stated, What punishment should be meted out to those who fail to observe the family rules? Upon hearing this, Xie Qian's expression darkened, but seemingly recalling something, he forced a smile. Suspension from duties, coupled with a year of confinement. As soon as the words left his lips, the Xie family's ranks erupted in a stir. Was the head truly contemplating punishment for that Earth Yuan realm individual, even if he did not genuinely intend to discipline the person? Responding thusly in front of outsiders was tantamount to conceding. What does the head mean? Their Xie family was already strong and allied with the Lei family. What need had they to fear in Qingyang Town? Fortunately, Xie Qian held considerable sway within the family, and despite the dissatisfaction among many, no one dared to voice opposition. Xie Qian felt a sense of helplessness. He had no desire to compromise, yet Mu Zi's earlier display had revealed a glimpse of her capabilities, which made him wary. Earth Yuan Realm's late-stage talent was exceedingly rare at such a young age, let alone in the late stage. This prodigy was unlikely to have originated from Qingyang Town, but rather from some significant external power. Though he did not regard the late stage of the Earth Yuan realm with much concern, he was cautious about the forces backing the young woman and preferred not to offend them excessively. Ordinarily, he would not act so submissively, but given their current enmity with the Lin family, capturing a Lin family woman was of utmost urgency. I wonder if the lady finds this explanation satisfactory? Xie Qian, wishing to avoid further complications at this critical juncture, lowered his stance. So perceptive of the times? Mu Zi musid inwardly. Xie Qian's demeanor astonished her. A figure of the Tian Yuan realm was offering her, an Earth Yuan realm individual, an apology which alleviated some of her ire. Noticing Mu Zi's expression soften, Xie Qian exhaled in relief and waved his hand, commanding the Xie family members to continue their pursuit of the Lin family. With the head's orders given, the Xie family surged forth from the grove, launching a fierce assault on the Lin family convoy. Nevertheless, some members of the Xie family remained behind, standing alongside Xie Qian in confrontation with Mu Zi. The Lin family, taken by surprise by the assault, soon recognized their attackers as CF family members and retaliated with fury. In an instant, the two factions clashed, the air resonating with the sounds of clashing blades. However, the Lin family's defenders were evidently outmatched, and faced with the prepared onslaught of the CF family, they began to falter rapidly. Witnessing this, Lu Yan's anxiety mounted. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of the young woman facing off against the CF family in the grove. At first glance, Mu Zi captivated Lu Yan in her discerning eyes. This girl's beauty and poise surpassed any she had ever encountered. Even when compared to her adopted daughter, Qing Tan, Mu Zi was a cut above. Yet at this moment, the young woman's predicament appeared perilous, causing Lu Yan's heart to tighten. Lu Yan was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially considering her own precarious situation. However, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that it was her presence that had entangled the young girl in the conflict between the Lin and CF families. At that moment, she found herself utterly helpless. The Lin family's guards were on the verge of collapse, and she could even sense the chilling gusts generated by the CF family's weapons as they swung through the air. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and an arrow, like a bolt of lightning, shot through the guard's defenses, aimed directly at Lu Yan's head. As the shimmering blade of the arrow loomed larger in her vision, Lu Yan's complexion turned ashen. In that dire moment, she could only close her eyes slowly, letting out a sigh from the depths of her heart. Just then, a black flash erupted from the dense forest, colliding forcefully with the arrow, causing it to shatter into fragments. Who? Upon witnessing this, Xie Qian's expression turned icy. "You old fool." Xie Qian's exclamation was met with a scornful laugh, and in an instant, a crimson figure, swift as lightning and accompanied by a low, thunderous roar, emerged from the thicket, landing before Lu Yan with a striking presence. The onlookers hurriedly turned their gaze to see a young man on the back of a tiger. His figure poised like a spear, his countenance cold as ice, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Lin Dong. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xie Qian's expression shifted dramatically. He was already aware of Lin Dong's achievements in slaying two formidable opponents from the Lei family, which made him regard and fear this young member of the Lin family with newfound seriousness. Just as the atmosphere between the two factions grew tense, a melodious voice broke through the silence. "I say, Xie Qian, have you forgotten about me?" Lin Dong turned towards the sound and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Zi. Is it her? Despite their brief acquaintance, the mystery surrounding this girl had left a profound impression on Lin Dong. Seeing her again in this situation surprised him even more, especially as it appeared she had some conflict with the CF family. Observing the fierce CF family members surrounding Mu Zi, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for her. Yet, the next moment, Mu Zi's words left him astounded. "You think a mere apology suffices after attacking me indiscriminately?" she stated coolly. Xie Qian frowned. "What do you want then?" He initially thought he had shown enough consideration, but it seemed Mu Zi was not inclined to let the matter rest. Even clay figures have their limits. Did they truly believe the Xie family feared her? A practitioner of the Earth Origin Realm, Mu Zi's gaze swept over the Xie family ranks, and she pointed her delicate finger at one individual. "The one who attacked me must sever a limb. Only then will I refrain from intervening in your family matters." Her words sent a wave of shock through the crowd. To sever a limb just for your words? Is that not exceedingly tyrannical? Lin Dong, too, felt a profound sense of disbelief. His impression of Mu Zi had been that of a whimsical neighbor girl, but now he discovered her to possess such a domineering side. Upon hearing her unapologetic demand, Xie Qian's expression darkened significantly. He realized that today's events would likely not conclude amicably. Chapter 41. Confronting Xie Qian. Mu Zi's domineering proclamation ignited a furious uproar among the CF family members. "You expect us to sever a limb just because of your words? How can we maintain our dignity in Qingyang Town if we do that?" The individual Mu Zi had indicated was particularly incensed. He stepped forward, displaying a disdainful smile. "You, woman, are indeed beautiful, but alas, devoid of wit. You dismiss the courtesy extended by the family head, since you refuse to recognize your place. Allow me to teach you a lesson. When you are wailing for mercy later, let us see if you remain so arrogant." With that, he unleashed his energy, revealing his late Earth Origin Realm prowess, and lunged towards Mu Zi. Lin Dong watched in growing concern. Although he was aware of Mu Zi's formidable mental prowess, capable of breaching defenses, she had never exhibited an aggressive demeanor before. Hence, he was uncertain whether she could handle this late-stage Earth Origin practitioner. At that moment, Lin Dong's fragmented Origin shuttle was poised to spring into action, ready to assist Mu Zi. He owed her a debt of gratitude. How could he stand idly by? However, the ensuing developments defied his expectations. Mu Zi showed no intention of utilizing her mental powers. Instead, she elegantly extended her slender hand. The deep blue energy swirling within her palm. Accompanied by a chilling aura, she casually struck out towards the CF family member. Bang! The late-stage Earth Origin practitioner was utterly defenseless, sent reeling backward until he crashed into a large tree, collapsing heavily to the ground. He violently coughed up blood, only to lose consciousness moments later. Lin Dong was astonished to see that the blood was laced with shards of ice. Xie Qian's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that. Before Mu Zi, an opponent of equal standing would be so easily dispatched, akin to a mere toy. This further solidified his belief in her extraordinary background. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat from the confrontation with Mu Zi. Mu Zi raised her head, pointed at Xie Qian, and called out lightly. Xie family head, let's engage in a duel. In truth, her insistence on confronting the Xie family was not solely for the sake of asserting her thoughts, but also due to her pent-up desire for battle. Since her last breakthrough, she had been honing her skills against various magical beasts. Yet, in the vicinity of Qingyang Town, there were no sufficiently powerful beasts to provide her with a satisfying challenge. Only an opponent at the late Earth Origin level could offer her the pressure she craved, and Xie Qian stood before her as an excellent contender. I hope you can provide me with the thrill I seek. Mu Zi's gaze bore into Xie Qian, her eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Xie Qian felt a chill creep up his spine under Mu Zi's intense gaze. However, he quickly suppressed this fear, scoffing internally, separated by an entire cultivation realm. What was there to fear? If you insist on courting death, do not blame me. Xie Qian enveloped himself in energy and surged towards Mu Zi, simultaneously issuing commands to his troops. Split the forces. Half of you hold back that little beast, while the rest continue the assault. As the Xie family prepared to strike at Lu Yin and the others once more, Lin Dong could no longer afford to worry about Mu Zi. He turned to one of the guards accompanying the Lin family. Uncle Luo Ling, take people to ensure my mother and the others return to Taimu village safely. The rest will assist you. I will cover the rear. Understood. The guard who had been following Lin Dong immediately responded. They were aware of Lin Dong's considerable strength and held great confidence in him. Lu Yin suddenly leaned close to Lin Dong and whispered, Dong, if you have the opportunity, please help that girl. She has also been entangled by this situation. However, do not force yourself. Your safety is the priority. Lin Dong nodded and then leaped off Xiao Yan's back, his figure darting forth towards the forces of the Xie family. A formidable mental force surged forth from his mind palace, propelling a dozen shards of elemental energy that swiftly reaped the lives of their enemies. At this moment, Xiao Yan let out a deep, resonant roar, leaning slightly forward as an explosive power rapidly coalesced within its body before surging into the throng of adversaries. In the chaos of its massive form colliding with foes, those struck were met with caved-in chests, blood gushing forth, while sharp claws and fangs rained down a deluge of flesh and gore. Together, this man and beast effectively restrained the entirety of the Xie family's forces, leaving a scene of carnage in their wake. At this juncture, Mu Zi had also engaged Xie Qian in battle. With a graceful extension of her jade-like hand, her elemental force surged rapidly, coalescing into a radiant imprint resembling a lotus blossom. The heavy elemental seal. Xie Qian's expression grew grave as he enveloped his arm in elemental energy, launching a full-force strike. Boom! Although he shattered the light imprint, he stumbled back several steps to regain his footing. The outcome of this confrontation left Xie Qian's countenance notably ashen. He had anticipated dispatching a mere earth element realm opponent with ease, even planning to swiftly subdue Mu Zi so he could turn his attention to the troublesome Lin Dong. However, reality doused his expectations with cold water. This young girl was proving to be a formidable challenge. In the late stages of the earth element realm, Mu Zi was able to contend with him to such an extent. What an extraordinary prodigy. With her agile movements reminiscent of a specter, she danced through the air, evading Xie Qian's relentless onslaught, compelling him to flounder in his attempts to pin her down. Periodically, she unleashed a heavy elemental seal, forcing him into a state of disarray. For a time, Xie Qian found himself utterly at her mercy. As he grappled with Mu Zi, the Xie family's forces continued to fall like blades of grass under the relentless assault of Lin Dong and Xiao Yan. Damn it, I can't be delayed here. Xie Qian thought anxiously. If this continues, all the men I brought will perish. Resolving himself, he ceased his engagement with Mu Zi and turned to charge at Lin Dong. Mu Zi, suspended mid-air, raised an eyebrow. Why was this old man retreating? She hadn't yet had her fill of the fight. This was a recurring theme. Whenever her enemies found themselves unable to contend with her, they opted for avoidance. Alas, possessing such formidable agility could be a burden at times, she sighed. In a swift motion, Mu Zi transformed into a wisp of green smoke, intercepting Xie Qian. This time she would not tease. She unleashed her most powerful martial art with all her might. As a chilling aura surged forth, the flora surrounding her froze, and the ground within a several-meter radius transformed into a realm of ethereal blue frost. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, a deep blue light imprint materialized. The Earth Elemental Seal. With Mu Zi's full exertion, this potent martial technique finally revealed its grandeur. Lin Dong was equally taken aback by this display of might. Was such overwhelming power truly within the capabilities of the Earth Element realm? Curiosity piqued, he extended a sliver of his mental force, only to be met with a painful sting from the frigid energy upon contact with the light imprint. Facing the Earth Elemental Seal, Xie Qian felt a prickling apprehension. He sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from this attack. With a thunderous shout, he summoned all his strength from the late stages of the Heaven Element realm, barely managing to keep the chilling energy at bay. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Xie family's ultimate fourth-tier martial art, Howling Wind Strike. In the eyes of the gathered spectators, the two martial forces collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! Instantly, an invisible force erupted from the two combatants, akin to a tempest sweeping through. The surrounding air churned violently, even sending Earth Element realm experts careening away, landing in disarray not far off. Meanwhile, nearby leaves and dust were caught in the maelstrom, obscuring visibility and rendering the figures within the haze barely discernible. Who emerged victorious? As soon as the Xie family forces landed, they immediately turned their gazes toward the swirling dust. They understood the significance of the outcome here. If Xie Qian triumphed, their family would still possess a fighting chance. But if he were to fall, the Xie family would likely retreat in defeat. Bang! Just as the onlookers held their breath, a figure suddenly tumbled out from the haze, landing awkwardly on the ground, bloodied and on the verge of collapse. The family head, upon recognizing the fallen figure, a wave of shock rippled through the ranks of the Xie family, despair beginning to spread among them. As the dust settled, Mu Zi's unscathed silhouette emerged, untouched by even a speck of dirt, thanks to her mental prowess. Xie Qian had been defeated, Lin Dong murmured softly. In truth, after witnessing the might of the Earth Elemental Seal, he had anticipated this outcome. Yet, even so, witnessing Xie Qian's downfall left him profoundly shaken. Mu Zi had nearly solely relied on her elemental force to utterly vanquish Xie Qian, a late-stage Heaven Element realm expert. Was this truly the Earth Element realm? Lin Dong chuckled wryly. When he himself was in the Earth Element realm, he had exerted all his strength to defeat a mere Wu Sha, who was only at the early stages of the Heaven Element realm. Wu Sha, is this my fault? In the midst of the arena, Mu Zi appeared utterly composed, exuding an air of superiority. However, within her elemental force had nearly been depleted. To decisively overcome Xie Qian, she had exhausted herself completely. The head of the Xie family was indeed formidable, far surpassing the opponents she had faced prior. After all, he wielded a fourth-tier martial art, having honed it to perfection over many years of practice. Even when compared to the elite of the younger generation in Yen City, he was no less impressive. Though Mu Zi possessed the strength to defeat him, killing him was another matter entirely. At this moment, she was nearly devoid of elemental energy, while Xie Qian, despite his pitiful state, still retained the will to fight. The ice soul sword soared out from Mu Zi's sleeve, hovering protectively by her side. She dared not lower her guard, her eyes fixed warily on her opponent. Yet, Xie Qian, now thoroughly terrified, scrambled to his feet and fled without a moment's hesitation, not even daring to utter a threat. Mu Zi was left speechless. He was truly cowardly. Though she internally chastised him, she still urged the ice soul sword to strike at Xie Qian, the bone-chilling aura causing him to feel as if death loomed near. He narrowly evaded this lethal blow, but not entirely. With a piercing scream, one of Xie Qian's arms was severed by Mu Zi's strike. Surprisingly, the severed limb did not bleed. Instead, the wound quickly froze in the biting cold, taking on a hue of dark blue. Faced with such a grievous injury, Xie Qian dared not linger for even a moment longer. In an explosive surge of speed, he vanished from sight. The young maiden's gaze was serene as she declared her intent to sever her own arm. Such a vow must be honored. Mu Zi, I am a person of my word. Xie Qian, witnessing the master of the household in a state of disarray. Noted that the members of the CF family were utterly devoid of fighting spirit, too fearful to continue confronting Lin Dong, scattering in all directions to flee. Lin Dong pursued for a time, but soon retreated, for his foremost priority was to ensure the safety of Liu Yin and the others. Though the CF family had been vanquished, he remained vigilant against the potential emergence of a Lei family, quickly recalibrating his course. Lin Dong caught up with the Lin family's entourage, diligently safeguarding them on their journey to Taimu village. However, he was taken aback to find that Mu Zi had inexplicably chosen to accompany them. The girl remained silent, merely trailing behind the Lin family. Lin Dong opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that Mu Zi's previous intervention against Xie Qian suggested no ill will towards the Lin family. Perhaps she simply wished to ensure their safe passage to Taimu village. Lin Dong pondered this uncertainty, feeling a swell of gratitude. Though he and Mu Zi were mere strangers, she had unhesitatingly lent her aid, successfully thwarting Xie Qian and vigilantly escorting Liu Yin and the others until they reached a place of safety. With this thought, Lin Dong couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl beside him, a warm sensation blooming within him. Unexpectedly, she was rather amiable. As Lin Dong indulged in these musings, Taimu village finally came into view, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Safety was at hand. Liu Yin gently approached Mu Zi, her eyes brimming with gratitude. With a tender smile and a voice imbued with warmth, she said, "My dear young lady, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. Please, do rest with us at the Lin family for a while. Both Xiao Gu and I wish to express our appreciation properly." Mu Zi offered a polite smile, shaking her head. "There is no need for such trouble. I have a matter to discuss with him." She indicated Lin Dong, who stood nearby. Liu Yin's eyes lit up, her gaze becoming even more benevolent as she pulled Lin Dong closer, urging, "Dong do converse with this young lady. And remember, you must express your gratitude appropriately." With that, she shot him a knowing glance. Liu Yan's peculiar behavior left Lin Dong somewhat bewildered as he followed Mu Zi to a quieter corner. However, just as he was about to express his thanks, Mu Zi spoke up suddenly. "You're Lin Dong, correct?" Lin Dong nodded. "Pay up, huh?" Lin Dong's expression was one of confusion. Mu Zi placed her hands on her hips, speaking with conviction. "I defeated Xie Qian, which has certainly aided you. You cannot expect me to have acted without recompense." It took Lin Dong a moment to process her words. Her earlier kindness in escorting him had struck him as peculiar. Was it not an excessively generous act? Now, the truth emerged. She sought her due reward. Yet, he hadn't anticipated her forthrightness. It was rather refreshing. "Very well," Lin Dong replied with a resigned smile, harboring no resentment. After all, she had indeed rendered assistance, and a token of gratitude was only fitting. With that, he began to retrieve Yang Yuan Dan from his Qingyang bag. However, Mu Zi interjected, "I do not require Yang Yuan stones." A sense of unease crept into Lin Dong's heart. "What is it that you desire?" Mu Zi scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze making Lin Dong feel somewhat exposed, as if she could see through to his very soul. "Those fragments of Yuan Xian steel you possess are quite decent. I shall take those," she declared. "Fear not, I shan't take them all. You may keep one. I'm not a devil, after all." Lin Dong's mouth twitched in disbelief. To keep just one from the dozen or so fragments. He could hardly contain his sarcasm. After a round of bargaining, Mu Zi ultimately claimed half of the fragments for herself, depositing them into her Qingyang bag. Noticing the ice soul sword floating beside her, Lin Dong's gaze flickered once more. "Your weapon is clearly superior to the Yuan fragments." If Mu Zi were privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly commend his discernment. The ice soul sword held considerable value. At an auction, it would start at no less than 10,000 Yang Yuan stones, and without 20,000, success was uncertain. This sword alone could equate to Lin Dong's entire fortune. Mu Zi's desire for the Yuan fragments stemmed not only from their worth, but also from her own intentions. Her skills in forging were impressive, surpassing the second and third-ranked talisman masters of Yen City. Upon her return, she intended to reforge a weapon from the Yuan Xian steel, which she could later sell at a premium to Lin Dong. Surely, that would yield her a substantial profit in Yang Yuan stones. A knowing smile crept onto Mu Zi's face as she recalled a notorious con artist from her past life. The first year selling crutches, the second year selling cars, retrieving the crutches, modifying them into litters, and reselling them the following year. Observing the smile on Mu Zi's face, Lin Dong felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. "Lin Dong, do we have guests at home?" Suddenly, a young girl ran towards them. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Mu Zi. Chapter 43. Tan, fear. Mu Zi turned at the sound, her eyes brightening. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, dressed in elegant green attire, her figure supple, skin as smooth as jade, and her brows lightly adorned. Her pair of watery eyes was striking. To Lin Dong's astonishment, the aura emanating from this girl was also that of the late stage of the earth element realm. In the Lin family, a girl of such age and talent could only be one person, Lin Dong's sister, Lin Tan. Tan was not Lin Dong's biological sister, but rather a child adopted by Lin Xiao and his wife. However, having read the original text, Mu Zi was aware of her true origins, hailing from the vast world above the Tianxuan Continent. As a native of the Great Thousand World, in tant possessed extraordinary talent, she was endowed with a rare pure physique, the devil's body. While a normal person cultivates by absorbing malevolent energy in the earth element realm and yang valiant energy in the celestial element realm, ultimately achieving a harmonious balance to form a Yuan Dan and enter the Yuan Dan realm. Those with the devil's body were fundamentally different. Any yang valiant energy could not reside within them, thus rendering them incapable of forming Yuan Dan in the conventional sense. However, they could condense Yin Dan instead. The potency of Yin Dan surpassed that of ordinary Yuan Dan, and with Tan's devil's body, once she successfully condenses her Yin Dan, she would directly ascend to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. Moreover, it was conceivable that Tan's condensed Yin Dan would surpass even the 9-star Yuan Dan in power. Such talent had previously drawn the attention of Bo Xian, the master of the Dark Palace, who personally sought to take her as a disciple. An impressive feat considering he was the controller of the Dark Ancestral Talisman, wielding strength greater than most in the Reincarnation realm. With her memories from her previous life, Mu Zi surmised that Tan's elemental power talent likely reached the apex of the Tianxuan Continent, rivaling the ancient Eight Lords. It was evident that she was indeed worthy of being from the Great Thousand World. The Talisman Ancestor, Ice Master, Tan. These beings from higher realms were truly not to be compared with the native powerhouses of the Tianxuan Continent. Excluding these individuals, it appears that Lin Dong's talent is indeed unparalleled, and it seems that the choice of the dimensional fetus to select him was not without reason. Brother Lin Dong. Who is this woman? As Tan approached, she observed Lin Dong conversing merrily with Mu Zi, and a pang of discomfort stirred within her. Initially, she felt joy at Lin Dong's new friendship, but upon getting closer, she realized that this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. With a divine physique and radiant features, her teeth like pearls and her eyes shimmering bright, her lips naturally rosy, and her brows unadorned yet enchanting. In her charming smile, there resided both the delicate grace of femininity and an invigorating heroism. At times, she exuded a captivating allure that evoked a desire to protect her. At other times, her proud demeanor suggested an unshakable confidence, as if she were unfazed by the collapse of heaven and earth. The harmonious coexistence of these two contrasting qualities in her only served to enhance her ethereal allure, rendering her truly one of a kind. She is even slightly more beautiful than I. Tan felt a twinge of jealousy, albeit just a little. If it were only that, it would be bearable, but why did this woman also possess such impressive development? Tan glanced down at her own feet, feeling a mix of discomfort. It must be the cold energy at play, the demonic body of the slaughter demon. I refuse to take the blame for this. Upon seeing Tan approach, Lin Dong introduced her to Mu Zi, saying, "This is my younger sister, Tan." However, when he intended to introduce this mysterious girl to Tan, he suddenly found himself at a loss. He realized he did not even know her name, bringing an awkward silence to the moment. Mu Zi, she stated, revealing her name with an unfaltering expression. Mu Zi was unconcerned about exposing her origins, given her demonstrated talent and power. Even admitting her affiliation with the Mu family would likely elicit disbelief. In the original narrative, the Lin family boisterously rose from Qingyang Town to Yan City, even receiving public protection from the Lin clan later on. Therefore, anyone slightly acquainted with the Dayan dynasty would soon discover the connection between Lin Dong and the Lin family. In contrast, Mu Zi had no intention of allowing the Mu family to gain such notoriety. With memories from her past life, she foresaw that in approximately 10 years, a final showdown would occur. In that decade, it would be more prudent to establish her footing in the vast world before bringing the Mu family along. This way, when she traversed the continent under her true name in the future, she could do so without concern for implicating the Mu family. Indeed, upon learning her name, Lin Dong promptly excluded the Mu family from consideration. Last year, during the hunting competition, he had only just collaborated with the Mu family, and that individual was far inferior to the girl before him. Surely, no one could achieve such strength through cultivation in the mere span of a year, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After all, even Lin Dong himself, with the aid of a mysterious stone talisman, took 2 years to attain his current accomplishments. Greetings, Miss Mu. Though Qing Tan felt a pang of sadness upon hearing Lin Dong's introduction, she maintained her politeness and greeted Mu Zi. Hello, Sister Qing Tan. Mu Zi smiled at her petite figure. Qing Tan's expression darkened as she muttered softly, I am almost 16. I might even be older than you. Mu Zi was taken aback. You are actually a year older than me. How is that possible? Observing Qing Tan's stature, which was significantly shorter than Lin Dong's, Mu Zi felt a hint of skepticism. As Qing Tan noticed the pitying look directed at her, she could no longer contain herself. In a surge of emotion, a wave of icy energy erupted from her, causing Lin Dong beside her to shiver. Yet, Mu Zi's eyes sparkled at the sight. Is this the demonic body of the slaughter demon? Truly extraordinary. At that moment, Mu Zi gazed intently at the delicate Qing Tan, an unbidden thought rising within her. This is a treasure. Such a formidable physique, if she could investigate it thoroughly, would surely yield significant insights. Perhaps the power of the earth element seal could reach new heights. With this in mind, her interest in Qing Tan became increasingly difficult to conceal. Under Mu Zi's fervent gaze, Qing Tan felt utterly uncomfortable, as if she were about to be devoured. She retreated behind Lin Dong, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear towards Mu Zi. I am scared. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Why did Miss Mu regard Qing Tan with such intensity? Did she possess a peculiar fascination? This thought tightened his heart, prompting him to subtly shift and shield Qing Tan behind him. Witnessing this, Mu Zi's lips twitched in amusement. Lin Dong, your sister truly adores you. However, if her memory served her correctly, in the original tale, Lin Dong inadvertently absorbed the cold energy within Qing Tan, which allowed him to break through to the earth element realm. How intriguing. After his breakthrough, Lin Dong had completely forgotten about Qing Tan. In a fit of excitement, he practiced several sets of techniques, exclaiming how remarkable the earth element realm was, only to later remember that his sister had fainted. Reflecting on this, Mu Zi shot Lin Dong a peculiar glance. You are quite the exemplary brother. Lin Dong, perplexed, could only respond with silence. Donger, it is getting late. Hurry home for dinner. Suddenly, Lin Dong's mother's voice broke the peculiar atmosphere among the three. That young lady, you should join us too. Upon hearing this, Muzuregainet had composure. She understood it was time to take her leave. Chapter 44. Confrontation with the Yuan Dan realm. Gently, Mu Zi departed, taking with her Lin Dong's fragmented Yuan shuttle. Although she yearned to study the demonic body of the slaughter demon, the time was not ripe. She had yet to become sufficiently familiar with Lin Dong. He likely would not entrust his sister to her. We shall meet again, Mu Zi resolved inwardly. She planned to dedicate time to rigorous training to enhance her strength. According to her estimations, once she broke through to the celestial element realm, she could unlock the naval palace and subsequently condense talismans, becoming a talisman master. At that point, her power would experience a significant leap, and she intended to venture into Yin City thereafter, where she would have another chance to encounter Qing Tan. As Mu Zi departed from Taimu village, her silhouette faded into the twilight, leaving behind a long shadow. A month and a half later, Mu Zi's cultivation approached completion. She merely awaited an opportunity to break through to the celestial element realm. During this time, she had distanced herself from Qingyang Town and was now nearing the vicinity of Yin City. This was an unavoidable choice, as the beasts near Qingyang Town were far too weak and no longer beneficial to her, which she found rather disappointing. The beasts near Yin City, however, were significantly more formidable, capable of meeting Mu Zi's demands. Yet, sometimes excessive ferocity could lead to peril. At this moment, Mu Zi found herself locked in a gaze with a colossal wolf, the Gale Demon Wolf, a creature of the minor Yuan Dan realm. This area is the territory of this formidable beast, perhaps due to the recent influx of monstrous beings that Mu Zi has encountered. The Gale Demon Wolf has traced her presence. The minor Yuan Dan realm. Mu Zi let out a sigh. Faced with such a powerful adversary, her only sensible choice was to flee. It would be preposterous to think she could contend with the likes of it, as even a practitioner of the Earth Yuan realm would be insufficient to even dent its defenses. Perhaps even if she unleashed her utmost effort to cast an Earth Yuan seal, it would only manage to inflict a minor wound upon this behemoth. She had learned through bitter experience that beasts were far more resilient than humans. While she could potentially feign weakness against a human of the minor Yuan Dan realm in hopes of launching a surprise attack against a beast, her only recourse was to escape. With her feet upon the Ice Spirit Sword, Mu Zi soared through the air, leaving the Gale Demon Wolf behind. However, the very name of this creature hinted at its remarkable swiftness. With a furious howl, the Gale Demon Wolf unleashed a tempest that roared through the heavens and earth, propelling its speed to match Mu Zi's, refusing to be shaken off. In their frantic chase, the forest was left in disarray, and even from a distance, one could catch a glimpse of the great wolf in pursuit. What transpired? Not far away, a group of individuals in search of spiritual herbs suddenly halted, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed towards the source of the disturbance. Is that the Gale Demon Wolf? Who dared provoke such a beast? They silently hoped it would not involve them. The tension was palpable. The Gale Demon Wolf was the undisputed ruler of this region, and its brazen display of dominance could very well drive numerous beasts from their lairs, potentially inciting a localized beast tide. At this moment, Mu Zi's mental energy surged wildly as she propelled the Ice Spirit Sword to its limits. Yet, the distance between her and the Gale Demon Wolf was closing, and she could even feel the creature's breath upon her. Why is it pursuing me? Mu Zi felt a surge of indignation. Was it merely because she had harmed a few of its subordinates? Could there be some connection between them? This was no way to continue, Mu Zi mused. Summoning the Ice Spirit Sword required a considerable drain of mental energy, and with her reserves limited, exhausting them would leave her utterly defenseless. Having made her decision, Mu Zi ceased her flight, employing the Celestial Step to traverse the void, her thoughts directing the Ice Spirit Sword to point toward the Gale Demon Wolf. Sensing the icy radiance emanating from the sword, the wolf hesitated, refraining from immediate assault. The girl and the wolf stood at a distance, poised for confrontation. Unable to contain her impatience, Mu Zi initiated the attack. The Celestial Step did not grant true aerial flight. She had to constantly adjust her position to avoid falling. Losing her mobility in the air would worsen her predicament, so she could not afford to delay. With a surge of mental energy, the Ice Spirit Sword erupted in dazzling blue light, as if the very air was on the verge of freezing. With a flick of her mind, she directed the sword's radiance toward the Gale Demon Wolf. The wolf hastily dodged, yet could not completely evade, resulting in a dark blue gash appearing upon its form. However, considering its massive size, it was at best a mere superficial injury. After sustaining the blow, the Gale Demon Wolf let out a furious howl, rapidly condensing its Yuan energy, launching a beam towards Mu Zi. Startled, Mu Zi summoned all her strength to meet the beam with the Ice Spirit Sword. Following a cacophony of sharp sounds, the Yuan energy beam finally dissipated. However, Mu Zi noted with dismay that the brilliance of her Ice Spirit Sword had dimmed somewhat. You wretched beast, how dare you harm my treasured sword? Mu Zi felt a pang of distress, and in that moment, she resolved to slay the relentless beast pursuing her. Perhaps she could attempt that technique. Threads of mental energy swiftly coalesced within her eyes, transforming them into a mesmerizing hue. Look at me, Mu Zi commanded. And the wolf instinctively turned its gaze toward her, locking eyes. Suddenly, a torrent of mental energy surged forth from Mu Zi's eyes, enveloping the Gale Demon Wolf in an instant. At that moment, the world as perceived by the beast shifted dramatically. It felt as though all light had been stripped away, plunging it into an abyss of darkness. This was not a sudden mastery of the dark ancestral symbols by Mu Zi, but rather the execution of a mental secret technique. The enchantment of the mind. The Gale Demon Wolf, ensnared by her mental energy, fell into a visual illusion, sensing the deprivation of light as the world around it succumbed to shadows. However, this did not imply that Mu Zi could easily draw a powerful Yuan Dan realm opponent into her illusion. In truth, her success stemmed from the wolf's inherently frail mental fortitude. Had she attempted this against a human of the same realm, she would likely have faced mental backlash. Having successfully ensnared the Gale Demon Wolf in the illusion, Mu Zi could have retreated with ease, yet she refrained, for she was determined to slay the beast. Should she succeed, not only would she avenge herself, but she would also acquire a demon crystal. Absorbing a Yuan Dan realm demon crystal would allow her to effortlessly ascend to the heavenly Yuan realm. However, despite the wolf's apparent lack of resistance, Mu Zi found it no simple task to slay it. Though deprived of its vision, the beast could still sense the fluctuations of Yuan energy in its surroundings. Thus, Mu Zi had but a single opportunity to strike. If she failed to slay the wolf, it would break free from the illusion through its suffering. In that moment, it had already summoned its Yuan energy to shield its vital points, eliminating any chance for a cunning ambush. Even if Mu Zi unleashed her most formidable attack, the Earth Yuan seal, it was unlikely she could achieve a decisive victory in one strike. With this thought, Mu Zi sighed, then activated the Reincarnation seal. The 45th chapter, the Heavenly Yuan Realm. Upon initiating the Reincarnation seal, Mu Zi's countenance became an impenetrable mask, serene and profound. As her hands danced, the Earth Yuan seal was quietly enacted. Upon closer inspection, this incarnation of the Earth Yuan seal was entirely distinct from its previous forms. Once as large as a basin, it had now shrunk to the size of a palm, exquisitely crafted like a work of art. Its hue had shifted from deep blue to inky black, resembling a black hole in the night sky, unfathomably deep. The surface of the light seal exhibited no fluctuations, as if all its power lay dormant within. The once frigid and tumultuous phenomena had vanished, replaced by an understated yet profound aesthetic. To the uninitiated, one might mistake it for a delicate ornament rather than a formidable martial assault. This was the manifestation of energy condensed to its utmost. Once unleashed, its power would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Mu Zi guided the obsidian light seal toward the Gale Demon Wolf's head, and due to the subdued fluctuations of Yuan energy, the beast remained oblivious to the impending fatal strike. From the moment the wolf was deprived of its sight by the enchantment of the mind to the instant the Earth Yuan seal coalesced, all transpired in the blink of an eye. The creature, upon locking eyes with Mu Zi, was met with sudden darkness before it could grasp its predicament. The formidable attack descended upon it silently, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Boom! The obsidian light seal struck the wolf's head, and without any surprise, it pierced cleanly through, leaving a gaping cavity the size of a palm in its wake. Boom! With the support of primordial energy lost, the colossal body of the Gale Demon Wolf plummeted from the heavens, the impact rendering the surrounding jungle into a mere ruin. Trees snapping like twigs and dust swirling in the air. Mu Zi dispersed the Reincarnation seal, her figure gracefully descending amidst the chaos. Her gaze tranquil, as if everything lay within her control. This time, employing the Reincarnation seal to assist in combat was a seamless endeavor. Unlike her previous harrowing experience in Qingyang Town, now, Mu Zi's power was nearly on par with the Yuandan realm. And with the Gale Demon Wolf already ensnared by her spiritual techniques, vanquishing it required little cost. Within her, only a fleeting sense of discomfort passed. But as a wave emanated from the Reincarnation seal, a warm current surged through her, instantly restoring her injuries to their former state. Mu Zi deftly maneuvered the ice spirit sword, piercing through the wound on the Gale Demon Wolf's head and cautiously extracting the gem that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Subsequently, she summoned her mental energy to gently swirl the nearby crystalline stream, cleansing the blood from the surface of the gem before stowing it into her Tianxuan bag. It was time to return and strive for a breakthrough into the Tianxuan realm. In a flash, Mu Zi's figure vanished from sight. Several dozen minutes later, a group of herbalists cautiously approached the area. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their hearts trembled in shock. The place was a veritable wreckage, dominated by the massive corpse that exuded an aura of dread. Exchanging glances, expressions of profound astonishment flickered in their eyes. The Gale Demon Wolf had been slain. Mu family village, I have returned. After 4 months of arduous training, Mu Zi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her as she beheld the familiar village once more. Unbeknownst to her, she had been on the path of cultivation for nearly a year now. Where the villagers? Mu Zi reached out with her mental energy, and soon detected the presence of Mu Tao and others in the council hall. With a lightness in her step, she floated through the window, appearing quietly in the chamber. Ah, little sister, Mu Ling Sha exclaimed upon spotting Mu Zi, her eyes lighting up with joy as she rushed forward with open arms. Observing her sister's adorable demeanor reminiscent of a playful puppy, Mu Zi couldn't help but smile warmly, gently embracing Mu Ling Sha. I missed you so much. Mu Ling Sha buried her head deep into Mu Zi's chest, inhaling the familiar fragrance that soothed her heart. It was a relief to know that her sister was safe. After a tender moment, Mu Zi slowly lifted her gaze towards Mu Yun and the others present. Little Zi, will you leave again after this return? Mu Yun inquired. Mu Zi shook her head. I want to stay long. I have returned to advance into the Tianxuan realm, and once I achieve that, I will head to Flame City. At her words, Mu Ling Sha looked up, her eyes filled with reluctance, her lips parting as if to speak, but ultimately she sighed and said nothing. In contrast to Mu Ling Sha's reluctance, Mu Tao, upon hearing this, crushed the teacup in his grasp. Shocked, he stared at Mu Zi. You're going to break through into the Tianxuan realm? Mu Zi nodded. A collective gasp echoed among them. Ha ha, Brother Mu Yun, you are truly fortunate. With two in the Tianxuan realm, perhaps the village head should consider stepping down. Mu Tian's hearty laughter reverberated through the air, darkening Mu Tao's expression. Before departing, Mu Zi had left behind numerous Yang Yuan stones, which had enabled everyone to break through their respective bottlenecks. The village head had ascended to the mid-Tianyuan realm, while Mu Yun and Mu Tian had finally succeeded in entering the Tianyuan realm as well. If one accounted for Mu Zi's ability to defeat those in the late Tianyuan realm, the Mu family village S strength was now comparable to the factions in Qingyang Town. By the way, what were you discussing earlier? Mu Zi asked curiously, as it was unusual for them to gather in the council hall, unless it was for significant matters. In response to her inquiry, Mu Tao produced an invitation and explained. The Lei family S. Lei Li and the Xie family S. Xie Yingying are about to hold a wedding, inviting forces from hundreds of miles around to witness. What do you think the Lei and Xie families are contemplating? It's merely a wedding for two youngsters, yet they are making such a grand affair. I suspect the wedding is merely a facade. The Lei and Xie families likely have ulterior motives. Mu Zi silently concurred, recognizing the accuracy of this speculation. The head of the Lei family, Lei Bao, had successfully advanced to the Yuan Dan realm, and the Lei and Xie families intended to use this wedding to consolidate the forces within 100 miles of Qingyang Town. Moreover, given Lei Bao's strength of the minor Yuan Dan realm, if all went as planned, they might indeed succeed. After all, the disparity between the Tianyuan realm and the Yuan Dan realm was staggering. Even if all the Tianyuan realm experts near Qingyang Town joined forces, they would likely be no match for Lei Bao. If successful, the combined strength of the Lei and Xie families would secure them a place even in Flame City. However, what did this have to do with Mu Zi? Her focus was solely on her cultivation. As for the ambitions of the Lei and Xie families, Lin Dong would surely intervene. We, the Mu family village, shall not attend the wedding, Mu Zi decisively declared, halting the village's participation in the event before retreating to her quarters to immerse herself in her training. Having absorbed the gem from the Yuan Dan realm, Mu Zi effortlessly achieved a breakthrough into the Tianyuan realm. The Naiwan Palace had also been opened. With a thought, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from the Naiwan Palace. Under the influence of her mental energy, Mu Zi's feet gradually lifted from the ground, and she found herself floating in midair. A Dozong expert, formidable indeed. As she had anticipated, following her breakthrough, her mental energy surged dramatically. Now, Mu Zi possessed sufficient strength through her formidable mental energy alone to contend with those in the late Tianyuan realm. Coupled with her mastery of primordial energy, she was entirely capable of competing against those in the minor Yuan Dan realm. Recalling her recent encounter with the Gale Demon Wolf, Mu Zi smiled confidently. Now, even without activating the Reincarnation seal, she possessed more than enough strength to vanquish it. However, this was merely an appetizer. Next, she aimed to condense a talisman imprint. Mu Zi's expression grew unprecedentedly serious as she harbored a bold plan to create a life talisman. In her scheme, the step of condensing the talisman imprint was of utmost importance, laying the groundwork for her future ascent to greatness. Success would lead her to the path of the Martial Ancestor. Failure would render her indistinguishable from masses. Yet, the difficulty of this step was immense. Even with the assistance of the Reincarnation seal, she did not harbor absolute confidence. Fortunately, Mu Zi had acquired the method for condensing the ancient spiral talisman. Thus, should she falter, she could still pursue the alternative of inheriting the Devouring ancestral talisman. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Mu Zi took a deep breath. Reincarnation activate. Chapter 46. Creating the Life Talisman. The Life Talisman is an opportunity for talisman masters to create. However, this remains theoretical. In practice, even among the entire Tianxuan Continent, true talisman masters capable of achieving this are exceedingly rare. It demands extraordinary talent and comprehension. In the vast and blazing Yin dynasty, no soul has ever succeeded in crafting a personal talisman. Yet Mu Zi, having only recently unsealed the Naidan Palace and still a mere novice in the realm of spiritual energy, dares to undertake a feat that even the majority of talisman masters find insurmountable. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly be deemed an exercise in folly by all. Aware of the formidable challenge ahead, Mu Zi has nevertheless prepared herself thoroughly. 6 months have elapsed since the inception of her foundational talisman, during which she has absorbed energy equivalent to over 10,000 Yang Yuan stones. Furthermore, her infrequent utilization of the Reincarnation seal during this period has resulted in a substantial accumulation of energy, instilling her with a sense of confidence. An intricate mark materializes upon her forehead, and a glimmer of wisdom dances in her eyes. As her full concentration surges forth, it appears as though a radiant halo forms behind her head. The wealth of experience she has garnered during this time is now coming to fruition. The halo pulsates, and a torrent of insights floods her mind. An imposing portal seems to manifest within her consciousness, promising entry into the realm of spiritual energy upon being pushed open. As her thoughts swirl, Mu Zi's spiritual strength gradually coalesces within the Niden Palace, akin to fine threads weaving together, accompanied by a complex fluctuation, as though a talisman is quietly taking shape. Suddenly, the fluctuation ceases abruptly, and Mu Zi coughs up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. She has failed. With tranquility in her gaze, Mu Zi murmurs to herself. At this moment, her Niden Palace appears to have sustained a tremendous shock, resulting in fine cracks appearing, while a sharp and intense, stinging sensation spreads throughout her mind. This agony penetrates to the very depths of her soul. Even with Mu Zi's remarkable fortitude, this torment becomes nearly unbearable. Her body trembles uncontrollably. Bathed in the moonlight, the young girl's jade-like visage is strikingly beautiful. Yet, she now frowns in agony, her alabaster forehead beaded with fine, cold sweat. These beads of perspiration slide silently down her delicate skin, leaving faint trails reminiscent of morning dew. A warm current surges into Mu Zi's mind, and under its influence, the cracks within her Niden Palace begin to mend at an astonishing pace. However, amidst this healing process, an indescribable itch emanates from the depths of her soul. Overwhelmed by this dual torment of pain and itch, Mu Zi can no longer restrain herself, and a moan escapes her lips. In the stillness of the night, her cry resonates with startling clarity. Outside the courtyard, Mu Lingsha happens to pass by and, upon hearing this sound, is struck dumb with astonishment. "Little sister, what ails you?" she inquires, leaning against the courtyard door, concern etched across her features. "I'm merely practicing martial arts, so do not worry," Mu Zi responds, though her voice betrays her distress. Mu Lingsha's expression transforms into one of peculiar intrigue. She opens her mouth to speak, hesitating as if frozen in place. With a soft click, the courtyard door creaks open, and upon seeing the state of the girl before her, Mu Lingsha is momentarily taken aback. Mu Zi's garments are clinging to her form, drenched in sweat as if she has been caught in a downpour, outlining her disheveled figure. Her eyes shimmer with a bewildered light, and her hair cascades chaotically over her shoulders, exuding an allure that is hard to ignore. What has transpired? Mu Lingsha regards her sister with a complex gaze. What martial arts could have brought you to such a state? Elder sister, I need your assistance. Mu Zi gasps, finally regaining her composure after enduring such torment. I am currently endeavoring to cultivate a crucial martial art. Could you please remain nearby and prevent others from approaching? Though the revelation of her predicament brings her a tinge of embarrassment, she rationalizes that it is far preferable for her elder sister to hear it than any unrelated bystanders. Moreover, with Mu Lingsha present, she could deter any intruders. In her previous state, Mu Zi possessed little capacity for self-defense, making it too risky to retreat to a secluded corner for her practice. The consequences of encountering danger are too grave to contemplate. Thus, despite her feelings of shyness and awkwardness, she resolves to seek Mu Lingsha's aid. Very well, Mu Lingsha replies, her expression layered with complexity as she ponders a troubling thought. Has her little sister been under excessive stress lately? With this in mind, she casts Mu Zi a meaningful glance. Mu Zi, perplexed, asks, "What? Please, I implore you, elder sister." Mu Zi pleads, and without further ado, she turns and retreats into her room. Although she has just endured immense suffering, the injuries to her Niden Palace have now healed, permitting her to embark on another attempt. Yet, as memories of her agonizing experience resurface, a flicker of hesitation arises within her. Fortunately, her resolve remains steadfast. Clenching her teeth, she steels herself. This talisman shall be created. Once more, she activates the Reincarnation seal and continues her calculations. However, before long, she is once again spitting blood. Following this, as a warm current floods her Niden Palace, her moans resound once more. Proceed. Mu Zi regains her focus and embarks on another attempt. Yet once again, she is met with failure. After what feels like an eternity, she finally gathers herself. At this juncture, her entire being trembles, clearly having reached her limits. Although the Reincarnation seal can mend her injuries, Enduring too many setbacks in a short span may lead to lingering repercussions. Let us call it day, Mu Zi murmurs. There is still ample time ahead. Thus 2 months slip by. Throughout this period, Mu Zi diligently undertakes 3 to 4 attempts each day. While each endeavor has culminated in failure, she extracts valuable insights from every setback, making necessary adjustments. With each step forward, Mu Zi inches closer to success. A premonition stirs within her. She senses that this time, results are imminent. In the present moment, within her Niden Palace, Mu Zi's spiritual energy has coalesced into a complex tapestry, seemingly encompassing the entirety of heaven and earth. Should anyone be fortunate enough to witness this spectacle, they would likely be left dizzy with astonishment. Through 2 months of relentless honing, Mu Zi's mastery over her spiritual control has ascended to an extraordinary level. At this moment, under her deft manipulation, the spiritual energy converges rhythmically, pulsating in a unique cadence. As the energies dance, a tempest of spiritual force erupts. Following an indescribable fluctuation, the storm gradually dissipates, revealing a talismanic seal within Mu Zi's Niden Palace. It is enigmatic and profound. An otherworldly aura seems to circulate around the seal. Space, time, causality, and fate. None of these exist. What a jest. Is this something a mere novice at the Tianxuan realm could access? This talisman's core function is singular, to amplify her primordial energy. More precisely, it refines her primordial energy to an even purer state. Mu Zi possesses a profound self-awareness. She does not dare to aspire for her crafted talismans to yield extraordinary effects. Instead, she opts for a path of stability, a path that is perpetually unfaltering, namely, the enhancement of her own abilities. This capability lies well within the purview of her current planning. Moreover, no matter how high Mu Zi's cultivation ascends in the future, self-enhancement will invariably play a pivotal role, accompanying her in a steady advance, never to be left behind. Mu Zi's decision to create such a talisman is, of course, informed by her own considerations. In the realm of Tianxian, elemental force is the essence of all. No individual can escape the necessity of elemental force, not even talismancers. Ultimately, a talismancer is merely a different manifestation of elemental force, differentiated solely by the requirement of mental energy as its driving force. Therefore, the realm of mental energy cannot greatly surpass that of elemental force. Even talismancers cannot neglect the cultivation and refinement of elemental force. Given that human energy is finite, it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate elemental force while simultaneously nurturing mental energy. This is precisely why powerful practitioners of mental energy are so rare. Mu Zi's cultivation cannot contravene common sense, and thus she must also face choices. Her mental energy talent is not inferior to Lin Dong's, and she possesses greater control. Lin Dong's talent for mental energy is already at the pinnacle of Tianxian, so she need not concern herself with that aspect. However, in comparison to mental energy, Mu Zi's talent for elemental force leaves much to be desired. Although her elemental force talent far exceeds Lin Dong's, the latter's aptitude is merely commonplace. According to Mu Zi's estimations, her talent for elemental force cultivation is comparable to that of Ling Qingzhu and Yuan Tsang. Ling Qingzhu, you have a chance to reorganize your language. Though they are the cream of the younger generation in the Eastern Xian domain, their talents can only be considered top tier, not monstrous. The 4 great hegemonic clans, the life and death ancestral talismans, the body of the demonic fiend, and the royal bloodline of the Ice Spirit clan. These represent the apex of elemental force talent in Tianxian. Mu Zi's mental talent is strong, while her elemental talent is weak. Thus, she naturally contemplates whether the former can reciprocate the latter. This is the purpose behind her creation of the life talisman. Now that the talisman has been successfully crafted, the results are indeed gratifying. This life talisman can significantly purify Mu Zi's elemental force. Currently, she is at the initial stage of the Tianxuan realm. Yet her elemental force far surpasses this level, both qualitatively and quantitatively, rivaling that of a minor Yuan Dan realm. Coupled with her mental energy, equivalent to that of a second-tier talismancer, Mu Zi can completely contend with the minor consummation of the Yuan Dan realm. Such power is sufficient for her to navigate the challenges of Yen City. After all, there are only 3 or 4 individuals of the major consummation of Yuan Dan and above in Yen City. May my talisman, she mused, a smile gracing her lips as a notion took shape in her mind. Pure elemental force, self-enhancement. Let be called the pure elemental talisman seal. Although the pure elemental talisman seal is merely a life talisman for now, it It was personally crafted by Mu Zi, enabling it to grow alongside her. In the future, as Mu Zi's cultivation strengthens, she can further upgrade it, allowing it to undergo gradual transformation into talismans, celestial talismans, and even ancestral talismans. Chapter 47. The Stealing Heaven Bow. On the back mountain of Mu family village, the sisters gaze at each other. Little sister, what brings you here? Mu Lingsha inquired with curiosity. Aren't you practicing martial arts today? Mu Zi, dismissing Mu Lingsha's teasing, retrieved a bow from her Qingyang pouch. Mu Lingsha glanced over, her first impression being that it was quite ordinary. The bow appeared plain and unadorned, indistinguishable from common bows, rendering it rather inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern several subtle and intricate runes etched along the bow's body. This was a rune weapon that Mu Zi had meticulously forged recently, the Stealing Heaven Bow. To craft it, Mu Zi had spared no effort, utilizing rare metals obtained from bandit forces. Get a try, she said to Mu Lingsha. The latter accepted the Stealing Heaven Bow, scrutinizing it for a moment before furrowing her brow in confusion. Why is there no arrow? Mu Zi did not respond directly, instead offering a mysterious smile. Infuse it with elemental force and see. Skeptical yet intrigued, Mu Lingsha slowly channeled her elemental force, cautiously infusing it into the Stealing Heaven Bow. The runes on the bow seemed to awaken, shimmering slightly as they absorbed the elemental force. In the next moment, much to Mu Lingsha's astonishment, an arrow composed of elemental force materialized out of thin air. The aura emanating from the arrow caused her to blink in surprise. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Lingsha regained her composure. Adjusting her aim, she released the elemental arrow. With a sharp, piercing sound, the arrow sliced through the air like a shooting star, ultimately piercing a distant boulder and leaving behind a gaping hole. Mu Lingsha could hardly believe her eyes. The power was astonishing. She sensed that the arrow just now could likely challenge even a practitioner at the late stage of the elemental realm. Moreover, that was merely a casual shot. If she were to unleash her full strength, the arrow formed would probably be capable of threatening even a strong practitioner of the Tianxuan realm. Beside her, Mu Zi smiled as she explained. This is a rune weapon I forged for you, the Stealing Heaven Bow. The Stealing Heaven Bow generates arrows from elemental force, amplifying the power of the elemental force before releasing it. Sister, you're currently at the mid-stage of the Earth elemental realm. When you fully activate the Stealing Heaven Bow, even practitioners of the Tianxuan realm must avoid its edge. Upon hearing Mu Zi's explanation, Mu Lingsha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she carefully examined the Stealing Heaven Bow in her hands. The weapon seemed to resonate with her spirit, making her reluctant to part with it. Little sister, are you giving this to me? She asked eagerly. Seeing Mu Zi nod, Mu Lingsha leaped up in exhilaration. However, Mu Zi noted that Mu Lingsha's demeanor increasingly resembled that of a puppy, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. Mu Zi gently shook her head and shifted the conversation. However, this weapon does have its flaws. Mu Lingsha was momentarily taken aback, then turned her curious gaze toward Mu Zi, awaiting further elaboration. The Stealing Heaven Bow has a limit to the elemental force it can withstand, Mu Zi explained. If the infused elemental force exceeds the minor Yuandan realm, it will incur damage. Alas, what a failed creation. Mu Zi sighed, shaking her head. Is that really a flaw? Mu Lingsha retorted. Your standards are far too high. Mu Zi then retrieved a tome from her Qingyang pouch. Mu Lingsha noticed the title on the cover, which read, Stealing Heaven Archery Technique. What is this? Mu Lingsha inquired with curiosity. Mu Zi elucidated. Although the Stealing Heaven Bow is powerful, it is of little use if it cannot hit the target. This is a martial art to complement it. Once mastered, you'll be able to control the arrows you shoot, allowing them to change direction mid-flight, thus making it easier for you to strike your enemies. The Stealing Heaven Archery technique was tailor-made for Mu Lingsha by Mu Zi. Mu Zi mused to herself. The martial arts I cultivate are indeed formidable, capable of transcending ranks, yet their difficulty is correspondingly high. For the elder sister, those martial arts might be excessively intricate. Cultivating them could, in fact, hinder her progress. In contrast, the art of the Stealing Heaven Archery is significantly less formidable. Given Mu Lingsha's innate talent, she could grasp its fundamentals within half a day. Although this martial technique is merely of the fourth tier, when wielded in conjunction with the Stealing Heaven Bow, its might rivals that of her current heavy Yuan seal. Moreover, the methods of attack employed by the Stealing Heaven Archery are far more elusive and unpredictable, rendering it difficult for adversaries to defend against. Sister, let us commence your training at once. Muzi suddenly exclaimed. Mu Lingsha nodded, feeling a surge of eagerness at the prospect of acquiring such a powerful martial art. Consequently, she immediately immersed herself in her practice, concentrating wholeheartedly. Unbeknownst to her, Muzi, observing from the side, wore a knowing smile. Ah, how exhausting. After a rigorous afternoon of training, Mu Lingsha finally mastered the stealing heaven archery. Upon returning to her quarters, she felt sticky with sweat. Time for a bath. She decided. She entered the bathroom, filled a tub with water, and tested the temperature, finding it quite agreeable. Then, with gentle care, she picked up a wooden object from the rack. It was a beautifully carved wooden duck. The craftsmanship of the wood carving was exquisite, and Mu Lingsha held it delicately. Unable to part with it. Plop. She let it slip from her fingers, and it landed in the tub, floating gracefully atop the water. Witnessing this, Mu Lingsha couldn't help but smile. After a rustling sound, her sun-kissed skin was exposed to the air. With a contented hum, she began to lift her long legs to step into the tub. Suddenly, a shift in her expression indicated she sensed something amiss. A look of vigilance crossed her face as she scanned the surroundings, scrutinizing every corner of the bathroom. However, she found nothing out of the ordinary. Was that just my imagination? Mu Lingsha murmured to herself. Shaking her head, she dismissed her suspicions and confidently stepped towards the tub. Yet in the next moment, a twist of fate occurred. Ouch! An unseen force abruptly lifted Mu Lingsha into the air. Who goes there? She demanded, suspended awkwardly upside down. He. Muzi emerged from the shadows, a mischievous grin plastered on her face. Sister, what are you doing? Put me down at once. Mu Lingsha exclaimed, both annoyed and amused upon seeing her sister. Ignoring her pleas, Muzi raised her delicate hand, seizing the wooden duck. Sister, I didn't realize you still possessed a childlike spirit. Mu Lingsha's cheeks flushed crimson under her sister's peculiar gaze. Yet before she could respond, Muzi made her move. With her spiritual energy morphing into feather-like forms, she playfully brushed them against Mu Lingsha's skin, teasingly gliding across her body. Spiritual secret art paradise. Mu Lingsha let out a shriek as her sister's playful assault ensued. No. Ha! Little sister, stop. Ha ha ha. Muzi. Ha ha ha, I beg you. The bathroom resonated with their joyful laughter. Watching the scene unfold, Muzi nodded in satisfaction. Having condensed her life spirit talisman, her spiritual power had now achieved a near-substantial effect. The feathers conjured by her spiritual energy were no longer formless, but appeared semi-transparent, as though imbued with tangible texture. Consequently, the tickling effect was immensely heightened. Muzi squinted her eyes with a smile, marveling at the boundless utility of spiritual power. In the midst of Mu Lingsha's melodious laughter, Muzi's thoughts drifted far away. Tomorrow, we shall depart for Yin City. Chapter 48, Return to Yin City. As Muzi walked through the bustling streets of Yin City, she couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Along her journey, she had witnessed no less than 3 brawls erupting in the streets. Yet, the onlookers remained remarkably composed, many even cheering on the fighters, seemingly unconcerned about the potential consequences. Fortunately, this chaos did not encroach upon her. At that moment, a veil of spiritual energy enveloped Muzi, adeptly diminishing her presence. Despite her captivating beauty and grace, it did not incite undue commotion. However, the limitations of this technique were evident. It was not true invisibility. Once Muzi engaged with others, she would inevitably draw their attention. Suddenly, a murmur reached her ears. Have you heard? In 2 months, Wei Tong, the leader of the Blood Robe sect, is set to engage in a life-or-death duel. What? Wei Tong is a formidable expert of a minor perfection stage of the Yuandan realm. Who is his opponent? His name is Lin Dong. I'm not too sure of the specifics, but rumors say he is only 17 years old. Is that true? Where did this boy come from, so oblivious to his own limitations? Sigh, he must have provoked the Blood Robe sect. He is in for a world of trouble. Upon hearing this, Muzi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Wei Tong. Having crossed paths with the Chosen One, his fate was likely sealed. He would become a stepping stone for Lin Dong's rise to fame. 2 months prior, at the wedding of Lei Li, the Lin and Lei families had irrevocably severed ties. However, Lei Bao had been prepared, expending considerable resources to invite the deputy leader of the Blood Robe sect to assist him, an expert of the second-tier talisman master, capable of contending with the minor Yuandan realm. Nevertheless, under Lin Dong's ancient vortex talisman, he was inevitably slain. With the deputy leader's death, Wei Tong sought vengeance, investigating the Lin family before issuing a death declaration. Yet, Lin Dong leveraged the threat of escape to compel Wei Tong into a life-or-death duel 2 months hence. From Wei Tong's perspective, 2 months should suffice for Lin Dong to remain beneath his level. While this was generally true, there exists a type of individual in this world known as the protagonist. As Mu Zi pondered, she arrived at the entrance of the oddities pavilion, dispelled her spiritual energy, and stepped inside. Upon seeing her, the young attendant in blue was momentarily taken aback before donning a fawning smile, welcoming her in. Mu Zi silently shook her head, thinking to herself that she preferred the earlier defiant version of him. The attendant guided her to the back, where a middle-aged manager greeted her warmly. "Oh, my dear girl, you have finally arrived. My business has been unattended during your absence." Mu Zi merely nodded, reaching into her Qingyang pouch to retrieve several rune weapons, offering them to the manager. However, instead of accepting them as usual, the middle-aged man hesitated, appearing somewhat conflicted. Noticing his demeanor, Mu Zi furrowed her brow slightly. "Speak plainly." After a moment's hesitation, the manager said, "Miss, the Oddities Pavilion no longer purchases talismans." Upon hearing these words, Mu Zi let out a quiet sigh, as she had long anticipated the arrival of this day. The number of formidable individuals in Yen City is limited, and thus, the demand for talismans, a relatively extravagant commodity, is naturally not too high. Mu Zi had previously sold a considerable quantity of rune weapons, and by now, the market should be saturated. After all, other talismancers do not possess her unparalleled efficiency in crafting talismans. The sheer volume of her sales might even lead the uninformed to believe she was operating on a wholesale basis. Nevertheless, with the esteemed Master Fu Zhu serving as her shield, she had not attracted too many curious glances. Thanks to her remarkable track record, Fu Zhu's reputation within the talisman community of Yen City has soared. Many speculate that he might be a powerful talismancer of the fourth seal, or even higher, as such efficiency seems implausible otherwise. "Thank heaven, I have finally ascended to the rank of a fourth seal talismancer," Fu Zhu exclaimed. Observing her inability to engage in the talisman weapon trade, Mu Zi felt a tinge of disappointment. Over the past 2 months, she had frequently utilized the Reincarnation seal, and her accumulated energy was nearly depleted. She urgently needed to earn some Yang Yuan stones to recuperate. However, Mu Zi was not overly concerned. If she could not profit from the Qiwalu, she would turn to the Wanjin Merchant Association. After all, the talismans sold at Qiwalu were of a lower grade, while truly powerful talismans were auctioned. Now that Mu Zi had officially advanced to a first seal talismancer, she was capable of crafting stronger talismans, which surely met the standards for auction. Noticing the disappointment etched on the young girl's face, the manager's heart tightened, and he hastily sought to placate this lucrative asset. "Do not be disheartened, for our Qiwalu has another opportunity." Upon seeing Mu Zi's interest, he continued, "The prices of new talismans are exorbitant, making them unaffordable for many. However, some individuals, after years of use, find their talismans have suffered wear and tear, and they bring them to Qiwalu for maintenance. Currently, there is a batch of talismans awaiting repair. Perhaps you can inquire with your esteemed master if there is interest." The middle-aged manager, upon finishing his explanation, glanced at Mu Zi with a hint of trepidation. Generally, the task of repairing talismans is considered beneath the dignity of a fourth seal talismancer. Nonetheless, given Fu Zhu's previous openness to various business ventures, he took a gamble and tentatively posed the question. At that moment, the manager held little hope. After all, she was a fourth seal talismancer, possessing her own dignity and status. Surely, she would refuse, he mused. Yet, her response astonished him. "Very well, I shall take on this business." Mu Zi agreed almost without hesitation, thinking it a perfectly reasonable endeavor to earn a quick profit. The middle-aged man, overjoyed, felt a tremendous weight lifted from his shoulders, relieved that someone was willing to handle the talismans. However, he couldn't help but think how unorthodox this Fu Zhu truly was. "May I ask when your esteemed master will arrive in Yen City?" the manager inquired. According to regulations, these talismans were not permitted to leave Qiwalu. All maintenance work must be conducted within the premises. Although he had established some trust with the young girl, it was not sufficient to make an exception. With a smile, Mu Zi replied, "There is no need to trouble my master. I can handle him myself." The middle-aged man, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Oh, you have officially become a talismancer?" Upon seeing Mu Zi nod, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A talismancer so young was indeed a rarity in Yen City. Perhaps only Miss Ziyue from the City Lord's mansion could achieve such a feat at her age. "Please follow me." Unbeknownst to him, the manager had already changed his address for Mu Zi. With a calm demeanor, Mu Zi followed the manager to a designated room. "These are the talismans awaiting repair," the manager stated. Muzi nodded in acknowledgement, but just as she was about to commence, a slightly aged voice interjected. "Heh, young lady, this is not a place for frivolity." Turning towards the source of the voice, she beheld an elderly man clad in gray. A flicker of unease crossed Muzi's expression as she sensed a subtle pressure emanating from him, a ripple of mental force. This seemingly drowsy elder was, in fact, a talismancer more powerful than herself. Given that they were within Qilu, his identity was rather evident. He was the fourth seal talismancer, Master Yin. Chapter 49, Tower Duel. Master Yin, a fourth seal talismancer, possessed strength comparable to that of someone at the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm. In Yin City, there are three major forces on the surface: the City Lord's Mansion, the Wanjin Merchant Association, and the Blood Wolf Gang. Among these three factions, at least one has a pinnacle Yuandan realm expert, making them untouchable in Yin City. However, the Talisman Association led by Master Yin is equally formidable, though it operates more discreetly due to its loose organization. Despite their low profile, no one dares to underestimate them. Should anyone cross their boundaries, they will swiftly experience the terror of mental force. Recognizing Master Yin, Muzi felt a strange sensation arise within her. In the original narrative, Lin Dong had fortuitously encountered Yin Xian at Qilu, and now she found herself in a similar situation. Why does such a distinguished fourth seal talismancer always linger in the corners of Qilu? The middle-aged manager, noticing the misunderstanding, immediately stepped in to clarify. Master Yin, this young lady is a valued guest collaborating with our establishment, here to assist in the maintenance of those talismans. Oh, Master Yin was somewhat taken aback. You mean to say this young girl is a talismancer? The manager nodded in affirmation. As Muzi felt Master Yan's gaze upon her, his previously drowsy eyes now sparkled with a hint of clarity. To prevent him from probing into her mental force, Muzi decided to act. Within her Niwen Palace, under the influence of her innate spirit talisman, she summoned her formidable mental force, coalescing it into a semi-transparent needle before her. This was the transformation needle, an ordinary mental technique. Master Yin was astonished to perceive the needle of mental force as exceptionally solid, almost materializing. He extended a thread of mental force to gently touch the transformation needle, and upon sensing it, a profound shock flickered across his eyes. A second seal talismancer? Master Yin scrutinized Muzi's youthful visage, momentarily questioning his own existence. In his perception, Muzi's mental force intensity was on par with certain second seal talismancers, and the refinement of that transformation needle subtly surpassed that threshold. In truth, Muzi had deliberately held back. Had she fully compressed her mental force, the transformation needle would have been even denser. However, she feared that might startle the elder before her. Although Muzi was merely a first seal talismancer, her mental force strength rivaled that of a second seal, and should a mental confrontation arise, she would fearlessly face even a third seal talismancer. Her mental control was nothing short of extraordinary, utterly eclipsing that of her peers. Thus, even if her opponent's mental force strength surpassed hers, they would find little advantage. However, although Muzi harbored no fear of the third seal talismancer, that did not imply she could contend against a practitioner at the minor perfection stage of the Yuandan realm solely through her mental prowess. In fact, under normal circumstances, the strength of a talismancer is generally somewhat inferior to that of a similarly ranked Yuan power practitioner. This is attributable to the fact that mental energy cannot truly materialize, rendering its potency comparatively weaker than the robust and formidable Yuan power. It is only upon advancing to the realm of the talismans that mental energy fully materializes, allowing one to exhibit true dominance. Confronted by a formidable adversary who has stepped into the minor talisman's realm, even those at the same level in the wheel realm would find it challenging to engage in combat. Moreover, Muzi's terrifying mental control could serve to counteract her opponents during confrontations with talismancers. It is due to these cumulative reasons that Muzi is able to contend with a talismancer 2 ranks higher than herself using her mental energy. A second seal talismancer. Upon hearing Master Yan's assessment, the middle-aged man was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Previously, he had presumed the girl had merely advanced to a first seal talismancer, a notion he could accept despite its surprising nature. After all, in his view, Muzi had already opened her Niwen Palace and merely needed to condense a personal talisman to naturally become a talismancer. However, upon realizing that she was, in fact, a second seal talismancer, the steward was utterly thrown off balance. The last time they met, Muzi had not yet condensed her personal talisman. Now, merely half a year later, Her mental prowess had ascended to the second seal. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented, leaving him to exclaim in astonishment. What a terrifying speed! Master Yin mused. Surely, you must believe that I am not here to jest? Muzi glanced coolly at the gray-robed elder. After a moment of awkwardness, the latter's demeanor transformed into one of excitement, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Young lady, would you consider taking me as your mentor? Master Yin was presently quite exhilarated. Previously, he had stumbled upon a promising talent, only to have that impudent lad refuse to become his disciple. He had thought himself destined to be estranged from such exceptional talent, yet now, a more extraordinary genius had emerged. Moreover, this young girl appeared far more pleasing to the eye than that impudent lad. Lin Dong, perceiving Master Yan's misunderstanding, hastily revealed the truth. Upon learning that Muzi was already taken, Yanxian initially felt a pang of disappointment, followed by a scrutinizing gaze filled with astonishment directed at her. He had heard of that talisman ancestor, but had not given it much thought previously. However, the remarkable achievements of this young girl compelled him to utter. A great teacher begets a great disciple. Observing the shock on Master Yan's face, Muzi felt a sense of satisfaction. She was not driven by a desire for public acclaim, but rather possessed a clear objective, to participate in the tower duel. Muzi's choice to venture to Yin City for training was motivated not only by her desire for Qing Tan's physique, but, more importantly, by her intention to enter the Talisman Tower of Yin City, armed with memories from her previous life. She was aware that the 9th level of the Talisman Tower housed 2 imprints of ancestral talismans. Although they merely sketched a hint of the ancestral talisman's essence and bore almost no power, it represented a rare opportunity, an occasion to glimpse ancestral talismans at a low realm. Should Muzi manage to comprehend them thoroughly, it might yield unexpected insights. Furthermore, she was curious about the disparity between her own pure Yuan talismans and the authentic ancestral talismans. At this moment, Muzi displayed her mental prowess as a means of baiting. As for this year's tower duel, Master Yin was already at his wit's end. The Yin City Talisman Guild had suffered consecutive defeats in the tower duel for 2 years. Should they falter once more against the Tianxuan City, the Talisman Tower would be wrested from them. Such a loss was beyond their capacity to endure. Presently, if a powerful ally were to materialize, Master Yin would undoubtedly be moved. Just as Muzi had anticipated, Yanxian swiftly recognized this, and after a brief contemplation, he decisively initiated a probing inquiry. My dear young lady, might you have an interest in the Talisman Tower? Muzi noted Master Yan's seemingly impassive demeanor, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She had taken a bait. Chapter 50, Lin Dong's Bankruptcy. The Talisman Tower, a remarkable edifice formed by the amalgamation of the mental energies of numerous talismanic ancestors, serves to refine and elevate the spirit. Within the Great Yin dynasty, cities boasting a Talisman Tower number but a few among the multitude of grand cities. Yin City's strength is not particularly formidable, yet possessing its own Talisman Tower is a source of pride. In Master Yan's eyes, although this young girl possessed a mysterious background, she had likely never experienced the benefits of the Talisman Tower. As expected, Muzi revealed an expression of interest. The Talisman Tower can accelerate the cultivation of mental energy, with a single day within the tower equating to dozens of days in the outside world. I doubt any talismancer would remain indifferent to such an opportunity. Muzi gazed at Master Yin, offering a smile imbued with significance. Master, judging by your expression, does this imply that I may also gain entry to the Talisman Tower? Yin Xian nodded, stating, My dear lady, we can strike a deal. If you assist the Yin City Talisman Guild with a certain task, you shall earn the qualification to enter the tower. Muzi maintained her composure, though inwardly she scoffed. This old man is rather stingy. Having a deep understanding of the original narrative, she recognized that the task Yin Xian referred to was to represent Yin City in the upcoming duel against Tianxuan City. However, since the duel would take place within the Talisman Tower itself, agreeing to his earlier condition would amount to performing labor for free. Aware of this, Muzi was not about to be led by the nose. She promptly retracted her smile, her expression turning cold, and her tone grew brusque. I have heard whispers regarding the dispute between the Yin and Tianxuan City Talisman Guilds. Surely, your request isn't for me to participate in the tower duel, is it? Master Yan's expression shifted instantly, mentally cursing the situation. The girl was not ignorant. Rather, she was well aware of the Yin City Talisman Guild's predicament, and with this transaction, he had lost the upper hand. Sighing, he conceded, Alas, since you are already aware, I shall lay my intentions bare. I wish to enlist your aid in securing victory for Yin City in this tower duel. You may set the terms. With her objective achieved, Mu Zi felt a surge of delight and extended a slender finger towards Master Yan. 10 volumes of 5th grade martial arts, at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Master Yan's face twitched uncontrollably. Is it customary for one to demand such exorbitant terms? 5th grade martial arts are not mere trinkets. It is likely that the entire Yin city could not produce 10 volumes. To his knowledge, only the 4 major factions could offer 5th grade martial arts. Moreover, aside from the City Lord's mansion, the other 3 factions each possessed only 1 or 2 volumes. Master Yin cast a peculiar glance at Mu Zi, finding her to be entirely innocent, as if she were unaware of her own audacity. Considering the girl's mysterious background, he explained, 5th grade martial arts are exceedingly valuable. I can only offer you 1 volume. Mu Zi secretly rejoiced, realizing she might indeed gain something from this exchange. It seemed that asking for a sky-high price could yield substantial returns. She surmised that this was likely the other's bottom line, and thus, she promptly decided to seize the opportunity. A deal was struck. Upon the conclusion of the transaction, Master Yin felt a pang of regret as he gazed at the young girl opposite him, sighing inwardly. He hoped that this would indeed prove to be of some utility. An hour later, Mu Zi had completed the repairs on those talismans. She lifted her gaze and addressed the middle-aged steward, stating, this time, I would prefer not to receive Yang Yuan stones as compensation. Rare metals will suffice. The steward nodded, albeit with a hint of surprise. Was the other party intending to forge weapons? Yet, he had clearly stated earlier that he would no longer be procuring talismans. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Mu Zi explained, my master intends to refine a batch of high-quality talismans for auction. The middle-aged man understood. After some deliberation, Mu Zi patted her Qingyang bag and departed from the Curiosities building. 3 days later, at the Wanjin auction house, Lin Dong donned a black robe and hat. Feeling somewhat burdened, with only 2 months remaining until the life-and-death duel with Wei Tong, he lacked confidence in his ability to contend with him. To bolster his strength, Lin Dong had left his hometown and ventured alone to Yin City for training. He chose to first visit the Wanjin Merchant Association in hopes of acquiring some useful items. As he fingered the Qingyang bag at his waist, Lin Dong felt a surge of assurance. After being taken advantage of by Mu Zi, he had come to fully appreciate the value of money. Consequently, he transformed into a diligent miner, extracting a considerable amount of Yang Yuan stones and refining them into Yang Yuan pills using stone talismans. This led him to reduce his time spent with Qing Tan, which had elicited some complaints from her. However, when the blood robe sect truly came knocking, Lin Dong sincerely rejoiced in his earlier decisions. Now he possessed a total of 2,000 Yang Yuan pills, a figure that was double that of the original narrative. In Lin Dong's estimation, with such wealth, attending an auction should be more than sufficient. Yet, he would soon find himself in for a surprise. At the auction, Lin Dong frequently made bids. First, he spent 400 Yang Yuan pills to acquire 5 spirit herbs. Then another 250 for a secret technique, the sharp spiral wave. In the Tianxuan Continent, mental techniques are broadly categorized into 3 levels, Jing, Qi, and Shun, from lowest to highest. Additionally, there are many ordinary mental techniques that do not fall into these categories, such as the spirit needle. Legends suggest that beyond the divine level, there exist even higher tiers of mental techniques, but these were beyond Lin Dong's reach. Although the sharp spiral wave was not particularly outstanding among Jing-level mental techniques, it would nonetheless significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Thus, he did not hesitate to secure it. However, he soon regretted his decision. The next item up for auction was another mental technique, which after evaluation by the Talisman's Guild, was deemed to be nearing the Qi level. The bewildering technique could influence an enemy's senses, leading them to make erroneous judgments. In battles between strong opponents, even a slight misstep can be fatal. Mastering this mental technique would allow Lin Dong to engage or retreat strategically against formidable foes, placing him in a nearly invincible position. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain this technique, he would gain considerable confidence even against Wei Tong. Bye. Yet in the next moment, Lin Dong's expression darkened. The starting bid for the bewildering technique was 3,000 Yang Yuan stones, truly befitting of a technique approaching the Qi level. The starting price alone surpassed that of the sharp spiral wave. Nonetheless, the bewildering technique was indeed well suited for Lin Dong, as mental prowess was his strongest attribute, and enhancing his mental offensive capabilities would notably improve his combat strength. Gritting his teeth, Lin Dong steeled himself to participate in the bidding. 10 minutes later, the host proclaimed, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for securing the bewildering technique at the price of 5,000 Yang Yuan stones. Following the successful bid, Lin Dong felt little joy. With 500 Yang Yuan pills spent, he had grown somewhat numb to the expense. Yen City truly was a gold sink. Reflecting on his days in Qingyang Town, Lin Dong felt like a complete novice. Just as he was about to leave, a particular auction item caught his eye. The fractured Yuan sword. Crafted by a master using fractured Yuan steel, capable of channeling mental energy. The starting bid was 5,000 Yang Yuan stones. Staring at the black short sword on the stage, Lin Dong was momentarily dumbfounded. Shaped Shiensu. As the host's words echoed through the auction hall, exclamations of astonishment erupted. This item was indeed a talisman capable of channeling mental energy. In Yen City, such talismans were exceedingly rare, and their appearance would undoubtedly incite a bidding frenzy among many talisman masters. Although talisman masters are generally slightly weaker than their energy cultivation counterparts of the same level, possessing a suitable mental talisman could entirely bridge that gap. Moreover, observant individuals noted that the runes engraved on the fractured Yuan sword exuded an aura of sophistication, likely the work of a renowned crafting master. Thus, as the auction commenced, the room was filled with a cacophony of bids. Lin Dong sensed the fervent atmosphere and felt a swirl of uncertainty. Why did this sword evoke a sense of familiarity? He murmured. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the fractured Yuan shuttle that Mu Zi had taken from him. He pondered, could this sword have been crafted by Miss Mu? Lin Dong, is that you, fractured Yuan shuttle? Fractured Yuan sword. You've mistaken me. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Dong suddenly experienced a peculiar illusion, as if Mu Zi had anticipated his arrival in Yen City and had deliberately awaited him there. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. His undertaking to train in Yen City had been conducted in secrecy, known only to a select few like Lin Langtian, making it improbable for outsiders to glean such information. To be frank, Lin Dong was indeed in dire need of a mental talisman like this one. The power of the fractured Yuan shuttle was somewhat lacking, making it challenging to pose a significant threat to an opponent of Wei Tong's caliber. However, the pressing issue was that he was nearly out of funds. After his previous extravagant spending, Lin Dong was left with only over 800 Yang Yuan pills, which made it exceedingly difficult to secure this item. After all, those bidding were likely all talisman masters, who often possessed considerable wealth. As expected, as the bidding heated up, the price of a fractured Yuan sword swiftly surpassed 8,000 Yang Yuan stones, thereby eliminating Lin Dong's chances of competing. Ultimately, the item was claimed for 11,000 Yang Yuan stones by a middle-aged man who was a second-tier talisman master. Lin Dong watched with a heavy heart as the fractured Yuan sword fell into the hands of the middle-aged man, feeling as though something that rightfully belonged to him had been snatched away. With a resigned shake of his head, he sighed deeply and, filled with a sense of melancholy, rose to leave the auction house. After the auction concluded in a room backstage at the Wanjin auction house. In the room sat a woman clad in a resplendent red gown, her skin as fair as snow, with cheeks reminiscent of peach blossoms graced by a touch of regal charm, making her exceptionally captivating. Her appearance bore no distinction from that of a youthful maiden. Yet her voluptuous curves and graceful demeanor imbued her with a mature allure that was utterly enchanting. She was Xuansu, the chief overseer of the Wanjin auction house. With delicate hands, she cradled a teacup, taking a gentle sip, her beautiful eyes gazing into the air before her, lost in contemplation. Originally, she had planned to accompany Master Yin to the auction. However, recent events had compelled her to alter her itinerary. A mysterious talisman master had emerged in Yen City, crafting a plethora of powerful talismans, including some of a spiritual nature. The talisman master offered these treasures for auction, presenting a lucrative opportunity for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. While this alone would not typically warrant Xuansu's immediate attention, the unexpected endorsement of the talisman master by the Talisman Guild elevated her interest significantly, prompting her to personally greet this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the gentle push of the door as it swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Xuansu rose to welcome the newcomer, her mind racing with various thoughts. Was the concealment of identity a personal choice of the visitor or a directive from the Talisman Guild? In truth, it was a combination of both. With the tower duel approaching, Master Yin wished to keep Mu Zi's identity hidden. Should the Talisman Guild of Tianxuan City become aware of this external ally, they might take countermeasures. Coincidentally, Mu Zi also preferred to remain low profile, leading to a mutual agreement to obscure her identity. The talismans Mu Zi had crafted in recent days were delivered to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce through the Talisman Guild. However, she insisted on personally overseeing the exchange after the auction, as she was determined to safeguard her earnings. At this moment, beneath the black cloak, Mu Zi observed Xuanzu's approach and nodded to herself, noting that the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce regarded this transaction with considerable importance. Esteemed master, please take a seat and rest. The proceeds from the auction will be delivered to you shortly, Xuanzu offered. Mu Zi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing a seat without hesitation. Seeing this, Xuanzu gracefully took a seat beside her, with a smile directed towards the cloaked figure. Xuanzu exuded an air of elegance that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. It is indeed a great honor for the master to collaborate with the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The cloaked figure shook her head, responding in a gravelly voice. It is merely a matter of mutual necessity. Undeterred by the lack of response, Xuanzu continued to probe. The sudden emergence of a master like yourself in Yin City is quite astonishing. Boldly, she expressed her curiosity about the true visage concealed beneath the black cloak. Might the master indulge a mere girl's insignificant curiosity? As she spoke, Xuanzu leaned slightly closer to Mu Zi, her skirt swaying gently, inadvertently revealing her jade-like thighs, exuding a subtle yet enticing charm. Beneath the cloak, Mu Zi chuckled softly, shaking her head inwardly. Women in trade often knew how to leverage their advantages, yet they were also astute, unwilling to allow others to take advantage of them easily. Indeed, Xuanzu was a striking beauty, but her regal presence possessed a captivating allure that was undeniably magnetic to men. With a figure beneath the cloak, a young man filled with vigor, he might have been tempted to reveal his true self. However, such tactics held no sway over Mu Zi. It was likely that Xuanzu had not anticipated that the person receiving such attention from the Talisman Guild would turn out to be a mere girl. Her various attempts at seduction were akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. I apologize for my unremarkable appearance, Mu Zi declined. As she regarded the enchanting beauty beside her, a thought flickered through her mind. This must be a high-spec version of Yufei. Despite Xuanzu's seemingly delicate demeanor, she was, in fact, a nascent master of the Yuan-Dan realm, no less formidable than Wei Tong. Moreover, she had yet to reach her 30th year. Achieving such prowess in Yin City attested to her exceptional talent. Based on Mu Zi's estimation, had Xuanzu received the nurturing of one of the four great clans, she would likely have already entered the third realm of transformation, rivaling the likes of Wang Yan. Chapter 52. A single glance could ignite an explosion. After Mu Zi rejected Xuanzu's advances, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Despite the series of probing attempts, the other party remained unmoved, prompting Xuanzu to question her own allure. Even if the individual before her was resolute, there should at least be some reaction, should there not? Was it possible that her makeup had failed her today? Fortunately, not long after, a staff member entered the room, presenting Xuanzu with a Qingyang bag, thereby shattering the awkward atmosphere. Master, here are the proceeds from the auction, 18,000 yuan stones. Accepting the bag, Mu Zi counted its contents, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Since becoming a talisman master, her ability to generate income had increased significantly. At this rate, once Mu Zi advanced to the realm of spiritual talismans, she would be able to forge true spiritual treasures, making her financial endeavors even more effortless. While crafting talismans, she could also hone her mental prowess, and her control over it had become increasingly adept, a fact reflected in her use of spiritual techniques. Now, when Mu Zi employed the mesmerizing technique, she could not only bewilder her enemies' senses, but also subtly influence their thoughts. For those with weaker wills, she could even ensnare them in a vivid illusion from which they could not escape. This remarkable effect stemmed from Mu Zi's prodigious mental control, a feat that others, even if they acquired the mesmerizing technique, could not replicate. Currently, the power of the mesmerizing technique she wielded was likely on par with that of an advanced spiritual technique. Regrettably, she had yet to find an opportunity to put it into practice. Since arriving in Yin City, no foolhardy individuals had dared to provoke her, and Mu Zi refrained from acting against passers-by, for she was not a demon. Lin Dong, please continue. I am listening. Mu Zi tucked away the Qingyang bag, exchanged a brief farewell with Xuanzu, and departed the auction house, leaving behind the latter's wistful gaze. 3 days later, Mu Zi collected the proceeds from her final auction. She had crafted a considerable number of talismans, prompting the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to hold consecutive auctions over 3 days to facilitate their sale. During this time, many powerful individuals in Yin City reveled in a spree, upgrading their weapons and enhancing their strength. Of course, this was limited to those with yuan stones. Outside the auction house, Mu Zi gently removed her face-covering black cloak, revealing a stunning and breathtaking beauty. With just 2 months until the tower duel, it was time to focus on her cultivation. Feeling the weight of several Qingyang bags at her waist, Mu Zi's steps became noticeably lighter. However, in the next moment, two figures obstructed her path. Among them stood a towering figure, a man of formidable stature, his expression stoic as he assumed the role of a sentinel. To Mu Zi's astonishment, this brawny individual was, in fact, a formidable cultivator at the small Yuandan realm. Shifting her gaze to another figure, she beheld a slightly effeminate young man clad in blue, his cultivation level hovering at the mid-stage of the Tianxuan realm. His robes, though opulent, were amusingly soiled with dirt, rendering him a rather disheveled sight. "Why do you obstruct my path?" Mu Zi inquired. The young man in blue leered at Mu Zi's delicate form, his gaze fixated on her exquisite features and alluring physique, igniting a surge of lascivious desire within him. Recently humiliated by a youth named Lin Dong at the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, where he had been publicly defeated, Song Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With his aspirations of courting the esteemed Xia Zhilan now dashed, he found himself in a state of discontent. Yet, unexpectedly, just as he exited the Wanjin chamber, a delightful surprise awaited him. The maiden before him was undeniably a rare beauty, despite having pursued numerous women. He had never encountered such an extraordinary gem. Indeed, compared to his previous infatuation with Xia Zhilan, even Xian Su paled in comparison. Moreover, this girl appeared quite youthful, not yet fully matured, leaving him to ponder the marvel she would become in due time. If he could bring her back to the Song family and cultivate her properly, his life would be complete. With this thought in mind, Song Qing licked his lips and declared, "Come with me, my dear. I assure you, I shall treat you well." "Are you out of your mind?" Mu Zi retorted, disgusted. "Is this how you charm a lady? You don't even pretend." Under normal circumstances, Song Qing would not have acted so brazenly, but after a series of setbacks that day, his patience had worn thin. "Think carefully. I am the young master of the Song family in Yin City." Mu Zi scoffed coldly, intending to make him feel pain, but then reconsidered, her anger dissipating. Just days prior, she had lamented the uselessness of her charming technique. Little did she expect the nefarious individual would present himself so soon. Thus, a devilish smile graced her lips, which, in Song Qing's eyes, appeared intoxicating. "Follow me," Mu Zi beckoned, turning towards a secluded corner, leaving the two men exchanging glances. Moments later, a lecherous expression emerged on Song Qing's face. "So forward, are we?" Perhaps she's intimidated by the Song family. The Yuandan realm guard cast a meaningful glance in his direction. As he watched the girl's retreating figure, Song Qing's gaze gleamed with wicked intent, licking his lips in anticipation. "Regardless of your background, today, this young master shall have his way." The two followed Mu Zi into the darkened alley, which loomed like a gaping maw ready to swallow them whole. Suddenly, Mu Zi whirled around, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon Song Qing. "Do you find my eyes beautiful?" At her words, Song Qing involuntarily met her gaze, only to be overwhelmed by a powerful wave of mental energy surging into his mind. In an instant, he forgot his surroundings, ensnared within the illusion crafted by Mu Zi. In this dreamlike state, he remained the young master of the Song family, albeit with heightened talents. Effortlessly, Song Qing ascended to the shaping realm, becoming the most powerful individual in Yin City, and soon resolved to venture forth to hone his skills. The Tianyin mountain range quelled the prodigies, while the great wilderness county gathered demonesses, forging and slaying transformations, overpowering the four great clans. Ultimately, Song Qing refined himself to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, on the cusp of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. He envisioned himself reigning supreme over the Yin dynasty, with all the world's beauties at his command. The breakthrough to the Nirvana realm required the purging of his body and marrow with Nirvana energy, a task he believed was well within his grasp. However, this process proved more challenging than anticipated. For the first time in his smoothly ascending cultivation journey, he encountered an obstacle. "Refine it for me." Completely immersed in his endeavor to break through, Song Qing was filled with excitement. How could I possibly give up? He desperately summoned the energy within him, striving to forcefully break through his meridians and dantian, his entire being trembling violently. Meanwhile, the guard observed Song Qing's erratic behavior, a chill running down his spine as he cast a horrified glance at Mu Zi. "You vixen, what have you done to the young master?" A radiant smile blossomed on Mu Zi's face. "I am merely making his dreams come true." Ha ha! In the next moment, under Song Qing's fervent onslaught, he seemed to genuinely breach the confines of his limitations, a sickly smile spreading across his pale visage. "I shall break through to Nirvana today." Suddenly, Song Qing's meridians could no longer withstand the strain. exploding under the pressure of his yuan force. In the blink of an eye, a series of muffled explosions erupted from his body, followed by torrents of blood mist violently spewing forth. Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. Chapter 53. The Tianyuan Seal. At this moment, Song Qing's meridians shattered into countless fragments, and the excruciating pain jolted him awake from the illusion. Where am I? He mused, his mind clouded. Had he not just become a Nirvana Rel powerhouse? How could he find himself in such a state? Where has my power gone? The overwhelming sense of weakness emanating from within him revealed the stark reality. The once great strength capable of moving mountains was now but a distant memory. How feeble. Now, bereft of his cultivation due to the destruction of his meridians, Song Qing had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, utterly powerless. The immense disparity left him trembling, and, coupled with his grievous injuries, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. The towering man, witnessing this scene, felt his vision redden with rage. His anger did not stem from any deep affection for Song Qing, but rather from the realization that the young master's incapacitation reflected his own grave failure as a guardian. Contemplating the deep affection the family head and matriarch held for their son, he could almost foresee his own grim fate. I must seize the perpetrator. Perhaps I can redeem myself. In a fit of desperation, he launched an attack, unleashing the surging Yuan force of the Yuan Dan realm. A force akin to a tempest directed at Mu Zi. Pure Yuan vitality. The intensity of the Yuan force at the Yuan Dan realm was far beyond that of the Tian Yuan realm. Such a fierce wave could split mountains and shatter stone. However, Mu Zi remained unfazed, sensing that his pure Yuan energy fell short of her own Tian Yuan strength. Wrapping her palm in Yuan force, she made a strike without employing any martial arts. Bang! As their fists collided, the brawny man staggered back 3 steps, his heart pounding in disbelief as he beheld the girl before him, unyielding, astonished. He realized he had suffered a loss in a direct confrontation between the Tian Yuan and Yuan Dan realms. Upon sensing this outcome, Mu Zi furrowed her brows slightly. The small Yuan Dan realm is rather weak. She had not yet exerted her full strength and had still managed to suppress the brawny man. Could it be that she had underestimated the effects of the pure Yuan symbol? In truth, this revelation was not particularly surprising. Although the robust man was merely at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm, it was likely that the level of his Yuan Dan was not particularly high, perhaps merely at the lowest grade of 2 or 3 stars. Hence, within this realm, his strength was among the weakest. Had it been otherwise, why would a powerful figure in the Yuan Dan realm deign to act as a servant, constantly guarding by Song Qing's side? Despite Mu Zi's cultivation being only at the early stage of the Tian Yuan realm, the quality of her Yuan power was sufficient to utterly overwhelm her opponent. Such weakness was rather dull. Mu Zi felt a sense of ennui. It was her first time engaging in such a one-sided battle since her debut, and she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Without further delay, Mu Zi unleashed a formidable Yuan seal, eliminating the robust man. Despite his desperate attempts, he could not impede the pristine, white lotus-like light seal, ultimately meeting a despairing end to his sinful existence. Mu Zi gazed down at the unconscious Song Qing, but ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow. It was not an act of sudden compassion, but rather a realization that sometimes living could be more tormenting than death itself. In the realm of illusions, Song Qing was a reborn powerhouse capable of commanding the winds and rains, yet upon returning to reality, he was but a powerless wretch. Such a stark contrast could render existence more unbearable than death itself. Thus, it is wise not to provoke women lightly, especially those of striking beauty. However, it would be best if you did not remember my visage. A smile graced Mu Zi's face as a surge of mental energy forcefully invaded Song Qing's mind, erasing any impression of her. Having completed this task, the young woman departed with satisfaction, leaving behind a young man in the alley, utterly desolate. 2 months later, at the Talismakers Association, in a separate courtyard. Since that day, Mu Zi had devoted herself entirely to her cultivation. Now, her cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of the Tian Yuan realm, and she was but a step away from the late stage. As she introspected her Dantian, the Yuan power within her body displayed a stark contrast to her previous state in the D-Yuan realm. At this moment, the energy mass in her Dantian was distinctly divided into 2 sections, one blue and one red. Upon closer examination, it became apparent that the blue energy mass was of a deeper hue. This was due to Mu Zi's cultivation in the Tian Yuan realm not yet being perfected. Once the red energy mass reached a scale comparable to the blue one, she could attempt the convergence of yin and yang to condense her Yuan Dan. That day was not far off. The reason for such rapid cultivation progress, aside from the influence of the Qi transformation spiral, was the significance of the pure Yuan talisman. As previously mentioned, Muzi had created this innate spirit talisman primarily to enhance her Yuan power through her mental talent. Once the pure Yuan talisman took effect, it would establish a correlational state between her mental strength and Yuan power. In simpler terms, their cultivation levels would be bound together. The advancement of one would propel the progress of the other. This implied that from now on, Muzi would not experience a disparity in the realms of power. Any breakthroughs would occur simultaneously. Currently, due to her mental strength's rapid cultivation, it was generally her mental power that propelled the enhancement of her Yuan power. However, upon reaching the Nirvana realm, the elevation of her Yuan power would become considerably easier than that of her mental strength, at which point their relationship might even reverse. During this period of gratifying advancement in her cultivation, Muzi had not neglected her martial arts training. Master Yin honored his promise and presented her with the 5th grade martial arts techniques ahead of schedule, unperturbed by the possibility of her absconding. With this reference, Muzi first upgraded her Yuan seal to the 5th grade and then successfully created another 5th grade martial art, the Tianxuan seal. Its principle was akin to that of the Yuan seal. Muzi had comprehended the yang qi absorbed during her cultivation of the Tianxuan realm, grasping a hint of yang intent to integrate into her sealing techniques. This martial art, once unleashed, radiated an overwhelming dominance, akin to the blazing sun overhead, as if the enemies were ensnared in a hellish inferno, being incinerated alive. In terms of destructive power, the Tianxuan seal even surpassed the Yuan seal, as it specialized in this domain. Although the Yuan seal was slightly inferior, it possessed the unique ability to freeze the mind, rendering it overall comparable to its predecessor. One embodying yin and the other yang, each held its own utility. Both had now entered the realm of 5th grade techniques, their might even rivaling that of the 6th grade. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Gumin, a maid entered, bowing to Muzi. She was sent by the Talismakers Association to attend to her needs, perhaps out of concern that she might leave without notice. Notably, it was curious how Master Yin had decided to send someone so strikingly handsome at first. Muzi promptly requested a change, selecting a different maid at random. To her surprise, this maid appeared quite clever, but after spending some time with Muzi, she became somewhat foolish. At this moment, she was gazing blankly at Muzi's profile. Recently, Muzi had turned 15, marking her initial departure from childhood. Unbeknownst to her, as she matured, her aura became increasingly ethereal. Moreover, with her rising cultivation, she radiated even more charm. Presently, Muzi's strength was considered top tier in Yin City, and the demeanor that accompanied it was naturally exceptional, even causing some women to be captivated. This maid was no exception. After witnessing her grace, she was utterly astonished. In comparison, the so-called top young experts of Yin City appeared as mere fireflies, dim and insignificant. Muzi had grown accustomed to the maid's stupor. She slightly tilted her head, revealing her exquisite visage, and inquired, "Has anything significant occurred recently?" Chapter 54, The Strength of Lin Dong. Upon hearing Muzi's question, the maid snapped back to reality. Indeed, there is a major event. Wei Tong from the Blood Robe sect is set to engage in a life-and-death duel with Lin Dong from Qingyang Town today. This matter has stirred quite the uproar. Muzi nodded, realizing it was indeed today. She rose, gathering her long hair into a simple bun, and instructed the maid, "Let us proceed to the arena." The maid was taken aback. This esteemed lady had previously remained reclusive, so it was unexpected for her to partake in such excitement. During this period, Muzi had devoted nearly all her focus to cultivation, yet one must strike a balance between diligence and leisure. Coincidentally, the tower duel was just a few days away, and she decided it was time for a respite. Muzi, reflecting on her stillness, sought to witness Lin Dong's battle and gauge the prowess of the chosen one from another realm. "Lin Dong, I feel rather embarrassed." Before long, the two arrived at the arena. The atmosphere was exceptionally lively, with long lines of people waiting. After all, although Lin Dong was an unknown figure, Wei Tong from the Blood Robe sect held considerable renown in Yin City. Witnessing the battle of such a formidable adversary was indeed a rare opportunity. Muzi's arrival naturally caused quite a stir. However, after the maid presented the Talisman Association's token, the crowd exhibited expressions of reverence, refraining from any disturbances. With the status of the Talismakers Association, Muzi and her companion were not required to queue with the others. They were guided by the staff through a special passage, arriving at a VIP seating area. This location offered an excellent view, allowing them to survey the entire arena. As Muzi gazed forward, she spotted the figure of Master Yin at the forefront of the VIP section. The latter became aware of her gaze and turned to Mu Zi, offering a benevolent smile. This scene attracted the attention of those around them, sparking speculation about the identity of this exquisite young woman. Master Yin, however, remained indifferent, with the tower duel imminent. Even if Tianhua City were to learn of Mu Zi's information, they would have no opportunity to respond. Seated at the main table alongside Master Yin were two men, both possessing the formidable cultivation of the great perfection in the Yuan-Dan realm. One was a man adorned in a brocade robe, exuding an air reminiscent of a merchant, with a friendly smile gracing his face. He was none other than Xiao Wanjin, the president of the Wanjin Merchant Association. The other was a robust middle-aged man, his bare arms displaying a blood wolf tattoo, who sat with an imposing presence akin to a mountain, instilling a sense of intimidation. He was Yushan, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang. Upon witnessing Master Yan's actions, both men followed his gaze, their eyes momentarily flashing with astonishment. Xiao Wanjin inquired with a smile. Master Yan, may I ask who this young lady is? Master Yan replied, revealing little. She is merely an outstanding junior from our Talismans Association. At this, Xiao Wanjin appeared contemplative. As a shrewd businessman, he quickly surmised that Mu Zi was indeed the provider of the auction items discussed earlier. Gazing at the young woman's delicate features, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was no wonder Xuanzu's charm offensive had faltered. The opponent was, in fact, an even more remarkable woman. Xiao Wanjin remarked, it seems the Talismans Association has birthed another genius akin to Miss Ziwa. Congratulations. Meanwhile, Yushan observed the amicable exchange between the two with a twinge of discomfort. The elite circles of Yin City held a certain camaraderie, yet he felt somewhat estranged from them. Perhaps it was due to his background in the underworld, which imbued him with a certain roughness, setting him apart from the refined company. Moreover, the Blood Wolf gang's notorious reputation for ruthless dealings had earned them many enemies. Just recently, due to the conflict over the Dan Immortal Pool, the Blood Wolf gang had found itself at odds with Lin Dong. Yushan had clandestinely thrown his support behind Wei Tong, hoping he would eliminate that bothersome youth. As Yushan pondered, his gaze returned to the arena where Lin Dong and Wei Tong had taken the stage. The two faced each other, their eyes filled with animosity, each seemingly eager to end the other's life. Before long, with the host's command, the life-and-death duel commenced. Wei Tong struck first, enveloping his fist in Yuan power as he charged at Lin Dong. The latter, with a grave expression, unleashed waves of mental energy from his Niwen palace, erecting layers of mental barriers before him. However, the sheer might of Wei Tong's great perfection in the Yuan-Dan realm shattered those barriers with brutal ease, leaving Lin Dong in a state of disarray. You think you can oppose me, little brat? Wei Tong sneered, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Witnessing this, Mu Zi shook her head. Lin Dong's mental strength was formidable, rivaling that of a third-tier talisman master, placing him on par with Wei Tong. Strictly speaking, their confrontation was merely a clash of equals. Yet, Lin Dong's mental prowess did not pose a significant threat to Wei Tong, rendering the encounter rather one-sided. Had Mu Zi possessed such a level of mental strength, she could have easily subdued Wei Tong without resorting to Yuan power, unlike Lin Dong, who had to rely on it for victory. In the original narrative, Lin Dong had consistently undervalued mental prowess, which led to his exceptional mental talent being wasted, forcing him to depend on Yuan power in high-stakes battles. For instance, during the Tian Yaojiao clan arc, Lin Dong's mental strength had ascended to the level of a minor talisman master, surpassing the average rotation realm cultivator. Yet, as the master of ancestral talismans, he could not leverage this minor talisman master's mental strength to contend with a reincarnation realm expert, only managing to bully a young girl from the Kunping clan. Only when his Yuan power reached the rotation realm could he genuinely confront reincarnation realm opponents. Lin Dong's ineptitude in utilizing his mental power rendered his eventual breakthrough to the ancestral realm a remarkable feat. Mu Zi reflected on this, realizing that her arrival in the Tianxuan Continent indicated a tangible reality. Thus, whether Lin Dong could once again ascend to the ancestral realm as he did in his original timeline remained uncertain. She resolved not to place her hopes on others. Self-improvement was paramount. As for Lin Dong, she would leave his fate to chance. If he could break through to the ancestral realm, it would be splendid. If not, Mu Zi would have to confront the Demon Emperor alone. In truth, the two scenarios were not vastly different. As Mu Zi contemplated, the situation in the arena shifted. Lin Dong erupted with power, his mental energy surging forth, coalescing into a spear as thick as a thigh, adorned with spiraling patterns that hinted at its formidable lethality. Spiral Spike. Faced with this advanced mental technique, Wei Tong could not afford to underestimate it. He slowly spread his fists, rapidly condensing a formidable and terrifying pure yuan energy in his palms. In the blink of an eye, his hands gleamed with brilliance, unleashing an extreme surge of power. Thousand-rending palm. Among the spectators, many were well acquainted with Wei Tong, and upon witnessing his actions, they gasped in astonishment, turning their incredulous gazes toward Lin Dong, clearly not expecting the latter to force Wei Tong into such a corner. Although the thousand-rending palm was merely a fourth-tier martial art, it was ferociously potent and constituted one of Wei Tong's deadliest techniques, having previously felled 3 Yuan Dan realm experts. Beside them, Xuanzu wore a slightly grave expression. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, the two attacks finally collided. In the initial confrontation, the spiral spike did not achieve significant success. Rather, it was driven back by the fierce assault of pure Yuan energy, retreating towards Lin Dong's position. Given that mental power inherently lacked the raw ferocity of pure Yuan energy, this outcome was hardly surprising. Ultimately, results mattered. Master Yin offered a faint smile, observing, under Wei Tong's onslaught, the spiral spike is being forced into retreat, prompting some spectators to sigh, realizing Lin Dong appeared to be on the verge of defeat. Yet in the next moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, controlling the spiral spike to self-destruct, simultaneously revealing the hidden lethal attack within. Dozens of needle-like projectiles shot forth, striking Wei Tong before he could evade. Reeling from the mental assault, he clutched his head and let out a pained cry. Muzi nodded at this development, finally seeing Lin Dong exhibit some semblance of prowess. With the combination of spiral spike and spirit needles, Lin Dong had forced Wei Tong back, dramatically reversing the situation and eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. However, Wei Tong, being a veteran of bloodshed, quickly steeled himself, fixing a fierce gaze upon Lin Dong. "You little pest, I will kill you." Yet, just as he prepared to regroup and launch another attack, Lin Dong executed the mind confusion technique. A dazzling array of colors filled his eyes, and as he locked eyes with Wei Tong, a powerful wave of mental energy surged into the latter's mind. Muzi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Dong had managed to acquire the mind confusion technique. In the arena, Wei Tong suddenly fell into a moment of distraction, allowing Lin Dong to seize the opportunity. He summoned the Yuan force of the minor Yuan Dan realm, coalescing it into a faint golden palm imprint that struck towards the defenseless Wei Tong. Qimen said, observing the potency of the Qimen seal, Muzi smirked slightly. Lin Dong's martial arts proficiency could only be deemed commendable, yet the Qimen seal, modified by the stone rune, wielded in his hands, exhibited power that did not significantly outstrip that of ordinary 5th-tier martial arts. In contrast, the 2 5th-tier martial arts mastered by Muzi far surpassed the Qimen seal in efficacy, making it difficult for even 6th-tier techniques to compete. Based on her conjectures, perhaps only unique martial arts akin to the heavenly demon S-mouth employed by the little weasel could marginally exceed it within the 6th-tier martial arts realm. In the original narrative, the little weasel merely harnessed Lin Dong S-Yuan force at the heavenly origin realm to unleash the heavenly demon S-mouth, which could suppress a fully realized demonic spirit at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. The cultivation of martial arts must adhere to reason. Prior to entering the Yuan Dan realm, no matter how extraordinary one might be, it is impossible to execute techniques above the 7th tier. Therefore, the heavenly demon S-mouth at that time likely still belonged within the 6th tier category. The heavenly origin realm S supremacy over the peak of the Yuan Dan realm indicates that Lin Dong's prowess was a notch above Muzi's current capabilities. This was indeed quite reasonable. After all, the little weasel should have made a breakthrough to the wheel-turning realm just before its corporeal form was destroyed. Additionally, it possessed the pure royal bloodline of the heavenly demon weasel clan, defying common logic. Muzi was aware of these nuances, hence she did not underestimate the heroes of the world. Despite Lin Dong's consistent victories against opponents of higher tiers in the original narrative, it was not without its embellishments. Compared to protagonists from other fantastical realms, Lin Dong's adversaries were not particularly monstrous. For instance, high-tier powerhouses seldom suppressed their cultivation to engage him on equal footing. Should such a scenario arise, Lin Dong's current strength would appear insufficient. Now, although Muzi's Yuan force and spiritual strength were a significant tier below Lin Dong's, a confrontation between the two would undoubtedly result in Lin Dong's dismal defeat. The little weasel's strength was even more formidable, eclipsing Muzi for the time being. Not to mention the likes of Mo Luo, Qingji, and Ice Lord. Fortunately, compared to these highly skilled individuals, Muzi's martial path was only just beginning. She firmly believed that in the not-so-distant future, she would surpass each of these formidable figures. Chapter 55, Purple Moon. Qingyang, the faint golden palm imprint, formed from Yuan force, struck mercilessly upon Wei Tong. Under the influence of the confusion technique, he had no time to react and suffered a direct hit. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Wei Tong met his demise on the spot. Hiss! Witnessing such an outcome, the assembled crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, Wei Tong had forced Lin Dong into a desperate situation. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tides of battle had shifted dramatically, as Lin Dong's series of relentless assaults resulted in Wei Tong's swift demise. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving many spectators momentarily stunned, as life and death hung in the balance. Bang! Yu Shan's fist struck the edge of the spectator's platform with great force, unable to accept the outcome. The Blood-Clothed sect was one of the few subordinate factions of the Blood Wolf gang, and Wei Tong was quite capable, regarded as one of his most trusted subordinates. In Yu Shan's view, dispatching a 17-year-old youth should have been a simple task. However, he had not anticipated that Wei Tong would fall to his opponent. Moreover, Lin Dong's speed in killing was astonishingly swift, leaving Yu Shan with no opportunity to intervene personally, igniting a furious blaze within him. Lin Dong. The tumult of emotions within Yu Shan was hard to contain as he unleashed the full force of his peak Yuan Dan realm aura, his furious gaze locking onto Lin Dong below the platform. Under the weight of his murderous glare, Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine. His current strength was insufficient to contend with a fully realized powerhouse. Fortunately, in the next moment, Xiao Wanjin stepped in to shield him from that overwhelming aura. Yu Shan, it seems you are descending into chaos, he declared. Having signed a life-and-death agreement, this is a fair duel. Do you intend to intervene? Yu Shan glared at Xiao Wanjin, his face ashen with rage. These individuals persistently opposed him, and he felt a foreboding that perhaps the Blood Wolf gang's position in Yin City was nearing its end. Was he to forsake the foundation of Yin City and return to a life of crime? The thought filled Yu Shan with resentment. While the life of a bandit was free-spirited, it was also perilous. After painstakingly achieving a clean slate, how could he resign himself to starting from scratch again? Perhaps I could attempt to contact Han Zong and Han Sheng, Yu Shan pondered, weighing whether to leverage some connections and summon several formidable powerhouses at the peak of Yuan Dan realm, potentially eradicating all obstacles. Yet in the next moment, he shook his head inwardly. It was not yet time for such measures. Those individuals from the underworld were no easy adversaries. He feared that it might backfire and worsen the Blood Wolf gang's predicament. Though Lin Dong was a nuisance, there were still ways to resolve the issue. Yu Shan still had pieces to play. Gui, Dao Men's Gay, Yin was unrivaled at the minor Yuan Dan realm level. Having him deal with a Lin Dong should be more than sufficient. Furthermore, not long ago, the Song family had finally ceased their indecisiveness and completely pledged allegiance to the Blood Wolf gang, which could compensate for the loss of the Blood-Clothed sect. However, Yu Shan found the recent actions of the Song family rather peculiar. Though he had limited insight, he knew they seemed to be searching for an exceptionally talented woman. Shaking off his distractions, Yu Shan let out a heavy snort, then turned to leave the arena. His departure did not attract much attention at that moment. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Dong. Following this life-and-death battle, Lin Dong's name would undoubtedly resound throughout Yin City. Having slain Wei Tong, no one would dare to underestimate this young man any longer. The crowd marveled at the fact that at merely 17 years of age, he was capable of directly defeating a minor Yuan Dan realm opponent. He was likely the foremost among the younger generation. Let us return to the Rune Master Association, Mu Zi stated as she rose, addressing her attendant beside her. After a brief respite, she was prepared to return home and await the upcoming tower duel in a few days. Deep within her heart, she harbored a premonition that after her journey to the Rune Master Tower, her strength would undergo a significant transformation. 2 days later, Miss Mu, I wish to introduce you to someone, Master Yin said with a smile, addressing Mu Zi. Mu Zi raised an eyebrow, curious about what might be so mysterious. After several minutes, the two arrived at Master Yin's residence. Noticing the look of confusion in Mu Zi's eyes, Master Yin smiled gently, then clapped his hands. As his applause echoed, a bamboo door was gradually pushed open, revealing a graceful figure before them. Mu Zi turned her head to look back, her eyes widening in surprise. The woman stood tall, adorned in a purple gown, her skin as pale as snow, with slender willow-like brows, an oval face, cherry lips, and exquisitely crafted features that combined to create an extraordinarily beautiful visage. In Mu Zi's eyes, the woman before her was no less beautiful than Xian Su. However, in stark contrast to Xian Su's exuberance, This woman clad in purple resembled an iceberg. Her frosty visage served as an invisible barrier, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. Teacher. The purple-clad woman entered the bamboo house and bowed respectfully to Master Yin, her voice as cool as the winter breeze. She was none other than the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Talismancer Association, Ziyue, who was now a second-ranked Talismancer. Master Yin introduced her with a smile, casting a proud glance at Mu Ji, as if to convey that his disciple was equally formidable. Showing no envy toward the Talisman Ancestor, Ziyue followed her teacher's gaze and met Mu Ji's scrutinizing eyes. So beautiful! A flicker of surprise crossed her countenance. It was the first time she had encountered a woman whose beauty and poise surpassed her own. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, for Ziyue quickly regained her icy demeanor, evidently unimpressed by the strikingly beautiful girl before her. Heh, Ziyue, do not underestimate this Miss Mu. She's also a second-ranked Talismancer, and has been invited here to bolster our chances in the tower battle, Master Yin said gently. Upon hearing this, Ziyue redirected her attention to Mu Ji, but soon withdrew her gaze, stating coolly, Teacher, I will ensure that Tianxuan City returns in defeat this time. Her words were flat and frigid, though unspoken. The implication was clear. Master Yan's gesture was unnecessary. Underestimated, indeed. Ziyue's aloof demeanor irked Mu Ji, who inwardly mused, I see now. She is not just targeting Lin Dong, but maintains this attitude toward everyone. The next moment, Mu Ji's expression turned equally frosty, as her mental energy surged forth like fine threads, swiftly coalescing between the two into a translucent sphere. The sphere gradually shrank and became denser under the constant compression of her mental power, ultimately transforming into an incredibly solid orb that silently rotated in midair, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Witnessing this spectacle, Master Yin was engulfed in astonishment. Miss Ziyue, why not attempt to shatter this sphere of mental energy? Mu Ji regarded the icy beauty opposite her with a calm gaze, her tone imbued with confidence. If you can manage that, then there is no need for you to participate in the tower battle. At these words, Ziyue's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 56, The Tower Battle Begins. Initially taken aback, Ziyue's brows furrowed tightly as she regarded Mu Ji with disbelief. Are you serious? Amusement mingled with incredulity. It was the first time she encountered someone daring enough to speak to her in such a manner. As the daughter of the city lord, Ziyue had always occupied a position of privilege, surrounded by sycophants who dared not show her anything but reverence. Moreover, Ziyue's mental talent was enough to command respect throughout Yen City, attaining the rank of second-ranked Talismancer at the tender age of 20. Her strength rivaled that of those in the minor Yuan-Dan realm. Outwardly, the pinnacle of the younger generation in Yen City consisted of figures like Xia Zhilin and others in the late stages of the Tianxuan realm. Yet in truth, Ziyue was the true uncrowned queen. Until Lin Dong's arrival, no one among the younger generation had been deemed worthy of comparison, fostering a sense of pride within her. However, at this moment, the younger girl before her, audaciously dismissing her, had managed to breach her defenses. Amused by the sight of the trembling iceberg beauty, Mu Ji remarked, You're welcome to try. With a mental command, she guided the sphere of mental energy closer to Ziyue, finally suspending it before her. Observing this, Ziyue's eyes widened, and without hesitation, a surge of formidable mental energy erupted from her, striking directly at the sphere. Yet upon contact, her powerful mental force dissipated as if it had plunged into an ocean of mud, eliciting no reaction whatsoever. Moreover, Master Yin, watching in shock, noted that with each impact of Ziyue's mental energy, the sphere not only retained its form but grew even denser, as if absorbing Ziyue's mental assault to enhance itself. How is this possible? Master Yin pondered, questioning his understanding. The extraordinary control of mental energy displayed was beyond his capabilities, yet here it was, manifested by a mere second-ranked Talismancer. Unwilling to relent, Ziyue intensified her mental assault. However, moments later, disbelief washed over her. The sphere continued to solidify. A subtle smile graced Mu Ji's lips as she remarked, Miss Ziyue, at this rate, you shall never be able to dismantle it. Do reveal your true abilities, she urged. Ziyue studied her intently, her expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Miss Mu, I must admit, I have underestimated you. From here on, I shall exert my utmost effort. As her words fell, Ziyue released a commanding cry, unleashing her mental energy from the Niwen Palace, which coalesced in the air into dozens of divine needles. The potent waves of mental energy sent shivers down the spine. Still insufficient. Ziyue's gaze sharpened. She understood from their earlier encounter that the divine needles alone would not suffice to shake the sphere. With a firm grip, she commanded the needles to converge, merging them into a singular, radiant light cone. Witnessing this, Master Yin was taken aback. Had Ziyue truly reached this level? Such mastery of mental control rivaled that of some third-rank talismancers. It appeared that the city lord's daughter was not only exceptionally gifted, but had also dedicated herself rigorously to the practice of mental manipulation. With her noble lineage, beauty, talent, and diligence, Master Yin felt a sense of pride. He saw in Ziyue the potential to become the first spirit talismancer of the Yin City Talismancer Association. He realized that both Mu Ji and Lin Dong were merely transient visitors in Yin City. Talents of their caliber were clearly destined to pursue broader horizons. At this moment, beads of sweat glistened upon Ziyue's forehead, resembling exquisite pearls as they trickled down her fair skin. With her unreserved exertion, the dozens of divine needles finally coalesced into a brilliant light cone. Sensing the immense energy emanating from the light cone, Ziyue exhaled in relief, then directed it toward the orb. As the two forces collided, a piercing sound reverberated through the air, akin to nails on a chalkboard. Under Ziyue's hopeful gaze, this time the attack was not absorbed by the sphere. Both entities began to fade with each impact. Hope surged within Ziyue as her countenance brightened. She envisioned the moment the sphere would be completely dismantled, and Mu Ji's incredulous expression. However, moments later, her expression shifted once more. Despite the gradual fading of the orb, its decay was far from rapid. In stark contrast, the oscillations of the light cone were swiftly diminishing. In a moment of despair, Ziyue realized that, if this continued, her full-powered attack would likely prove insufficient to shatter it. Observing this scene, Mu Ji maintained a calm demeanor. Though this orb was not entirely forged with her utmost concentration, it was beyond Ziyue's capacity to destroy. According to her estimations, only a third-tier talisman master exerting their full strength stood a chance of obliterating it completely. Indeed, before long, the light cone Ziyue had summoned faded entirely, trembling in the air before dissipating. Gazing at the still vibrant mental orb above, Ziyue sighed in resignation, then cast an inquisitive glance at Mu Ji. "Miss Mu, I concede defeat wholeheartedly." 2 days later, in the secluded residence of Mu Ji, two enchanting figures sat facing each other. Observing Ziyue, who spoke animatedly, Mu Ji felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since their sparring session, Ziyue had transformed into a different person, frequently seeking out Mu Ji for casual conversations, as though regarding her as a confidant. At this moment, Ziyue was animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes about her father, the city lord, shedding her previous icy demeanor. "I must ask, Miss Ziyue, what has brought about this change in you?" After 2 days of hesitation, Mu Ji could no longer contain her curiosity. Ziyue turned her gentle gaze toward her, responding softly, "Sister Zir, it is rare to encounter someone as exceptional as you. I wish to be friends." "Friends?" Mu Ji murmured. It appeared that despite Ziyue's aloof exterior, it might be a facade born of circumstance. Given her background and prowess, many from her generation often displayed an unconscious reverence in her presence, making it challenging for her to forge genuine friendships. Over time, Ziyue had adopted that previous cold demeanor. However, with Mu Ji's remarkable talent and strength, their interactions became more amiable, awakening Ziyue's long-buried nature. Simply put, the strong often disdain forging bonds with the weak. While this may seem somewhat inhumane, it encapsulates the prevailing ethos of this merciless world. For Mu Ji, there was no animosity towards Ziyue, and considering the unparalleled strength of the city lord's estate, she was inclined to cultivate this friendship. One day, when Mu Ji departed from Yin City to explore broader horizons, she might enlist the city lord's estate to oversee the Mu family estate due to their connection. As their mutual efforts flourished, their camaraderie deepened. At that moment, a maid entered, approaching Ziyue. After a brief exchange, Ziyue displayed a resigned expression, informing Mu Ji, "My teacher has summoned me. He apparently does not trust us and has invited an outsider, someone named Lin Dong, and wants me to meet him. I shall see what qualifications he possesses to earn the teacher's attention." At this, Mu Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed Lin Dong was bound to face some challenges, although Ziyue's strength paled in comparison to Lin Dong's. Her full-powered strike would certainly give him a run for his money. "I'm off." After bidding farewell, Ziyue turned to leave. Upon stepping out of Mu Ji's residence, she reverted to her former icy beauty. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the day of the tower duel finally arrived. Guided by Ziyue, Musi arrived at the open ground before the Talisman Master Tower, now teeming with a throng of people. It appeared that the entire assembly of Talisman Masters from Yin City had gathered here. Musi observed that the crowd was sharply divided, with Talisman Masters from Yin City and Tianxuan City glaring at each other. The outcome of this duel would determine the ownership of the Talisman Master Tower. Victory would allow Yin City to retain it, but defeat would see it change hands. Consequently, the atmosphere between the two cities' Talisman Masters was charged with tension. "Miss Mu, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a voice broke through the din, and Musi turned to find Lin Dong's astonished face. Seeing Lin Dong's surprise, Musi waved at him in acknowledgement before resuming her conversation with Ziyue. Ziyue, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Sister Zier, do you know him?" Casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat awkward Lin Dong, Musi replied nonchalantly, "I suppose so. We've crossed paths a few times." Ziyue nodded slightly before commenting. "Lin Dong possesses considerable skill, but he pales in comparison to you, Sister Zier. With you on our side, Tianxuan City stands no chance in this duel." Ziyue's eyes sparkled as she regarded the girl beside her. Since her cultivation began, she had never encountered such an extraordinary talent, rendering even Lin Dong dim in comparison. Lin Dong, noticing that the two women were ignoring him, smiled wryly and stepped aside to await quietly. Miss Ziyue has arrived. Suddenly, a talisman master from Yin City noticed the two women at the back of the crowd. However, when their gaze fell upon Musi's countenance, they were momentarily taken aback. "Wow, who is this sister? She's stunning. I initially thought Miss Ziyue's beauty was unparalleled, but it seems someone surpasses her. My apologies, Lady Ziyue. I may have to divert my affections." These murmurs reached Musi's ears, prompting her to turn and see a group of young talisman masters gazing at her with rapt admiration. Although their eyes held a longing for her, they lacked the lewdness of previous encounters, and Musi found no offense in their admiration. She silently acknowledged, "It seems the talisman masters possess a commendable quality." Noticing the breathtaking girl glancing their way, the crowd quickly averted their eyes, pulling their friends into animated conversations, as if they hadn't just been captivated by Musi. However, perhaps out of guilt, their chatter grew unusually loud, allowing Musi to overhear them from a distance. "Ha ha, Li Hu, aren't you going to approach her?" Upon hearing this, a youth in his 20s smiled bashfully, replying, "How could I dare? That lady is here with Miss Ziyue. Her talent must be extraordinary." Li Hu sighed, expressing his resignation. "She and we are destined to inhabit different worlds." As soon as this was uttered, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over the once animated crowd, silencing them in an instant. Yet at that moment, Musi regarded Li Hu with a look of astonishment. She pondered, "Li Hu? Could he be the incarnation of the original author in this realm?" Musi had some recollection of Li Hu. In the original narrative, he was a minor character who inexplicably became close with the protagonist, Lin Dong. What made him so special? A wave of curiosity surged within Musi as she discreetly observed the youth amidst the crowd. However, after a period of observation, she could discern no flaws. Musi shook her head, dismissing the matter from her mind, and subsequently redirected her attention elsewhere. In the next moment, a stir arose at the location of the Tianxuan City Rune Master Association, where several figures emerged. Leading them was a gray-haired elder with an indifferent countenance, Han Yun. The team leader of this Tianxuan City delegation, who was also a fourth-tier rune master, as introduced softly by Ziyue. Musi nodded slightly, sensing a spiritual fluctuation from this individual that rivaled that of Master Yin. Her gaze swept past Han Yun and then settled on a man standing behind him. This man had an unremarkable appearance, with bushy eyebrows, yet for some inexplicable reason, the rune masters around him regarded him with great deference. This was Zhou Tong, the most formidable opponent for our Yin City rune masters, and reportedly the strongest among the young rune masters of Tianxuan City, having reportedly ascended to the second-tier rune master level 2 years ago. Now, he might have already broken through to the third tier. Ziyue's delicate face bore a hint of gravity as she spoke. "Zhou Tong, you say?" Musi's expression remained composed. Although this young man shared the same name as the prodigy who had once made a name for himself in the Dongxian domain a century ago, he was merely a third-tier rune master now. Nevertheless, despite being just a third-tier rune master, he stood unmatched among the youth of Yin City. As the two conversed, Master Yin, accompanied by several renowned rune masters from Yin City, approached Han Yun and the others. Although both parties wore smiles, Musi could discern that these expressions were anything but genuine. After all, it was difficult to extend cordiality to those who sought to seize the rune tower of her city. Esteemed guests, regarding the tower challenge, there are not many rules. The rune tower consists of 9 levels, Whoever ascends the highest and endures the longest shall be the ultimate victor. Additionally, I advise you all to act within your means. Do not overreach. Having declared the rules, Master Yin, flanked by 3 middle-aged rune masters, arrived at the entrance of the rune tower. Open the rune tower. With the tower's opening, an overwhelmingly potent spiritual wave emanated from the stone doors, causing those nearby to stagger back in disarray. The rune tower had been unveiled, and the tower challenge was set to commence. As Master Yan's words echoed, numerous rune masters surged forward like wild horses, rushing into the tower. Inside the rune tower, the environment was exceptionally conducive to honing and refining one's spiritual prowess, even if they could not achieve noteworthy results in the tower challenge. Merely exploring its depths would be beneficial for them. Zhou Tong, this time it rests upon you, Han Yun murmured. Zhou Tong nodded calmly, then, with a light push from his toes, soared into the tower. Let us make our move as well. Feeling the tower's enigmatic aura, Ziyue's gaze ignited with fervor. Muzi nodded, her steps graceful as she crossed the threshold of the rune tower. The moment she stepped through the entrance, an overwhelming spiritual pressure struck her, enveloping her instantly and causing her body to sink slightly. Within the tower's interior, the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy twisted and coalesced like a tangible entity, creating the sensation of being submerged in an ocean of spiritual force. Spiritual pressure, Muzi murmured, as her formidable spiritual power surged forth from her dantian, warding off the oppressive force. However, not everyone possessed such strength. Many who had just entered were soon found sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, clearly overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure within. Muzi surveyed her surroundings and observed that some of the more powerful rune masters had already darted upward, not pausing to linger on the first level. This was easily understandable. The higher the level, the more potent the tower's cleansing effect on spiritual energy, and those with strength were disinterested in the first tier. Yet, Muzi chose not to follow suit, but instead found a quiet corner to sit down, allowing her spiritual energy to permeate the space as she attentively explored every inch of the rune tower. In her view, the most significant aspect of the rune tower was not the cleansing effect on the spirit, nor the spiritual techniques found on the 8th level, nor even the ancestral rune engravings on the 9th level. What truly mattered was the tower itself. Why did this creation possess such extraordinary capabilities? What were its underlying principles? All answers perhaps lay hidden within the tower, awaiting discovery. Yet, over the years, few rune masters had pondered this evident question. They only fixated on the end of their journey, neglecting the beauty along the way. Seated in tranquility, Muzi delved patiently into the mysteries of the rune tower. Before long, her presence in the corner garnered the attention of those on the first level. The serenity of her countenance, combined with her unparalleled beauty, radiated an enchanting aura, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Such beauty! The onlookers were momentarily entranced, gazing in awe. Yet, in the next instant, a figure stepped forward, boldly approaching Muzi amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and sat beside her. Chapter 58, The Secrets of the Rune Tower. Seeing this person act so audaciously, daring to intrude upon a lady, the crowd exchanged glances of disbelief. However, after a moment's reflection, they began to understand. Previously, they had resigned themselves to Muzi's exceptional talent. Yet now, this young lady, like themselves, was confined to the first level. This revelation stripped Muzi of her pedestal, diminishing her allure, and the thoughts of the onlookers began to stir. Muzi paid no heed to their musings, instead furrowing her brow as she regarded the newcomer. The individual offered a shy smile and began an awkward conversation. "Where are you from, my lady? I'm quite familiar with Yin City. Perhaps we could explore it together someday?" Such an attempt at flirtation caused the crowd to twitch in discomfort, casting sympathetic glances toward the suitor. As anticipated, Muzi did not entertain him, politely declining. "My friend, I must cultivate now. I cannot engage in conversation." With that, she closed her eyes, concentrating on sensing the rune tower, hoping to uncover some secrets. According to the legends circulating in the Great Yin Dynasty, the rune tower was said to be formed from the condensed spiritual energy of rune masters. However, Muzi understood that only those who had reached the minor rune sect level could truly manifest their spiritual power into a tangible form. Could it be that all these rune towers in the Great Yin Dynasty were the result of the efforts of rune sect masters? That would be too extravagant. Take, for instance, the tower in Yin City. It was the culmination of nearly a century of hard work by many predecessors of the Yin City Rune Master Association. This implied that even ordinary rune masters played a role in this process. But what could ordinary rune masters possibly comprehend? They probably fell short of Muzi herself. Did they possess the capability to create such a formidable artifact as the Rune Tower? Thus, the formation of the Rune Tower was likely shrouded in greater mysteries. After a period of observation, Mu Zi had come to a profound realization. The structure of the Talismancer Tower was not composed of condensed mental energy, but rather constructed from metals and earth. The reason for its ability to refine the spirit must lie elsewhere. With this understanding, Mu Zi cast aside her distractions and devoted her entire focus to sensing the Talismancer Tower. Threads of mental energy swept across the tower's surface, weaving together as if forming an expansive net that enveloped the entire structure. In this tranquil state, Mu Zi sat quietly, absorbing the sensations around her. At last, after a full hour, she detected a faint fluctuation. This disturbance was so subtle that, had it not been for Mu Zi's unusually keen mental acuity, it would have easily gone unnoticed. Her mind sharpened. Mu Zi skillfully directed the strands of her mental energy to coalesce into more concentrated tendrils that ventured into the tower's interior. A soft sound, barely perceptible, echoed in the air, and in the next moment, Mu Zi found her consciousness transported to a different realm. Where am I? She surveyed her surroundings, discovering a pitch-black expanse. Yet she sensed a familiar aura emanating from the vicinity. It seemed she had entered the internal structure of the tower. This dark space sparkled with scattered points of light, which interconnected to form delicate threads, collectively creating a grand net. At that moment, the interior of the Talismancer Tower was awash with various luminous networks. Could it be that the tower's efficacy stemmed from these elements? Whose handiwork is this? Was it a formation laid down by predecessors? Yet, she sensed that the truth was more complex. If it were indeed a deliberate arrangement, the number of Talismancer Towers in the Dian dynasty should not be so scarce. As she continued to observe, Mu Zi quickly noted that these light networks exuded a chaotic essence, lacking the appearance of human design, instead resembling a natural phenomenon. Naturally occurring? Her curiosity deepened. Thus, she extended her mental tendrils toward those luminous points, meticulously exploring them. Upon closer inspection, she discerned two familiar energies among the glowing entities: mental energy and elemental energy. Astonishingly, these luminous networks were composed of both mental and elemental forces. A realization dawned upon her. Mu Zi finally understood the genesis of the Talismancer Tower. Whenever a Talismancer approached their end, they might choose to enter the tower, ultimately achieving a state of transcendence there. After their demise, the mental energy of these Talismancers was left within the tower, serving as a resource for future practitioners. This was the source of the viscous mental energy that permeated the Talismancer Tower. However, the mental energy left behind by the Talismancers did not coalesce entirely. A small portion integrated into the tower's structure, gradually accumulating within it. For reasons unknown, this mental energy fused with elemental energy to a certain extent, resulting in the formation of these scattered luminous networks. Fascinating. A smile graced Mu Zi's lips as she uncovered the secrets of the Talismancer Tower. Perhaps the formation of these networks resonated with some innate cosmic law, subtly constituting a formation. It was a natural formation. Under its influence, the mental energy pervading the Talismancer Tower could achieve a purifying effect. Without it, the energy would merely exert oppressive force. A formation composed of both elemental and mental energies. Mu Zi felt a burgeoning hypothesis within her mind. To validate this theory, she needed to explore the other floors. With a thought, she meticulously recorded the structure of the light networks, awaiting a more opportune moment to delve deeper into her research. Time was of the essence, and it was time to ascend to the next level. Having completed her observations, Mu Zi retracted her probing mental energy and returned her consciousness to her physical form. However, upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Numerous Talismancers on the first floor were converging towards her, surrounding her with fervent enthusiasm. "What do you want?" Mu Zi was perplexed. In the next moment, a strikingly handsome young man spoke up. "Miss, might you grant me an opportunity to engage in a relationship?" Mu Zi furrowed her brow, casting her gaze over the crowd, only to find their eyes reflecting the same eager intent. "You must have come to the Talismancer Tower to condense your innate talisman imprint, correct?" Noticing her confusion, he continued to explain, "All of us here on the first floor have opened our dantian, yet have not yet become talismancers. The challenge of condensing an innate talisman imprint is considerable, but undergoing the purification within the Talismancer Tower will enhance your chances. Given your youthful appearance, this must be your first time, yes? Do not fret. We have visited the Talismancer Tower for purification several times and possess experience. Why not share our insights?" Finally, Mu Zi comprehended that these individuals, having observed her lingering on the first floor, had misjudged her abilities, assuming she was not formidable. This, without a doubt, had brought her closer to them, creating a perception that they had a chance to win her affection. After coming to this realization, Mu Zi felt somewhat speechless and shook her head internally. Facing the hopeful gazes of the crowd, she offered a gentle smile, leaving them momentarily stunned. I am heading to the second floor, so perhaps next time. Then, amidst their astonished expressions, Mu Zi hastily dashed toward the entrance leading to the second floor. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. The crowd murmured, "So, you possess such strength. Why then? Did you linger on the first floor for so long? Were you toying with us? Have we lost our chance?" A voice suddenly shattered the silence. Crack! The dream was dispelled, and within the first level of the Talismancer Tower, the faint echoes of shattering hearts reverberated. Subsequently, amidst a cacophony of despair, the crowd dispersed, returning to their cultivation. Chapter 59. You cannot defeat Sister Zier. Upon entering the second level of the Talismancer Tower, Mu Zi found the mental pressure to be somewhat stronger than that of the first level. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for her. She resisted it with ease. Immediately, she sought out a corner to sit down and replicated her previous actions from the first level. With the advantage of prior experience, Mu Zi wasted little time and, within a quarter of an hour, sensed the anticipated fluctuation, delving her mental energy into the tower. She recorded the formation of the second level before rising to advance to the next tier. As she ascended, she noted that the number of individuals present diminished with each successive level. Upon reaching the fourth level, Mu Zi observed that the space within the tower had become somewhat desolate, with only a select few talismancers capable of reaching this height. Those who entered this realm must possess the capability to challenge the second-tier talismancers. After gauging the intensity of the pressure at this level, she formed a judgment regarding the strength of these talismancers. Having documented the formation, she approached a mental barrier. Passing through it would grant her access to the fifth level, the domain of the second-tier talismancers. The talisman's masters cultivating on the fourth level observed Mu Zi striding directly towards the barrier, their expressions revealing a mix of anticipation and amusement. They had all previously attempted this feat, only to fail without exception. A kind-hearted talisman master from Yin City cautioned, "Miss, it is advisable not to attempt this unless you possess the strength of a second-tier talisman master." Upon hearing these words, the talisman masters from Tianxuan City could not suppress their derisive smirks. How naive! Yin City had only recently produced two prodigies, Ziyu and Lin Dong, and now they fancied that this young beauty could also breach the fifth level? Do they truly believe that ascending to second-tier talisman master is so effortless? However, after Lin Dong had dealt with them previously, these Tianxuan masters had learned to be more prudent. Though they harbored disdain in their hearts, they refrained from mocking her. In the next moment, they would be grateful for their discretion. Before them, Mu Zi had reached the barrier and, without the slightest hesitation, took a confident step forward. To the astonishment of all, her figure merely paused briefly before vanishing from the fourth level. The Tianxuan masters exchanged bewildered glances. This year's tower competition had been rife with surprises, and an ominous premonition began to take root in their minds. "Brother Zhou Tong, can you withstand this?" Their confidence began to waver. Meanwhile, on the sixth level within the vast talisman tower, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, somewhat jarringly. Two figures, separated by a short distance, advanced towards the central point of the sixth level with synchronized, ponderous steps. With a mere 100 steps yet to traverse, Ziyu was already drenched in sweat, the overwhelming mental pressure enveloping her like a colossal rock, threatening to crush her spirit. Yet, the icy demeanor of this girl allowed her to grit her teeth and persevere. "That fellow, does he not feel fatigued at all?" Ziyu raised her gaze towards the figure ahead, which was none other than Zhou Tong of Tianxuan City. His steps, though equally heavy, maintained a steady rhythm, unaffected by the oppressive mental pressure surrounding them. "In your current state, you cannot ascend to the seventh level," Zhou Tong remarked calmly. Breaking the silence in the vast talisman tower, Ziyu pressed her red lips together, offering no response as she continued her arduous journey. Her mental strength pushed to its limits, inducing a sense of dizziness. Eventually, both figures came to a halt before the mental barrier leading to the seventh level. "I'm afraid that this time, you from Yin City shall face defeat," Zhou Tong stated, gazing at the shimmering mental barrier that pulsated with formidable waves of spiritual energy. He then turned to Ziyu with a faint smile. However, upon hearing his words, Ziyu's demeanor became serene. "You are correct. With my current capabilities, I can only remain at this sixth level," she replied. Zhou Tong, taken aback, murmured, "You concede?" Ziyu shook her head, a smile blooming on her face. A look that left Zhou Tong perplexed. "Although I may not be your match, there is someone who can be." "Oh." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Tong's otherwise composed countenance. "Is there someone stronger than you in Yen City?" A beautiful figure flashed through Ziyu's mind. If it were her, victory would surely be within reach. She looked at Zhou Tong with unwavering conviction. "You should not triumph over my sister, Zi-er." Zhou Tong fell silent, refraining from rebuttal. Yet his indifferent demeanor seemed to convey disbelief. He then turned, moving towards the mental barrier leading to the 7th level. Taking a determined step forward. "If that person truly possesses the strength, let her come to the 7th level and seek me out. I shall be waiting." As Zhou Tong's figure faded from the 6th level, Ziyu remained calm, lost in thought. "I shall cultivate right here." She selected a spot to sit cross-legged, entering a meditative state, focusing intently on channeling the oppressive energy of the 6th level into her mind, refining her mental prowess. Not long after, another figure arrived at the 6th level. Ziyu opened her eyes, recognizing the newcomer, Lin Dong. Seeing her meditating alone, he appeared somewhat puzzled. "Miss Ziyu, where is Zhou Tong?" "He has gone to the 7th level," she replied coolly. Noticing Ziyu's calm demeanor, Lin Dong felt a twinge of surprise. "Why is she so unperturbed? Does she have such confidence in me?" Lin Dong hesitated. Just days prior, under Master Yan's introduction, he had met Ziyu. However, she had never extended warmth towards him, always maintaining an icy demeanor, leading Lin Dong to believe she harbored some discontent. Yet now, it seemed this ice princess had faith in him. Lin Dong mused, "What a person with a cold exterior, yet a warm heart. Rest assured, I shall handle it." He nodded at Ziyu before turning to enter the 7th level. 7th level of the Talisman Tower. Compared to the 6 levels below, this space seemed slightly smaller. Yet the terrifying mental fluctuations coalesced within the tower like viscous liquid, the pressure magnifying exponentially. Boom! In the silent 7th level, a series of exceedingly heavy footsteps resounded. A figure advanced at an excruciatingly slow pace, reminiscent of an ox pulling a cart, each step deliberate and labored. The sound of his footsteps was thunderous, as though he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders. With every stride, faint creaks emanated from his body, and sweat poured down like a deluge, soaking his garments completely. This figure was none other than Zhou Tong, the strongest among the young talisman masters of Tianxuan City. Having successfully ascended to 3rd-tier talisman master 6 months prior, he nonetheless found the mental pressure of the 7th level to be immensely daunting. Every step felt akin to engaging in a fierce battle. "Has that Sister Zier not yet arrived?" Zhou Tong expressed disappointment, as he had anticipated a worthy opponent to challenge him, only to discover that she could not even enter the 7th level. "It seems the outcome of this contest has already been determined," he murmured to himself. Just as he spoke, a sudden, heavy footfall reached his ears from not far behind. The unexpected sound caused Zhou Tong's pupils to constrict. He hesitated for a moment before quickly turning his head. A figure then came into view, and upon recognizing this silhouette, Zhou Tong's heart raced, his previously calm expression shifting dramatically as he stared intently at the newcomer. Lin Dong lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Tong's eyes, a smile breaking across his sweat-soaked face. "At last I have caught up." Yet in the next instant, Zhou Tong spoke, his tone laced with uncertainty as he tentatively inquired, "Sister Zier?" Lin Dong, taken aback, could only respond with a confused expression. Chapter 60. Are there yet more experts? As soon as these words were uttered, an air of embarrassment enveloped the atmosphere. Fortunately, when the other party drew closer, Zhou Tong recognized his face, dispelling the misunderstanding. "You are Lin Dong." On the expansive 7th floor of the Rune Master Tower, Zhou Tong fixated on Lin Dong, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. He had a vague recollection of this individual, seemingly entangled in some conflict with one of his junior disciples. Previously, Zhou Tong had not paid him much heed, believing him to pose no threat. However, Lin Dong's presence on the 7th floor compelled him to reconsider. "Brother Zhou, why did you just refer to me as Sister Zier?" Lin Dong inquired, an inkling of suspicion already brewing within him. Predictably, Zhou Tong's subsequent response confirmed his thoughts. "You mentioned that there exists someone with strength surpassing mine." I initially thought she was referring to you." A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Dong. Could it be that Miss Mu's power had reached the level of a 3rd Seal Rune Master? He mused inwardly. It appears I have somewhat underestimated her prowess. Zhou Tong noticed the change in Lin Dong's expression, prompting him to ponder. It seems Sister Zier truly exists. He then sighed. I never anticipated that there were indeed experts among the Rune Masters of Flame City. Yet, Zhou Tong was not one to concede easily. Brother Lin Dong, let us compete to see who can endure here the longest, shall we? At that moment, Mu Zi finally reached the 6th floor. Upon catching sight of her lovely silhouette, Ziyu's delicate face lit up with joy, her eyes resembling a serene, icy pond that suddenly thawed, gazing at her. You have finally arrived. Ziyu playfully kidded. Seeing her display such an expression, Mu Zi felt somewhat overwhelmed and quickly shifted the topic. Zhou Tong and Lin Dong have both ascended, correct? Ziyu's expression turned serious as she softly murmured, I never expected that Lin Dong would be able to enter the 7th floor. A few days prior, she had sparred with Lin Dong, and the bout had ended in a draw, leading her to misjudge his strength. Mu Zi nodded and remarked, that Lin Dong fellow has a penchant for playing the fool while hiding his true strength. Ziyu, you must exercise caution when encountering such individuals. Do not let yourself be deceived. Ziyu lightly nodded, her gaze cast downwards, lost in her thoughts. Sighing, Mu Zi perceived that Ziyu seemed somewhat disheartened. In the Tianxuan Continent, individual effort, while indispensable, pales in comparison to the significance of talent and background. Ziyu's innate gifts and lineage were indeed exceptional in Flame City, yet when considering the entirety of the Yin dynasty, many individuals surpassed her. Zhou Tong from Tianhua City was a prime example. Mu Zi sighed again, making a decision in her heart. She extended a finger, pure as snowflakes, and gently touched Ziyu's pristine forehead, simultaneously conveying a stream of information into the latter's mind. What is this? Ziyu lifted her head. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she looked at Mu Zi. Mu Zi's gaze softened as she spoke gently. It is a method of utilizing mental energy that can create numerous vortexes upon the body's surface. It holds little significant power, merely accelerating the cultivation speed of mental energy. Throughout her exploration of mental energy, Mu Zi had summarized many unique applications, and this was one among them. Although it could hasten the cultivation of mental energy, it required the absorption of vast amounts of pure mental energy. Otherwise, its efficacy would be greatly diminished. From Mu Zi's perspective, this secret method was somewhat lackluster, yet proved quite useful within the Rune Master Tower. As Ziyu processed the information in her mind, her expression shifted from joy to one of complex contemplation as she gazed at the young girl before her. In Mu Zi's eyes, this method might seem trivial, but for Ziyu, it was invaluable. To have such a remarkable mental technique so readily bestowed upon her deepened the warmth in Ziyu's gaze. Zistatsia, you are truly wonderful. Overcome with joy, Ziyu suddenly sprang to her feet, grasping Mu Zi's hand and shaking it playfully. Seeing such an impassioned reaction from her, Mu Zi felt somewhat flustered. No, sister, we have only known each other for a few days. With a firm pull, Mu Zi withdrew her hand, glancing down to discover several finger marks imprinted upon her fair skin, causing her brows to furrow. Noticing the pitiful look in Ziyu's eyes, Mu Zi couldn't help but feel speechless. Why does it feel as though Ziyu is increasingly resembling a little puppy? Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 3rd Seal Rune Master. After leaving those words, Mu Zi turned towards the barrier, heading to the 7th floor under Ziyu's longing gaze. As Mu Zi stepped onto this floor, she immediately felt an intensification of pressure. The ease she had previously enjoyed was now replaced by a weight that rendered her nearly immobile. Truly, this was the 7th floor. She had anticipated this, for it belonged to the realm of the 3rd Seal Rune Masters. Although Mu Zi could contend with 3rd Seal Rune Masters, her mental energy strength was only that of a 2nd Seal, making it somewhat challenging to withstand the mental pressure of the 7th floor. Didn't Zhou Tong appear drenched in sweat? Yet, this would not deter her. With a flicker of thought, Mu Zi's mental energy began to pulsate in a unique rhythm. Under the influence of this peculiar cadence, the overwhelming mental pressure surging from all directions was deftly dissipated by Mu Zi, as if waves were gently lapping against the rocks. Vanishing into the void, the surrounding air seemed to soften due to the rhythmic flow of her mental energy, and Mu Zi stood quietly, her heart unperturbed. The effect was remarkable. At this moment, although Mu Zi was situated on the 7th floor, the pressure felt akin to a gentle breeze brushing against her, rendering her even more at ease than on the 6th floor. With a delicate tap of her toes, she rushed towards the mental barrier, intent on ascending to the 8th floor. Having gathered ample formations on the first 5 floors, Mu Zi now aimed to experiment and see if she could realize her previous conceptions. Within the 8th floor lay a mental technique of the Qi level. The transformation rune array, delving into its study, might expand her horizons. Before the entrance, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation. Make way, do not block the path. A melodious voice reached his ears, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Mu Zi's shoes. Lin Qingzhu. No need to emphasize the shoes. You must be the person Ms. Z you spoke of, right? Heh, indeed quite formidable. Zhou Tong was taken aback, for he realized that Mu Zi appeared utterly composed. It was the 7th floor after all. Even he had to exert his utmost to withstand such suffocating pressure. Flame City truly had exceptional luck, producing 2 prodigies like you. Zhou Tong mused. Earlier, Lin Dong had successfully entered the 8th floor, and with such formidable strength displayed by the individual before him. The 8th floor would likely not impede her. This time, Tianxuan City has lost. Zhou Tong, then, shifted the conversation. I wonder who among you and that fellow from Tiandu City is stronger. Chapter 61. The Transformation Rune Array. Those from Tiandu City? Mu Zi raised an eyebrow. Zhou Tong elucidated the young master of the Han family from Tiandu City, Han Li. He ascended to the rank of a 3rd-tier rune master 2 years ago, and may well be on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier now. Mu Zi felt little perturbation within. Achieving the status of a 4th-tier rune master in one's 20s is indeed commendable within Tiandu Prefecture, yet it pales in comparison to the broader context of the Great Yin Dynasty. Zhou Tong sighed, continuing, if it were only that, it would be manageable. However, Han Li does not solely specialize in mental prowess. His elemental energy cultivation is equally formidable. A year ago, he successfully attained the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm. Zhou Tong's heart bore a tinge of bitterness. The innate talent and strength of Han Li left him breathless. The Rune Master Tower in Tiandu City boasts far superior efficacy than that of Yin City, making the competition with them for the tower duel considerably more advantageous. Yet with Han Li presiding over matters, such hopes are dashed. Mu Zi expressed surprise. A 4th-tier rune master at the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm possesses sufficient strength to engage in minor skirmishes with those at the Shaping realm. Given Han Li's prodigious talent, he is bound to attract the attention of the 4 prominent clans. Nevertheless, this seemed of little concern to her. I intend to enter the 8th level. Kindly stand aside to avoid any inadvertent harm. Mu Zi cautioned Zhou Tong with a shake of her head. The latter, recognizing the gravity of the situation, retreated to grant her passage. Mu Zi advanced, stepping towards a mental barrier. Buzz! Upon her crossing the threshold, the mental barrier quaked violently, emitting a peculiar humming sound. Soon, an overwhelming force surged from all directions, attempting to repel Mu Zi. However, despite presenting some resistance, it could not completely thwart her progress. With her mental energy oscillating rhythmically, Mu Zi advanced with a slow yet unwavering resolve, gradually penetrating the mental barrier. Sizzle! With each step she took, the barrier rippled like water, and eventually, as the ripples intensified, her figure began to fade amidst the waves. Success! Zhou Tong gazed in astonishment at the barrier, which still vibrated with residual energy. She had indeed entered the 8th level, and judging by her demeanor, it appeared she had done so with considerably more ease than Lin Dong. Sighing inwardly, Zhou Tong resolved to devote himself once more to his cultivation. Instead of lamenting others, it would be far more prudent to elevate his own strength. Outside the Rune Master Tower, Master Yin and his companions gazed intently at the towering gray edifice. At that moment, the Rune Master Tower radiated a luminous glow, which upon closer inspection was comprised of numerous points of light. Each point corresponded to an individual. Currently, the onlookers focused on the 8th level, their emotions tumultuous. There was but a single point of light there, yet it shone exceptionally bright. Who could it be that entered the 8th level? Master Yin exchanged a glance with Han Yun, both reading confusion in each other's eyes. Even a 3rd-tier rune master could not breach the 8th level. Could it be a 4th-tier rune master? Perhaps Zhou Tong? Or Lin Dong? Master Yin pondered. Both of these individuals possessed 3rd-tier strength, and a desperate attempt might yield a slim chance of accessing the 8th level. Another has entered the 7th level. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The crowd turned their attention to discover an additional point of light had indeed appeared on the 7th level. This left Han Yun and Yin Xian exchanging bewildered glances. Historically, rune masters had struggled to reach even the 6th level, yet this year, 3 individuals had managed to penetrate the 7th level. What was unfolding in this tower duel? Master Yin mused, could it be that young lady Mu? In his estimation, though Mu Zi was a 2nd-tier rune master, her capabilities subtly transcended that rank. Perhaps she harbored the potential to ascend to the 7th level. However, the next moment, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Gasp! Master Yin looked up in shock, witnessing a point of light vanish from the 7th level only to reappear in the 8th level moments later. This is inconceivable. The existence of one individual capable of entering the 8th level was already astonishing, yet now another had followed suit. Could the Rune Master Tower be malfunctioning? It was no wonder that such speculation arose. The outcome was simply too extraordinary. Master Yin chuckled wryly, stating, "Once they emerge from the tower, the truth shall be revealed." Upon this remark, the crowd fell silent, the previously boisterous space abruptly enveloped in an eerie stillness. After entering the 8th level, Muzi felt her body plummet under the weight of the mental pressure, which seemed to coalesce into a viscous substance, far stronger than that of the 7th level. Ordinarily, only a 4th-tier Rune Master could withstand such intensity. However, Muzi possessed unique mental techniques that allowed her to barely endure the onslaught, though she approached her limits. Under the oppressive force, Muzi moved forward inch by inch. Gazing ahead in her path, she spotted a stone tablet, beside which sat a figure, Lin Dong. "Mu girl." Lin Dong, engrossed in deciphering the transformation rune array, was jolted awake by the vibrations of her entrance. Upon recognizing her, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Muzi had actually managed to enter the 8th level. He himself had nearly failed in his attempt. Had it not been for an unexpected shift in the ancient whirlpool rune within the Niwen Palace, he would have been unable to breach the mental barrier. "Make some room for me." Muzi nodded at Lin Dong, gesturing toward the stone tablet with her delicate hand. "Oh." Lin Dong promptly rose, shifting aside to reveal the tablet he had been obstructing. Muzi reached out to touch it, and in the next moment, a wave of mental energy emanated from the stone tablet, expanding outward. The mental power transformed into an intricate tapestry of arcane trajectories suspended in mid-air, within which floated ethereal characters that vaguely resembled an array. The transformation rune array. Muzi nodded in satisfaction. This was a high-tier mental secret technique, one she had yet to encounter at this level. More importantly, this mental secret technique constituted an array. In the preceding 5 levels, Muzi had gathered numerous natural array diagrams, rendering this technique more valuable than the average secret arts. "I shall first study the transformation rune array." Resolving upon her decision, Muzi settled down to immerse herself in the array diagram suspended in the air. As she contemplated the secret technique in serene focus, Lin Dong found his mind awash with thoughts. Having interacted with Muzi several times prior, she had left an enigmatic impression on him. Now, with the two of them in close proximity, perhaps he could glean some insights into her true nature. Muzi was undoubtedly a prodigy, and after defeating Wei Tong, Lin Dong had cultivated a newfound confidence. At this moment, a flicker of competitive spirit ignited within him. "Miss Mu, let us engage in a contest and see who can master the transformation array first." In Chapter 62, the little weasel commented, "This girl appears rather simple-minded." The transformation array is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier is the transformation light, the second tier is the transformation azure waves, and the third tier is the transformation flames of all. Lin Dong learned from the stone tablet that these 3 levels correspond, from lowest to highest, to the second seal, third seal, and fourth seal array masters. Given his current mental strength, he was capable of executing the first 2 tiers of the transformation array. Having spent an hour in the 8th layer, he had gained some understanding of this mental secret technique and was ready to attempt to formulate the array. After a moment of contemplation, he focused his mind, and waves of spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, beginning to sketch peculiar trajectories before him. The signs indicated that he was indeed trying to craft the transformation array. However, with a slight slip, a small flaw emerged in his drawing, causing the entire array to dissipate instantly. He had failed. Upon witnessing this outcome, Lin Dong could not help but let out a rueful smile. This technique was indeed not comparable to the elementary mental skills, its complexity far surpassing them. "Kid, what is so surprising about this?" Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. It was the little weasel. "You've awakened?" Lin Dong responded with delight upon hearing the voice. "Yes." The weasel replied within Lin Dong's consciousness, "But there are others present, so I cannot reveal myself." The weasel was a spirit concealed within the stone talisman, its true form being one of the 4 dominant clans of the demon realm, the Celestial Weasel. This formidable beast possessed a bloodline that had nearly reached the pinnacle of the Tianxuan Continent. As the foremost among the younger generation of the Celestial Weasel clan, its innate talent was nearly unparalleled. Before its calamity, it had already cultivated to the peak of the death profound realm. It is essential to understand that typically, the enhancement of a beast's strength relies heavily on the passage of time. The little weasel, at its age, was merely considered an adolescent among its kin, roughly equivalent to a human of 20 years. Such prodigious talent nearly guaranteed its succession as the next clan leader, and within its clan, it was celebrated and favored. However, This fortunate situation did not last long. The ancestral stone, falling into the little weasel's possession, brought about its demise. Under the betrayal of traitors, several alien demon generals launched an attack, seeking its life. The strength of these generals was comparable to that of a wheel realm expert, and they proved to be even more troublesome. Despite the little weasel's exceptional talent, it could not withstand the onslaught of several alien demon generals with its death-profound cultivation, and soon suffered severe injuries. Were it not for its sudden breakthrough to the wheel realm, it would have likely perished. Although it successfully broke through, the little weasel was left at the brink of collapse and had no choice but to self-destruct its physical form, escaping in the guise of spirit. Since then, it had been hiding within the stone talisman, struggling to survive until it encountered Lin Dong, who helped it regain some of its strength. After absorbing the spirit of the Azure water demon python, the little weasel had become capable of contending with experts at the peak of the Yuandan realm, thus gaining a measure of self-preservation within the Flame City. At this moment, it was in high spirits and decided to offer some guidance to Lin Dong. This transformation array possesses some intricacies. It can indeed be regarded as quite remarkable even among mental techniques of its rank. Oh, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled. Ordinary mental techniques were already impressive, and he had not anticipated such unexpected gains. The little weasel's gaze pierced through the stone talisman, scrutinizing the stone tablet, before stating, although this is a mental technique, it incorporates elements of array formation. Consequently, while its power increases, the difficulty of mastering it also escalates. Is it exceedingly challenging? Lin Dong furrowed his brow. How long will it take me to master this transformation array? About 10 days. The little weasel replied nonchalantly. 10 days? Lin Dong's frown deepened. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The little weasel chuckled, saying, "Kid, you should count yourself fortunate. This is still considering your decent comprehension. For an average person, it would take at least a month to grasp the basics. Just like that girl over there. She appears rather simple-minded and might not even learn it before the Array Master Tower closes." Upon hearing the little weasel's assessment, Lin Dong mentally countered. "You might have misjudged this time. Miss Mu is a true genius." "Oh." The little weasel's tone was somewhat peculiar. "You're defending a woman against me, are you?" Suddenly, as the two were bickering, a ripple resonated in the air. Muzi opened her eyes, her delicate hand raised, and beams of light suddenly manifested in the air. As the light intertwined, an array was effortlessly laid out. Both the little weasel and Lin Dong were taken aback, while Lin Dong was aware of Muzi's genius. Her success on the first attempt was astonishing. Had she encountered the transformation array before? However, the next moment, Lin Dong's eyes nearly popped out. As Muzi's mental energy surged forth, the array in midair underwent a transformation, becoming increasingly intricate, accompanied by a rising intensity of fluctuations. Transformation array, second tier. Transformation Azure waves. It was not over yet. After a few moments of contemplation, Muzi also unleashed the third tier, the transformation flames of all. Lin Dong. Wasn't it agreed upon that only fourth seal array masters could perform the transformation flames? What on earth is happening with Muzi? You deceitful stone tablet. The stone tablet protested. "I am wronged." Cough, cough. There's nothing surprising about this. The little weasel's voice echoed again. "I've encountered some prodigies who possess a unique understanding of arrays, enabling them to execute higher tier formations at the cost of reduced power." Lin Dong inquired, "Are you one of those geniuses?" The little weasel replied, "I am a celestial weasel. Why would I need to study arrays?" The celestial weasel is a top-tier beast with a formidable bloodline, sufficient on its own to dominate the demon realm without investing time in researching arrays or crafting. Thus, the little weasel only had a superficial understanding of arrays, grasping some basic techniques, but when it came to more profound aspects, it was quite lacking. I admit I underestimated this girl. She truly is a genius. However, I have witnessed many such geniuses, so it's nothing remarkable," the little weasel declared proudly. Lin Dong remained non-committal. He had grown accustomed to the little weasel's stubbornness. He ceased the idle chatter and focused on comprehending the transformation array. Even if he could not match Muzi, he at least needed to master it to avoid embarrassment. Having witnessed the recent spectacle, the little weasel also developed a curiosity about Muzi, its gaze now fixed upon her through the stone talisman. "I shall observe how remarkable this mere junior from the Great Flame dynasty truly is." At that moment, a sharp and brilliant glimmer suddenly flickered in Muzi's eyes. So that was it. In the next instant, her movements underwent a sudden transformation. Chapter 63. I cannot comprehend, yet I am profoundly astonished. After Muzi referenced the transformation symbol array, she finally grasped the concept. With a mental shift, the spiritual energy enveloping Mu Zi's exterior began to change. It transformed into numerous tiny whirlpools, exuding a peculiar attractive force. Under the influence of this force, the spiritual ocean of the eighth layer was stirred, and the viscous spiritual energy surged into Mu Zi's Niwen Palace like a tidal wave. In but an instant, the spiritual energy expended during the casting of the transformation symbol array was completely replenished. This spiritual technique was developed by Mu Zi based on the characteristics of the ancient whirlpool seal. Although it could not forcibly seize spiritual energy from another's mind like the former, it could achieve a similar effect when absorbing the rich energy within the symbolist tower. After absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the pure Yuan spirit symbol within Mu Zi's Niwen Palace became increasingly solidified. Simultaneously, a minute crack began to appear in the center of her life symbol. As Mu Zi's cultivation advanced, the crack gradually widened. Once it completely penetrated the previous seal, the symbol within her Niwen Palace would split in two, signaling her ascension to the realm of second seal symbolists. Thanks to the pure Yuan spirit symbol's influence, as her spiritual cultivation improved, it began to reciprocate to the original energy, causing the size of the energy mass in Mu Zi's Dantian to gradually expand. In the next moment, a powerful fluctuation of original energy emanated from within Mu Zi, marking her successful breakthrough to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. A sudden wave of original energy rippled through the symbolist tower, capturing the attention of Lin Dong and the little weasel. Miss Mu's original energy has broken through. What's happening? Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. The little weasel pondered for a moment before exclaiming with intrigue. Hee, this little girl is quite remarkable. She likely possesses a unique constitution. Unique constitution? On the continent, the vast majority of individuals could only cultivate normally. Yet, a select few were blessed with extraordinary innate talents. For instance, the one beside you, Qing Tan, possesses the demonic body, allowing her to cultivate at an astonishing speed after condensing her Yindan. After a brief pause, the little weasel continued. As for this Miss Mu, she too seems to possess an unknown constitution. The enhancement of spiritual energy can drive the advancement of original energy. While this constitution may not match the demonic body, it is still quite commendable. Moreover, for those with exceptionally high spiritual talents, such a constitution can be maximized, rendering it not inferior to some top-tier physiques. Upon hearing the little weasel's explanation, Lin Dong was suddenly flooded with profound envy. A unique constitution is indeed a rare gift. Lin Dong's spiritual cultivation surpassed his original energy. If he were to possess such a constitution, he might swiftly reach the minor completion of the Origin Dan realm. At that point, he would no longer need to harbor any apprehension when facing Yushan of the Bloodwolf gang. With this thought, Lin Dong couldn't help but gaze at Mu Zi with fervent admiration, his envy nearly spilling over. Noticing his gaze, Mu Zi turned to look back. What is the matter with him? Observing Lin Dong's somewhat dazed expression, she was left bewildered. How strange. Mu Zi silently shook her head, choosing to disregard Lin Dong's behavior, and directed all her focus back to the task at hand. After simulating the characteristics of the ancient whirlpool seal and with the ample energy provided by the symbolist tower as a support, she was no longer troubled by a lack of spiritual power and could act freely. Streams of spiritual energy surged from Mu Zi's mind, coalescing in midair into strands of spiritual threads. These threads intertwined in a unique manner, forming a vast net of spiritual energy. What is she doing? Watching the scene, the little weasel felt somewhat perplexed, as it could tell that this was not closely related to the transformation symbol array. In the next moment, Mu Zi's mind stirred, controlling the net of spiritual energy to gradually shrink. As she continuously compressed it, the luminous net that had initially enveloped half of the eighth layer was now reduced to the size of a palm. However, this did not satisfy Mu Zi. She let out a soft command, increasing her control to further condense the net of spiritual energy. With a serious expression, Mu Zi exerted her full effort, her long, dark hair billowing as the wind swept through, framing her beautiful visage with an aura of heroism. Congeal. After a silent yet firm exclamation, the palm-sized luminous net continued to shrink, ultimately being compressed to the size of her fingertip. The spiritual energy was compressed to its utmost limit, radiating a brilliant glow. With a deep exhale, Mu Zi understood that the next step was crucial. A surge of original energy was unleashed, merging into the delicate spiritual network. And as the original energy permeated, the net's color grew even more translucent. Pop! However, in the next moment, a fierce clash erupted within the net, which then detonated under Mu Zi's calm gaze, dissipating into the spiritual waves of the symbolist tower. Did she fail? The little weasel thought to itself. Although it could not comprehend what she was attempting, the outcome of failure was glaringly evident. Nevertheless, Mu Zi did not lose heart. She released another wave of spiritual energy, reforming the luminous net. With the symbolist tower as a reservoir of spiritual energy, she could attempt repeatedly. However, this time, the integration of original energy resulted in failure once again. Once more, a determined light sparkled in Mu Zi's beautiful eyes. Some difficulties were merely nourishment along her path of advancement. This attempt spanned 9 days. During these days, the little weasel fell into an eerie silence, even ignoring Lin Dong's occasional attempts at conversation. It had a vague premonition that it was witnessing something monumental. The little weasel was fixated on Mu Zi from a distance when suddenly it saw a smile bloom in the young girl's eyes. In that instant, it was as if eternal ice had suddenly melted and a spring of water quietly blossomed. It felt as though everyone within the symbolist tower shared in that moment of joy. At this moment, the fusion had reached its final step, and the minuscule spiritual net was now filled with the vibrations of original energy. Congeal. With a mental shift, the last vestige of original energy was deftly infused into the net. Buzz. In the next moment, this amalgamation of spiritual and original energy erupted in a dazzling brilliance, causing the little weasel's small eyes to squint. Did she succeed? It peered closer. As the light dissipated, a crystalline and translucent seal appeared before them. The seal was exquisitely small, yet the little weasel noticed intricate patterns adorning it, appearing remarkably complex. As the seal spun, a unique wave of energy emanated from it, causing the very essence of the surrounding world to seem to stir quietly. What is this? The little weasel was utterly confounded. After such a prolonged wait, is this all you have to show me? As if sensing its thoughts, Mu Zisu waved her hand, and a dozen luminous seals flew out from her sleeves, each emanating a peculiar resonance. In the next moment, these seals dispersed, and amidst them, energy from the symbol master tower rapidly converged into threads, intertwining the luminous seals. To the astonishment of the little weasel, these threads formed a formation centered around the seals. A tumult of emotions surged within the little weasel, for it sensed that the fluctuations of this formation were extraordinarily unique. As the young master of the Celestial Weasel clan, it was well versed in various phenomena, having even witnessed the protective formations of the Dragon clan. However, upon meticulous reflection, the little weasel was horrified to discover that it had never encountered the distinct vibrations radiating from the formation before. What on earth is this? Although the little weasel could not comprehend it, it was profoundly shaken. Yet if there were beings from the myriad realms to witness this scene, they would instantly recognize the signature fluctuations of the formation, for it was none other than the spirit formation. Chapter 64, Spirit Formation. While Mu Zisu delved into the intricacies of the formation, the open area outside the Symbol Master Tower had already succumbed to a profound silence. Master Yin and the others endured a torturous wait, still unclear as to which two individuals had successfully entered the 8th layer. As their agonizing wait continued, days slipped by, and each day, numerous young symbol masters emerged from the tower, their faces reflecting a sense of unfulfillment, unwilling to leave as the increasingly potent mental pressure became unbearable. By the 9th day of the tower conflict, the emotions of the crowd had become exceedingly complex. 9 days had passed. At the forefront of the crowd, Master Yan's throat slightly constricted as his gaze, like those of others, was fixed upon the glowing points of the 8th layer. They had initially believed that regardless of whether it was Lin Dong, Zhou Tong, or Mu Zisu, even if one of them managed to forcibly breach the 8th layer, they could not possibly endure for long. Yet, confronted with the present reality, they realized their assumptions had been incorrect. However, the identity of the two who entered the 8th layer was soon to be revealed. Before long, the glowing point on the 6th layer vanished, and moments later, a graceful purple figure appeared at the entrance of the Symbol Master Tower. Ziyue, Master Yin, and the others were not taken aback, as they had already speculated about the identities of the 3 individuals above the 7th layer. I apologize, Master, Ziyue said with a hint of regret toward Yanxian. The latter nodded calmly. Yet upon sensing the mental fluctuations emanating from Ziyue, he was immediately astounded, nearly pulling out his beard. Ziyue, have you become a 3rd seal symbol master? Ziyue gently nodded, her cultivation having been near the peak of a 2nd seal symbol master. During these 9 days, with the aid of the spiritual secret technique provided by Mu Zisu, Ziyue successfully broke through to a 3rd seal symbol master today. Had it not been for the heightened mental pressure within the Symbol Master Tower compared to 7 days prior, she would have also been able to ascend to the 7th layer. Ziwa lifted her gaze toward the Symbol Master Tower, noticing the 2 glowing points in the 8th layer. Her expression marked by mild surprise. She had not anticipated that Lin Dong would also be able to enter the 8th layer. Observing Ziyue's calm demeanor, Master Yin and the others exchanged glances. How can you remain unperturbed? Seeing you so composed is more unsettling than if you had slain us, exclaimed Han Yun. Unable to restrain himself, Ziyue shot him a sidelong glance, disregarding his words. But upon meeting Master Yin's similarly expectant gaze, she finally spoke. I am unsure who the other individual is, but I'm certain one of them is my sister, Zier, gazing into her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Master Yin could only smile wryly. It seemed that their previous sparring had profoundly impacted Ziyue. However, Ziyue regarded this as a matter of course. She harbored an unwavering faith in Mu Zissou, as if there were nothing in this world that her sister could not achieve. Sister, please don't be like this. I'm frightened, exclaimed Mu Zissou as the light points from the 7th layer descended. Not long after, while Master Yin and the others remained speechless, the glowing point that had occupied the 7th layer for 9 days began to descend layer by layer, and moments later, a figure appeared at the tower's entrance. Zhou Tong. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The answer was revealed. The 2 individuals who had entered the 8th layer were Mu Zissou and Lin Dong. Suddenly, the Symbol Masters of Flame City erupted into cheers, while the inhabitants of Heavenly Fire City wore expressions of utter despair. So close. Just one more victory, and the Symbol Master Tower would belong to Heavenly Fire City. Hearing the resounding cheers that shook the very ground, Master Yan's aged face broke into a smile of relief. As he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of liberation, this time, he had made the right wager. Meanwhile, within the 8th layer of the Symbol Master Tower, Mu Zissou was engrossed in her study of the Spirit Formation. The Spirit Formation, constructed from spiritual energy, was a term used within the myriad realms. There, the energy of the heavens and earth was not primal force, but rather a more potent spiritual energy. In the myriad realms, there existed a unique branch of cultivation known as Spirit Formation Masters. These masters could condense spiritual seals using their spiritual and mental energy, which would then attract the surrounding heavenly and earthly energy to form various formations. This was the essence of a spirit formation. This method was far superior to the formation paths of the lower realms. The spirit formation utilized the energy from the universe, allowing the spirit formation masters to expend only their spiritual energy to condense the seals, significantly reducing the resources required for formation. Furthermore, with the seals as the nexus, the speed of formation was greatly accelerated, a critical advantage in combat. More importantly, a spirit formation could be established by a single individual, contrasting sharply with the collective power formations of Tianxuan Continent, which felt like a dimensional suppression. In the higher realms, being a spirit formation master was a promising profession, with the top-tier experts on par with the titans of the myriad realms. Even the most formidable figure in history, the Undying Emperor, was highly proficient in spirit formations. The grand array of transmutation, which he laid with his life, sealed the faith of the extraterritorial evil race, the celestial evil god. In comparison, the evil demon emperor was but a trivial pawn, although the luminous seals condensed by Mu Zissou were composed of primal force and mental energy. Their efficacy bore little difference from authentic spiritual seals. Thus, it would be apt to refer to them as spiritual seals, and the formations they constituted would be designated as spirit formations. Mu Zissou mused that the term primal formation lacked an appealing sound. While the potency of primal force was considerably inferior to that of spiritual energy, one should not forget that Mu Zissou possessed the pure primal symbol seal, which, under its enhancement, rendered her primal force's quality nearly comparable to that of spiritual energy. Upon mastering the spirit formation, Mu Zissou's repertoire of techniques expanded significantly. Given sufficient time to deploy a spirit formation, she would not fear even the most formidable of adversaries at the peak of the primal Dan realm. However, although Mu Zi had successfully created the spiritual seal, the intricate array diagrams still required her meticulous development. Contemplating this, Mu Zi suddenly exclaimed, "The Rune Master Tower is truly an exceptional place. Here, one is not deficient in spiritual energy. It is the perfect opportunity to delve deeper into the study of various spiritual arrays." With renewed vigor, Mu Zi immersed herself in the vast ocean of array studies. Observing this scene, the nearby weasel felt a tingle of unease. What kind of industrious spirit is this? It feels as if she could rival that perverse individual Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong unexpectedly sneezed. The weasel shook its head. It certainly did not possess such tenacity. Fortunately, its innate talents were sufficient, allowing it to reach the profound realm of death merely by resting. The following day, Lin Dong finally mastered the transformation of a life seal array, a faint smile gracing his face. Yet, in the next instant, he noticed the myriad of luminous arrays suspended in midair, causing the smile to vanish. Gazing at the dense lines, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Within the stone seal, the weasel cast a disdainful glance at him. Look at that one, so worry-free, capable of independently creating arrays. Yet, the little creature he brought along knows nothing. Thus, days passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had elapsed. Outside the Rune Master Tower, a crowd gazed at the two steadfast points of light on the 8th level, their expressions numb. 24 days had gone by, and these two individuals truly had no intention of descending. At this moment, even if someone were to inform them that those two planned to remain there for a lifetime, they would scarcely doubt it. What prodigies! Chapter 65, the 9th level. Within the Rune Master Tower, both individuals were engrossed in their cultivation. After 10 days of researching spiritual arrays, Mu Zi paused to concentrate on elevating her own cultivation. By simulating the ancient whirlpool seal, she had transformed into a vortex, emanating a powerful suction force. Under this influence, a continuous stream of pure spiritual energy flowed in from the outside world, filling her elixir field. At this juncture, Mu Zi's pure elemental spiritual seal was on the verge of splitting into two distinct parts. A delicate thread of spiritual energy tenuously connected them, akin to a lotus root's fragile fibers, threatening to sever at any moment. Once they broke apart, Mu Zi would ascend to become a second seal rune master. Thus, it was revealed that you were a first seal rune master all along, and you have lingered on the 8th level for so long without any regard for face. Furthermore, as her spiritual energy gradually intensified, her elemental power correspondingly surged. At present, Mu Zi had completely perfected her cultivation in the heavenly origin realm. It is essential to note that she had only recently advanced to the late stage by her previous cultivation pace. Reaching her current level would have required at least 4 months. Lin Dong's gains were equally substantial. His life seal was the ancient whirlpool spirit seal, adeptly absorbing the spiritual energy within the Rune Master Tower. The two seals within Lin Dong's elixir field had transformed into swirling vortices, continuously drawing in the surging spiritual energy, rendering him akin to an insatiable abyss. Boom! In the next moment, a formidable wave of spiritual fluctuation erupted, and Lin Dong broke through to become a third seal rune master. Every muscle and bone in Lin Dong's body trembled at that instant. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, emitting a tangible wave of spiritual energy. Howl! Simultaneously, a sharp wail surged forth, imbued with overwhelming spiritual force, erupting like a volcano. Immediately thereafter, the powerful gust generated by the spiritual wave swept towards Mu Zi. In an instant, her long hair was lifted by the tempest, billowing in the air. Once the storm subsided, her strands fell gently like a curtain, shrouding her face. Lin Dong! Mu Zi shouted angrily, brushing aside the hair that obscured her visage, her large eyes glaring fiercely at him. Why make such a ruckus while breaking through and disturb others? Is there no sense of public decency? Witnessing this scene, the weasel could no longer contain itself, bursting into laughter within the stone seal. Unexpected! Lin Dong suddenly realized there were others present, standing awkwardly in place. Mu Zi took a deep breath and extended a hand towards Lin Dong. 1,000 Sun Origin Stones. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's face twitched in response. Here it comes again, that familiar feeling. Will you give or not? Mu Zi's eyes narrowed into a somewhat menacing arc, causing Lin Dong to feel a sense of dread. With a wry smile, he ultimately retrieved 100 Sun Origin pills from his spatial pouch, using his spiritual energy to send them flying towards Mu Zi. At least you know how to cooperate. Mu Zi huffed, stowing away the Sun Origin pills, her mood instantly brightening. She exhaled softly, blowing away a few strands of hair from her forehead, and then chose to ignore Lin Dong entirely. Observing her abrupt change in demeanor, Lin Dong felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, inwardly lamenting. Indeed, a woman's mood can shift in an instant. Having been disturbed, Mu Zi decided to halt her cultivation. Propping her chin in her hand, she scrutinized Lin Dong across from her, a third seal rune master, with spiritual power comparable to that of a fourth seal. She recalled that Lin Dong had just recently broken through to the second seal before the tower duel, and now, after a period of cultivation in the Rune Master Tower, he had achieved another breakthrough. Such behavior seemed rather foolish. A breakthrough of this nature could render one's foundation unstable and lead to a volatile state of spiritual energy. His already mediocre control over spiritual force had now become even more unsightly. Mu Zi's observations were not unfounded. Lin Dong's advancement to Third Seal Rune Master endowed him with spiritual strength akin to that of a Fourth Seal. Coupled with his training in the formidable transformation array, he should theoretically be more than capable of contending with those at the peak of the Elemental Dan realm. However, in the original narrative, Lin Dong's full-force spiritual technique was easily shattered by Yushan, barely managing to fend off an attack, even if the latter were not an ordinary pinnacle practitioner, but rather someone who had brushed against the threshold of the formative realm. Lin Dong should not have been defeated in a single strike. Yushan's punch had forcefully disrupted the foundational array of the transformation seal, leaving Lin Dong unable to utilize this trump card for a considerable time thereafter. Without the backing of influential groups like the Wanji Merchant Association, he would have surely faced utter defeat. Nevertheless, Lin Dong was a child of destiny. The issue of his unstable cultivation would undoubtedly be resolved by the maternal forces of his plane. Ling Qingzhu, it is time to explore the 9th level. Mu Zi mused to herself. In truth, her journey to the Rune Master Tower had already proved worthwhile. From nothingness to creation, independently developing spiritual arrays was indeed a significant achievement. Such a feat, if known to the myriad worlds, would undoubtedly incite a sensation. Perhaps some sects specializing in arrays would go to great lengths to recruit Mu Zi as a holy maiden. In comparison to the spiritual arrays, the ancestral seal imprinting on the 9th level seemed rather inconsequential. However, since we are here, we might as well take the opportunity to observe. Who knows what insights we might gain? In the next moment, Mu Zi and Lin Dong rose in unison, making their way towards the entrance of the 9th level. After exchanging glances for a brief moment, Mu Zi broke the silence. Shall you go first, or shall I? Let us go together, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. As soon as the words left his lips, he took a step forward. Thud! As Lin Dong breached the mental barrier leading to the 9th level, a subtle yet resonant low voice emanated from within the barrier. Immediately, an overwhelming force of repulsion surged forth, attempting to expel Lin Dong from its confines. Oomph! Sensing the repulsive force, Lin Dong snorted coldly, and the 3 innate spirit seals within his dantian unleashed a formidable wave of mental energy, resisting the rejection emanating from the barrier. With his utmost effort, Lin Dong gradually penetrated into the 9th level. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Mu Zi, eager to witness her methods. Mu Zi, undeterred, raised her delicate hand, and several spirit seals flew forth, forming a miniature spirit array before the mental barrier. Breaking seal array. In the next instant, the spirit array fused with the barrier, and with a subtle ripple, a fissure quietly opened on its surface. Lin Dong. Mu Zi gracefully stepped forward, her lithe form bending as she swiftly slipped inside. During this process, she did not forget to wave at Lin Dong, a teasing smile gracing her face. Lin Dong, witnessing his own sluggish pace akin to that of a tortoise, and then turning to observe Mu Zi's ease. A cry escaped his lips. Mu girl, take me with you. Chapter 66. It's the work of the Symbol Ancestor. In the Symbol Master Tower, 9th level. This place appeared remarkably ordinary, spanning merely a few dozen feet, with the ground covered in dust, giving it a disheveled appearance compared to the lower levels. Mu Zi surveyed her surroundings briefly before redirecting her attention to the tower walls on either side. Upon them were numerous intricate patterns, seemingly composed of 2 extraordinarily complex ancient symbols. The ancient symbols were so convoluted they could induce dizziness, yet each stroke seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe, drawing one into a state of enthrallment, truly remarkable. Ancient symbol imprints. These 2 symbols must have been imprinted from the Devouring Ancestor symbol and the Lightning Ancestor symbol respectively. In the entire realm, there exist only 8 ancestor symbols, yet 2 of them appeared here. Although mere imprints, they were indeed rare. Mu Zi noticed that one of the symbols radiated a faint attractive force, as if her very essence were on the verge of being drawn out. Oomph! With a cold snort, the pure essence seals within her dantian emanated a wave of energy, and with that wave, her essence settled. No wonder it's the Devouring Ancestor symbol, she remarked. This symbol was merely a casual sketch, devoid of any power, yet it exuded a trace of the ancestor's aura. Even so, it could incite a surge of essence, revealing the might of the ancestor symbol. Who could have left these 2 imprints? Mu Zi pondered. This individual must have witnessed the ancestor symbols firsthand, Otherwise, it would be impossible to capture such an aura. The Ancestor symbols embody the laws of the universe, and this person's ability to reproduce the symbols from memory is truly extraordinary. Imprinting Ancestor symbols is no easy feat. It requires a profound understanding of their mysteries. Those capable of such a task are undoubtedly renowned powerhouses. Perhaps only the ancient Eight Lords possess the ability to easily imprint Ancestor symbols. Of course, there are exceptions. The sovereign of the North Xian domain, the Dark Palace, has inherited the true Dark Ancestor symbol. Through the relentless efforts of successive powerful individuals, they have amassed considerable insights. It is precisely due to this accumulation and inheritance that the Dark Palace can imprint the Dark Ancestor symbol. However, the cost of doing so is undoubtedly significant. In the Dark Palace, only the direct disciples of the Lord are qualified to possess the Ancestor symbol imprints. If it were easy to imprint Ancestor symbols, not only the ordinary disciples, but even the elders within the palace would surely each have one. In contrast, the two symbols before her had incurred no tangible cost, merely crafted with ink. Thus, their difficulty is exponentially higher. The individual who left these two symbols likely possesses strength rivaling that of the ancient Eight Lords. Yet, these are not merely one Ancestor symbol, but two, the Devouring Ancestor symbol and the Lightning Ancestor symbol. Could it be that the Lord of Devouring and the Lord of Lightning, in a moment of whimsy, ventured to the remote Yin dynasty solely to play a prank, leaving behind these two symbols? Mu Zi's speculation formed within her. The one who left these two imprints is none other than the Symbol Ancestor. Symbol Ancestor, you have quite the knack for deduction. These two symbols are not merely for amusement. If one were to use the ancient spiral symbol to sense them, a map would be revealed. This map marks the locations of the two Ancestor symbols. Who would know the locations of the Ancestor symbols and not seek to claim them, unless they lack the strength? Yet, this formidable individual could imprint the essence of the Ancestor symbols. Could they truly be lacking in power? With all possibilities ruled out, the truth stands revealed. The Ancestor symbol map within the Symbol Master Tower is a fortuitous opportunity deliberately left for Lin Dong. In Qingyang Town, there exists the ancient spiral symbol. In Yen City, there's the Ancestor symbol map, and in the Great Wilderness County, the true Devouring Ancestor symbol resides. This sense of favoritism is rather blatant. I assent it? Symbol Ancestor. It's not me. It's the essence of the dimension. Mu Zi, it's your doing. Let us see if I can glean any insights. Mu Zi dismissed her wild thoughts. Taking advantage of her solitude in the 9th level, she activated the Reincarnation seal. Gazing at the symbols on the wall, under the enhancement of the Reincarnation seal, her perspective shifted. At this moment, the two symbols on the wall appeared to writhe, and simultaneously, strands of profound essence began to emanate from them. With her eyes shimmering with clarity, Mu Zi channeled the Reincarnation seal to its utmost, forcibly absorbing the essence. Just a bit more. Although the symbols writhed more vigorously, they were still a step away from being completely captured. Let's try this. In the next instant, the mental energy within her dantian began to whirl rapidly, and in her gaze, two profound whirlpools seemed to manifest. At this moment, Mu Zi had perfected the simulation of the ancient spiral symbol, and the essence contained within those whirlpools was no less impressive than the original. Suddenly, as if sensing this disturbance, the imprint of the Devouring Ancestor symbol burst forth with beams of dark light. From Mu Zi's perspective, the rune seemed to writhe as it detached itself from the wall, drawing ever closer to her before ultimately soaring in her Niwen Palace. It devoured the essence of the ancestral rune, leading to a successful comprehension. Mu Zi, roused from her previous state, once again raised her gaze towards the wall, where two runes became vividly apparent to her. However, she noted that one of the runes appeared considerably dimmer than before, as if its divine resonance had diminished. Was it truly only possible to comprehend a single rune? Mu Zi felt a twinge of regret. Earlier, she had exerted every ounce of her power through the Reincarnation seal, yet she failed to capture even a trace of the Thunder Ancestor rune's essence. Even the successful comprehension of the Devouring rune was achieved through the simulation of the Ancient Swirl seal. Nonetheless, Mu Zi felt content with this outcome, not daring to wish for more. In truth, the essence of the Devouring rune was far more beneficial. Even if she were to glean something from the Thunder Ancestor rune, it would likely be merely a method of attack, and Mu Zi's offensive capabilities were already quite formidable. In contrast, possessing the essence of the Devouring rune might grant her some auxiliary means, which would prove to be of greater assistance. Continuing her endeavor, Mu Zi had no intention of being polite. She aimed to directly seize the ancestral rune map, even if she had no use for it herself. She could sell it for a handsome price to Lin Dong. After all, it was an ancestral rune. The little weasel would surely foot the bill. Muzi once again simulated the fluctuations of the ancient swirl seal, concentrating her mental energy to form a vortex before her. With a flicker of her mind, she reached out towards the devouring rune. However, nothing transpired. Muzi raised an eyebrow. It seemed the rune had grown wise. The devouring rune seemed to mock her, as if to say, one cannot stumble in the same place twice, and neither can runes. The rune ancestor interjected, let it be known, this is not my concern. Shaking her head, Muzi ceased her actions. Since retrieving the map was futile, she decided to leave it to fate. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy surged from behind her, prompting her to turn and behold Lin Dong's disheveled figure. At last, he had made it in. Chapter 67. The force of Yuan is the path to invincibility. The peculiar environment of the 9th level left Lin Dong somewhat astonished. Mu girl, what is here? Muzi replied with a leisurely tone, 2 ancestral runes. Her words instantly stunned the little weasel. What? Ancestral runes? Here? 2 of them. Muzi continued. An imprint of the ancestral runes. Curiously, Lin Dong inquired, what exactly are ancestral runes? The rune masters condense their own life runes through mental energy. And these imprints possess varying ranks. Life rune imprint, life spirit rune, and life celestial rune. Lin Dong nodded slightly, recalling that Muzi had mentioned this knowledge when they first met. However, Muzi shifted her tone. Yet, in the realm of heaven and earth, the most formidable are the ancestral runes. Ancestral runes are not crafted by humans, but are instead condensed from the rules of the universe. Each ancestral rune possesses transcendent power, and its bearer stands as the mightiest being in existence. Oh, Lin Dong felt enlightened. Muzi cast a mild glance his way. Having previously taken 1,000 yang stones from him, she decided to indulge him with a bit of insight, considering it a fee for her explanation. As it was merely a matter of speaking, Lin Dong thought to himself, she is truly too gentle. I could weep. Muzi quipped, scientific pig farming. Does this mean an ancestral rune can also become a life rune imprint? Lin Dong marveled. If one were to obtain an ancestral rune, wouldn't that mean a foreign entity would reside within the Niwen Palace? Indeed, Muzi nodded. However, ancestral runes are exceedingly domineering. If one were to refine it, the original life rune imprint would disintegrate. In the original tale, after Lin Dong refined the devouring ancestral rune, his original life rune imprint vanished without a trace. Although the ancient swirl seal made a subsequent appearance, it was likely a temporary manifestation, no longer serving as a life rune imprint. Due to this factor, Muzi felt a lingering uncertainty. If she were to continually cultivate the pure Yuan rune, it would necessitate relinquishing the ancestral rune. Was this truly worthwhile? Lin Dong chuckled lightly, unfazed by Muzi's concerns. If I can obtain the ancestral rune, then the disintegration of my original life rune imprint would be of little consequence. After all, the ancestral rune is the mightiest life rune. Unbeknownst to him, Muzi's brow furrowed tightly at his words. Is the ancestral rune truly the strongest rune? She found herself engulfed in profound doubt. One must not dismiss this as superfluous. Muzi was already enmeshed in the intricacies of the situation, and her concerns were naturally more pronounced. The pure Yuan rune could enhance one's Yuan force, ostensibly a pathway of prosperity. Yet, this notion existed solely within Muzi's imagination, untested by experience. In contrast, the power of ancestral runes had been validated by countless individuals. Those who possessed ancestral runes invariably ascended to the ranks of the world's elite, earning resounding acclaim and reverence from all beings. According to Zhou Tong, as long as one masters the ancestral rune, they can transcend vast realms in battle. With the body of the wheel realm, they can contend with the reincarnation strong. Even forces like the Dark Palace have passed down ancestral runes through generations. Consequently, each successive master of the Dark Ancestral Rune possesses a deeper understanding and application of it than other ancestral rune bearers, thereby enhancing their own strength. Moreover, the Dark Palace has also inherited one of the ancient divine artifacts, the Dark Holy Scythe, crafted personally by the Rune Ancestor for the Lord of Darkness. With such divine equipment, the Master of the Dark Palace can effortlessly confront adversaries across 2 major realms. The cultivation of the Wheel Realm can contend with those who have survived a reincarnation tribulation, an achievement that Lin Dong in the original tale could only accomplish after expending immense effort and seizing numerous opportunities. Lin Dong lamented, that hits hard. Were it not for such circumstances, the position of the Palace Master within the Dark Palace would not surpass that of the Elder in the Reincarnation realm. the deeper one's understanding of ancestral runes, the greater the potential power they could unleash. For instance, in the original tale, the Lord of Devouring had comprehended the essence of the Devouring Ancestral Rune entirely, essentially becoming a human form of the Devouring Ancestral Rune. After his demise, he could suppress those who had undergone the second Reincarnation tribulation using merely a fragment of his residual soul's power, aided by the Devouring Ancestral Rune within Lin Dong. Mu Zi held confidence in her own comprehension. Should she obtain an ancestral rune, her level of understanding would undoubtedly surpass that of Lin Dong within the same realm. She might not even need to refine multiple ancestral runes. Possessing just one could allow her to surpass Lin Dong from the original tale. Perhaps Mu Zi could even accomplish what the ancient Eight Lords could not, using a single ancestral rune to ascend to the Ancestral Realm. At this moment, Mu Zi's heart was filled with indecision. Pure Yuan rune or ancestral rune? Which path would lead her further? Gazing at the two runes upon the wall, she found herself at a crossroads. Suddenly, as if sensing her inner turmoil, the pure Yuan rune within her Naiwan palace began to tremble violently, and, simultaneously, a peculiar wave of energy surged forth. Mu Zi was astonished to discover that beneath the fluctuations, there seemed to be a faint trace of spirituality. Could it be that the talisman possessed a spirit? According to legend, a life talisman holds the potential to give birth to a sliver of spirituality, bestowing upon its bearer an extraordinary potential. However, this has rarely been realized, relegating it to the realm of myth. My pure Yuan talisman is anything but ordinary. Mu Zi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The mythical had indeed been manifested by her. In light of this, perhaps she ought to place her faith in her life talisman. The pure Yuan talisman seemed to resonate with Mu Zi's thoughts, trembling incessantly, while a faint yet resolute intention whispered to her heart. With focused contemplation, Mu Zi felt as if she heard an innocent voice proclaiming, "Transcend the Ancestor Talisman." Upon perceiving this intent, Mu Zi suddenly smiled with relief, as her inner doubts dissipated entirely, and her path was illuminated like never before. There was no need to refine the Ancestor Talisman. I shall transcend it. An invisible aura suddenly erupted, and Lin Dong, standing nearby, sensed a shift in Mu Zi's being. The reflection of the young maiden's visage danced in his eyes, and he momentarily envisioned a majestic figure, vanquishing myriad demons at the pinnacle of martial arts, implying the breaking of the heavens and the unraveling of all destinies. With the path within his heart, there was no need to inquire, transcending the cosmos. I am an immortal. Yet in the next moment that aura abruptly faded, as if it were merely an illusion. Had he overthought it? Lin Dong shook his head, then inwardly chuckled, realizing that Mu Zi had indeed left a remarkable impression on him. Once her path was confirmed, Mu Zi's thoughts began to expand. She suddenly recognized that Yuan power seemed to be an exceptionally promising force. The path of cultivation involves seizing the yin and yang, usurping creation, undergoing rebirth, mastering life and death, and commanding reincarnation. When Yuan power reaches profound depths, it can unravel the mysteries of life and death, transcend reincarnation, and pave the way to becoming an ancestor with the pinnacle within reach. With the pure Yuan talisman, if one day this talisman were to evolve into an ancestor talisman, or even surpass it, it was certain that the Yuan power within her would be enhanced to an unfathomable extent. Is spiritual power necessarily superior to Yuan power? Not at all. Both are merely forms of energy, and the intensity of one cannot define everything. In Mu Zi's perspective, the potential of Yuan power far exceeds that of spiritual power. Should its characteristics reach their zenith, it might astound everyone. Yuan power is inherently invincible. Why would one need to rely on the Ancestor Talisman? Chapter 68, The Tower Duel concludes. Who would have thought that in this small place there were individuals aware of the existence of the Ancestor Talisman? The little weasel suddenly sighed, murmuring, "Lin Dong, it seems that this Mu girl has an extraordinary background." At this moment, it unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the weasel would not be mistaken. Such a prodigy could hardly originate from a mere minor kingdom like the Great Yan Dynasty. She must possess a more significant background. Upon hearing the weasel's assessment, Lin Dong wholeheartedly agreed. From their first encounter, she had left a mysterious and elusive impression on him. As their interactions continued, her persona became increasingly profound and inscrutable. Although Mu Zi shared the surname Mu, it was surely just a coincidence. Who would believe she hailed from the Mu family village? Certainly not Lin Dong. Lin Dong, summon forth your life talisman. Mu Zi suddenly spoke. Her abrupt request startled Lin Dong at first, but soon he fell into contemplation. Ever since he arrived on the ninth floor, he sensed a restlessness in his life talisman, as if it held a connection to the runes on the wall. Lin Dong, do as she says. After a moment of reflection, the little weasel also urged. Your life talisman, indeed, seems to have some connection to this ancestor talisman. If I am not mistaken, the ancient spiral talisman may have been derived from insights gained from the ancestor talisman, so it could be considered a descendant of the ancestor talisman. If that is the case, that individual must possess formidable strength. In my many years, I have rarely heard of anyone who could comprehend the ancestor talisman, let alone derive new runes from it. By the end of her statement, even the weasel's tone reflected a hint of admiration. Ancestor talisman, a trivial matter. Muzi, a mere remnant spirit, yet must act as a caretaker. That is no easy feat, ancestor talisman. Have you finally awakened your conscience, girl? Lin Dong nodded at her words, and with a thought, a life talisman flew forth from his dantian. To be cautious, he refrained from summoning all three talismans. The ancient spiral talisman glimmered in midair, and under Lin Dong's careful manipulation, it soared toward a wall. Buzz. In that moment, both Lin Dong and the weasel felt a surge of tension. Yet Muzi remained remarkably composed. As the ancient spiral talisman drew closer to the wall, an unusual fluctuation began to emanate. Just as the distance between them shrank to a mere 10 feet, Lin Dong's life talisman suddenly trembled violently, spiraling out of control and morphing into a palm-sized vortex of spirit talismans. This unforeseen change startled Lin Dong, who hurriedly attempted to retract his life talisman, only to be horrified to discover that he had lost control over it. What's the fuss? It's merely a life talisman. If lost, it can be cultivated again. Muzi remarked nonchalantly. If we can obtain something related to the ancestor talisman, it would be a tremendous profit. Lin Dong's eyes flickered with hesitation. Facing an opponent at the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm, he had only just acquired a modicum of counterbalance. Losing a life talisman would render his recent efforts futile, would it not? Noticing his anxiety, Muzi found it absurd. You, a grown man, why so indecisive? With that, she extended her mental tendrils and assertively ensnared the talisman before Lin Dong. Hand it over, Lin Dong observed as Muzi controlled her tendrils, forcefully hurling his life talisman against the wall with a straightforward brutality. Yet, in Lin Dong's eyes, she appeared somewhat graceful in her movements. Bang! When slammed against the wall, the ancient spiral talisman seemed momentarily bewildered, failing to respond at first. The devouring runes, a sigh seemed to emanate from the runes on the wall. In the next instant, beams of light shot forth, reflecting into the air before them, subtly outlining a map-like figure. Is this the map of the Great Yin Dynasty? Lin Dong remarked, slightly astonished. And just as his words fell, his gaze locked onto a particular spot on the map, where a vivid red dot glimmered. This is the map indicating the location of the ancestor talisman, the little weasel stated coolly. I truly don't know what sort of luck you possess. If this map were to be leaked, every talisman master in the Great Yin Dynasty would go into a frenzy. In truth, it was an overestimation, as very few in the Great Yin Dynasty were aware of the ancestor talisman. Lin Dong shrugged and scrutinized the spiritual map with diligence. On the map before him, aside from solitary red indicating the Great Yin Dynasty, another red dot marked a location that was utterly unfamiliar, suggesting it lay beyond the borders of the Great Yin Dynasty. Two ancestral talismans were present, one in the vast wilderness of the Great Yin, and the other in the chaotic Demon Sea. The melodious voice of Muzi, as clear as a mountain spring, echoed in Lin Dong's ears, prompting him to scratch his head in confusion. Where is this place? I have no idea. However, Muzi made no effort to elaborate further. Instead, she withdrew her gaze from the map and fixed it upon Lin Dong. This matter must not be disclosed. Do you understand? Lin Dong nodded. The allure of ancestral talismans, treasures of heaven and earth, was undoubtedly formidable. Should the locations of these two talismans be revealed, the influx of powerful individuals would be unimaginable, leaving him with little to no chance of acquiring them. The ancestral talismans were indeed wonders of the universe, meant for those fated to possess them. Muzi regarded Lin Dong intently and proposed, as for these two ancestral talismans, let us rely on our own abilities. Whoever obtains one shall claim it as theirs. What do you say? Although she had relinquished the idea of refining the talismans, she could not afford to appear too indifferent. After all, who would not be tempted by such divine artifacts? At the very least, a cultivator at the heavenly origin realm should exhibit a longing for the talismans. Furthermore, it was worth noting that not refining the talismans did not render them useless to Muzi. Having one in her possession for study would be quite beneficial as well. Her words were also intended to intimidate Lin Dong. Do you truly think you possess the strength to compete with me for the ancestral talismans? As expected, Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine. He had little confidence in contending against the enigmatic Mu Zi. Kid, with his prodigy around. Acquiring an ancestral talisman will not be an easy feat. The little weasel chimed in Lin Dong's mind with a teasing tone. Yet, it added, however, should you manage to please me, I might lend a hand. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Dong's heart as he inquired. Will your assistance be sufficient to surpass Mu Zi? Well, let's just say I have a certain degree of confidence. This young lady seems to possess quite the mysterious background. The little weasel replied. Lin Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. Even the little weasel lacked substantial confidence. Suddenly, the little weasel's tone shifted, but there's no need to panic. After all, there are 2 ancestral talismans, right? If you plead with her, perhaps she might generously relinquish one to you. Lin Dong sighed, dismissing their playful banter. Mu Zi exhaled softly and addressed Lin Dong. Let us depart. We have lingered in the Talisman Master Tower long enough. Master Yin and the others must be awaiting us. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Dong sighed once more and followed closely, their figures gradually fading into the depths of the 9th floor. Crack! Just as Lin Dong's figure vanished, the wall adorned with the ancestral talismans unexpectedly shattered without warning, debris cascading down, and within mere moments, the 2 runes had completely disappeared. Chapter 69, The Bounty from the Song Family. Outside the Talisman Master Tower, a throng of people had gathered. Over the past few days, news had gradually spread, and nearly all the Talisman Masters in Yen City were aware that 2 exceptionally gifted youths had persisted on the 8th floor of the Talisman Master Tower for nearly a month. Not only that, but the subsequent events astounded them even further. They had actually entered the 9th floor. It was known that even Master Yin had never set foot in that realm. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. However, this heavy tension did not linger long. For soon Mu Zi and Lin Dong emerged from the Talisman Master Tower. You ascended to the 9th floor? Master Yan's gaze bore into them, his voice trembling with disbelief. We merely wanted to give it a try. We didn't expect to succeed, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly, attempting to veil the matter of the ancestral talismans. Mu Zi nodded in agreement. At that moment, an unprecedented tacit understanding blossomed between them. Prodigies. The crowd remained entranced by their astonishment, oblivious to the fact that the duo was concealing information. Fortunately, those fellows from Tianxuan City fled quickly. Otherwise, they might have been left bloodied from the shock. A middle-aged talisman master remarked with a wry smile, and others nodded in agreement. No one could have anticipated that these 2 would manage to breach the mysterious 9th floor of the Talisman Master Tower, a feat that had eluded many. Gazing at Lin Dong and Mu Zi, the crowd's eyes brimmed with awe. Lin Dong, at the tender age of 17, had achieved such extraordinary success, which was already remarkable. Yet, Mu Zi was even 2 years younger than him, rendering her accomplishment all the more astonishing. Among the younger generation of Yen City, most were still in the body refinement realm, having yet to even approach the realm of mental cultivation. In contrast, Mu Zi had entered a domain that even 4-seal talisman masters could not tread, a level of achievement unheard of by the masses. They could hardly fathom how far this young girl might ascend in the future. The threshold of a spirit talisman master would surely not hinder her. Perhaps she could become the first celestial talisman master of the great Yin dynasty, and they believed that day was not far off. I truly envy that talisman ancestor, Master Yin suddenly exclaimed. Having witnessed everything, he was utterly convinced of the talisman ancestor's strength, which undoubtedly far surpassed his own. Contemplating this, Master Yin looked at Mu Zi with admiration in his eyes. To cultivate a disciple as exceptional as you, I can only imagine the prowess of your master. Upon hearing this, Mu Zi displayed an innocuous smile. You flatter me, Master Yin. My teacher's strength is merely a tad stronger than yours. As she spoke, Mu Zi extended a hand as white as jade, her index finger and thumb slightly curving to indicate a minuscule distance between them. The crowd, suddenly, a talisman master rushed over from a distance, his expression frantic. Master Yin, something is amiss. Yin Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, what has happened? The man glanced at Mu Zi, hesitating for a moment. However, seeing Master Yan's impatience, he quickly reported, some individuals are blocking the entrance to the Talisman Association. Are they causing trouble? Master Yin asked, surprised. Who would dare to cause a ruckus at the Talisman Association in Yen City? They're not causing trouble. They're seeking justice from the Talisman Association. Justice? Yes, those individuals seem to be sent by the Song family. They insist that it was someone from our Talisman Association who rendered Song Qing incapacitated and demand an explanation. Recently, it was discovered that the young master of the Song family had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Not only had he lost all his cultivation, but he had also succumbed to madness. Reports suggested that Song Qing now had no memory and his mind functioned like that of a child, displaying a rather foolish demeanor, causing those in the know to shake their heads in disbelief. Although they were already aware that Song Qing was a debauched scion, witnessing his current pitiful state still evoked sentiments of cruelty in the hearts of many. Even if he offended you, it would have been better to simply kill him than to subject him to such torment, they thought. Such actions were nothing short of monstrous. The Scarlet Flame Fairy. This is familiar territory. Master Yin was so enraged that his beard trembled. Absurd. How could our talismanic society possibly engage in such actions? Upon hearing this, the talisman master who had delivered the news cast another glance at Mu Zi, causing a jolt of trepidation to grip Master Yan's heart. In the next moment, that man produced a portrait depicting a beautiful woman. As the crowd gathered to observe, they noticed that the woman in the portrait bore a slight resemblance to Mu Zi. Upon seeing it, Mu Zi's expression darkened considerably. Who did this? How could they portray me so poorly? Upon her exclamation, the crowd was initially taken aback, then exchanged peculiar glances at Mu Zi. At such a moment, her concern was about the quality of the painting. Truly, the intricacies of a woman's heart are difficult to comprehend. However, Lin Dong wholeheartedly resonated with Mu Zi's words. The unparalleled beauty of Miss Mu could not merely be captured by a painting. It seemed that once she had made a name for herself, she was inevitably recognized. Mu Zi mused silently. Although she had altered Song Qing's memory that day, she had been approached in a bustling street, where perhaps someone had caught a glimpse of what transpired. Following Song Qing's downfall, while the Song family was unaware of the perpetrator's identity, they might investigate that he had engaged with a woman prior to the incident. Thus, they had ample reason to suspect that the culprit was indeed her. Even the guards at the minor Yuan-Dan realm had been effortlessly defeated. The woman who struck must possess strength nearing the minor completion of the Yuan-Dan realm. Yet in Yin City, only one woman possessed such prowess, Xian Su. Although Song Qing was a wastrel, he was not foolish enough to provoke her. Hence, the Song family had temporarily lost their leads in the investigation. However, recent events at the Talisman Master Tower had begun to circulate, and Mu Zi's name started to gain recognition, allowing the Song family to pinpoint the true culprit. Upon hearing Mu Zi's admission, the crowd was rendered incredulous. They had not anticipated that this outwardly enchanting young woman possessed such lethal capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Master Yin made a decision and addressed Mu Zi. You needn't concern yourself with the Song family. Our talismanic society will vouch for you. During this time, refrain from venturing out. The Song family lacks the audacity to storm in. Mu Zi cast a grateful glance at him, but shook her head in refusal. There is no need to trouble the talismanic society. I will handle this myself. The audacity of the Song family to depict her so unflatteringly filled Mu Zi with displeasure. It had been long since she had engaged in combat, and her hands itched for action. Recently, she had mastered several new techniques, and this would serve as an opportune moment for validation. The Song family, which had nurtured a wastrel like Song Qing, was certainly not virtuous. Annihilating them would weigh lightly on her conscience. She hoped the Song family's strength was not too feeble, and that they would struggle a bit longer, allowing her to experiment with her newfound skills. A sweet smile blossomed on Mu Zi's face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Yet behind that smile lurked a torrent of murderous intent. Chapter 70, A Knock at the Door. Miss Mu, do you require assistance? Lin Dong suddenly inquired. Mu Zi was somewhat taken aback by Lin Dong's offer. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing. Are you not afraid of tarnishing your reputation by intervening? Lin Dong shook his head, gazing intently at her. Miss Mu is no tyrant. If Song Qing provoked you, his fate is merely a consequence of his own actions. Mu Zi realized that Lin Dong was indeed a formidable character, unflinching in his dealings with adversaries. Thank you. In appreciation of Lin Dong's goodwill, she offered him a smile, then declined. I can manage on my own. Mu Zi preferred not to involve Lin Dong, as that would only leave the Song family more vulnerable. Moreover, he himself was entangled in some troubles, likely too preoccupied to assist. As anticipated, Lin Dong soon received news that due to the Yang Yuan stone vein, the Lin family had encountered some conflicts with the Ghost Blade sect, and even his father, Lin Shao, had been injured. Consequently, Lin Dong ceased to insist on aiding her and turned his attention to settling scores with the Ghost Blade sect. Mu Zi bid farewell to Master Yin and the others, preparing to teach the Song family a lesson. Watching her decisive departure, Master Yin felt somewhat helpless. Perhaps I should visit the city lord's mansion and speak with Ziyue. He contemplated. Given Mu Zi's strength, the Song family should not pose a significant threat. However, Master Yin had recently caught wind of certain rumors suggesting that the Song family had aligned themselves with the Bloodwolf gang. The Bloodwolf gang was indeed a formidable adversary. Although Yushan had reached the pinnacle of the realm, he was already on the verge of the forming realm, exhibiting immense strength. While Yin Xian was a fourth seal talisman master, he still fell short in comparison to Yushan's prowess, and it was doubtful he could protect Mu Zi. Nonetheless, considering her relationship with Ziyue, the city lord's mansion would likely intervene. Master Yin had learned in secrecy that the city lord of Yin City, Shihao Yin, had successfully broken through to the forming realm several years prior. With his assistance, Yushan would pose little concern. With this in mind, he did not linger, making his way directly to the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, at the Song family residence, in a reception hall, 3 individuals sat in positions of authority, emanating a potent energy that signified their formidable strength. These were astonishingly 3 practitioners at the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm. Of course, the Song family did not possess such power. Only their family head had reached this stage, while the other 2 were invited allies. At this moment, a scarred man spoke. Family head Song, is that woman truly so difficult to contend with? He was somewhat perplexed. After all, the Song family had paid a considerable price to enlist his assistance, which raised the question of whether it was truly worth it to confront a woman not yet 20 years old. The foremost figure was a middle-aged man clad in elegant robes, possessing a dignified appearance, exuding an air of cultured refinement. However, the scarred man was aware that this demeanor was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, this man had engaged in his share of unscrupulous activities. The robed man was none other than Song Wenyan, the head of the Song family. Upon hearing the scarred man's query, he offered a wry smile, saying, "We cannot afford to be complacent. I have witnessed the scene. The Yuan Dan realm guards had virtually no means of retaliation and were swiftly dispatched. This woman's strength must have reached minor completion. Therefore, for the sake of caution, it would be best for us to act together and subdue her." As soon as he finished speaking, the silent figure suddenly interjected. "This young lady appears to be under 18 and possesses such strength. Could she truly be a genius?" Song Wenyan turned to the speaker, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. The speaker was a young man under 30, his features as refined as jade, standing tall and composed, embodying the essence of a dashing gentleman. Such a youthful practitioner at minor completion was a rarity in Yin City. Reflecting on this, Song Wenyan initiated a conversation. "Young Master D, your assistance in this matter is greatly appreciated by the Song family." The young man did not express gratitude, responding bluntly, "As a resident of Daon County, I would generally not involve myself in the affairs of Yin City. Furthermore, a mere few tens of thousands of Yang Yuan stones cannot entice me. Defy." Upon the utterance of those words, a flicker of indignation ignited in Song Wenyan's eyes. However, his profound composure swiftly quelled it. Defy, undeterred by the other's demeanor, deftly shifted the conversation. "Yet, I find myself quite intrigued by this Miss Mu," he remarked, cradling an image of Mu Zi in his hands, a smile gracing his features as he involuntarily reached out to caress the delicate visage of the woman depicted. "Once I have subdued her, I hope that the head of the Song family can grant me the courtesy of allowing me to handle her. Might that be agreeable?" Just as Song Wenyan was about to acquiesce, the door was suddenly flung open, and a middle-aged beauty entered, escorting Song Qing. "Master, you cannot agree to this." Defy narrowed his eyes, yet upon observing the newcomer's commendable appearance, he refrained from immediate outburst. "Hee, have we got guests at home? How delightful!" Song Qing exclaimed suddenly, his countenance betraying an expression of innocence, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with naivety. In the next moment, he approached his father, tugging at his sleeve and shaking it back and forth. "Brother, who are these people?" At his words, a flicker of anguish crossed Song Wenyan's gaze. His son was utterly ruined. The beautiful matron, witnessing this scene, felt her countenance contort into a snarl, the fury within her no longer contained. "That little wretch has done this to Qing'er. She cannot be spared so easily. Once captured, I shall strip her of her cultivation and parade her in the streets, exposed for all to see. Finally, I shall deliver this wretched girl to Qing'er for his amusement. Only then will my heart's hatred be assuaged." Upon hearing this, Defei ceased to be a mere observer. That cannot be. How could such a beauty be given to a waste? The matron's eyes flared with fury as she glared at him, pointing an accusatory finger at Defei, trembling with rage. "How dare you call Qing'er a waste? Enough!" Song Wenyan's sudden roar startled the room, as he stood and struck the matron across the face, rendering her momentarily stunned. Do not disrespect young Master D. The matron felt a surge of indignation at the head of the family's blatant favoritism towards an outsider, tears welling in her eyes. With a silent sigh, Song Wenyuan hesitated before bowing to Defy. The person can be entrusted to you, but her cultivation must be rendered null. Defy nodded slightly, for he cared little for Mu Zi's cultivation. It was her physical allure that captivated him. Once the agreement was made, a convivial atmosphere enveloped the room, though the matron's weeping and Song Qing's innocent laughter stood in stark contrast. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and Mu Zi's figure appeared before the gathered individuals. Have we all gathered? Perfect, let's settle this at once. The young woman wore a radiant smile, yet her words dripped with a chilling intent. Chapter 71. I will kill you. Who can stop me? The unexpected intrusion startled the group, but upon recognizing the intruder, their expressions morphed into a peculiar mix. We haven't even made a move, and she has come knocking on our door? How audacious! The scarred man's expression darkened. Yet as he sensed Mu Zi's aura, astonishment washed over him. Heavenly Origin Realm? How can this be? Wasn't she supposed to be a minor completion of the Yuandan realm? Is the Song family deceiving me? Do not underestimate her. She's a talisman master. Song Wenyuan clarified, prompting the scarred man to grasp the situation. Mu Zi surveyed the individuals in the room with curiosity, contemplating how the Song family boasted 3 minor completions, more than the Bloodwolf gang. This is a personal matter between me and the Song family. Anyone unrelated should leave at once, lest I be forced to act without mercy, she warned sternly. Miss, Defay interjected, suddenly speaking up, gazing upon Mu Zi's exquisite countenance. His heart brimmed with elation. The woman in the portrait was breathtakingly beautiful, yet witnessing her true form rendered that image pale in comparison. He had never encountered a woman of such remarkable beauty and poise. The others he had known seemed mere dust in her presence, utterly unremarkable. My visit to Yin City has proven exceedingly rewarding. The Song family has forged a deadly enmity with you. Defay continued, however. Should you agree to accompany me and serve as my personal maid, perhaps I can offer you a chance at survival. Mu Zi regarded Defay with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Who are you? Interfering in matters that do not concern you can lead to dire consequences. Defay's face betrayed an air of arrogance as he replied with a smile. I am a member of the D family from Dao County. Dao County is no backwater like Yin City. Should you choose to follow me, unbounded wealth and splendor await you. As he spoke, he produced a garment from his spatial pouch, displaying it to Mu Zi. This dress is woven from ice silkworm silk, meticulously designed by the masters of my D family. Not only is it exquisitely beautiful, but it also offers substantial protection. Should you become my maid, you could wear such garments every day. Defay's heart swelled with pride. This single piece of clothing was valued at 1,000 sun essence stones, a sum unimaginable to the rustic inhabitants of Yin City. He prided himself on his understanding of women's hearts, believing that such a magnificent garment would be irresistible to Mu Zi. Though the stunning maiden maintained an icy demeanor, he was convinced that she might soon succumb to its allure, willingly joining the D family. His gaze lingered on Mu Zi's alluring form, his mind consumed with boundless fantasies. How thrilling it would be to see her adorned in those garments, far surpassing the likes of Xiao Li and the others. Mu Zi, perceiving Defay's unabashed possessiveness, had already sentenced him to death in her mind. Her eyes turned frigid. It appeared that in this place, no one was innocent. The middle-aged beauty, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Mu Zi, felt her fury erupt upon encountering her nemesis. You little wretch, what have you done to Qing'er? You must be merciless. Mu Zi could only laugh at the woman's shamelessness. He is already intent on committing unspeakable acts against me. Should I greet him with a smile instead? The matron retorted as if it were a matter of course. To be favored by Qing'er is a tremendous honor for you, you wretched servant. Why can you not bear it gracefully? Mu Zi's countenance grew even colder. So that is why he is such a waste. It appears he is a product of a mother who gave birth but failed to teach. Perhaps it would be better for me to discipline him on your behalf? Just as the matron was about to continue her tirade, Song Qing interjected. Mother, why are you scolding this sister? He gazed at Mu Zi's face with pure, innocent eyes, devoid of any desire. Hee, such a beautiful sister can't be a bad person. Mother, you are the one who is bad. As he spoke, he playfully threw punches at his mother, though, as a cripple, his strikes lacked any real force. Observing Song Qing's antics, Mu Zi suddenly felt a sense of joy wash over her. Look, my discipline has proven remarkably effective. No need for thanks, it is my duty. As she gazed upon Song Qing's absurd demeanor, A profound sorrow flickered in the woman's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of sheer malevolence. You vile wretch! How dare you inflict such suffering upon my Qing? Once I have you in my grasp, I shall make you regret ever being born into this world. At these words, Mu Zi's countenance turned icy, her elemental energy surging like a tidal wave, coalescing instantaneously into a colossal hand that lunged towards the woman. What audacity! How dare you! This blatant act of aggression stirred the hornet's nest, igniting the wrath of Song Wenyuan and the scar-faced man, who wasted no time in joining forces to counter the elemental assault. To dare strike in our presence, you shall not go unpunished. Intriguingly, Defy refrained from intervening, instead choosing to sit back with an air of leisure, enjoying the unfolding spectacle. Observing both of the small completion stage cultivators engage, Mu Zi let out a cold huff, her thoughts coalescing into action as a short sword, glimmering with an icy blue radiance, erupted from her sleeve, accompanied by a blinding flash. A potent wave of frigid energy spread forth, instantly nullifying their attacks. What? The scar-faced man was taken aback, having not anticipated that his offensive would be rendered utterly ineffective. I will kill you. Who can stop me? With their defenses shattered, Mu Zi's elemental hand descended upon the woman, whose eyes brimmed with terror. I'll fight you to the end. Cornered, the woman displayed a glimmer of ferocity, unleashing the full extent of her small elemental core cultivation against the massive hand in the air. Boom! Yet, her defiance was in vain. Mu Zi's elemental hand erupted with a tremendous force, effortlessly dismantling the woman's resistance. In the wake of the latter's horrified gaze, it seized her head with a vice-like grip. Crack! A chilling thud echoed through the air as the beautiful woman met her demise on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically, clearly astonished by the unexpected display of power. Mu Zi's assault had been as swift as lightning, effortlessly dismantling all opposition and decisively slaying the beautiful woman. The entire affair transpiring in the blink of an eye. A cultivator at the celestial origin stage had, under the combined efforts of two small completion stage practitioners, swiftly annihilated a small elemental core cultivator. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. Their adversary was not to be trifled with. They had undoubtedly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. At this moment, the scar-faced man was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known Mu Zi was so powerful, he would never have allowed his greed to draw him into the affairs of the Song family. Sensing his wavering resolve, Song Wenyuan shouted, "Do you truly believe she will spare us? Today, by choosing to strike, you have irrevocably offended her, and you will undoubtedly face retribution." Hearing the scar-faced man falter, Song Wencheng pressed on. Rather than waiting to be hunted down, let us join forces and fight back. Together, the three of us can surely contend with the celestial origin cultivator. With these words, the three men solidified their determination, casting aside any lingering hesitation as they summoned the full might of their surging elemental energy, their gazes fierce as they fixed upon Mu Zi. However, in the face of their resolute stance, a smile unexpectedly graced Mu Zi's lips. "Do you know why I engaged in such idle chatter with you earlier?" As they beheld the young woman's charming smile, an unsettling sensation surged within the hearts of the three. Immediately, Mu Zi extended her hands, pure and as white as jade, shimmering with an enchanting luster under the sunlight. As she clasped her hands tightly together, radiant beams of light converged in the sky. And moments later, a vast formation materialized before their eyes, enveloping the entire room in its embrace. The formidable waves emanating from the formation left the three feeling breathless. Please, take a moment to appreciate my spiritual formation. Chapter 72. The Might of the Spiritual Formation. As the colossal formation emerged, the Song family was plunged into chaos. What is this? How did it come to be in our Song family? Where is the head of the family? He seems to have gone to the reception hall. At this revelation, the Song family members were further alarmed, for they realized in terror that the reception hall lay squarely within the bounds of the luminous formation. Meanwhile, the individuals gathered in the reception hall were also gripped by panic, as they found themselves beneath the mysterious light formation, acutely aware of the overwhelming threat it posed. This woman is truly malevolent. The scar-faced man felt a stir of unease. The reflection of the formation danced in Song Wenyuan's eyes, his heart now filled with bitterness. It seemed that their Song family had genuinely provoked someone beyond their capacity to offend. Fortunately, he still had allies. Together, they might carve out a path to survival. Di Gongzi, stop merely spectating and join us in vanquishing this foe. Di Fei, shaken from his stupor, regarded the young woman ahead with complex emotions. Initially, he had thought that even if Mu Zi possessed some strength, she would not pose a threat to him. However, the current circumstances jolted him into the realization that he should not have let lust cloud his judgment regarding her. This woman was beyond his reach. Gazing at Mu Zi, Defy was overcome by a fierce sense of unwillingness. If he could not possess her, then he would destroy her. The moment this thought took root, it rapidly consumed his mind, and driven by this intense frustration, he wasted no time in unleashing his full power to attack Mu Zi. Heavy Mountain Blade Technique. The energy of a small elemental core cultivator erupted forth, forming a formidable blade aura before Defy, his expression hardening as he directed the full force of the blade towards Mu Zi. I will kill you. Mu Zi's pupils reflected the blade aura. Unfazed by this impressive assault, her demeanor remained serene. She raised her delicate hand, pointing into the air, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the formation, colliding with the blade aura. Swish! Following a stunning clash, both the light beam and the blade aura dissipated. Defay's full-force strike had been effortlessly intercepted, leaving Song Wenyuan momentarily dumbfounded. With a dismissive smile, Mu Zi taunted Defay. Is that the extent of your power? Pathetic. The scornful rebuke caused Defay's countenance to shift from green to pale, his pride wounded by the disdain of such a remarkable beauty. Do not panic, considering her cultivation. That last attack must have drained a significant amount of her strength. With 3 of us, we can outlast her. Song Wencheng's voice was tinged with urgency, as if attempting to reassure himself. Heh, quite the imaginative one, aren't you? Mu Zi chuckled lightly before gesturing towards the formation above. My flowing light and shadow-breaking formation is not as feeble as you presume. This formation, which she had painstakingly crafted, was among the most powerful she currently commanded. To establish it, she had drawn upon numerous spiritual seals, nearing the limits of her capabilities. The prowess of the flowing light-breaking shadow array did not disappoint Mu Zi. Even a casual strike demanded the utmost effort from a minor perfection stage practitioner to withstand it. Yet, what was even more terrifying was that this formation was a group attack array. Behold, Mu Zi exclaimed with a smile, pointing to the array suspended in the air. The 3 individuals looked up, only to be met with a sight that filled them with despair. They beheld a sudden surge of intense energy emanating from the array, as brilliant beams of light materialized in midair, numbering in the dozens. Mu Zi relished the sight of their hopeless expressions, secretly amused. Are you frightened? These dozens of light beams, of course, did not all possess the might of a minor perfection stage. The flowing light-breaking shadow array wasn't so overwhelmingly powerful. Each attack was merely equivalent to the full force of a minor perfection stage practitioner. Nevertheless, even this was sufficient to make the trio tremble in fear. If they did not exert every ounce of strength to resist, they might truly perish beneath this onslaught. In the next moment, Mu Zi's mind stirred, and the formation shifted dramatically, sending forth a multitude of radiant beams towards the 3 minor perfection stage practitioners. Now, they shouted in unison, not daring to hold back, pouring all their energy into defense. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, they were forced to retreat, clearly struggling to maintain their ground. As they felt the oncoming waves of energy, the trio disregarded the strain on their meridians, desperately channeling their essence to barely fend off this round of attacks. Although they managed to hold on, their bodies ached and their hands trembled violently. Well, you actually held it off. You possess considerable strength. A melodious voice chimed in their ears, but to them, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. In the next instant, the light array whirled anew, coalescing into dozens of fresh beams. This sight sent chills down their spines. Despite the clear skies above, they felt a bone-chilling cold. Song Wenyuan gazed up at Mu Zi, his eyes bloodshot. Miss, my Song family concedes defeat. You may make any request, and we shall fulfill it to the best of our abilities. As long as you spare my life. He was genuinely terrified. The 3 minor perfection stage practitioners had exhausted their strength, yet they could only manage to fend off one wave of attacks. If faced with a few more, they would surely meet their demise here. The other 2 recognized the gravity of the situation, turning their gazes towards Mu Zi in silence, awaiting the verdict of this enchanting maiden. Very well, Mu Zi declared. The 3 were instantly elated. Could it be that they would indeed be spared? However, the next words that left her lips sent their spirits plummeting. I have one more technique to test. If you can withstand it, you shall live. If not, you will die. As her voice faded, a formidable aura erupted from Mu Zi, rendering the trio unable to gaze directly at her. Observing the girl who resembled a deity, Defy was engulfed by a sense of helplessness, as if they were mere ants futilely struggling against fate. The pure primordial spirit talisman within the Niden Palace trembled slightly, as the essence within Mu Zi seemed to grow ever more refined. Under her command, a torrent of potent and pure essence surged forth, manifesting as a scarlet golden seal in the sight of all. The moment the seal appeared, a terrifying wave of heat rushed toward them, and the trio felt as though they had plunged into a hellfire inferno, flames surging from every direction, intent on refining them to ashes. "We cannot withstand this," Defy screamed in despair, an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, making it difficult to breathe. The scarred man felt a profound bitterness in his heart, clenching his fists as cold sweat trickled from his palms. "I never anticipated I would meet my end here," he muttered. Mu Zi coldly regarded them, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Heavendi, Orikin said." In the next moment, she unhesitatingly activated the seal, and its dazzling radiance erupted violently in the face of their desperate gazes, crashing down upon them. In the air, the scarlet golden seal blazed like a raging inferno, emitting fierce waves of heat as it soared toward Song Wenyuan and his companions. Since Mu Zi successfully developed the Heavenly Origin Seal, this was her first time deploying such a formidable martial technique in actual combat, and this strike was like a thunderclap, unstoppable, despite knowing it was futile. The three minor perfection stage practitioners poured forth their final efforts. Heavy mountain blade technique, tearing wind claw, flowing water palm wave, three bursts of martial prowess, radiating intense waves of essence, collided with the scarlet golden seal under Mu Zi's calm gaze. Bang! The instant their attacks met, a blinding light erupted from the point of impact, illuminating the trio's contorted faces as if a blazing sun had appeared. After a brief stalemate, their martial skills began to falter, forced to retreat by the Heavenly Origin Seal. Although the three minor perfection stages' efforts caused a slight hindrance, they could not genuinely block its advance. In the air, the scarlet golden seal approached them at a slow yet resolute pace. "Block it!" they roared, tearing at their meridians, increasing their output once more. Fueled by desperation, their combined attack wielded enough power to threaten even a perfected major realm practitioner. Faced with such fierce resistance, the Heavenly Origin Seal finally halted, momentarily stymied. Witnessing this result, Mu Zi was somewhat astonished. She had not expected them to unleash such combat strength through sheer desperation. However, it was ultimately in vain. Could they truly hold out indefinitely? As she anticipated, after a brief struggle, the three could no longer endure. The potency of their martial skills began to wane. In their desperate gazes, the scarlet golden seal drew closer once more, and this time they could not stop it. "I hate this." Song Wenyuan and the scarred man were filled with boundless resentment, loathing Mu Zi as much as themselves for provoking such a calamity. Faced with death, Defay's composure shattered as he broke into a wail, completely abandoning the elegance he once displayed. He had merely passed through Flame's city out of curiosity. How had he come to face his demise in this foreign land? "You cannot kill me. I am from the D family of Dao County. If I die, the family head will not let this slide." Mu Zi remained deaf to his pleas, the Heavenly Origin Seal descending mercilessly upon the trio. After a wave of searing energy, a deep pit was left in the ground. The walls of the pit bore marks as if molten lava had flowed through. With three piles of charred remains lying there, Defay and the others had been reduced to ash. Such dramatic words, Mu Zi remarked, somewhat speechless. From Defay's tone, it seemed his family head would indeed travel a great distance from Dao County to settle the score with her. Unbeknownst to many, one might assume that the individual in question is a formidable master of the creation realm. In truth, however, the head of the D family, Di Tong, is merely a minor figure within the shaping realm. Even if he were to set forth from Dao County at this very moment, traversing the perilous Tianxuan mountain range to reach Flame City, it is likely that Mu Zi's prowess would have already outstripped his, rendering him powerless against her. Let's first examine the spoils. With a subtle gesture, Mu Zi summoned 4 Qingyang bags into her grasp. The 3 ruffians from Flame City were of little significance, their worth overshadowed by Mu Zi herself. Yet, Defay, a true son of Dao County, was indeed opulent beyond measure. From his Qingyang bag, Mu Zi uncovered over 1,000 pure yuan pills. The pure yuan pill is a creation of the most refined yuan power, condensed by practitioners of the yuan pill realm. A novice in the yuan pill realm would require a full month to produce a single pill. Of course, the pure yuan pills circulating across the continent are not exclusively the product of those in the yuan pill realm. After all, How many would willingly sacrifice their cultivation to become mere pill slaves? In reality, most of these universal currencies, such as the pure yuan pill, nirvana pill, and shengxian pill, are predominantly crafted through intricate formations. The setup of these formations demands immense mental fortitude, thus elevating the status of formation masters above that of their peers in the realm of yuan power. They are, after all, a veritable cash cow. The value of the pure yuan pill far surpasses that of the yang yuan stone. The 1,000 pure yuan pills found within Defei's Qingyang bag could be exchanged for a staggering sum of 1 million yang yuan stones. With such wealth, it is no wonder Defei looked down upon the natives of Flame City. As Mu Zi continued her search, she found no more valuable treasures, only a plethora of women's garments. Observing these peculiar items, her brow furrowed in disdain. Lecherous scoundrel, she muttered under her breath, kicking the garments aside before incinerating them completely. She had no intention of donning such attire, which might very well have been second-hand, sullied by unsavory individuals. Mu Zi briefly considered selling these garments at the Oddities Pavilion or the Myriad Realms Merchant Association, but quickly dismissed the thought. She could not afford to associate with such unsavory characters. In any case, having already amassed a fortune, several thousand yang yuan stones were hardly a loss. After collecting her spoils, just as she was about to depart, an unusual sound pierced the air. Rua, dia. Following the sound, Mu Zi discovered Song Qing huddled in a corner. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. She was slightly taken aback, although she had concentrated her efforts against the 3 adversaries. She had not deliberately avoided Song Qing. Surviving this ordeal, one could only wonder if it was fortune or misfortune. As Mu Zi observed Song Qing's deranged demeanor, she fell into contemplation. Yet, in the next moment, Song Qing, struck by immense grief, appeared to regain clarity. As he recalled the harrowing experiences of recent days, turmoil surged within him. Suddenly, Song Qing knelt before Mu Zi, his face a mask of regret. This young lady, I was wrong, so wrong. Because of him, the Song family had nearly been obliterated and both of his parents had perished. In that moment, Song Qing's heart felt like ash. Mu Zi regarded him silently, unmoved. Had it not been for her own strength, her fate might have been even more tragic than his. Kneeling on the ground, Song Qing seemed to have reached a profound realization. Observing this, Mu Zi shook her head and turned to leave. Yet, in an instant, Song Qing erupted, launching a fist toward her back. Mu Zi appeared caught off guard, offering no defense. Just as his fist was about to strike her, a beam of light descended from above, piercing through Song Qing's heart. At last, he welcomed death, a look of relief spreading across his face. Before collapsing to the ground, Mu Zi dissipated the spiritual formation in the sky and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 74, Reactions from All Sides. Look, the formation has vanished. The members of the Song family hurried forward, their faces pale with shock as they beheld the scene before them. The ceiling of the reception hall was riddled with countless holes, and the ground bore the chaotic scars of energy collisions, vividly portraying the intensity of the preceding battle. Most striking was a massive crater on the ground, its edges charred black, as if the earth itself had been ravaged by fire, leaving an indelible mark akin to a deep scar upon the land. Several bodies lay before them, yet the figure of Song Wenyuan was nowhere to be found. It was likely that he had been reduced to ashes. Witnessing this horrific sight, despair surged within the hearts of all present, akin to the arrival of an apocalyptic dawn. Following this battle, the Song family had lost all their practitioners of the Yuan Pill realm, leaving only a ragtag group behind. Without their pillar of support, they would soon find themselves besieged by ravenous wolves from all directions. Our Song family is finished. At this moment, Mu Zi had returned to her residence. After escaping the battlefield, she ventured into the Song family's treasury, plundering it thoroughly. Being merely a local power in Flame City, the treasury harbored no formidable treasures. The most valuable item was a long, azure sword, its blade emanating a chilling radiance. This sword could serve as a decent talisman, and had Song Wenyuan wielded it during his confrontation with Mu Zi, he might have been able to endure a little longer. However, this long sword held little value for Mu Zi. She could forge such talismans herself. Despite its lack of power, the materials used to craft it were quite commendable. Mu Zi planned to melt it down, extracting rare metals that could serve as auxiliary materials for her future talisman crafting endeavors. Beyond this, there was little that caught Mu Zi's eye. She had specifically searched for any mysterious fragments or jade slips, yet found nothing. The notion of uncovering true treasures amidst a pile of inconspicuous items was fanciful at best. The people of the continent were all astute. There are not many opportunities for one to seize. Higher-tier martial arts could only be obtained when the Nirvana Realm's tomb finally opened after some time. Within the treasury, the primary treasure remained the Yang Yuan stones. Mu Zi counted them, and there were over 200,000. The Song family truly lived up to their reputation as the local tyrants of Flame City. They must have amassed wealth by the cartload. Now, however, all that wealth had found its way into Mu Zi's pockets. A meager gain, indeed, with the acquisition of pure Yuan pills. The Yang Yuan stones no longer thrilled Mu Zi. It was time to spend them swiftly. The value of Yang Yuan stones would soon depreciate. There was no need to let them gather dust in her Qingyang bag. It would be far better to exchange them for superior cultivation resources. Having come to this conclusion, Mu Zi summoned her maid and handed her several Qingyang bags. Go to the Wanjin Merchant Association and procure every spirit herb they have for sale. The maid opened the Qingyang bags to inspect their contents and was immediately astonished by the mountainous pile of Yang Yuan stones. This. Her delicate lips parted slightly, and her large eyes widened in astonishment. Mu Zi found the myriad expressions gracing the maid's charming face quite amusing, prompting her to continue teasing her. You may keep the remaining Yang Yuan stone for yourself. The maid gasped. Mu Zi's gaze softened. Although this maid was a tad simple-minded, she was remarkably organized in her tasks. Most importantly, she was obedient, readily complying with any request without posing unnecessary questions. Having been cared for by her during these trying days, Mu Zi resolved to reward her with some benefits. Coming back to her senses from the overwhelming surprise, the maid's emotions surged like tumultuous waves. She gazed at Mu Zi's exquisite profile, her eyes shimmering with deep infatuation. This lady is truly wonderful. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she is also generous. Alas, how splendid it would be if she were a man. After bidding farewell to the maid, Mu Zi commenced her cultivation. On the 9th floor of the Symbol Master Tower, she had captured a trace of the devouring ancestral symbol's essence. And now was the perfect time to delve into its mysteries and see what insight she might gain. Mu Zi sat in tranquille meditation, her mind sinking into the Naiwan Palace, entering a state of profound contemplation. While Mu Zi focused on her cultivation, the outside world erupted in chaos. The Song family had been annihilated. The patriarch and matriarch, both at the Yuandan realm, had perished within their home. As the news spread, onlookers flocked to the scene, horrified by the gruesome manner of their demise. The recent bounty notice issued by the Song family suddenly seemed absurd. Just hours after the announcement, their downfall had occurred. Surely, karma does not manifest so swiftly? Simultaneously, Mu Zi entered the public consciousness. Numerous powerful figures in Yin City began to categorize her among those who must not be trifled with. Some leaders of various factions, upon learning of the event, promptly gathered their younger kin and solemnly cautioned them. Henceforth, if they encounter a beautiful and unfamiliar woman, they must treat her with utmost respect. They must not invite calamity upon their families. The Song family's influence was considerable in Yin City, yet, due to the trifling of a woman, they had met such a tragic end, stirring a storm of gossip throughout the city. From that moment, the once arrogant scions became wary, while many women felt a sense of vindication. Finally, someone had stepped forward to teach those ruffians a lesson. In the Wanjin Merchant Association, a lady in a red dress listened to the reports below, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. 3 minor perfects? Xian Su covered her red lips with her delicate hand. Her peach blossom-like cheeks flushed with disbelief. Outsiders believed that only Song Wenyuan, a minor perfect at the Yuandan realm, had participated in this battle. However, the Wanjin Merchant Association had uncovered that the situation was far more complex. Through various clues, they discovered that Mu Zi had, in fact, slain 3 minor perfects during this encounter. Such remarkable achievements from a mere 15-year-old girl seemed almost fantastical. Xian Su's enchanting eyes glazed over, and her mind involuntarily conjured the image of a figure clad in black robes, recalling their initial meeting with vivid clarity. So you have grown this strong? She murmured. In the city lord's mansion, in a study, Master Yin gazed at the refined gentleman seated opposite him, admiration flickering in his eyes. The city lord of Yin City, Shi Hao Yin, had reached a minor completion in the forming realm. A strikingly handsome man, his complexion was as fair as jade, exuding an extraordinary aura. Despite being in his middle years, he bore no trace of aging, appearing as youthful as a man in his 20s. Master Yin glanced behind the man, where Ziyue stood quietly. His gaze lingered between the two, pondering that they resembled siblings more than father and daughter. The next moment, the refined gentleman slowly spoke, gently inquiring of Ziyue, "My dear, what are your thoughts on that, Miss Mu?" Upon hearing her father mention Mu Zi, Ziyue's eyes became somewhat misty. I had never imagined that such an extraordinary woman could exist in this world. Her tone then shifted to one of fervor. Her complexion flushed. In Ziyue's heart, she regarded Mu Zi as the foremost prodigy of the great Yin dynasty. In truth, Ziyue's praise was somewhat restrained. She believed Mu Zi would undoubtedly not remain confined to the small boundaries of the great Yin dynasty. Yet such matters were unnecessary to voice, as others might not believe her. Oh, sure, Hao Qian expressed surprise. Given Ziyue's proud nature, he had not anticipated such an evaluation, indicating that this Mu Zi was indeed worth cultivating a friendship with. In that case, Ziyue, you shall personally lead a team of black armor guards to deliver a warning to that Yushan. The city lord's mansion had finally decided to intervene, bringing relief to Master Yin, who smiled and continued, the city lord is wise. Behind Mu Zi, there may well be a spirit symbol master. Thus, our Yin city could forge a friendship with her. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao Yin was also moved. A spirit symbol master, comparable to a practitioner of the creation realm, was exceedingly rare in the great Yin dynasty. Little did he know that this Miss Mu possessed such a background. No wonder she had become a second-rank symbol master at such a young age. Upon realizing Mu Zi's connection to a spirit symbol master, a flicker of battle intent ignited within him. Unlike the isolated Yushan and his ilk, Shi Hao Yin was the city lord appointed by the great Yin dynasty, backed by the royal family. Utilizing the resources provided by the royal court, he had successfully advanced to the forming realm 2 years prior, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength. With Shi Hao Yin's current prowess, even several major perfects in Yin City would struggle to withstand a single blow from him, leading to a sense of solitude among the elite. If my opponent is a spirit symbol master, it would surely provide me with a thrilling challenge.